in a world where the entirety of humanity awakens to their latent abilities. Amidst the tumult of warfare against alien races from the cosmos, Ning Can discovers a fishing system that grants him extraordinary powers. He awakens with the Sharingan, unleashing the devastating Amaterasu to incinerate all that opposes him, while the Susanoo crushes any dissent. Additionally, he possesses the remarkable ability to fish for various powers and artifacts from myriad realms, including Frostmourne, devil fruits, flowing blade of fire, and infinite sword system. Years later, when the alien deities finally breach the dimensional barriers with the intent to enslave this world, despair envelopes the populace. In their darkest hour, Ning Can rises above the rest and vanquishes the divine beings with a single, decisive strike. Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Eternal Mangekyō, Sharingan, ***. Ningdo, 3rd High School, Class 1, 6 p.m. As the school bell tolled, Ning Can slung his backpack over his shoulder and joined the throng of students exiting the school premises. Walking alone, he observed his peers chatting animatedly in small groups, their voices brimming with excitement that I can hardly contain my excitement. Tomorrow morning marks the moment of our talent awakening. I wonder what abilities I will manifest. One student exclaimed, I wager it will be the most basic level 1 talent. Another teased, hey, I think even a level 1 talent is commendable. At least it's something, right? A third chimed in, having any talent at all is a blessing. The real tragedy is for those who awaken nothing. Another lamented, only those with parents who are non-awakened struggle to awaken. People like us, with decent luck, won't be failures. A classmate scoffed. At the mention of non-awakened parents, several students instinctively cast a glance toward Ning Can, who remained unfazed, having grown accustomed to such scrutiny throughout his life. Non-awakened individuals are those devoid of any latent abilities, often relegated to the lower echelons of society. Ning Can's parents were among them. When others learned of Ning Can's lineage, their gazes seemed to affix an invisible label upon him. Ning Can, a transmigrator who had inhabited this world for 18 years, possessed wisdom and life experiences far exceeding those of his classmates. This background allowed him to maintain exemplary academic performance, yet bore little significance in the grand scheme of things. Unlike his previous life, this world's fate hinged upon the awakening ceremony at the age of 18. This realm resembled Earth, albeit on a grander scale, with a singular dragon empire reigning over 9 continents, collectively known as the 9 provinces. In ancient times, adversaries emerged from rifts in the cosmos, leading to a bloody struggle against them. Fortunately, upon reaching 18, individuals awaken a unique talent, ranging from the lowest level 1 to the higher tiers of Marquis, King, and Emperor. The ongoing war relies on humanity's ability to awaken talents. Talents of varying quality receive drastically different treatment in this world, with a significant disparity in their perceived value. A failure to awaken a talent could lead to a need for rebirth. Thus, the awakening of talent is often likened to a second chance at life. Moreover, the awakening is closely tied to the qualifications of one's forebears. While prior training before 18 may offer some assistance, it is minimal. I am certain my talent will be of Marquis level, declared a wealthy classmate with unshakable confidence, as his parents were both powerful beings of king-level talent. Marquis level? That's a high-tier talent. I've heard that once someone awakens a king-level talent, all 7 prestigious academies will come seeking them. Another added, talent levels from 1 to 5 fall under the low-tier category, while anything starting from Marquis level is considered high-tier. Marquis talents are notably defined by their potential for nobility. The 7 prestigious academies represent the finest institutions within the Dragon Empire. Expressions of envy erupted among the students, and soon, compliments flowed freely. Ning Can listened in silence until the crowd dispersed. Under the starlit sky, Ning Can wandered outside, his backpack slung over his shoulder. A large television by the roadside broadcast news, urging citizens to remain indoors at night and secure their doors and windows. He paid no heed to the warnings, instead contemplating his future. The significance of the talent awakening stirred a nagging anxiety within Ning Can, even with the wisdom garnered from 2 lifetimes, for the odds of his own awakening appeared grim. After purchasing a cake at a bakery, he made a solitary wish for his birthday. Thus, his 18th birthday passed with little fanfare. Ding. Detection indicates the host has turned 18, conditions met, activating the fishing system. System activation and binding successful. Fishing system, capable of fishing for any item from myriad realms, classified into 5 tiers: bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and king. Fishing requires bait points. Current bait points, 0'd. As a first-time binding gift, the host receives 1 opportunity for king-level fishing. Best of luck. Ning Can was momentarily taken aback, murmuring, is this a birthday gift? A system? After 18 years of waiting, it had finally arrived. Rising to his feet, he sought a place to wash his hands. Not for any particular reason, merely for good fortune. System, Initiate king-level fishing. A dreamlike mist enveloped Ning Can as a fishing hook plunged into the swirling fog, which shimmered with countless influences from various realms. His heart raced with anticipation as he silently prayed. Moments later, a treasure chest radiating vibrant colors emerged, appearing in Ning Can's hands. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly, calming his turbulent spirit. The myriad realms resembled an immense treasure trove, and the fishing system served as the key to this vault. He would possess an unparalleled advantage, gathering the might of countless worlds, destined to ascend to the pinnacle of existence. The thought of obtaining formidable abilities from diverse realms ignited an exhilarating thrill within him. Suppressing his excitement, Ning Can opened the treasure chest. Fishing successful. The result of this fishing endeavor, Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Left eye Amaterasu, the highest level of fire-style ninjutsu. Right eye Kagaya, controlling the transformation of black flames, and dual eyes. Manifesting Susanoo. Item has been placed in the system warehouse. Chapter 2. A chance encounter with Mu Qianxue. Ning Can felt a surge of joy within. Truly, it was worthy of a king-level angler to strike true on the first cast. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. One of the three great ocular techniques in the Naruto world, possesses formidable abilities such as observation, replication, and hypnosis. In the original narrative, the development of the Sharingan is thoroughly detailed, with a myriad of applications thoughtfully enumerated. Particularly, upon advancing to the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, one can wield Amaterasu and Susanoo without any adverse effects. Upon confirming his acquisition, Ning Can's eyes transformed to a blood-red hue. A single tomo first appeared in his pupils, then spun around, giving rise to 2, then 3, ultimately forming a 6-pointed star pattern overlaid with a triangular pinwheel design. It was a sight both beautiful and eerily enchanting. His already handsome visage took on an even more sinister allure with the possession of these eyes. Ning Can felt a heightened satisfaction swell within him. Judging by appearance, they seemed to be Sasuke's eyes. If only he could also obtain his Zanami and his Anaji, it would be utterly perfect. Accessing the system settings on his personal panel, Ning Can noted his abilities clearly delineated. Host, Ning Can age, 18. Realm, quasi-first stage. Abilities, Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, can evolve into the Rinnegan by merging with the Sage of Six Paths power, eventually advancing to God tier. Indeed, in the talent section, apart from the Sharingan, there was nothing else listed. Without the system's golden finger, it would truly be a hellish beginning. Though even without the system, Ning Can believed he would not fare poorly. However, possessing it would undoubtedly yield superior results. The potential to merge with the Sage of Six Paths power and evolve to God tier. Was God tier the highest talent in this world? Yes. Understood. Ning Can nodded. He had only heard of Emperor tier. It appeared this world was far more expansive than he had imagined. Given the existence of God tier talents, there must also be individuals who possess such extraordinary gifts. There remained much to explore and discover in this fascinating world. He rose, brushing off the dust from his attire, preparing to return. Suddenly, Ning Can turned around, his gaze drawn to an ethereal figure standing atop a height, a breathtaking beauty with an alluring figure, illuminated by the full moon behind her, akin to a celestial being descended from the moon palace. This scene stirred his heart profoundly. In the next moment, however, the young lady unexpectedly tumbled from her perch, and Ning Can rushed forth to catch her. The abrupt shift from displaying grandeur to lying helplessly was almost comical. Ning Can chuckled wryly, recognizing her as Mu Qianxue, the renowned first beauty of the third school. What was she doing here at such a late hour? Armed with a sword? As he caught the descending Mu Qianxue, he barely had time to appreciate her delicate, almost fragile form when his expression suddenly shifted. He withdrew one hand, and by the moonlight, he discerned the truth, blood. Fixating on the bloodstain in his hand, Ning Can's heart raced. We must go quickly, urged Mu Qianxue softly, her voice laced with suppressed pain. Ning Can exhaled deeply, replying, there's no time, calming the intense sense of danger that surged within him. He turned to observe. Not far away stood a humanoid creature, cloaked in darkness, with a large maw displaying menacing fangs and a repulsive tongue that licked its teeth, as if preparing to devour Ning Can whole, its eyes devoid of color. Fixated on him. A demon. The malevolent creature's gaze locked onto Ning Can, its crimson eyes sensing the imminent peril. This was it. Mu Qianxue shut her eyes in despair. How could a demon appear within Ningdu City? Ning Can inhaled deeply. His first instinct was to flee, but the realization struck him that he could not outrun it. Thus, he had no choice but to fight. At this moment, Ning Can was at quasi-first stage, while the demon was at third stage. In a fair confrontation, Ning Can would surely meet his demise. He could only rely on the recently acquired Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Perhaps it would grant him a fighting chance. Run. Its target is me. Given my injuries, it might spare you, Mu Qianxue gasped. Injured. Ning Can's eyes brightened. Under such circumstances, perhaps they could fight back. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, I have another plan. If we kill it, we need not perish. Setting Mu Qianxue down, Ning Can kept a vigilant gaze on the demon, wary of its sudden movements, while he slowly drew a folding knife from his backpack. With the approach of battle, every drop of blood in Ning Can seemed to boil with excitement, and his eyes involuntarily mirrored his fervor. He had longed for such a fight. Come, roar. In a fierce clash, man and demon engaged in a brutal struggle. In close combat, the abilities of the Sharingan, observation, replication, and hypnosis, proved immensely beneficial. Observing the demon's movements allowed him to anticipate its next actions, while replication enabled him to mimic its combat techniques. Lastly, hypnosis could create illusions during battle, disrupting the demon's every tactical prediction. Yet even with the near-omnipotent assistance of the Sharingan, the vast disparity in strength kept Ning Can firmly at a disadvantage. Unbeknownst to him, Mu Qianxue, struggling to rise behind him, was utterly astonished. Ning Can was genuinely capable of contending with the demon, and he was holding his own. She recognized him, the school heartthrob of the third school, consistently outperforming her in various tests. Yet, she had never taken it to heart, before awakening her own talent. The significance of test scores felt trivial. Confident in her own innate gifts, Mu Qianxue had never doubted her superiority. However, tonight, she realized her error. Ning Can was equally, if not more, exceptional. At the very least, she was far from a match for the demon. This could not continue. The demon's advantage lay in its formidable regenerative capabilities. If this stalemate persisted, it would inevitably lead to her demise. Ning Can slashed downward, creating distance between himself and the demon. Then, he opened only his left eye. The sinister gaze of the Sharingan locking onto the demon. The most powerful fire technique, the embodiment of devastating physical assault in the Naruto world, Amaterasu, was unleashed. In an instant, black flames engulfed the demon, the terrifying heat distorting the very air around, while the ground cracked beneath. Behind him, Mu Qianxue's eyes widened. What extraordinary talent was this that wielded such power? The demon's furious and mournful wails echoed, gradually fading into silence after several seconds. Ning Can judiciously dispelled the Amaterasu. In this world devoid of chakra, utilizing ninjutsu drained nearly all of Ning Can's scant energy reserves. After more than 10 seconds of exertion, he was nearly spent. If he were to later employ Susanoo, he wondered how long he could endure. After taking a brief respite, Ning Can approached, slicing into the demon's body to extract a crystal core. This item could fetch a handsome price, he mused with satisfaction. Energy crystal detected, converting to bait. Current bait count, 27. Ning Can watched in disbelief as the demon's core transformed into bait. He was left speechless. System, are you robbing me blind? Oh well, converting it to bait isn't too shabby either. Are you alright? Were you battling this demon earlier? Ning Can inquired as he reached Mu Qianxue's side, helping her to sit upright. She nodded, gazing at the young man, her crimson eyes reflecting a unique pupil, as if peering into an abyss, seductive and alluring. Mu Qianxue could not help but avert her gaze. Indeed, I awakened my talent prematurely and unexpectedly encountered this malevolent spirit outside. Premature awakening? Can one's talent truly awaken ahead of time? Aren't you also a case of early awakening? Indeed. Ning Can paused for a moment, choosing not to delve further into the topic. After all, he couldn't disclose that he possessed a system that granted him advantages. After a while, Mu Qianxue's injuries had improved somewhat. She struggled to rise to her feet, her eyes casting a complex look towards Ning Can, astonished by his strength. Ning Can wished to commend her as well, for she too was a fierce individual, daring to combat malevolent spirits before even reaching the first realm. Gazing at the corpse of the spirit, an icy demeanor enveloped Mu Qianxue. Thank you for today. I shall take my leave now. Until tomorrow. With that, she wearily departed, her steps burdened by her injuries. Ning Can refrained from offering to escort her. They were hardly acquainted, and such gestures seemed unnecessary. As Mu Qianxue's frigid gaze lingered on the spirit, Ning Can distinctly noted the sorrow etched upon her youthful visage, hinting at a poignant backstory. Why did she say until tomorrow? Ning Can did not dwell on his encounter with Mu Qianxue, perceiving it merely as a fleeting episode. Later that night, Ning Can returned home. Ning, back home? A tall woman leaned against the doorframe, possessing a figure that could be described as devilishly alluring, her long, slender legs adorned with pink plush slippers. Sister Qin, Ning Can greeted her with a smile. The house was a remnant of his parents' legacy after their passing. Located in a less affluent area, a modest dwelling at best. Years ago, due to financial constraints, Ning Can had rented another room to Qin Mo. It puzzled him why someone of her beauty and physique would choose to reside in such a rundown neighborhood. She seemed more suited for high-end attire, gracing lavish soirees and becoming the center of attention. Their cohabitation was harmonious. For instance, Qin Mo never defaulted on rent, and her laziness prompted Ning Can to take the initiative in cooking and taking out the trash. Yet, one peculiar aspect remained. Qin Mo was exceptionally reclusive, rarely venturing outside. What happened today that has you in such high spirits? Qin Mo inquired with a smile. Ning Can touched his nose, elated about awakening his Sharingan. Qin Mo's gaze fell upon Ning Can's eyes, her expression shifting slightly, revealing a hint of understanding alongside her delight. She refrained from questioning the peculiarity of his pupils. I thought you would be quite downcast today. I even pondered how to cheer you up. As she spoke, a fleeting hint of melancholy crossed her stunning features. Ning Can chuckled awkwardly. Sister Chin was delightful in many ways, yet at times, she seemed to enjoy teasing him without any commitment. Don't believe me? Then come with me. With that, Chin Mo pulled Ning Can inside, revealing a bowl of longevity noodles. As for the cake, it was beyond my capabilities. But I managed to whip up this bowl of longevity noodles with what I had at home. Do taste it. Ning Can stared at the noodles in astonishment, his nose twitching. Sister Chin, you can cook noodles? Chin Mo's excitement faltered momentarily as she stammered. Of course. It's a simple task. You just need to glance at it to know how. Enough chatter, just try it. Ning Can nodded, suppressing his emotions, and sat down to take a bite. How is it? Chin Mo asked eagerly. After a brief contemplation, he praised, it's delicious. Really? A radiant smile blossomed on Chin Mo's exquisite face. Let me try? Seemingly unaware, she snatched Ning Can's chopsticks and took a hefty bite of the noodles, licking the utensils as she ate. Ning Can. Despite the time they had spent together, Ning Can still struggled to acclimate to Sister Chin's playful nature. She seemed to relish provoking him and observing his reactions. I feel something is off. It's quite salty. Chin Mo frowned. Indeed, you added too much salt, Ning Can replied stiffly. Then why did you say it was delicious? Ning Can nodded earnestly. This is my first time eating longevity noodles. I genuinely find it quite tasty. Chin Mo clicked her tongue. Let us not count this time. I shall cook for you properly in the future. Chapter 4. Keep your distance from her. She has a talent of legendary proportions. The following morning, on the playground, each class lined up in order, taking turns to awaken their talents based on their student numbers. Atop the playground, a 9-tiered tower stood, with each illuminated layer representing a higher level of talent. Countless students approached the tower to test their abilities. Some wept tears of joy as the tower glowed, while others fell into despair when it remained unresponsive. Before this pivotal examination of their futures, reality appeared starkly cruel. Awakening one's talent was akin to taking a college entrance examination. Those who awakened talents of differing levels would gain admission to various universities. Not far away, the most beautiful girl from Class 3 was scanning her surroundings, seemingly searching for something. Suddenly, Mu Qianxua's eyes lit up, a hint of joy breaking through her usually frigid demeanor. At that moment, Ning Can, along with the rest of Class 1, was entering the playground. The wealthy students reveled in the crowd's admiration, while Ning Can stood alone, tall and composed. His crimson eyes and unique pupils drew many curious glances, yet he remained unfazed. Mu Qianxua approached directly, navigating through the astonished gazes of the crowd until she stood before Ning Can. Both Mu Qianxua and Ning Can were well-known figures, the flower and the handsome boy of Class 3, both celebrated in their own right. However, while Mu Qianxua's reputation was well-earned, Ning Can's was often met with mockery. Previously, some had jokingly suggested that Mu Qianxua and Ning Can were a suitable match. A mere jest at Mu Qianxua's expense, and few took it seriously. After all, how could a student with both parents being unawakened possibly compare to Mu Qianxua? What could Mu Qianxua want with Ning Can? I rushed off too abruptly last night, and forgot to ask you which school you plan to attend, she said, seemingly indifferent to the onlookers. Despite her cold demeanor, a softness permeated her voice. The crowd? When had the students of Class 3 witnessed Mu Qianxua display such a demeanor? Was she not always icy and aloof? Moreover, what did last night entail? Had these two been together for an extended period? Ning Can, shaking his head, replied, I haven't decided on a university yet. Noting that Mu Qianxua's injuries had nearly healed, suggesting she had access to some special healing items. In that case, why not attend the same university as me? Mu Qianxua proposed without hesitation. Inviting someone of the opposite sex to join her at the same university carried a significant implication. Was it not akin to confessing feelings? The crowd's expressions shifted to one of heartache as they realized the most beautiful flower of Class 3 had unwittingly fallen for a pig. They turned their envious gazes toward Ning Can. This underdog, what merit did he possess? Could he truly attend the same university as Mu Qianxua? Attending the same university as you? I'll have to think about it. Ning Can replied, aware that Mu Qianxua had openly declared her intention to enroll in the Heavenly Dual Academy, a military institution that prepared students for the front lines. Mu Qianxua nodded, not pressing Ning Can for an immediate decision. She merely approached to offer a recommendation, believing that someone as exceptionally talented and combat-ready as Ning Can would be ideally suited for the front lines to slay foes and earn merit. I look forward to attending the same university as you. Mu Qianxua left him with this remark as she departed. The gazes of those around fixated on Ning Can. If looks could kill, he would undoubtedly be riddled with wounds at that moment. A wealthy classmate strode up to Ning Can, his face ablaze with fury, and demanded, Do you know Mu Qianxua? I suppose I do, Ning Can replied, his expression nonchalant. Stay away from her in the future, do you understand? You are not of the same world. The rich boy's tone was one of self-righteousness, leaving no room for dissent. Yet Ning Can chuckled, not of the same world? And what about you? Of course. The rich boy puffed out his chest. I am of the marquis level, and she is of the royal level. We are an ideal match. The phrase ideal match nearly caused Ning Can to burst into laughter. As for you, the rich boy sneered. Casting a disdainful glance at Ning Can, with parents of ordinary background, who knows if you can even awaken a talent of the lowest tier? Ning Can smiled faintly. Mu Qianxue, in the midst of her initial realm, could battle against a third realm evil spirit and escape unscathed. By that standard, she is certainly not of royal level. At this moment, the announcer called out, number 237. The rich boy's student ID. You would do well to remember my words, he declared ominously before ascending the platform. Upon reaching the tower, it erupted in 7 layers of golden light. Flames ignited around the rich boy, revealing his marquee-level fire talent. Quite impressive. This marks the 7th high-tier talent of the year, and it's of the natural type. With proper cultivation, his future is boundless. And with Mu Qianxue's royal talent, it appears there are indeed many gifted students this year, remarked several prominent figures from the school. The awakened talents fall into various categories: natural, psychic, special, and so forth. Among them, natural is the most stable and powerful, while special is the most unpredictable, with a blurred line between strength and weakness. Mu Tianhan, the city lord of Ningdu, smiled slightly upon hearing discussions of his daughter. As the rich boy descended from the platform, he threw a provocative glance at Ning Can, the threat in his eyes unmistakable. Ning Can merely smiled back, his expression laced with mockery. The talent awakening assessments continued atop the platform. Each time a student ID was called, someone ascended, eliciting a mix of joy and despair. Ning Can observed that among the thousands of students in senior year 3, only a handful had awakened A-grade talents. Explaining the rich boy's smug demeanor. Number 645, Tier 3 talent. Next. Number 762, Tier 2 talent. Next. Few fail to awaken at all, yet most belong to the lower tier of talents. Number 763. This is Mu Qianxue's ID. Quick look, it's Mu Qianxue's turn to awaken her talent. The crowd buzzed with anticipation. What level of talent do you think Mu Qianxue will awaken? It must be royal. The city lord has a heavenly level talent. What more needs to be said? Moreover, Mu Qianxue is formidable in her own right. She not only has a prestigious lineage, but also works exceptionally hard. As the daughter of the city lord of Ningdu, Mu Qianxue was nearly predestined to awaken a high-level talent from birth. Yet, even in such circumstances, she did not rest on her laurels. She labored diligently, and in their school, only her achievements could somewhat rival those of Ning Can. The distinction lay in the fact that Mu Qianxue's efforts were met with affirmation, while Ning Can's were met with derision. Ning Can looked up to see a strikingly ethereal figure ascend the platform, her breathtaking beauty and commanding presence rendering her the school's flower in the eyes of those who gossiped. Standing before the tower, Mu Qianxue extended her hands. In the next moment, the entire tower illuminated with 8 layers of purple-golden brilliance. The upper echelons of the school, including Mu Tianhan, were left astounded. Simultaneously, the entire playground seemed to plunge into an icy winter, the temperature plummeting. On this sunny day, snow began to fall, as if frost had descended in June. This is the Imperial level. Chapter 5, Supreme Level Talent, Divine Sequence. All students on the playground were left in shock. I recall the student handbook mentioning that the tower emitting 8 layers of purple golden light signifies. What was it again? Ah, yes, it must be Imperial level. Indeed. How could it not be? Mu Qianxue's talent is astonishingly powerful. The last occurrence of an Imperial level talent in Ningdu was over a century ago, wasn't it? In terms of talent levels, the lower tiers range from 1 to 5, while marquee level and above represent an entirely different realm. Between high-level talents, each tier presents a vast chasm. Mu Qianxue awakening an Imperial level talent foretells a future of immense promise. If the probability of awakening a marquee level talent is 1 in 1,000, then the chance of an Imperial level talent is 1 in 10,000. As for supreme level talents, they are exceedingly rare, emerging only a few in each era. Congratulations to City Lord Mo. Your precious daughter has awakened an Imperial level talent of the powerful natural type, a future without limits. The higher-ups of the school lavished praises upon Mu Tianhan. He nodded with a smile, though internally he was profoundly shaken, despite his prior suspicions. The fact that Mu Qianxue could autonomously awaken part of her talent even before the formal awakening process was far beyond what a heavenly level talent should exhibit. Perhaps it was precisely due to the formidable potential of her Imperial level talent that this outcome occurred. Mu Tianhan's thoughts drifted to the youth who had been conversing with his daughter earlier. A strikingly handsome figure with an extraordinary aura stood nearby. The most captivating feature was his crimson eyes, which bore an otherworldly quality. As he gazed at Ning Can, a thought flickered in Mu Tianhan's mind. Could this boy also be of Imperial level? Ning Can's gaze shifted toward the wealthy classmate, noticing the pallor that had fallen over his face. Alongside him were a few other students who had awakened marquee level talents. They had initially believed that they were on par with the goddess, only to find themselves outclassed. Like a toad dreaming of becoming a swan, an overwhelming disparity that dealt a crushing blow. Ning Can was curious whether the wealthy boy could still utter such words as being in the same world as Mu Qianxue. Noticing Ning Can's gaze, the rich boy shot him a fierce glare. Ning Can observed that the rich boy's pallor had improved significantly. He couldn't help but chuckle, realizing the rich boy believed that while he may not measure up to the goddess, he was still superior to Ning Can. What comfort could be found in such delusions? Number 839. It's Ning Can's turn. The rich boy immediately sneered. He was eager to see if Ning Can would retain his bravado when he failed to awaken a talent. Mu Qianxue and Mu Tianhan both perked up. Mu Qianxue knew Ning Can's talent was likely strong, but she was uncertain of its specific level. Mu Tianhan wished to confirm his prior speculation. Ning Can was unsure what level his kaleidoscope Sharingan constituted, but based on the phenomena triggered by Mu Qianxue, he suspected it should be imperial level. But even if it weren't, he had faith in his future with the fishing system at his disposal. Ning Can stepped onto the platform, mimicking Mu Qianxue's gesture by extending a hand. The tower remained unresponsive. The teacher beside him remained impassive, accustomed to the sight of numerous students exhibiting such behavior. Just as he was about to announce the lack of talent among the students, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The 9-tiered platform illuminated in its entirety, shimmering with a myriad of colors, as a faint yet palpable pressure enveloped the entire training ground. This was a suppression stemming from the realm of innate talent. Everyone at Sanzhong who comprehended the implications of this phenomenon could not help but rise in astonishment. Simultaneously, an unknown energy surged, propelling Ning Can's Sharingan into a frenzied activation. As the complete form of Susanoo materialized, an armored entity wielding dual blades, a colossal figure of pure energy. A delicate sense of life and death danger permeated the hearts of Mu Tianhan and other formidable beings, their shock palpable. This giant possessed the capacity to slay them. To think that one could wield such lethal powers solely through the full expression of innate talent? The onlookers on the training ground could hardly believe their eyes as they gazed upon the tower radiating with 9 layers of light. Having just witnessed Mu Qianxue's Emperor level 8 layers of brilliance, they were acutely aware of what the emergence of 9 layers meant for Ning Can. This cannot be true. Quickly, someone slap me. I feel as though I am dreaming. 9 layers above 8. What kind of talent is this? The students of Class 1 were particularly struck by the revelation. Ning Can had not only awakened, but had done so with an exceedingly terrifying talent. This was indeed akin to a dream. The face of the wealthy heir turned pale, devoid of color, while Mu Qianxue's awakening was merely a painful loss of expectations. Ning Can's awakening cast a shadow over his own life. Surely, he wouldn't hold a grudge against me for my earlier mockery? The mere thought of being remembered with disdain by a powerhouse endowed with supreme talent darkened his outlook. Meanwhile, Mu Qianxue gazed excitedly at the figure atop the platform, affirming her intuition that his talent was extraordinary. I must bring you to Tiando Academy. The battlefield requires talents like yours. At that very moment, the 9-tiered tower, radiating its vibrant light, suddenly shot forth a colossal beam into the heavens. This pillar ascended skyward, visible across the entirety of the Jiuzhou realm. This, indeed, signified a supreme level of talent. In the imperial capital, an elderly man clad in a golden dragon robe sat upon the steps, gazing at the distant beam with a countenance filled with satisfaction, laughing heartily as he clapped his hands. Splendid, splendid. Another one has emerged in the ranks. May all under heaven be as dragons, enriching our Jiuzhou. Before Ning Can, a golden edict manifested. This was a decree formed purely of energy, representing the will of emperors who had long ago inscribed their intentions within the 9-tiered tower. Divine Sequence Agreement. Those possessing supreme level talent automatically enter the Divine Sequence. Divine Sequence holders are the world's most treasured assets, possessing the right to imperial succession, automatically inheriting the title of first-class marquis. Please remember to proceed to the imperial capital for your conferral. Current sequence number, 23. Note: the Divine Sequence is a target for hostile entities. All Divine Sequence holders are urged to cultivate diligently while remaining vigilant. May all under heaven be as dragons, enriching our Jiuzhou. Ning Can accepted the edict, which then transformed into a golden dragon emblem, imprinting itself upon his palm before vanishing moments later. With a subtle activation, the golden dragon emblem reappeared, symbolizing his identity as a holder of the Divine Sequence. The advantages of this sequence left Ning Can in disbelief. He had directly ascended to the rank of first-class marquis and held imperial succession rights. It could be said that, at this moment, solely based on the dragon-shaped mark on his palm, Ning Can could proceed directly to the imperial capital and ascend to the echelons of power, standing above countless others, all due to a supreme-level talent. Suddenly, Ning Can gained a deeper understanding of the phrase strength is paramount. The soaring beam of light gradually dimmed, and the 9-tiered tower, which had shimmered with vibrant colors, slowly receded, as the complete form of Susanoo began to dissipate. When tranquility returned, the astonished gazes of the crowd remained fixed upon the figure standing atop the platform. Supreme-level talent, the principal murmured, clearly a discerning individual. Took a while to process the event before joyfully exclaiming to Mu Tianhan, "It truly is supreme-level talent. City Lord, our Ningdu city is saved." Joy illuminated Mu Tianhan's face as well. The awakening of a student with supreme-level talent in Ningdu was a boon both publicly and privately. The pressing issues weighing heavily upon them would surely find resolution. without delving into the astonishment and elation of the crowd. Ning Can politely inclined his head to the teacher beside him and descended the platform. All the students flocked to embrace Ning Can. Just moments ago, he had been a figure of mockery, but now he had undeniably earned his place. Every student who uttered his name instinctively wore a look of respect. As his gaze swept across the wealthy heir, who averted his eyes, Ning Can smiled faintly. Chapter 6. Earning Fishing Bait. Simultaneously, across various universities in Gyōjō, the 7 most prestigious institutions, upon witnessing the beam of light, promptly dispatched personnel to organize aerial vessels. At Tiendo Academy, after investigation, it was confirmed that the beam had originated from Ningdu City. Then let us set forth to Ningdu City. However, Principal, we are quite far away. By the time we arrive, others may have already secured the talent. Then we shall employ strategic acceleration. In terms of resources, Tiendo Academy has never shied away. We must reach Ningdu City before the other academies. Other universities mirrored Tiendo Academy's urgency, hastily sending teams to Ningdu City. On their way, they received news that not only had a supreme-level talent awakened in Ningdu City, but also an emperor-level talent. This year, Ningdu City is bound for greatness. The prodigies are emerging. One supreme level is already enough for Ningdu City to boast. Once talent reaches this level, it is said to be approaching the divine realm, incomparable to ordinary individuals. Thus, we must secure this supreme-level talent. Such talent is exceedingly rare. Only 2 have appeared in Gyōjō this year, with previous years only yielding 1. In a dimly lit environment, numerous individuals clad in black robes knelt upon the ground, fervently murmuring incantations, their expressions one of fervor. 5 ghostly blue flames illuminated the area, casting an even more sinister aura, and at the forefront, a figure clad in red robes suddenly erupted into laughter, his voice surprisingly youthful. Another supreme-level awakener has emerged. He will likely enter the ranks of the divine sequence. Mere mortals daring to oppose the divine. Go, prepare for an assault on this divine sequence holder. Let us teach these fools who challenge the divine a lesson. As the towering beam of light ascended, it marked Ning Can's entrance onto the world stage, setting various factions into motion because of him. Yet at that moment, Ning Can remained oblivious to these unfolding events as he wandered alone into the forest outside Ningdu City. Here thrived countless beasts, a mix of those born from the demon race and those corrupted by foreign entities, such as evil spirits. The 2 factions held a wary relationship, and both harbored hostility towards humanity. Whenever the population of demon and evil beasts reached a certain threshold, they would spontaneously organize an assault on the city. Ning Can's father had perished during the last beast tide, and shortly thereafter, his mother succumbed to despair. It could be said that Ning Can became an orphan due to a single beast tide. Many shared his plight, leading to frequent formations of teams venturing outside Ningdu City to combat the beasts. Having specifically purchased a fine long knife, Ning Can cautiously navigated through the forest. System. What are the conditions for fishing? Bronze level fishing requires 10 bait points, silver level requires 100, gold level requires 1,000, diamond level requires 10,000, and king level requires 100,000. Current bait points, 27. These are still the 27 points left from the last battle with the evil spirit. Ning Can took a deep breath and commanded the system. Initiate 2 rounds of bronze level fishing. Fishing failed. Fishing succeeded. Current bait points, 7. A bronze treasure chest materialized in Ning Can's hands, and he eagerly opened it. Not bad. A 50% chance of winning. Acquired a bowl of instant noodles, Naruto's favorite. Ning Can. It's my fault for having any expectations from the bronze level draw. He tossed the instant noodles into the system's storage, planning to try them later. Suddenly, Ning Can halted in his tracks as a massive wolf head slowly emerged nearby. A first-tier wind wolf. The moment the man and beast locked eyes, they immediately launched their attacks. The wind wolf roared, elemental winds swirling around it, while Ning Can, utilizing his Sharingan, perfectly anticipated the entirety of the wind wolf's assault. As he created a shadow clone to confuse the wind wolf, he positioned himself at an optimal angle and struck down with his blade. In a one-on-one confrontation, the Sharingan was practically invincible. Yet, Ning Can furrowed his brow, surveying his surroundings before placing his hand on the wind wolf's head. He attempted to offer a sacrifice. Acquired bait points, 9. Current bait points, 16. Indeed, it was possible to sacrifice. After pondering briefly, Ning Can sliced open the wind wolf's head, finding its core already absent. When it comes to looting, the system truly excels. Ning Can remarked with admiration. Suddenly, he turned his head, spotting 2 more wind wolves in his line of sight. Perhaps having noticed the corpse of the wind wolf under his feet, these 2 did not charge immediately, but instead howled into the sky. A woo. In an instant, the air was filled with countless wolf howls. Ning Can's heart sank. His greatest fear had come to pass. Wolves are pack animals and would not engage in one-on-one encounters with him. Upon realizing one was insufficient, they would quickly call for reinforcements. Before long, dozens of wind wolves surrounded Ning Can. With so many arriving, this is quite unreasonable. Ning Can sighed, knowing that while the initial abilities of the Sharingan were formidable in duels, they could not withstand such a collective assault. This is the wild. One may face hordes of beasts at any moment, and Ning Can should indeed feel fortunate that these were merely first-tier wind wolves. Using Amaterasu would drain his energy, and it was not realistic to eliminate them one by one. Ning Can murmured. Then there is only as dozens of wind wolves charged towards Ning Can. A colossal purple hand, composed purely of energy, suddenly manifested, sweeping violently and toppling all the wind wolves to the ground. An incomplete Susanoo. It could only manifest skeletal structures and a single giant hand, serving multiple purposes such as attack, protection, defense, and control. However, the body was not fully enveloped by Susanoo, leaving significant gaps and obvious weaknesses. But for dealing with wind wolves, it was more than sufficient. As Ning Can manipulated the Susanoo to sweep left and right, he wielded his long knife, slashing down the wind wolves. More and more wind wolves rushed in, attempting to encircle and overwhelm Ning Can. Battling beasts in the wild is exceedingly perilous, as the noise of combat attracts more creatures, leading to eventual exhaustion. Yet, Ning Can remained undaunted, swinging the giant hand and long knife while laughing heartily. Come, bring it on. What a thrilling experience. Haha. This kind of combat ignited Ning Can's passion, and the power of Susanoo did not disappoint him. Combining offense and defense allowed Ning Can to virtually crush these wind wolves. Before long, the ground was littered with the corpses of wind wolves. The remaining wind wolves finally grew frightened and began to retreat slowly. They are leaving just like that? Ning Can released the Susanoo state, feeling slightly disappointed. Despite its formidable nature, he could not unleash its full potential. Otherwise, activating it even for a second might completely drain him. Unbeknownst to him, he had already reached the first realm. Indeed, combat is the best method of cultivation. Ning Can's eyes gleamed with excitement as he gazed at the countless wind wolf corpses, estimating there were hundreds. All of these shall belong to me. Chapter 7. Acquiring Chidori, the evil spirit of nightfall. After a brief period of bustling activity, Ning Can's wealth experienced a sudden surge. Acquired bait points, 8. Acquired bait points, 11. Acquired bait points, 9. Current bait points, 3,012. 3,000 points, enough for 3 direct gold-level fishing attempts. After some contemplation, Ning Can declared, First, let us conduct 100 rounds of bronze-level fishing to warm up. Fishing failed. Fishing failed. Fishing succeeded. Amidst a series of failure notifications, a few successes were interspersed. Moments later, a dozen bronze treasure chests appeared in Ning Can's hands. The drop rate is rather dismal. I see it? Ning Can remarked with disappointment, as he opened the treasure chests one by one. Acquired 3 explosive talismans. Acquired a bowl of instant noodles, Naruto's favorite. Acquired a kunai previously used by Sasuke. Ning Can maintained a stoic expression, feeling that these bronze-level treasure chests were merely a source of amusement. He continued to open the treasure chests. Acquired bloodline inheritance, source gold, which can be fused to obtain the source gold battle body. Source gold battle body, level 5 talent, one of the 5 element physiques, capable of manipulating the element of gold. Doubling cultivation speed. Increased damage from fire-type attacks, and enhanced damage from wood-type attacks. Confused with the other 4 elements to evolve into the source 5 elements talent. Item has been stored in the system's warehouse. Ning Can paused for a moment, retrieving the item from the system's warehouse. A level 5 talent is not particularly strong. While it enhances damage from wood-type attacks, it also increases damage from fire-type attacks, presenting both advantages and disadvantages. However, it can double cultivation speed and has the potential for evolution. This is what one calls a promising future. This place is not suitable for fusion physiques. Ning Can place the item back into storage and proceeded to conduct 100 rounds of bronze-level fishing and 1 round of gold-level fishing with the remaining bait points. Amidst a plethora of failures and a collection of amusing items, Ning Can successfully obtained a piece of source wood and a source fire from the bronze treasure chests. The final gold-level fishing was a resounding success. Acquired ninjutsu, Chidori. Chidori generates high-intensity lightning on the hand, producing a sound akin to 1,000 birds chirping when used. Hence the name. Chidori, Ning Can thought, his expression turning peculiar. This would render his pursuit of learning from Sasuke irreversible. As one of the signature skills of both Sasuke and Kakashi, Chidori also possesses numerous avenues for subsequent development. With an understanding of its usage, lightning began to coalesce in Ning Can's hand, crackling with an electric current that echoed like countless birds chirping. Moments later, the lightning gathered onto Ning Can's long knife. Channeling Chidori into his weapon could enhance its sharpness and induce paralysis upon striking. Yet, it remains too weak, for now. That is the extent of his capabilities. Ning Can shook his head, dismissing the thought of advanced Chidori techniques for the moment. He still felt inadequate. With a long blade in hand, Ning Can charged into the forest, determined to slay as many demon beasts as possible before dusk settled in. For 4 relentless hours, the crackle of electricity intertwined with the anguished cries of the beasts echoed through the trees. Acquired bait quantity, 17. Acquired bait quantity, 19. Acquired bait quantity, 21. Throughout his journey, Ning Can wielded his blade, imbued with the power of Chidori, with unstoppable prowess. He remained acutely aware of his surroundings. choosing to stay close to the periphery, careful not to stray too far. He possessed a clear understanding of his limits. The strongest beasts in this area were only at the third realm, but venturing deeper was fraught with uncertainty. After a day filled with carnage, the bait stored in the system had finally reached 2,000. Ning Can's cultivation level stabilized at the first realm. This pace of advancement felt excruciatingly slow. Perhaps merging with the source gold to form a unique constitution would significantly hasten his progress. Contemplating the introduction of the source gold battle body, he mused that it could double his cultivation speed. While this was still insufficiently swift, the subsequent source 5 elements constitution promised even greater enhancement. What if he could elevate the source 5 elements constitution further? The Sharingan and Chidori would ensure his combat prowess was formidable, but his cultivation speed would rely on these unique bodies. This would lay the foundation for his future dominance across the lands. As night began to fall, he decided it was prudent to return and resume his endeavors the following day. A glance at the sky confirmed that it was no longer safe to linger. The dangers outside Ningdu City at night were vastly more formidable than in daylight. Exiting the forest, Ning Can made his way back to Ningdu City. Under the starlit sky, he walked through the city, tallying the spoils of the day. Utilizing bait for repeated bronze-level fishing, he aimed to reel in the remaining source soil and source water. Suddenly, his footsteps faltered. He looked up to see 3 malevolent spirits emerging from a nearby house, the bloodstains on their forms faintly visible. Ning Can's gaze hardened, a surge of murderous intent igniting within him. Why was it that a solitary apparition appeared yesterday, and today 3 had come forth? This was Ningdu City, a place where they could not roam freely to commit slaughter. Drawing his long blade, Chidori crackled to life upon its edge. Chapter 8, Pseudo-Source 5 Elements Battle Body. Ambush. Moments later, Ning Can stood impassively beside the corpses of the 3 malevolent spirits. He sliced open their remains with his blade, extracting the crystal cores to offer as a sacrifice to the system. Acquired bait points, 27. Acquired bait points, 34. Acquired bait points, 31. Current bait points, 2022. Frowning, he sheathed his blade and let out a sigh. It seemed he would need to consult Mu Qianxue. 3 malevolent spirits were not intimidating, and even a second trio would not incite fear. What was truly alarming was whether this was merely an isolated incident or a harbinger of something sinister to come. Ningdu City had never been known for allowing demon beasts to wander freely at night. Meanwhile, having acquired Ning Can's address, Mu Qianxue prepared her persuasive discourse. Resolute in her intent to convince him to attend the Tiando Academy. Having made ample preparations, she arrived at Ning Can's residence and knocked on the door. When it opened, both Mu Qianxue and Qin Mo were taken aback, their eyes instinctively narrowing with caution. Greetings, I am Mu Qianxue, here to see Ning Can. May I inquire who you are? I am Ning Can's sister. If you have business with him, you may speak with me instead. I think I will wait for Ning Can to return, Mu Qianxue replied. Living here for so long, it was her first encounter with a visiting female classmate, especially one as striking as Mu Qianxue. Could this be a sign of blossoming romance for Ning Can? Qin Mo regarded Mu Qianxue with increased scrutiny, and she met her gaze with unwavering composure. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Mo invited Mu Qianxue inside. When Ning Can returned, he found the 2 women engaged in conversation, naturally discussing him, which allowed Mu Qianxue to glean more about him. Unbeknownst to her, within just a few exchanges, Qin Mo had learned much about her as well. Just in time, Mu Qianxue, I have something to discuss with you. With a knowing smile from Qin Mo, Ning Can led Mu Qianxue outside for a private conversation. Just as Mu Qianxue was about to speak, Ning Can interjected, I haven't made up my mind about attending Tiando Academy. The matter I wish to discuss is unrelated. In truth, he had contemplated it significantly, but he hesitated to agree outright, as it fostered an ambiguous rapport with Mu Qianxue. He understood her invitation was not imbued with romantic implications, and he had no intention of misconstruing it. Observing the puzzled expression on her face, he continued. On my way back today, I encountered 3 malevolent spirits. Mu Qianxue was momentarily stunned, her expression shifting to one of alarm. How could malevolent spirits be wandering Ningdu City at night? Clearly, she and Ning Can were aligned in thought. Upon receiving this news, Mu Qianxue abandoned her intentions to persuade him and hurried home to inform Mu Tianhan. However, after relaying the situation to him, Mu Tianhan reassured her, indicating that there was no need for concern. He had already made preparations. Once Mu Qianxue departed, the confident smile on Mu Tianhan's face faded into a frown. Brother, let's gather people and confront that foe directly. Some emerged from the shadows, uttering their disdain. Yet, Mu Tianhan shook his head, asserting that their strength was insufficient, and such a course of action would only lead to ruin. If there were no alternative, they would have to gamble everything. However, the awakened talents of Qianxue and Ning Can offered a glimmer of hope. With a sigh, Mu Tianhan could only wait and see if the various academies could arrive in time. What if they did not make it? Then they would have to rely on themselves. Every moment they could buy would be invaluable. As night enveloped Ningdu City, from a high vantage point, one could observe the relentless surge of dark humanoid spirits flooding into the city. Most were dealt with by the vigilant guards stationed at the gates, but the sheer volume ensured that some slipped through the cracks. A rampage ensued within Ningdu City until powerful forces arrived to restore order. At Ning Can's residence, after finishing dinner, he quickly retreated to his room to prepare for the fusion of his constitution. Presently, he possessed 2,000 bait points and 3 awakening mediums for his constitution. If fortune favored him, extracting the remaining 2 might allow him to awaken the Source 5 Elements constitution tonight. The potential of a constitution talent was renowned as the strongest among all talents. He began by merging with the Source Gold. As the refinement progressed, Ning Can could distinctly feel his body growing stronger. The enhancement of his constitution not only boosted his strength, speed, and defense, but also held promise in other areas. Soon, the fusion with Source Gold was complete, and Ning Can's constitution transformed into the 5th level talent of the Source Gold battle body. Following the same method, he continued to refine the remaining Source Fire and Source Wood. On his personal panel, the Constitution section underwent a striking change. Pseudo-Source 5 Elements battle body, fusion of Gold, Fire, and Wood elements, enhancing cultivation speed by 8-fold. 8-fold cultivation speed. Ning Can rejoiced. Should he successfully merge the last 2 elements, Source Soil and Source Water, and attain the Source 5 Elements constitution, he would undoubtedly become even more formidable. Late into the night, outside Ning Can's home, a group approached his door, and the leader made a slashing gesture across his throat. The others nodded, their hands revealing an array of weapons. They then dispersed, taking up positions at various angles, fully prepared for the assassination while also bracing for the possibility of their target's escape. With a fierce determination, the leader commanded, "Utilize your supreme talents, strike swiftly and lethally. We must afford him no chance to flee. Rest assured, leader, this young man is as good as dead. Who would have thought that his talent would awaken today? And we could reach his doorstep that very night? It's sheer misfortune for him that his awakening occurred in this small town, where the guardians have yet to arrive." As these words faded, a chilling voice echoed in the ears of the gathered assailants. "He may lack guardians, but he has me." In the next instant, countless swords materialized above them, descending before anyone could react. All assailants were annihilated. A tall figure emerged in the clearing, exuding an alluring presence. Clad in a pair of pink plush slippers beneath her long, slender legs, Mo wore a smile as she regarded the stunned Ning Can, who had just stepped outside. Moments later, the two took their seats at a table. "I'm somewhat astonished. While I've always found you quite mysterious, I never imagined this direction," Ning Can remarked. A bitter smile on his face, realizing that his seemingly useless roommate was, in fact, a formidable force. "I've come here to recuperate and lay low for a while," Mo replied, her smile still teasingly enchanting. Ning Can nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and he had his. Thus there was no pressing need to know. What were those people outside doing? Were they here to kill me? The evil organization. You will encounter many of them in the future. They seek to eliminate you due to your awakened supreme talent. I awakened this morning, and they came to assassinate me by nightfall." Ning Can frowned at her words. Mo's eyes sparkled with admiration. Ning Can was not only gifted. He possessed numerous admirable traits. His calmness, intelligence, diligence, and ability to discern the essence of problems were not mere byproducts of talent. After a moment's contemplation, Mo asked, "Which university do you plan to attend?" Ning Can paused, surprised that she had shifted the topic so abruptly. "I haven't decided yet, but I'm considering the Tiendo Academy." In truth, it was a near certainty. Chapter 9. The Peerless Expert Hunting the Demon King. Graduates of Tiendo Academy all head to the front lines, where countless demon beasts and foreign races await. There, Ning Can could accumulate an abundance of bait points. "Tiendo, you wish to join the military? I wouldn't recommend it. The mortality rate is exceedingly high. More importantly, your talent won't be well suited for city warfare," Mo cautioned, shaking her head. "Understand that in such places, there is little distinction between being a supreme and a mere foot soldier. A strike from the enemy's weapon spells death. Then where do you think I should go?" "To the Tianquan Academy," Mo replied with a smile. "Tianquan Academy? Why?" "Because I am there." She pointed to herself and continued. "I am the head of the grade at Tianquan Academy, one of the top experts of our time, with a supreme talent. If you come, I shall take you as my only disciple." Ning Can had never witnessed such an assertive side of her, or perhaps this was her truest self. "All right, I will go to Tianquan Academy. The battlefield can wait, but the protection of a top expert is invaluable." Ning Can sensed that he was being targeted. Without a strong protector, attending Tiendo Academy would be akin to courting death. Having received the response she desired, Mo's delight was palpable, her smile growing more enchanting, causing Ning Can's breath to quicken. "Call me master, dear disciple, let me hear it." With a resigned sigh, Ning Can complied, "Master." It was evident that this utterance brought immense joy to Mo. "Then you are now my disciple. As the school selection is only days away, allow your master to witness your talent. Follow me." With that, Mo led Ning Can out of the city, continuing deeper into the forest. "I feel there was no need to come all the way here, especially into the depths. What is there to fear? With your master present?" Mo halted, turning to face him, her expression devoid of any mirth. "Now, Unleash your full strength upon me. Let me see your capabilities. Ning Can took a deep breath, his pupils shifting, and in an instant, the black flames of Amaterasu ignited around Chin Mo. In their initial clash, Ning Can activated Amaterasu. Flames enveloped Chin Mo, golden flames encasing her entirely, while the black flames clung fiercely to the golden exterior. A look of astonishment crossed Chin Mo's face. Was this merely the newly awakened flame, exhibiting such overwhelming power? But that was not all. A colossal hand of pure violet energy appeared, lunging directly at Chin Mo. The golden flames surged, forming a barrier to protect her, while the black flames danced fiercely upon it, yet could not penetrate. Simultaneously, the violet energy hand was thwarted by the barrier, gripping it as if it were a mere sphere. Suddenly, a cacophony of birds echoed in the distance. Chin Mo turned to see Ning Can's left hand crackling with lightning. In the next moment, Ning Can surged forward, thrusting the lightning into the barrier formed by the golden flames. Boom! The barrier shattered, the lightning piercing through and severing a lock of Chin Mo's hair. The black flames extinguished, and the violet energy hand vanished, leaving Ning Can gasping for breath on the ground. Chin Mo, how was that? Not too shabby, right? Well, it suffices, Chin Mo replied, pouting to mask her astonishment. In this battle, she had not exerted her full strength, yet Ning Can's performance left her thoroughly impressed. As a fellow supreme, Ning Can's display far surpassed her own from the past. His prowess in various abilities, along with his strategic combination of skills to seize opportunities and achieve results, filled Chin Mo with satisfaction. However, she would never admit it aloud. Your ocular talent appears to belong to a special category. Those in this realm can be extraordinarily powerful, yet the weak ones are not merely weak. Your talent sits within that spectrum, and it's quite commendable. Commendable? Ning Can nodded, realizing that indeed, there are greater heights beyond his own. Even with the kaleidoscope Sharingan, he could not consider himself invincible. Further growth was essential. With the talent assessment concluded, it was time for serious matters. Chin Mo smirked, saying, "Little brother, has there been an uptick in demon beasts or wicked creatures infiltrating Ningdu City recently? The source lies here. A demon beast is on the verge of evolving into a demon king." Chin Mo gazed into the distance, her eyes fixated as if observing the approaching beast. What will happen if it successfully evolves? Ning Can inquired, his mind drifting to memories of the beast tide that had besieged the city years prior. If the evolution succeeds, it will undoubtedly incite a beast tide attack, subsequently seizing Ningdu City, followed by a massacre and cannibalism. You needn't be told. You already understand, Chin Mo replied lightly, her tone casual. There are two types of beast tide eruptions. One occurs when an excess of demon beasts collide, triggering a collective frenzy that assaults the city. The second arises under the leadership of a formidable demon beast, launching an assault on the stronghold. The latter, without a doubt, poses a greater challenge. Humans and ferocious beasts have always been adversaries. This demon king, your Ningdu City, cannot withstand its onslaught. Upon hearing this, Ning Can clenched his fists tightly, furrowing his brows as he inquired, how much longer until this demon king advances? The outer gate has barely opened, and already there is such a formidable boss lurking in the novice village? What? Do you intend to grow stronger before the demon king ascends, and then come back to vanquish it? Chin Mo replied with a smile, there is no time left, it's only a few days away. Ning Can exhaled deeply, then, what about the teachers from various universities who are here for recruitment? Their prowess is commendable, but their speed is woefully inadequate. They may not make it in time. Hearing this, despair crept into Ning Can's heart. Suddenly, he came to a realization about a truth he had always known yet neglected. The plight of humanity was far graver than he had previously imagined. Ningdu City being besieged was certainly not an isolated incident. Chin Mo observed Ning Can, anticipating that the young man would beseech her for assistance. However, the despair etched on his face only deepened, and he seemed to forget that he had just pledged himself to a mentor. All right, I shall take care of this demon king. I brought you here precisely for this purpose. Ning Can looked up, blinking in sudden comprehension. Indeed, Sister Chin Mo is the powerhouse here. It seems Ning Can has yet to adjust to her newfound identity. Chin Mo rolled her eyes, as Ning Can ventured deeper into the forest. At last, Ning Can witnessed the full extent of his mentor's power. Enveloped in golden flames, she appeared as if clad in divine armor, rendering the usually enchanting woman sacred and untouchable. Brandishing a long sword, she shielded Ning Can while relentlessly charging forward. If before it was Ning Can showing off, now it was his mentor taking the mantle. In the city lord's mansion, Mu Tianhan sat restlessly, far from the composed demeanor he had portrayed. Suddenly, a brilliant fire ignited in the distance, golden flames soaring into the sky, accompanied by the furious roars of beasts echoing across the land. Mu Tianhan stared in shock at the horizon. A powerful being was engaged in combat with the impending demon king. At that moment, his subordinate, the captain of Ningdu City's guard, rushed over. Brother, someone is battling that beast. Shall we assist? Without hesitation, Mu Tianhan nodded gravely. Let us go help. The group armed themselves and prepared to rush out when a piercing roar cut through the air, abruptly halting mid-cry. Mu Tianhan. His subordinates. Brother, should we still go? Based on the situation, It appears we need not intervene. Chapter 10. The 7 Prestigious Academies. Outside Ningdu City, Chin-mo stood over the corpse of the Demon King, one foot perched upon its head, triumphantly gazing at Ning Can. Still reeling from the experience of witnessing the clash of titans, Ning Can, upon seeing Chin-mo's expectant expression, gave her a thumbs up. Chin-mo first smiled with pride, then sensed something amiss. Is this how you commend your mentor? I am not a child. Why would you give me a thumbs up? This battle was a deliberate showcase by Chin-mo, meant to broaden Ning Can's horizons and instill a sense of reverence towards her. Previously, they had been landlord and tenant, sister and brother, but now, she was Ning Can's mentor, and he ought to harbor a modicum of respect for her role. Having witnessed her prowess, Ning Can would undoubtedly regard her with a degree of awe. This was Chin-mo's intention, yet in her reflections, she entirely overlooked that she too should maintain a certain demeanor towards Ning Can. After all, she was still the elder sister to her younger brother. The battleground lay in disarray, golden flames scorching the earth into a massive pit. This was Ning Can's first encounter with the pinnacle of power in this world, and it indeed inspired within him a profound respect for strength. Yet more than that, as he stood before the crater, he pondered whether, if he unleashed the full potential of his Susanoo, he could achieve a similar effect. He could unleash even greater devastation, not to mention emulating Uchiha Madara's feat of summoning a meteor from the heavens, or simply utilizing a planetary devastation technique, would suffice to crush the Demon King. By the way, these beasts all possess crystal cores. Go ahead and extract them as a gift from your mentor. Chin-mo retrieved the crystal core from the Demon King's body and waved her hand, sending the other beast cores to Ning Can. Upon hearing this, Ning Can blinked, about to say something when a sudden rumbling sound echoed from afar, as several airborne vessels descended upon Ningdu City. Chin-mo was momentarily dumbfounded. It was only the second day, and they had arrived so swiftly. Since they're here, let us hurry over, Ning Can urged. You're not keeping those crystal cores? This is urgent. Ning Can cast a glance at the system panel. Current bait points, 31,024. Striking it rich. In the early morning, at the City Lord's mansion, the recruitment heads from the various prestigious academies exchanged glances, each sizing the other up before snorting derisively. Your Tiendo Academy is quite tenacious, making the journey from so far away. I suppose the engines of your ships must be ablaze. How does that compare to your Tianxin Academy, which, despite being so close, still took its time to arrive? Quite the effort indeed. There was no need for your Yaowang Academy to even show up. Your institution is entirely composed of females. And this time, the supreme talent happens to be a male. If that little friend is willing, I, Yaowang, would make an exception this once. The representatives from the 7 academies exchanged barbs, their words laced with tension, and some hot-tempered individuals even began to challenge one another. Zhao Laosen, what are you staring at? Li Laodi, and what of it? If you've got the guts, don't leave after this is over. Let us settle this properly. Mu Tianhan, seated at the head of the table, could only smile wryly. The 7 prestigious academies had always exuded an air of superiority, yet here they were, bickering upon their very first encounter. Historically, the 7 academies were the first to arrive. They would choose their candidates before others got their turn. However, this time they had arrived exceptionally early, merely 2 days after the gates opened. Mu Tianhan was well aware of the reason for this. His daughter, Mu Qianxue, and Ning Can, primarily for Ning Can, fortunately, a powerful figure had already slain the Demon King the previous day. Otherwise, he, Mu Tianhan, would have had to swallow his pride and implore these recruitment officers to assist in exterminating the Demon King. He wondered whether that mysterious powerhouse was still in Ningdu City. If located, he would express his deepest gratitude. As Mu Tianhan contemplated this, his daughter, Mu Qianxue, arrived. The recruitment officers from various academies instantly recognized her. She was the student who had awakened the Imperial-level Ice Element talent. An Imperial-level Natural Elemental talent is a seed student worthy of focused cultivation in any university. They all began to vie for her attention, presenting various enticing recruitment plans that made Mu Tianhan's heart race with excitement. However, Mu Qianxue bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude to the esteemed teachers, but added, I have already decided to attend Tiendo Academy. Among the various institutions, the support offered by Tiendo Academy was arguably the least generous. When they heard other academies promising numerous benefits to entice students, the recruitment officers from Tiendo Academy felt a sense of helplessness. For Tiendo Academy, the foundation of their training ultimately hinged upon students' performance on the battlefield, their achievements in combat. This was their guiding principle, unchangeable. Advantages for students had to be earned through their own endeavors. In previous years, Tiendo had offered compensations in other forms, and their recruitment criteria were not inferior to those of other academies. Who would have thought that this year, the other institutions would be so aggressive? The admissions officer from Tiendo Academy was on the verge of giving up when Mu Tianhan unexpectedly chose Tiendo Academy. Is what you say true? The teacher from Tiendo Academy stood up, astonished. Mu Qianxue nodded, saying, moreover, I will persuade Ning Can to join Tiendo Academy as well. Is it a buy one, get one free deal? The other academies, hearing this, became anxious, exclaiming, that's not how it works. They all began to plead, but Mu Qianxue remained resolute, declaring, "To protect my homeland and fight against enemies is my lifelong aspiration." I believe Ning Can shares the same sentiment. The various admissions officers were at a loss for words. Such ambition was indeed commendable, but did that mean both would attend Tiando Academy, merely to serve as background figures? The admissions officer from Tiando Academy was ecstatic. Just about to speak, when a sword's cry echoed outside the city lord's mansion, accompanied by golden flames engulfing the entire sky. Mu Tianhan's heart stirred. That was the formidable figure who had slain the Demon King. He hastily rose to welcome the guest. Oblivious to the dramatic change in the expressions of the other admissions officers, they exchanged glances and stepped forward. A stunning woman with an enchanting figure stood atop a massive sword, with a young man positioned behind her. "Are you waiting for him? He has already decided to join my Tian Academy. You may return now," Chinemo said, leaping down from the flying sword with Ning Can, addressing the admissions officers. One of them forced a smile and bowed to her, Director Chin. Chinemo nodded in acknowledgement. Mu Qianxue stared blankly at Ning Can and asked, "You are going to Tian Academy?" Receiving a confirming nod from Ning Can, Mu Qianxue fell silent for a moment, then said, "Very well," before turning to leave. The admissions officer from Tiando Academy sighed, while the other teachers exchanged knowing looks, understanding the situation. The young girl's public declaration indicated that Ning Can was likely inclined toward Tiando, only to be intercepted by a member of the Qin family. In retrospect, it was rather amusing. While they had not secured Ning Can, witnessing this scene was not in vain. As Ning Can exited the city lord's mansion, he intended to return home to pack his belongings before Chinemo would take him directly to the imperial capital. However, an unexpected figure stood in his path. Her frosty demeanor still adorned with a hint of softness, though her expression suggested confusion over some matter. This expression, on her otherwise icy face, gave her an almost dazed appearance. Perhaps this was the celebrated first beauty of the third school. Her heart was not as cold as she portrayed. "I still believe Tiando Academy is the most suitable place for you. Graduates of Tian Academy either enter politics or are assigned as city lords in various locales. Your talents should not be squandered in such a manner," Mu Qianxue earnestly stated, striving for one last effort. After speaking, she discreetly glanced around, anxious about being seen by the woman named Qin. Chapter 11. The Sword of the Unyielding Challenger. Ning Can's choices were, of course, his own affair, and Mu Qianxue could not interfere. Yet, she had her own understanding of life. She believed that Ning Can should flourish on the battlefield, hence her desire to make one final attempt. Ning Can pondered this, grasping Mu Qianxue's intentions. The girl was too straightforward. In her world, there was only black and white, right and wrong. She believed in absolutes. Ning Can had no desire to engage in a debate with her. He had long observed her purity, which implied a straightforward understanding of the world. "I have been attacked before," Ning Can said calmly. Mu Qianxue gasped, her eyes wide in surprise. Meeting her gaze, Ning Can remained composed. Even if he were to suddenly change his mind, he did not believe he had erred. "I was attacked by cultists of the evil god because I awakened a supreme grade talent. If there were no other options, I would choose Tiando, risking life and limb for a chance. However, going to Tian Academy would provide me protection." With that, Ning Can ceased speaking, his clear eyes fixed on Mu Qianxue. He owed her nothing more, and that sufficed. Mu Qianxue understood, or if not, it mattered little. Mu Qianxue was taken aback. The mention of evil god cultists and assassination was beyond her imagination. "I understand now. You are left with no choice, correct?" Her eyes brightened. Ning Can reflected, feeling he was not entirely without options. If he had known Chinemo was at Tian, he would have chosen her academy from the start. "Will you still go to the battlefield in the future?" Mu Qianxue inquired. "Indeed. There is no better place to earn bait points than on the battlefield," he replied without hesitation. Mu Qianxue nodded, then suddenly extended a hand, her little fingers slightly raised, her fingers as translucent as jade. "Is this a pinky promise? My mother said that if something is agreed upon, it must be fulfilled. I promised her I would stand tall, taking on responsibilities that men cannot bear. And I have been striving for that. Now can you promise me?" Mu Qianxue gazed earnestly at Ning Can. What was this? Coercive bargaining? Strangely compelled. Ning Can extended his pinky to intertwine with Mu Qianxue's. "Hee." The girl said solemnly yet playfully, "This is a promise. I will wait for you." The admissions officers of Tian Academy continued their recruitment, leaving Chinemo to escort Ning Can to the imperial capital via sword flight. As they sat upon the sword, Ning Can found himself reflecting on Mu Qianxue's serious demeanor at the end, as if they had made a lifelong pact over something so simple. He knew he would have to face the front lines eventually. Observing Chinmo's sword mastery, he asked, "Can your sister Qin teach me this sword technique? You should precede that with master." Ning Can often forgot to address Chinmo as master, and while she typically overlooked it, she would insist when reminded. Though he promised to remember next time, he frequently faltered. "This sword technique is not difficult, but without a sword affinity, it may prove challenging. Do you wish to learn? Call me master, sister, and I will teach you." Ning Can opened his mouth, but couldn't bring himself to say it. "Calling me master is fine. Calling me sister is acceptable, but master sister? As soon as Chin Imo uttered this, she regretted it, realizing the flirtatious undertone of the term. Fortunately, Ning Can did not call out. He did not. Chin Imo pursed her lips, feeling a bit vexed. If you don't call me, I won't teach you. Ning Can continued to struggle to utter those 4 words, but ultimately surrendered, wearing a resigned expression. He figured that once he arrived at Tian Academy, it shouldn't be too difficult to find the relevant texts. There is something I need to remind you about, Chin Imo said seriously, indicating the importance of the matter. Among the 7 great academies, only Tianshu and Tian are located in the imperial capital, which is unlike any other place. Under the emperor's watchful eye, one must be cautious not to offend the powerful, correct? Ning Can replied nonchalantly. Incorrect. One must not be lured by those in power. Chin Imo shot him a glance. You possess a supreme great talent. As long as you survive, your future is limitless. Those in power will go to great lengths to win you over with wealth and beauty. Whatever you can think of, they will pursue. As for offending them, let them try. What can they do? Chin Imo scoffed. Ning Can was taken aback. Was Tian Academy truly so fearless? What of the royal family? The royal family is best left alone. They are not to be trifled with. Chin Imo immediately shrank back. In this generation, several fierce individuals have emerged from the royal lineage, and it is wise to avoid provoking them whenever possible. Your supreme level talent, though rare in the imperial capital, is not singular. In essence, do not shy away from matters, but also refrain from instigating trouble. Ning Can nodded in understanding. He was not one to seek conflict, nor was he one to fear it. At this moment, Ning Can remained oblivious to the fact that the most troublesome individual in the imperial capital was his master, Chin Imo likewise. Chin Imo was unaware that while Ning Can claimed he would not stir trouble, he was indeed unafraid of it. Ning Can's expression shifted as he suddenly inquired, who possesses the strongest talent in today's world? The Princess Royal, Chin Imo replied. She is rumored to possess a talent so formidable that it may surpass even the supreme level. Chin Imo sighed. Ah, my dear Ning Can, should you provoke her, it would be wise to dig yourself a grave. Perhaps you might leave behind a whole corpse. How terrifying. Ning Can gasped. An image of a ruthless figure who relished dismembering others yet possessed extraordinary talent and strength flashed in his mind. He understood all too well that a perverse strong woman was even more daunting than a perverse strong man. I shall keep my distance from this Princess Royal. Ning Can solemnly resolved. Upon hearing this, Chin Imo could hardly contain her amusement, stifling her laughter. At that very moment, in a distant part of the imperial capital, a gentle-looking woman was embroidering. Suddenly, she yawned, and in a moment of distraction, pricked her finger. Grimacing, she squeezed a droplet of blood from her fingertip and, seeing no one around, stealthily brought it to her lips. Her demeanor was a blend of tenderness and a touch of adorability. I sense someone is speaking ill of me. Meanwhile, as Chin Imo guided Ning Can towards the imperial capital, she continued to instill in him a series of misguided perceptions. These erroneous beliefs would, in one way or another, influence Ning Can for quite some time. Despite his past life experiences, Ning Can did not perceive the ulterior motives of Chin Imo. Rather, he accepted her words with unwavering faith. Observing that Ning Can had fallen under her influence, Chin Imo beamed with delight. Chin Imo's speed upon her flying sword could not match that of an aerial spaceship, which could accelerate without concern for energy consumption. As Ning Can sat upon the sword, he listened to Chin Imo's misguided teachings while simultaneously accessing the system. With over 30,000 bait points, he could indulge in diamond fishing 3 times. First, he spent 3,000 bait points to extract source earth and source water, thus gathering all the necessary components for the source 5 elements battle body. With 2,800 points remaining, Ning Can contemplated, system, draw 2 diamond treasure chests. He decided to save the remaining 7,000 points for later. Once again, the jade-white fishing rod appeared before Ning Can's eyes. Fishing failed. Fishing successful. A diamond treasure chest materialized in Ning Can's hands. He opened it. Obtained a wooden sword of the unparalleled Du Gu Qiu Bai. Du Gu Qiu Bai's wooden sword. Using it grants insights into the swordsmanship of Du Gu Qiu Bai. Ning Can was elated. The high-level fishing yielded exceptional rewards. The swordsmanship insights from Du Gu Qiu Bai represented a lifetime of understanding from an extraordinary genius of another world. As Ning Can retrieved the wooden sword, countless profound insights into swordsmanship flooded his mind. His swordsmanship realm rapidly ascended. And once he fused it with the swordsmanship of this world, he would undoubtedly reach new heights. Chapter 12. You are more than just my master. Grasping the sword once more, Ning Can no longer perceived it as merely a wooden implement. With a sword in hand, none in the realm could stand against him. After stowing the wooden sword, Ning Can reflected and decided against hastily fusing the source earth and source water. The existence of the system was a secret not to be shared with anyone. He resolved to wait until he returned to school before merging them. Casting his gaze downward, he observed the picturesque mountains and rivers, confirming that this world was indeed as he had envisioned. Surrounded by malevolent beasts and fiends, each city was akin to an isolated island. Looking toward the distant horizon, he recalled tales of a celestial defense line known as the Starry Sky, where it stood against the encroaching evil of otherworldly creatures. Chinemo. Are there many cities like Ningdu City? Do all cities face annihilation when the beasts evolve? Ning Can inquired. Not necessarily, Chinemo replied. Ningdu City is merely too remote, and the city's lord lacks sufficient strength to contend with the evolving beasts. Most cities have protective measures in place, and the imperial capital will strive to provide assistance. Ning Can nodded, grasping the unspoken implications of Chinmo's words. To strive to assist inevitably meant there would be limitations to that assistance. The boy behind them suddenly fell silent. Chinemo turned to observe him. He gazed vacantly at the mountains and rivers below, his calm demeanor betraying no emotion. As the flying sword traversed the sky, they passed over cities reduced to ruins and plains teeming with ferocious beasts. The gentle breeze tousled the boy's hair. A thought crossed Ning Can's mind. If a city were besieged by a tide of beasts, could he assume the form of a complete Susanoo and defend it? The likelihood seemed slim. The phrase tide of beasts was no jest. It truly involved a relentless surge of malevolent creatures. While his complete Susanoo could ensure his personal safety and was well suited for large-scale battlefields, safeguarding an entire city was a different matter altogether. However, the prospect of accumulating bait points was undeniably enticing. What if he added the reincarnation eye into the mix? If the Earth explosion star wouldn't work, he would invoke the heavenly trembling star. I shall summon meteorites from the heavens. One would suffice, but if one failed, he would conjure two. What are you thinking? Chinemo inquired, puzzled by his alternating expressions of frowning and smiling. Nothing, the boy replied, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Yet, when his gaze fell upon the wilderness filled with malevolent beasts, a glimmer of madness flickered in his eyes. How many bait points can one earn on the battlefield? If I cleanse the entire 9 provinces of its beasts, wouldn't that yield even greater rewards? No rush, no rush. There is plenty of time ahead. Days passed as they resided upon the flying sword, and aside from admiring the scenery, Ning Can dedicated himself to cultivation. Upon breaking through to the late stage of the First Realm, he finally beheld the imperial capital. As the heart of the 9 provinces, the imperial capital sprawled before him like a colossal beast from myth, a grand spectacle representing the pinnacle of architectural artistry in this world. However, as they neared the imperial capital, Ning Can noticed a shift in Chinmo's demeanor. She no longer chattered incessantly, but instead flew silently with a stoic expression. The speed of the flying sword had noticeably slowed, unlike their previous hurried journey, as though she was torn between the desire to return and the reluctance to do so. Recalling Chinmo's earlier words about coming here to recuperate and hide from certain matters, they approached the city gate for inspection. Chinmo led Ning Can to Tianquan Academy, where a throng of individuals awaited, most of whom appeared to be faculty members. At the forefront stood a woman strikingly similar to Chinmo, possessing the same statuesque stature yet exuding an air of authority. From the moment Ning Can laid eyes on her, he recognized her as someone of high standing, accustomed to issuing commands. The flying sword came to a halt, yet Chinmo did not dismount. Noticing this, Ning Can obediently remained seated upon the sword. You still remember to come back? Chinbai regarded Chinmo with an expression devoid of discernible emotion. If my sister does not welcome me, I shall simply turn and leave. What is the meaning of bringing this entourage? To intimidate me? With a smile, Chinmo turned to Ning Can and asked, Little apprentice, if I were to leave, what about you? Ning Can gazed at Chinmo, noticing that despite her smiling face, her eyes were filled with trepidation. What was she afraid of? With a slight smile, Ning Can replied without hesitation, Of course, I will accompany my master. Perhaps there were past grievances, conflicts, or misunderstandings. Ning Can did not concern himself with such matters. In this moment, his only priority was to resolutely stand by Sister Chinmo's side. A student of supreme talent departing from Tianquan Academy would undoubtedly render the institution a subject of ridicule. Some teachers, sensing the gravity of the situation, hesitated to speak up, their voices stifled by the imposing presence of Chinbai in front of them. This was not a show of intimidation but a welcoming ceremony. A gesture to greet your return to Tianquan and to extend an apology. Chinbai shook his head. An apology? Why doesn't that old man come himself? Chinmo sneered in response. Chinmo, you cannot always live with such sharp edges. Your father has his own difficulties, and please show him some respect. Stop calling him that old man. Chinbai admonished, his brows knitted together. I shall continue to call him that old man. What can you do about it, sister? Chinmo retorted defiantly. This welcome ceremony is of no interest to me. Step aside, I intend to pass. Chinbai and Chinmo exchanged glances for a long moment before Chinbai finally stepped aside, allowing Chinmo to soar forward on her sword. The welcome ceremony concluded with an anticlimactic whimper, leaving the teachers to sigh softly. Alas, teacher Chinmo remains as temperamental as ever, quick to turn on those around her. The principal's family is quite the handful. Even reconciliation requires a series of twists and turns. Ning Can, seated upon his flying sword, began to comprehend the situation. Although the background remained somewhat unclear, it was evident that this family was obstinate. The father who had yet to appear must have sanctioned such a grand welcome, otherwise, it would hardly have transpired. The sister, who had made her presence known, evidently wished to express her apology, yet showed no sign of humility throughout the ordeal. Ultimately, if Sister Chin Imo truly harbored grievances in her heart, she would not have returned. A family of stubborn mules. Nevertheless, one thing was clear. Sister Chin Imo had likely endured her share of injustices in the past. There is something I neglected to mention, Chin Imo suddenly said. I have offended many in the past, and you may find yourself troubled by some as my disciple. You should have mentioned this sooner, sister. You ought to have warned me before I called you master. Ning Can thought, though he imagined Chin Imo would have said, it's not too late to sever our master-disciple bond. Yet, it was not at all like her to say that. With a sigh, Ning Can stepped forward and gently embraced Chin Imo. Her curvaceous figure felt soft and light in his arms, yet he harbored no ulterior thoughts. You are not merely my master. You are also my sister. Whatever troubles arise, I shall shoulder them with you. Any grievances, I will seek to rectify. Chin Imo stared at Ning Can, her expression a tapestry of emotions. Chapter 13. The Provocation of the Student Council, a single move to defeat the enemy. In the afternoon, as the life instructor was arranging housing for Ning Can, he found himself somewhat dazed. He had been kissed. Truth be told, Chin Imo had indeed stirred something within him, be it her figure, personality, or other qualities. Yet, he had always restrained himself, and this kiss seemed to herald a subtle shift. This student, endowed with supreme talent, enjoys the highest privileges in our school. What kind of living environment do you desire? The life instructor interrupted Ning Can's reverie. Essentially, I'm to choose where I want to live, and you are responsible for constructing that space for me? Truly, the perks of supreme talent are splendid. No need for any fuss. I prefer to live alone. A personal single room will suffice. The life instructor nodded, beaming as he remarked, indeed. A typical sentiment from one of supreme talent, not one to indulge excessively. What a commendable student. The arrangement for his accommodation was confirmed, a single room. Interestingly, a fellow student also resided next door, another individual of supreme talent. Ah, just like you, expressing a desire for solitude and a personal small room. You two are bound to get along splendidly, the life instructor chirped. In truth, Ning Can preferred a neighborless existence. With circumstances as they were, he made no objections. After settling into his room, Ning Can approached the door next door, contemplating whether to introduce himself. He knocked gently. No response. Perhaps the occupant was not yet home. He would have to wait to greet them later. Having just entered the academy, Ning Can had a plethora of matters to attend to. Once those were completed, a strikingly handsome young man with long hair, exuding a near-androgynous charm, stood before Ning Can's door. After taking a deep breath, the young man's expression turned cold. Hello, I am your neighbor. If it's not necessary, I advise you to relocate. Why? No reason. I simply dislike having neighbors, even those with supreme talent. Indeed, if he were to become irate, a confrontation would be unavoidable. Yuan Songhai pumped himself up, took another deep breath, and knocked on the door once more. Still no answer? Not home yet. A myriad of expressions flickered across Yuan Songhai's face before he sighed, deciding to wait until the occupant returned. Upon entering his own dormitory, Yuan Songhai was taken aback by the overwhelming presence of pink, predominantly feminine items scattered throughout the room. After a long afternoon, Ning Can finally completed all the enrollment formalities. He ordered dinner and sat alone in the cafeteria, lost in his thoughts. Suddenly, someone sat down beside him, speaking with an air of familiarity. I'm Shinjin. I've heard you possess supreme talent. That is indeed a remarkable endowment, and your future is bound to be bright. Ning Can was about to respond with a smile, but before he could utter a word, Shinjin continued. However, how could you choose to be mentored by that woman, Chin Imo? Ning Can's expression grew somber. Yet Shinjin, seemingly oblivious to the change, continued. I see great potential in you. Why not heed your senior's advice? What do you wish to convey? Ning Can inquired. Dissociate from teacher Chin Imo. The academy has numerous instructors for you to choose from. With your talent, many formidable teachers would welcome you. There's no need to cling to a single tree, is there? Shinjin smiled amiably. Many teachers more formidable than Chin Imo. Is Tianquan Academy truly that remarkable? Are supreme talents as common as dirt? Ning Can gradually set down his chopsticks and responded. And what if I refuse? Then, perhaps some unpleasant incidents may occur. Shinjin said, a hint of regret in his voice. I look forward to it, Ning Can replied with a slight smile. Shinjin offered a gentle smile, sighed, and vacated his seat, seemingly disappointed at the lack of agreement. Ning Can's smile gradually faded, a glint of coldness emerging in his eyes. It appeared that Sister Chin Imo had quite a few adversaries within the academy. He had barely arrived, and already someone was eager to stir up trouble. Ning Can suddenly recalled Chin Imo's earlier words. In the academy, peace and friendship do not exist. Only strength compels obedience. He nodded, convinced that Chin Imo had spoken the truth. At the very least, the atmosphere at Tianquan Academy indeed seemed to favor such an approach. At the entrance of the cafeteria, a sudden commotion drew the attention of onlookers. A student stood there, brandishing a placard that read, Challenge the Supreme Talent, Ning Can. Events connected to supreme talents invariably attract a great deal of interest, and this instance was no exception. The challenger was none other than Nong Xiangyang, a second-year student. Was it not unusual for an upperclassman to challenge a freshman? After all, this was a supreme talent, a far cry from an ordinary newcomer. Tianquan Academy has a long-standing tradition of challenges, even supported by the institution itself, which established a list of prodigies. However, challenges typically occur from the weak to the strong, from freshmen to upperclassmen. This reversal of roles, an upperclassman challenging a freshman, was indeed peculiar. Nonetheless, the crowd was eager to witness how Ning Can, as a supreme talent, would respond to such a challenge. Would he accept or decline? Surely, he would decline, right? It seemed rather excessive of Nong Xiangyang. No matter how gifted one might be, they had only just awakened their potential. To challenge now felt almost malicious. Truly, what a loss of face. Yet, others shook their heads, acknowledging the reasoning, but feeling disappointed if Ning Can were to refuse. They would think, perhaps, that supreme talent was not all it was cracked up to be. Ning Can gathered his utensils and strode confidently to the entrance of the cafeteria, meeting the expectant gazes of the crowd. I accept this challenge. So, shall we fight here or on the challenge platform? He declared. Nong Xiangyang grinned widely. Right here will suffice. It's just a few moves to settle this matter. No need to go all the way to the platform. Ning Can nodded in agreement. Nong Xiangyang, possessing a king-level talent, was akin to a diamond, while Ning Can boasted a supreme-level talent, akin to the Sharingan. Tossing aside the placard, Nong Xiangyang's gaze sharpened as he stomped heavily on the ground, propelling himself towards Ning Can in an instant with formidable explosive power. Kid, no matter how strong your talent, at this moment, you've just awakened. You're at best at the first realm, while I'm at the third. Talent does not equate to strength. Be smart about this, kid. Caught off guard by the sudden burst of speed, the once confident Nong Xiangyang was taken aback, unable to react in time. With a sinister grin, he launched a punch at Ning Can. He connected, yet felt no substantial impact. It was an illusion. Alarmed, Nong Xiangyang suddenly felt a searing pain in his abdomen and was sent flying. He spat out blood, and despite his robust physique, withstanding Ning Can's lightning slash nearly left him gravely injured. As the Chidori in Ning Can's hand dissipated, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Nong Xiangyang, a third realm talent, had been defeated in a single move by Ning Can. Chapter 14. Hey, Ning Can, come out for a drink. This nonchalant demeanor utterly overshadowed Nong Xiangyang. This was the brilliance a supreme talent should possess. Ning Can, unfazed by the crowd's gaze, understood this was merely the beginning. Many days lay ahead. As he walked past Nong Xiangyang, he patted his shoulder. Take care of your injuries. I look forward to your next challenge. This unmistakably humiliating gesture caused Nong Xiangyang's face to flush crimson, unable to suppress another spurt of blood. The onlookers interpreted the scene differently. He is so gentle. I adore him. Strong, gentle, and graceful. How can I not love him? On the way back, Ning Can contemplated his day and decided to head to the library. By the time night fell, he found Yuan Songhai, clad in an adorable pink plush pajama set, waiting at his door. He hasn't returned yet. Surely he isn't planning to stay out all night? Just starting college and already out late? Yuan Songhai grimaced in disdain. Who are you? A voice unexpectedly came from behind. Yuan Songhai's expression shifted as he glanced down at his own cute pink pajamas, then back at Ning Can wordlessly. He retreated to his room, shutting and locking the door in one swift motion. Ning Can stood there, bewildered, struggling to comprehend. He recalled that the information on the resident across the hall indicated he was male. Why would a boy wear pink plush pajamas? Such a unique preference. Yuan Songhai, hearing this from his room, gritted his teeth, fists clenched, desperately resisting the urge to rush out and thrash him. He had merely stepped out in his pajamas for a bit of fresh air, wondering when his new neighbor would arrive. And, as fate would have it, here he was. Should he go out and confront him? Perhaps he could use intimidation or temptation to drive him away. After a long period of plotting, Yuan Songhai flopped onto his bed, covering himself with the blanket, utterly vexed. Ning Can sat on his bed, reflecting on the events of the day. Nong Xiangyang wasn't as weak as he appeared. His defeat stemmed from overconfidence. Had he been more cautious, Ning Can could still have emerged victorious, but it wouldn't have been so effortless. Strengthening oneself is the undeniable truth. There are bound to be more challenges ahead, but there's no rush. Let us continue to play. Ning Can retrieved the source soil and source water, beginning the process of fusion and refinement. After half a day, once he had completely refined them, a change occurred in the physical attributes section of his personal panel. Source 5 elements battle body, king level talent. The 5 elements counteract, increasing resistance to the 5 elemental forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, enhancing damage dealt by these elements, and mastering the powers of all 5 elements. Increases cultivation speed by 32 times. Fusion of wind, thunder, light, darkness, and sound can advance to supreme level talent. Pseudo-chaotic body constitution. Pseudo-chaotic body. Increased resistance to all elements. Enhanced damage from all elements. Mastery over all elements. Increases cultivation speed by 1,000 times. Ning Can opened his eyes, slowly clenched his fists as a surge of powerful energy coursed through him. His realm also advanced alongside the enhancement of his physique, breaking through to the second realm. With this, I am better equipped to handle what lies ahead. Ning Can smirked. The subsequent pseudo-chaotic body seemed excessively powerful. A supreme constitution still bore the label pseudo. If that were removed, would it not be divine? Ning Can inhaled sharply, his gaze drifting to the 7,000 bait points displayed on the system screen. With a decisive clap of his hands, he shook his head, deciding to hold off for now. Ning Can closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. The finest form of cultivation should be through battle. Acquiring bait points necessitates combat, and I need to devise some strategies. Ning Can murmured to himself. After a long day of busyness, Chinbai arrived at the principal's office. Inside, an elderly man sat by the window, gazing serenely and contemplatively at the world outside. The night had fallen, yet it could not obscure the beauty of the campus reflected in the elder's eyes. As one ages, they often find solace in reminiscing about the past, those glorious, beautiful moments replaying in their minds as if they happened just yesterday. The elder spoke with a tone of nostalgia. Chinbai listened quietly. Is Mo unwilling to see me? The elder inquired. Chinbai nodded, sighing. She doesn't wish to come. I contemplated pressing her, but at least she still chooses to remain at Tianquan Academy. That is heartening news. You are right. The elder replied, coughing lightly as he covered his mouth. Concern flickered in Chinbai's eyes, yet he remained silent. The elder continued. I heard that Mo brought along that supreme talent when she came today. Perhaps you could meet him if time permits. Chinbai nodded. I am aware. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, do you believe you were in the wrong regarding the past events? The elderly man gazed out the window, offering no reply. Chinbai sighed, shook his head, and exited. Is this why you contacted me? To let me hear such things? Tell me. That old man still refuses to admit his mistakes? You all did the right thing? Chinmo's voice resonated through the communication device. I do not believe the old man was right. I also think my father was wrong, Chinbai replied coolly. You think it's futile? The old man won't concede. He still believes he is in the right. Chinmo's voice, devoid of any discernible emotion, echoed. Why must you insist on my father acknowledging his faults? He knows he was wrong, but he simply cannot bring himself to admit it. He knows nothing. And you, Chinbai, don't think that your constant attempts to mediate make you right. You are the most hypocritical of all. You appear to stand on my side and the old man's, yet from beginning to end, you only stand for yourself. The communication device clicked off. You even included me in the scolding. Chinbai sighed, his face etched with sorrow. Do I bear such resentment from you as well? Since when did this begin? Was it because I didn't help her back then? After standing still for a long while, Chinbai shook his head. This conversation cannot continue. It seems I truly must speak with Ning Can. In Ning Can's dormitory, as he practiced, the communication device buzzed. It was Mo. What are you doing? Practicing? What nonsense. I'm giving you an opportunity. Come out and drink with me. You have 10 minutes, so hurry. Mo provided a location before abruptly disconnecting the call. With the situation being what it was, Ning Can had no choice but to comply. By the time Ning Can arrived, Mo was already in high spirits, drunkenly complaining. Why did you arrive so late? Do you know it's almost dawn? Why didn't you mention it was almost dawn when you called me out to drink? Ning Can retorted, perhaps it would be more fitting to say you summoned me to clean up your mess? As he spoke, Ning Can scooped Mo up, preparing to leave. At that moment, the owner of the establishment stepped forward. If you plan to leave, you need to settle the bill first. Ning Can glanced at Mo, who gave him a cheeky smile while blowing bubbles. With no other option, Ning Can paid for Mo's drinks. Next time you call me out for drinks, I will absolutely refuse. Chapter 15, Learning the Way of the Sword. Teachers like Mo had their own independent dormitory buildings. Ning Can carried Mo downstairs, providing extensive explanations and making countless assurances before the attendant finally allowed him entry. As he laid Mo on the bed, he took a moment to appreciate her languorous beauty. It must be said, Mo was truly a captivating enchantress. With her hair tousled, she lay on the bed, seemingly parched, occasionally extending her tongue to moisten her lips. Ning Can could not help but swallow hard. What a predicament. He poured a glass of water and placed it on Mo's bedside before turning to leave. When the first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the small room, Mo stirred, rubbing her head as memories of the previous night's drunken escapades flooded her mind, ultimately settling on the glass of water at her bedside. That annoying little brother. Mo smiled faintly, lifting the water glass and downing its contents in one go. The next day, Ning Can heard of a teacher who taught swordsmanship and made a special trip to attend the class. Swordsmanship is a path steeped in lethal rigor, demanding exceptionally high standards. First and foremost is talent. Without an innate aptitude for the sword, no amount of effort will suffice. Secondly, one must possess a resolute spirit, believing that with a sword in hand, one can conquer any challenge that arises. On the podium, Bai Chun, as always, lectured on the fundamentals of sword cultivation, and, as usual, few were inclined to listen. These foundational concepts are often only grasped after a sword practitioner has traversed many winding paths. However, Bai Chun was not inclined to elaborate. Those who wished to listen could do so, and those who did not could simply disregard it. It was merely a means to pass the time. Who couldn't he do that, were it not for the presence of a single student who was attentively listening? Bai Chun might have concluded the class right then and there. Yet, that student, a strikingly handsome youth in white attire, remained steadfastly engaged throughout. Even as those around him succumbed to drowsiness, he diligently took notes. His dedication was evident, not merely a fleeting whim, Bai-chun mused inwardly. Given that someone was willing to listen, Bai-chun naturally felt compelled to elaborate a bit more. Yet some students seemed unwilling to heed his words. Teacher, we came to learn formidable sword techniques. What use are these theoretical discussions? A student raised his hand and interjected. Anger flickered across Bai-chun's face. Not only were they inattentive, but they also sought to disrupt. Just as he was about to unleash his ire, the diligent student interjected, without a firm foundation. Without thoroughly understanding theoretical knowledge, how can one hope to grow stronger? You know swordsmanship is powerful, that techniques can be incisive, but do you understand why they are so? If you know nothing, how can you wield a sword? Upon hearing the student's words, Bai-chun's expression softened with gratitude. Beginners in swordsmanship often idolize powerful techniques, only to come to appreciate the importance of fundamentals after traversing countless obstacles. After so many years, a promising student had finally emerged. The last one to recognize the significance of theoretical foundations had been that girl, Chin-emo. How eloquent. Do you think that when you engage in combat, discussing theory will help you defeat your opponent? The student scoffed. All right, today's lesson ends here, Bai-chun said coldly. If you're unwilling to listen, I have no desire to teach. With that, Bai-chun turned on his heel and departed. Believing he had won, the student smugly gestured to Ning Can, who paid him no mind as he packed his notes and exited. Hey, you're quite bold. Do you know who he is? Who? The student replied dismissively. This year, our academy has welcomed a prodigy of supreme talent. Did you know? The student nodded, his expression shifting as realization dawned. I know, it can't be him, right? But even if he is talented, he is still a freshman. What can he do? That genius goes by the name Ning Can. He defeated the student council's Nong Xianyang in a single move. The events of the previous night had begun to circulate, with more individuals becoming aware of the formidable strength of the new student, Ning Can. Upon hearing this, the student's complexion paled. To defeat Nong Xianyang in one move, such a figure was far beyond his reach. Suddenly, his face drained of color. As others looked on in amusement, they could not help but recall Ning Can's earlier assertion. Was it possible that foundational theoretical knowledge truly held such importance? If Ning Can were but an ordinary individual, his opinions would be dismissed as mere folly. But he was not. His insights commanded respect. A teacher who had seemingly forgotten something and returned to retrieve it observed the scene with a stern expression, lost in thought. As Ning Can exited the lecture hall, he pondered the concepts discussed in class while reflecting on what he had seen in the library, ultimately integrating his understanding of the sword path inspired by the legendary Duguchyobai. The two worlds of swordsmanship gradually coalesced into Ning Can's unique interpretation of the art. Ning Can, wait a moment, Bai-chun suddenly called out, intercepting Ning Can. Are you contemplating the matters discussed in class? Bai-chun observed Ning Can's pensive expression, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his face. Ning Can found it somewhat peculiar that the teacher had halted him for a reason. However, upon hearing the teacher's inquiry, he replied, Indeed, I have some confusion regarding what you lectured on in class. Oh, Bai-chun was genuinely surprised. Speak, and I shall see if I can provide clarity. The teacher had mentioned that a swordsman should be unyielding, which Ning Can interpreted as a necessity for the swordsman to cultivate a resolute spirit, thereby enabling their sword techniques to be fierce and decisive. Yet, he pondered, if one were to be unwaveringly rigid, would that not contradict the initial intent? After all, there exists the concept of the soft sword within the realm of swords. The more Bai-chun listened, the more astonished he became, his expression reflecting increasing satisfaction. What you seek, you must discover for yourself. Each individual possesses their own unique sword path. The principle of being unyielding is but the first layer. The quest for one's own sword path constitutes the second layer. Your understanding of the sword path is already uniquely your own, rendering theoretical knowledge unnecessary. Pausing for a moment, Bai-chun continued, Would you be interested in becoming my disciple? I could teach you the way of the sword. Ning Can shook his head and responded, Thank you, teacher, but I already have a master. Ah, you are still a newcomer, are you not? How swiftly this has transpired. Who is your master? Bai-chun inquired, as the distinction between a teacher and a master was significant. Bai-chun appeared somewhat astonished. Nevertheless, it matters not. I shall approach your teacher. A talent such as yours ought not to squander the path of the sword. Your supreme level aptitude must surely be connected to the sword, yes? However, it was not Chin-emo. Upon uttering her name, Ning Can noticed Bai-chun, who had previously considered taking him as a disciple, suddenly fall silent. Sister Chin-emo holds considerable influence at Tianquan Academy. Ning Can mused quietly to himself. Chapter 16. The conclusion of supreme level talent's invincibility. No matter. One need not be my disciple to learn the way of the sword from me. Would you be interested in mastering sword control? The kind that allows one to soar through the skies. Bai-chun smiled. Ning Can's eyes instantly lit up, and he nodded decisively. Such profound skills would likely not be taught by a master, nor would they dare to, for fear that the madwoman might come knocking. Teaching basic sword control should pose no issue. Bai-chun, ever eager to nurture talent, could not resist imparting knowledge to this unrefined gem that was Ning Can. This also aligned perfectly with Ning Can's desires. Bai Chun recognized the essence of innate talent and the saying that the heavens did not give birth to Ning Can. For the sword path stretches eternally like a long night. Within only a few practice sessions, Ning Can adeptly wielded the flying sword. After several more exercises, he was already capable of using the sword to engage in combat. This was all thanks to the insights imparted by the legendary figure, Bai, who had entered the path through the sword. His comprehension of the sword path provided immense assistance to Ning Can. At this moment, in terms of sword path mastery, Ning Can even surpassed Bai Chun. However, Ning Can needed to integrate this understanding with the sword path of this world. By grasping the essential elements, Ning Can could swiftly comprehend and penetrate the depths of the sword path. This resulted in others perceiving his sword talent as though he were endowed with extraordinary abilities. Your talent in the sword path is truly unparalleled in my lifetime, Bai Chun exclaimed in admiration. Deep within, Bai Chun could not help but yearn to pass on the profound sword path to Ning Can. He believed that Ning Can would undoubtedly inherit it flawlessly and elevate it to new heights. Yet, after some contemplation, he dared not proceed. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Ning Can expressed politely. Bai Chun nodded with a smile, his heart bleeding internally. He even considered whether he could confront Qin Mo and emerge victorious, thereby securing Ning Can as his disciple. As Ning Can gradually distanced himself, Bai Chun's resolve grew ever more steadfast. For the sake of this prodigy, who illuminated the sword path like a beacon in the endless night, what was the harm in taking a risk? On his way back, Ning Can felt exhilarated. Was there any flying posture more magnificent than sword control? I await your response with urgency. Ning Can, I challenge you. Do you dare accept? A figure suddenly halted Ning Can on the path, pointing at him and declaring loudly, another one of these challenges? Is there not a more novel approach? Ning Can smiled slightly. 1 hour earlier, during a student council meeting, the management gathered, with the exception of the council president. Gnome Xiangyang stood at the forefront, explaining the details of the recent combat encounter. I saw that fellow standing there, charging toward him with all his might, only to realize it was but an illusion. Following that, I was struck with a single blow that rendered me incapable of continuing the fight. After Gnome Xiangyang's explanation, the management fell into contemplation. Current intelligence indicated that the so-called Ning Can possessed a unique awakening of supreme-level talent, belonging to a special category, one that is most troublesome, capable of immense strength or abysmal weakness, yet its abilities were difficult to decipher. Thus far, his demonstrated abilities included summoning giant pure energy entities, creating illusions, and controlling lightning. Truly a formidable supreme-level ability, Shen Lu remarked, rapping his knuckles on the table. He will be difficult to deal with. If we wish to confront Ning Can, I suggest we proceed with caution. The growth of supreme-level talent is exceedingly rapid. Yuan Songhai serves as a cautionary tale. Let us employ a wheel battle strategy. Shen Lu suddenly proposed, suggesting that they uncover his combat intelligence through this method and ultimately strike the final blow. Such a plan may prove futile. The power of illusions and lightning is sufficient to defeat many opponents. A member of the management shook his head in analysis. Simply dispatch individuals who are not susceptible to illusions, Shen Lu replied with a grin. That would likely render us a laughingstock, would it not? Another member hesitated. Shen Lu shook his head. No. Victory and defeat define the narrative. Only the vanquished are made jest of. The previous student council members were trampled by Yuan Songhai one by one. Yet in the end, who among them remembers their defeat when they became honored seniors upon graduation? Despite Shen Lu's assertions, the other members remained somewhat hesitant. Or, you could take matters into your own hands. If you can defeat Ning Can, we need not resort to such tactics. Shen Lu spread his arms, his tone resigned. Ultimately, more than half of the management raised their hands in agreement. Shen Lu stood, smiling. The failures of the previous generation do not dictate the present. We shall bring an end to the invincibility of supreme-level talent. With a celestial-level talent, exhibiting myriad transformations, immune to illusions, and focused on unpredictable and varied attacks. Upon realizing this, Ning Can chose to forego the use of illusions. The formidable observational and mimicking abilities of the Sharingan allowed him to anticipate and evade his opponent's movements, even countering with their own actions. The observing members of the student council could not help but gasp in astonishment. He possesses not only illusions, but also the ability to mimic and learn. His eyes hold such remarkable talent. Continue observing. This is crucial combat intelligence. Shen Lu's expression grew solemn. Ning Can's awakened talent was exceptionally formidable. Fortunately, they could still manage it. As his abilities were gradually unveiled, he would inevitably trample the student council beneath his feet. Soon, Ning Can decisively defeated the challenger. In terms of strength, he was still not as formidable as Gnome Xiangyang from the previous day. Did they truly believe that targeting me with illusions could secure victory? Ning Can contemplated this, pondering an alternative explanation. Perhaps they aimed to exhaust him through a wheel battle while simultaneously gathering intelligence on his combat capabilities? When the time was right, they would strike decisively. Ning Can's expression grew peculiar. Was this not an invitation for him to trample them? In the subsequent days, Ning Can diligently attended classes while seeking guidance from teacher Bai Chun to refine his swordsmanship. As his proficiency in the art of the sword flourished remarkably, he maintained his routine of visiting the library each day. After classes, he would face challengers sent by the student council. With the increasing strength of these challengers, Ning Can found himself employing a wider array of abilities, encompassing illusions, mimicry, control of lightning, and the elemental forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, among others. However, he refrained from utilizing Amaterasu and Susanoo, as these were merely challenges, not life-and-death duels. As time passed, more students at Tianquan Academy became aware of Ning Can. He had faced multiple challenges from student council members right after enrolling, yet he emerged victorious each time. Handsome and exceptionally talented, his formidable strength made him akin to a legendary figure stepping into reality. Who among the women would not be enamored? Amidst the continuous challenges, he encountered formidable opponents, and the intensity of these battles enabled him to successfully break through to the third realm. The entire management of the student council was left bewildered. What was initially anticipated to conclude within 3 to 4 days had now stretched into nearly a week. They wondered how it was possible for Ning Can to showcase an ever-expanding repertoire of abilities, like a trump card, revealing one after another. This supreme-level talent is truly monstrous, exclaimed a student council manager, Ryūjin, unable to contain his frustration. Shinlu shook his head, stating, "This is only to be expected. Think of the president, and it won't seem so outrageous." Upon reflection, the others concurred. Compared to the president's extraordinary capabilities, Ning Can seemed almost ordinary. Although his supreme-level talent was indeed powerful, the diversity of his skills rendered him less specialized, suggesting he could be defeated. However, no one is willing to challenge Ning Can anymore, another manager, newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter, lamented with a wry smile. The challengers were all second-year students, and for them, defeating someone with a supreme-level talent would bring considerable acclaim. Regardless of the ethics involved, the world would remember who had bested Ning Can, the one with the supreme-level talent. Yet, it was quite embarrassing to bully a freshman and end up being defeated. If there was a chance of victory, some might still be inclined to try, but the prospect of merely offering their heads as trophies was hardly appealing. Shinlu, feeling powerless, looked at the group of managers and suggested, "Why don't you all take a turn?" The managers exchanged glances, quickly shaking their heads in refusal. It wasn't that they feared defeat. Rather, they were already in their third year. To challenge Ning Can, regardless of the outcome, would be tantamount to trampling their own dignity. Moreover, you, Shinlu, are the vice president of the student council. Why don't you step up? After a meeting, they failed to reach any consensus, and Shinlu unexpectedly discovered that he was at a loss when it came to Ning Can. Was the awakening of a supreme-level talent truly this formidable? Even if the third-year students were reluctant to intervene, there were still others capable of contending with Ning Can. While it was unnecessary to mention the first-year students, who regarded Ning Can as their absolute idol, there were also many second-year students among the ranks of prodigies. Should they choose to engage, they could undoubtedly triumph over Ning Can. However, after much contemplation, Shinlu still could not devise a method to persuade them to take action. If only the president would step in, Ning Can would surely be no threat. One manager lamented. The current predicament of the student council was undeniably awkward, as they possessed a president capable of suppressing all dissenting students, yet she seemed uninterested in the affairs at hand. Shinlu shook his head, realizing they would have to rely on themselves. Meanwhile, Ning Can made his customary visit to the library. "Ah, you're back, little Ning." The librarian greeted him with a cheerful smile. "Indeed, I've brought some wine. Grandpa Kong, would you like to share a drink after your shift?" "What a question. I've prepared some snacks to accompany the wine." The librarian, an elderly gentleman, seemed particularly loquacious after hours, perhaps due to the silence imposed during work. Ning Can often timed his library visits to coincide with the end of the old man's shift, enjoying a few exchanges as they walked together. Over time, they had established a comfortable rapport. Ning Can frequently sought the elder's assistance in locating elusive books, which the enthusiastic Grandpa Kong readily provided. In return, Ning Can would often treat him to drinks, listening to tales of amusing incidents from the past involving students. Let us continue our previous conversation. Chinemo, our vice president, had an exceptionally high talent back then, yet she was focused solely on her training, and her sister was known for causing trouble everywhere. From Grandpa Kong's words, Ning Can gradually piece together an image of a headstrong girl prone to mischief, deepening his understanding of Sister Chin-mo. Combining Grandpa Kong's descriptions, Ning Can gleaned insights into the events that transpired in Sister Chin's past. The rift with her family and her subsequent departure to Ningdu City remained unclear to him. As Grandpa Kong was also in the dark, it was quite sudden. The two sisters had a falling out, and teacher Chin-mo declared she would never return to Tianquan Academy, the elder recounted. At that time, Sister Chin was already a teacher. Ning Can nodded, smiling as he remarked, "It seems the academy has witnessed many amusing events in the past. Our formidable teachers were quite different during their student days. Oh, I've been at Tianquan Academy for so many years, watching them grow. In a few years, I'll be recounting your amusing tales to others as well." Ning Can laughed heartily, saying, I must create a few more significant events to give you ample stories to share, while also boasting to the younger generation about my exploits. After parting ways with Grandpa Kong, Ning Can walked alone, deep in thought. According to the Elder S account, Chin Mo possessed an extraordinary talent, classified as imperial level. Being the principal's daughter, having grown accustomed to a life of impunity, she was now a teacher at the school, and virtually all younger faculty had experienced her bullying during their student years. The most unfortunate among them was Bai Chun, who taught Ning Can swordsmanship. Once renowned as a swordsmanship prodigy, he often proclaimed, "As long as the sword exists, so too shall I. If the sword falls, so shall I." However, that declaration ceased after Chin Mo seized his sword to roast a chicken. "Sister Chin Mo, you had your fun back then. Yet I now find myself in quite a predicament." Ning Can shook his head, pondering how it was no wonder that Shen Lu was so eager to align the student council against him. Clearly, there were teachers behind the scenes stirring the pot. While striving to avoid malicious interpretations, Ning Can chose to consider the situation from a positive perspective. Perhaps those teachers were not seeking revenge, but merely seizing an opportunity to vent a bit of frustration. Yet, even the smallest pranks could pose significant challenges for Ning Can, who was still a student. If only I could claim an Imperial Marquis title, who would dare to trip me up then? He mused. With such a title, many overt obstacles would vanish, especially the challenges from the student council. After contemplating this, Ning Can decided to shelve that thought for the time being. The warning inscribed on the imperial decree still echoed in his mind. Exercise caution. Being too ostentatious may lead to trouble. Even Chin Mo, with her supreme level talent, had only ever claimed to possess an imperial level gift. Furthermore, the challenges from the student council provided a certain thrill. There was joy to be found in competition. Upon returning to the dormitory, he was met with the icy gaze of Chin Mo, who stood tall in a black knitted sweater, glaring at him. "Oh, back already?" Ning Chan had never before encountered such an expression on Chin Mo's face. Upon reflection, she couldn't recall having offended her recently, although she felt no guilt. The look on Chin Mo's face left Ning Chan somewhat uneasy. "What is wrong with you? Who am I to you?" Chin Mo spoke coldly. Ning Chan found herself momentarily at a loss for words. "Sister? Tenant? Master? Revered teacher?" She ventured tentatively. Chin Mo swiftly seized Ning Chan's ear, her voice laced with indignation. "So you do recognize me as your master? Where have you been these past few days? Off seeking that white fellow to teach you swordsmanship? Am I incapable of teaching you?" Chapter 18. Ning Chan takes on the student council alone. Having grown up, this was the first time Ning Chan had her ear pulled. "I approached you for lessons, but you didn't teach me well." Chin Mo's furious expression faltered momentarily, but she tightened her grip on Ning Chan's ear, her tone both fierce and impotent. "Even if I haven't taught you, you cannot seek instruction from others. This is utterly unreasonable." Ning Chan instinctively grasped Chin Mo's hand, the soft and smooth sensation causing her heart to flutter, while Chin Mo's body stiffened in response. The hand that had been gripping Ning Chan's ear instinctively released its hold. "I am your master. From now on, I shall teach you whatever you wish to learn." Ning Chan, with her left hand raised in a half-hearted gesture, shook her head vigorously after a moment. The relationship with Sister Chin seemed to be growing increasingly peculiar. Upon glancing up, she noticed her neighbor, Yuan Songhai, watching her from a distance with a look of disdain. It was obvious he suspected she was deceiving a girl. "I detest people like you." Yuan Songhai approached, his expression provocative, eyes glinting with a dangerous light that suggested he might resort to violence if Ning Chan failed to respond suitably. It was the perfect excuse he had been seeking, one that felt entirely justified. Today, he would teach her a lesson and drive her away. How reasonable. However, Ning Chan regarded him with curiosity and replied, "She is my sister. What have I deceived her about?" Yuan Songhai's carefully constructed aura of intimidation crumbled immediately. "Your sister?" Ning Chan nodded. "What else would it be? How could I be so close to a stranger?" After a pause, Ning Chan seemed to realize something and looked at Yuan Songhai with newfound understanding. "I see your point. You are quite perceptive, aren't you?" "No, I am not." "Don't say such things." Yuan Songhai fled in embarrassment. Ning Chan watched his retreating figure, finding it amusing. Who would have guessed that this individual was the steadfast #1 on the Tianquan Academy's talent list? Since her master had spoken, Ning Chan found it difficult to resist. She considered explaining to Bai Chun, as it had become customary for her to seek his guidance in swordsmanship after class. Now, abruptly canceling that would warrant an explanation. Yet, Bai Chun was absent today, having taken leave from school. Reluctantly, Ning Chan decided to visit Bai Chun's home to clarify matters. When she opened the door, she was met with the gaze of both a large and a small pair of eyes, staring at her in surprise. Ning Chan paused as she took in Bai Chun's battered appearance, beginning to understand why he had requested a day off. "Teacher Bai, what happened to you?" Bai Chun chuckled lightly. "Oh, it was just that during sword training yesterday, I lost control of my strength and fell." "You fell and ended up like this?" Ning Chan responded with a smile. "So that is why you took the day off. I came to check on you. I've taught you for so long, and you still show such thoughtfulness." Bai Chun hesitated before continuing. "However, my current condition isn't suitable for teaching you swordsmanship." "It's all right, teacher. Please take care of your injuries," Ning Chan replied politely. As she stepped out of Bai Chen's house, she sighed. She wanted to apologize. But it was evident that Bai Chen didn't wish to discuss it. Being beaten to a pulp was undeniably humiliating. Sister Qin had gone too far. Bai Chen had diligently taught her swordsmanship, yet the benefits never materialized, and instead, he bore the brunt of a beating. But wasn't that just her style? Her gentleness towards Ning Can did not extend to others. From Grandpa Kong's descriptions, Ning Can was acutely aware of how unruly and domineering Qin Mo had once been at Tianquan Academy. This was merely the tip of the iceberg. A sense of irritation began to creep into Ning Chan's heart. For the first time, she questioned whether becoming Qin Mo's disciple had been a mistake. As she walked alone on her way back, her agitation intensified, an unsettling feeling that something was amiss. After pondering for a long while, she finally realized that no one from the student council had come to challenge her today. Meanwhile, Shenlu had located Han Chong, who ranked 84th on the talent list. Those who made it onto the talent list were all exceptionally gifted, boasting formidable combat prowess. Among them, those who ranked during their sophomore year were the cream of the crop. Though his current ranking was modest, his talent and strength spoke volumes. Vice President Shun has come to see me regarding that new student with supreme talent? Han Chong spoke without a hint of respect for the well-known vice president of the school. Shenlu, however, was unfazed. The arrogance of these talented individuals was a familiar sight, and their disdain was, in its own way, a form of respect. Don't you think this new student is a bit too audacious? I need you to challenge him and defeat him. Upon hearing this, Han Chong burst into laughter. Vice President Shun, I am not a member of your student council, and I simply follow your orders. I will challenge Ning Can, but not now. At least not at this moment. I want to wait until he is strong enough. Only then would it be meaningful to challenge him. Shenlu nodded. He was not surprised. Many shared this sentiment. Yuan Songhai's presence made Tianquan Academy acutely aware of the strength of supreme talent, and now, Ning Can also possessed such talent. Though many spoke dismissively, they all held a deeper respect within. So, you've chosen to forego challenging the president. Waiting instead for Ning Can to grow stronger? Picking on the softest fruit, are we? Han Chong's expression turned icy. Shenlu, your current strength over me stems merely from an extra year of cultivation. That does not grant you the right to belittle me. I apologize for the verbal offense. But isn't your inner surrender the more regrettable matter? Why abandon the idea of defeating the president? Isn't this a compromise? How many more times do you wish to concede? Shenlu baited him, knowing he would succeed. These sophomore talents had yet to fully grasp Yuan Songhai's strength and remained stubborn. Among them, Han Chong was the most obstinate. Upon hearing Shenlu's words, Han Chong seemed to find them reasonable and genuinely began to ponder. Still clinging to such an unrealistic dream, Shenlu smirked internally but maintained a calm demeanor. While it's impractical to challenge the president directly, now we have a freshman with supreme talent. Isn't that an opportunity to gain more insight into supreme talent? After careful consideration, Han Chong looked deeply at Shenlu. Though you have your own agenda, your reasoning holds merit. I accept this challenge. I shall confront Ning Can and see just how formidable supreme talent can truly be. Trouble. A student council member rushed over, breathless. Ning Can has publicly challenged all the high-ranking members of our student council. She is already waiting at the challenge platform, and the other students are gathering around it. Shenlu and Han Chong paused in shock. The high-ranking members of the student council were all renowned third-year students on the talent list, far superior to Han Chong. Just a newcomer, yet so audacious? Ning Can challenges Zhou Ruoqing. Ning Can challenges Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter. Ning Can challenges Xiang Hongshan. Chapter 19, Ning Can of the Third Realm. Qin Mo is awaiting her disciple to arrive for swordsmanship lessons. Of course, she is open to other subjects as well. As long as that little rascal wishes to learn and she possesses the knowledge, she is willing to oblige. Such a troublesome little brother. Unable to utter a few flattering words, Qin Mo murmured, unable to conceal the smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. After all, as a mentor, he must seek her out for whatever he wishes to learn, right? There are many opportunities to exert her influence in this process. However, after a prolonged wait, her little disciple did not arrive. Instead, another visitor graced her presence. Just from the sound of footsteps, Qin Mo was aware of who approached. Her expression immediately turned cold, and her voice brimmed with aloofness. You are not welcome here, my sister. I have merely come to inquire about certain matters. Qin Bai stepped into the room. Her professional black and white attire accentuating her curvaceous figure, embodying both authority and feminine grace. Bearing a visage identical to Qin Mo's, her demeanor exuded dignity and command. I heard that you assaulted Bai Chun because he taught Ning Can swordsmanship. What business is that of yours? You should not have acted this way. Between them, Qin Mo often resembled a petulant child, while Qin Bai epitomized a patient elder imparting wisdom. Qin Bai approached Qin Mo, admonishing, you are no longer a child. Yet you continue to act without thinking. Bai Chun taught Ning Can swordsmanship. Rather than gaining any benefit, he received a beating from you. In the future, who will teach Ning Can? Then he can come to me for lessons. I am his mentor. Qin Mo retorted defiantly. How much do you truly know? And how much can you teach? I simply won't learn from you, Qin Mo asserted, as if it were a matter of course. Qin Bai paused, pondering. You won't learn simply to teach Ning Can? But what if he does not wish for that? Qin Bai's words dripped with significance. Today he visited Bai Chun. While you consider only your perspective in this matter, have you thought about what he might want? Qin Mo was momentarily silenced, having lived alongside Ning Can for so long. She certainly understood what kind of person he was. When she struck Bai Chun, it was merely to vent her frustration, a habit she had cultivated since childhood, thus neglecting Ning Can's feelings. You shouldn't be upset with me. Though it was a statement, it bore the tone of a question. Qin Bai was taken aback, realizing she had underestimated Ning Can's significance in Qin Mo's heart. She was genuinely concerned he might be angry. I do not know this young man well, but I believe he would indeed be upset. Qin Bai affirmed her sister's intuition. You ought to apologize to Bai Chun. Qin Mo's face flushed with anger at the thought of ever apologizing. Yet, as she met her sister's calm, unwavering gaze, her defiance began to wane. Qin Mo understood that her sister approached the situation from an objective standpoint, offering the most suitable and effective solution. Whether to act on it was entirely her decision. I will think about it. As they emerged, they were greeted by a flurry of students rushing anxiously. Hurry, hurry. It's about to start. If we delay, we'll miss it. Qin Bai halted a passing student, inquiring, what is happening? The student, a freshman unfamiliar with the vice president's identity, was nonetheless captivated by the beauty of both Qin Bai and Qin Mo. It's Ning Can, the freshman with supreme talent, challenging the student council's management. Everyone is hurrying to watch the spectacle. Initially impatient, the student obediently elaborated, even introducing himself. However, both Qin Mo and Qin Bai were too preoccupied to listen further. Qin Mo turned to Qin Bai. I recall that the management of the student council consists of third-year prodigies. Has this rule changed? Qin Bai nodded. Indeed, as you surmised. It has not changed. Qin Mo's complexion paled, and she gritted her teeth, exclaiming, is this fellow insane? Challenging third years while still a freshman? Is this how one utilizes talent? On the challenge stage, Ning Can stood alone, flanked by first-year students chanting his name, alongside derisive chuckles from second and third-year students. Before him loomed a seemingly perplexed panel of management. Ning Can, are you certain? Have you thought this through? The challenge stage shows no mercy. The management clearly viewed Ning Can's challenge as a jest. Even with supreme talent, he could not possibly contend with them at this moment. Have you trained for 2 years? Do you think we've simply been idling away our time? It's always been the students challenging me. I'm not accustomed to this reversal. So I shall take the liberty to challenge you. Ning Can declared with a radiant smile. The management's expressions darkened. There was something unsettling about his words. I can't stand it. He is too handsome. What good is that? Soon he will be trounced by the student council management. How can you be so sure of defeat? You're just envious. Let us take down this student council. The management's expressions grew even darker. Had the student council offended these freshmen? Was it permissible to speak so openly? Enough. Since you are so intent on seeking trouble, I shall oblige you. Zhou Ruoqing stepped onto the challenge stage, her tone frigid. Ning Can's actions, while foolish, would ultimately serve them well. Being challenged by someone so reckless would not reflect poorly on them, provided they did not lose. But how could they possibly lose? Third years against first years, having trained for 3 years versus someone who had just awakened his talent for 30 days. Was there any comparison to be made? This was the perfect opportunity to resolve the headache that had been plaguing the student council. Zhou Ruoqing, talent, marquee level flame control. 5th realm. Please, enlighten me. Flames erupted around Zhou Ruoqing, coalescing into a suit of fiery armor, as she cast a menacing glance at Bai Chun. The temperature on the challenge stage soared with the intensity of the flames. What purpose does it serve to scorch the ground with fire? Does it not burn your feet? As she spoke, a wave of frost suddenly enveloped the entire challenge stage, causing the temperature to plummet. Water control. Similar talents included metal, lightning, wood, fire, and earth. Was all this conjured by a pair of eyes? It was manageable under normal circumstances, but facing it directly at this moment. Zhou Ruoqing couldn't help but lament the unfairness of fate. Supreme level talent, Sharingan, 3rd realm. Please, enlighten me. A brief silence enveloped the challenge stage. What? Did I just hear correctly? Ning Can claims his realm is the 3rd realm. Indeed, you heard correctly. Yes, I too suspect I am experiencing auditory hallucinations. The 3rd realm? How long has it been since he awakened his talent? Even if he had not rested for 24 hours. One does not ascend through the ranks so swiftly. On the challenge stage, Zhou Ruoqing stared incredulously at Ning Can. You have already advanced to the 3rd realm? Chapter 20. The first battle, an effortless victory. Ning Can shrugged. Is there any need for me to lie? As his words resonated. An aura distinct to the 3rd realm permeated the arena, effortlessly matching the formidable presence emanating from Zhou Ruoqing of the 5th realm. The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment upon receiving a definitive affirmation. I suspect this world possesses an external enhancement, aptly named Supreme Talent, remarked Niwanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter, a fellow member of the student council. Meanwhile, Han Chong, who had just arrived at the challenge platform, was equally taken aback. Is he already at the 3rd realm? I am merely at the 4th realm. Han Chong turned to Shen Lu, inquiring about the realm of Yuan Songhai. The president is also at the 4th realm. Shen Lu replied solemnly. The 4th realm. Han Chong inhaled deeply. He would have preferred Shinlu to claim that Yuan Songhai was at the 6th or 7th realm. With both being at the 4th realm, Yuan Songhai could firmly occupy the pinnacle of the talented rankings, his combat prowess unparalleled. As for Ning Can, although his combat abilities remained untested, his remarkable training speed was sufficient to leave many in awe. Perhaps your talent allows you to master numerous natural elements, yet it can never rival the strength of a singular element. Zhou Ruoqing declared, fists ignited with flames as he charged towards Ning Can, unleashing a barrage of blows. Ning Can deftly retreated, summoning flames intertwined with earth to form a lava-like armor, shielding himself. A singular flame lacks formidable defensive capabilities. The strength of one's prowess is revealed with a single punch. Zhou Ruoqing bellowed, seizing the moment when Ning Can seemed unprepared to strike at his chest. However, there was no response whatsoever. Is this all you can muster? Ning Can smiled faintly. In the next instant, a hand crackling with lightning struck Zhou Ruoqing, accompanied by the cacophony of numerous birds in flight. Even though the fiery armor absorbed some of the damage, Zhou Ruoqing felt as if his internal organs were shattering. A surge of electricity coursing through his body, rendering him paralyzed and unable to move. He was utterly dominated. To the spectators, it appeared as though Zhou Ruoqing was merely flailing at thin air, while Ning Can stood directly before him. Ultimately, Ning Can unleashed a 1,000-bird strike, injuring Zhou Ruoqing decisively. An illusion. The student council members felt a chill, realizing that in the subsequent days of challenges, Ning Can had not once utilized his illusionary prowess, causing the ability to be subconsciously overlooked. Now, facing it anew, they were reminded of the capability S might. Zhou Ruoqing, at the 5th realm, found himself at a disadvantage in the very first exchange. It was now a matter of when Zhou Ruoqing would regain his composure. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter remarked gravely. On the challenge platform, Zhou Ruoqing, undoubtedly a genius of the student council, quickly sensed something amiss. This cannot be. Even if you possess supreme talent, it is impossible for a 3rd realm practitioner to withstand my fiery punch without any consequence. Zhou Ruoqing inhaled deeply, flames igniting in his pupils. To react so swiftly is one thing, but to burn one's own retina with flames is quite another. Indeed, none who claim to be extraordinary are without their own brilliance. In that moment, the surroundings faded from Zhou Ruoqing's vision, his fire burned. Crimson eyes could only perceive the heat-radiating forms of others. The illusion no longer held sway over him. You have certainly surprised me with your flames. Yet this will not alter the outcome. At the 3rd realm, Ning Can was already capable of employing a multitude of techniques. When it comes to the development of abilities, protagonists from various realms far surpass Zhou Ruoqing in skill. A spear of lightning materialized, the terrifying electricity grasped firmly in Ning Can's hand, drawing the astonished gazes of the crowd. In the next moment, the lightning spear was hurled, piercing through Zhou Ruoqing's body before sending him tumbling off the challenge platform. In this battle, Ning Can emerged victorious. The teacher acting as the judge declared the result. The student council members hurriedly rushed to assist the unconscious Zhou Ruoqing. After a thorough examination, it was determined that he suffered only minor injuries. The student council had been defeated, against everyone's expectations, yet it seemed almost inevitable. Initially thought to be a youthful braggart, oblivious to his surroundings, it was assumed that supreme talent, no matter how formidable, would require a period of growth. The freshmen exuberantly cheered, loudly chanting Ning Can's name. In that moment, Ning Can became their unequivocal idol. The 2nd and 3rd year students, however, wore grim expressions, feeling the weight of despair as they subconsciously reflected on their own circumstances. The new generation had mercilessly overwhelmed them. Han Chong felt a sense of dismay wash over him as he turned to Shinlu, who remained silent, initially believing Yuan Songhai to be terrifying. Having dominated the entire academy in his 2nd year, this individual was no ordinary person, flaunting his prowess since his 1st year. Han Chong understood that supreme talent was incomprehensibly potent, as Yuan Songhai's dominance had revealed much. However, upon witnessing Ning Can, Han Chong gained a profound understanding of the disparity in their abilities. Just then, Qin Mo arrived. Witnessing the moment, Ning Can sent Zhou Ruoqing off the platform. After a brief astonishment, joy erupted within her for Ning Can. Unbeknownst to her, the once youthful boy had now blossomed in a realm filled with talent, shining brightly. Qin Bai, observing Qin Mo's elation, couldn't help but smile slightly in response. In the principal's office, 2 elder gentlemen sat by the window, observing the events transpiring on the challenge platform. Quite the talented student, isn't he? Qin Lan remarked with a smile. The other elder shook his head, stating that while the talent was indeed formidable, the arrogance was excessive. Unlike Yuan Songhai, who, despite his gifts and strength, maintained respect for all, I do not believe our Tianquan Academy should nurture students who merely wield brute strength without understanding respect and courtesy. So you wish for the student council to suppress him? The principal inquired, questioning if he had erred in his judgment. Old Kong, I never objected to your earlier suppression of Qin Mo, nor will I now. You have your teaching methods. However, each individual possesses their own character, and not necessarily maintaining humility equates to being competent. The principal spoke in a jovial, gentle manner. showing evident respect for the elder before him. Little did he know, upon hearing these words, Old Kong merely chuckled. You raise a valid point. Thus, were your prior actions towards Qin Mo incorrect? The principal, Qin Lan, was taken aback by Old Kong's unexpected retort, realizing he had walked into a trap. His expression faltered, leaving him momentarily speechless. Old Kong shook his head, rising to depart. Young man, I did not drink your wine for naught. The elder, whom the principal regarded with great seriousness, was none other than the librarian who had conversed with Ning Can earlier. Back on the challenge platform, the events continued to unfold. This matter is far from over, is it? Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter's icy gaze remained fixed on Ning Can atop the challenge platform. Following today as confrontation, it seemed the student council had suffered a severe loss of face. Chapter 21. The talent abilities of the student council management. Today's battle has undoubtedly left the student council humiliated. What began as a simple suppression of a newcomer had escalated to an irretrievable situation. He must take action to salvage their dignity. Do you intend to step up? Ning Can smirked provocatively. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter stepped forward but was halted by another. Calm down. Zhou Ryūjin did not win, and you are not significantly better off. Stepping up would yield the same defeat. This statement froze Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter in her tracks. Hesitating, she declared, Let all of you come up together then. Her words rendered the crowd silent. At this moment, Ning Can's audacious demeanor etched itself into the minds of those present. Even if he were to behave with utmost gentleness in the future, they would forever remember this scene. The youth stood upon the stage, audaciously challenging the gathered students to join forces against him. While his demeanor appeared gentle, it belied a core of unwavering confidence and reckless abandon. Only Qin Mo, observing from a distance, exhibited a fleeting moment of surprise before seemingly comprehending the situation, settling into a composed silence. Was he angry? Qin glanced towards Qin Mo. His younger brother was typically mild-mannered. This display was merely an outlet for his emotions, akin to his past habit of running when feeling down. Qin Mo elaborated. Having shared a roof with Ning Can for an extended period, Qin Mo possessed a deeper understanding of his subconscious tendencies than even Ning Can himself. For instance, his current flamboyance stemmed merely from a foul mood that he was venting. And what if he is angry? Qin inquired. Nothing will come of it. He'll vent and move on, but it clearly indicates that my actions against Bai Chun have displeased him. He certainly won to confront me about it. Yet his discontent is unmistakable. It's perplexing that someone I used to easily best can no longer be touched. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in Qin Mo's tone, yet he spoke with a smile. Qin Bai, familiar with his sister, found himself momentarily unable to grasp her current mindset. On the challenge stage, spurred by Ning Can's provocative words, the senior members of the student council, in a moment of fervor, rushed forward. Not far away, Shen Lu let out a sigh of relief, his pale visage regaining a touch of color. Well done, let them all come. As long as we can defeat Ning Can, the council's reputation can still be salvaged. Shen Lu gritted his teeth. He understood that there would inevitably come a day when Ning Can would confront the student council's provocations head-on. And he knew that day was approaching swiftly, so swiftly that he had yet to prepare adequately. Fortunately, Ning Can seemed to be in a buoyant mood. If they could secure even a single victory, even if it meant outnumbering him, it would provide Shen Lu with the means to turn the tide. And if we lose? Han Chong interjected. Instantly, Shen Lu shot him a frosty glare, his eyes radiating a chilling intensity. You, the vice president of the student council, would wear such a countenance? I've always thought you only possessed that insufferable smile. I harbor no ill wishes for you. However, I believe this newcomer, bold enough to challenge the council's upper echelon, may indeed possess some hidden cards. Shen Lu's expression fluctuated, and he suddenly exhaled deeply. Thank you for the reminder, he declared, striding forward and raising his voice. There is still one more member of the student council. I, Shen Lu, vice president. Just as Ning Can prepared to act, he turned to regard Shen Lu, a sardonic smile curving his lips. Finally, you've shown yourself. Weren't you quite audacious back in the cafeteria? Shen Lu ascended the challenge stage, asserting, what I said back then holds true now. You will usher in a series of unpleasant events. Ning Can scoffed dismissively. With Vice President Shen Lu also stepping up, the onlookers stirred with excitement. This could be described as Ning Can challenging the entire student council. Isn't there still the student council president? Someone remarked. The president is merely a nominal figure, a facade. The esteemed Yuan Songhai shows no interest in affairs. On the challenge stage, Ning Can smiled slightly. I'm aware of your thoughts. Are you gamblers hoping to cut your losses? Have you considered that my audacity to call you all forth stems from a solid foundation of confidence? A colossal purple energy skeletal figure materialized, enveloping Ning Can, who gripped the energy blades with both hands. The oppressive aura engulfed the arena. The first form of Susanoo, activated. The immense purple energy skeleton enveloped Ning Can, with only his feet exposed, an apparent flaw. Yet, for Shen Lu and the other senior members of the student council, this weakness remained undiscovered. Even if they did recognize it, they would be unable to exploit it. Ning Can had already attained the third realm, and should he exert his utmost, he could even wield a higher tier of Susanoo. One reason for restraint was the excessive energy expenditure, while another was the lack of necessity. The towering skeletal giant, radiating an irresistible force, commanded the attention of all present. Is this the combat prowess bestowed by a supreme-level talent? As a fellow Third Realm, I fear I would be utterly outmatched. Be confident. You need not speculate. It simply is. The crowd erupted in awe at Ning Can's might. Han Chong, his complexion paling, gazed at the challenge stage, grappling with the question of whether he possessed the capability to engage in combat. No, I am no match for this newcomer. This was indeed the newcomer with supreme talent? Truly formidable. A man clad in athletic gear emerged, his gaze fixed intently upon the challenge stage. Han Chong looked over and was taken aback. It was none other than Ryūjin, the fourth-ranked prodigy of the senior class. The entire cohort of senior prodigies was holding their breath, preparing to reclaim the top spot from Yuan Songhai, indifferent to all else. After all, this situation was undeniably humiliating. A second-year student had managed to completely overshadow them. Ning Can's battle had even drawn this assembly of seniors. Would they dare to mount the stage against him? This will be interesting. Indeed, supreme talent is astonishing. Yet the student council's management is no mere pushover. Another senior prodigy appeared, none other than He Chenfeng, the second-ranked genius. Unbeknownst to Han Chong, both He Chenfeng and Ryūjin were former members of the previous student council. The expressions of the student council's management grew pale. They feared Ning Can still had hidden cards, but they had not anticipated the magnitude of this particular card. However, the management of the student council was not without their own strengths. Golden balance, law of rules, gravity amplification, various top-tier talents manifested, showcasing an array of extraordinary abilities. The upper echelon of the student council possessed awakened talents starting from king level, with many at emperor level. They encompassed the elite of every cohort at Tianquan Academy. For instance, newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter's golden balance was an emperor-level awakened talent capable of weighing the strengths and weaknesses of both sides and redistributing power accordingly to achieve balance. However, the aspect to be measured was at newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter's discretion. This could directly weaken the opponent's strongest asset while enhancing their own weakest link. Shunlu's law of rules was similarly an emperor-level talent, capable of imposing regulations during combat, with violators facing punitive measures. These were all exceptionally powerful special talents. Here they were, the advanced talents of the student council's management. While supreme talents were formidable, attempting to secure victory at this juncture was no easy feat. Not far away, Qin Mo instinctively grew tense, her concern for Ning Can palpable. Chapter 22, The Invincibility of Supreme-Level Talent. On the challenge stage, acutely aware of the various negative enhancements and the capabilities of the student council's management across from him, Ning Can realized he had underestimated them. The student council members launched their assault first. The law dictated, this battle is absolutely real. Illusionary abilities are prohibited. Shunlu was the first to seal Ning Can's illusionary capabilities. Special talents have always been peculiar. The strong are exceptionally strong, while the weak are distinctly weak. Golden balance. Betting on natural elemental abilities. Ning Can's mastery of natural elements surpassed that of the student council, yet the council's elemental prowess surpassed his. The Golden Libra rendered its judgment. Ning Can relinquish the use of multiple natural elemental abilities, or alternatively, supplemented the student council's diverse elemental powers. The student council, in turn, diminished the intensity of their elemental capabilities or bolstered Ning Can's natural elemental strength. What a novel approach. Ning Can could not help but mutter a curse under his breath. A myriad of wondrous powers were unleashed, and thus, the battle erupted. After a series of diminutions directed at Ning Can and enhancements to their side, the student council finally took action. The challenge platform was instantly engulfed in a maelstrom of chaotic forces. Ice, flames, colossal trees, and iron swords filled the air. Spectators could only witness, in that fleeting moment, Ning Can besieged by countless assaults. Beside him, Qin Mo's feet twitched as she nearly rushed onto the challenge platform. Though she quickly restrained herself, her expression turning frosty. As the principal, how could you merely watch the student council bully a newcomer? Qin Mo cast a glance at Qin Bai. Whose bullying is this, after all? Wasn't it Ning Can who provoked the student council and urged them to confront him together? Qin Bai thought helplessly. There are regulations stipulating that as long as there are no fatalities on the challenge platform, the school will not intervene in any incidents that occur. Qin Bai spoke softly. A flicker of indignation crossed Qin Mo's face. She did not care whether it was Ning Can's provocation or not. If the student council dared to harm him, that was unacceptable. She had never been one to reason calmly. On the challenge platform, as the smoke of battle cleared, Ning Can stood unscathed, albeit somewhat pale, without a hint of any injury. Susanoo was not merely for offense. The violet energy enveloping Ning Can provided formidable defense as well, capable of both attack and defense. Such was the nature of Susanoo. I underestimated you. It seems you truly possess some semblance of strength. However, if this is all you have, you are still destined to lose. Ning Can's gaze turned frigid as he activated the second form of Susanoo. The student council was indeed powerful. Their combined might could unleash such formidable force. No wonder they were always tasked with maintaining order among the students. The student council truly possessed that capability. Yet, there were simply too many combatants involved. The onlookers murmured among themselves, instinctively acknowledging that it was only fitting for Ning Can to stand against the entire student council alone. A supreme talent should possess such prowess. Yet, their words revealed a waning belief in Ning Can's ultimate victory. After last year's Yuan Songhai had decisively overpowered the student council, this year's council had indeed risen to the occasion, becoming significantly stronger. Furthermore, the time allotted to Ning Can was far too brief. It had only been a month. Remarkably, he was already extraordinary. If another 6 months were granted, they believed Ning Can would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Everyone was convinced that Ning Can would ultimately triumph. It was merely a matter of time. Just as the discussions reached a crescendo, the violet giant composed of energy morphed once more. The skeletal structure was now adorned with veins and flesh, enveloped in an outer layer of violet energy. At this stage, Susanoo could wield exclusive techniques and weaponry, such as the Yada no Kagami and bows. This colossal violet figure, even larger and more formidable than before, cast a profound silence over the challenge venue. It had reached an unprecedented level of strength. Ryūjin furrowed his brow, a look of realization dawning in his eyes. The question remained whether this year's management could discern this, or, if they did, whether they could withstand it. That will be all, everyone. Under Ning Can's command, the violet Susanoo brandished its long blade, aiming a decisive strike at the members of the student council. Utilizing the Yada no Kagami would have been preferable, but due to the limited space on the challenge platform, Ning Can had to forego his exclusive techniques and engage with weaponry alone. Such power should not be possessed at this stage. The members of the student council wore expressions of despair, their hearts devoid of the courage to continue fighting. Shin LV, the leader of this year's student council, was indeed remarkably talented. In the face of their collective despair, at a critical juncture, he observed Ning Can's pale visage and suddenly grasped the situation. He was overexerting his talent. This could not last long. Just hold on. I wager he can only execute this once. Shin LV shouted loudly. As his words echoed, Shin LV directly employed the laws of regulation to diminish the impact of Ning Can's strike. The remaining members of the student council quickly came to a realization. Yes, such overwhelming power could only be explained by Ning Can overexerting himself. It appeared formidable, yet it was merely the result of Ning Can exhausting his full strength. The group regained their confidence, united in purpose, ready to withstand Ning Can's strike. The Golden Libra also activated, in conjunction with the laws of regulation. However, understanding the theory and executing it were two entirely different matters. When the blade descended, the members of the student council were sent flying. The entire challenge platform cleaved in two, a gaping fissure appearing in the earth. The force of that strike was truly astounding. I have won. As Susanoo dissipated, Ning Can stood upon the challenge platform, addressing the fallen members of the student council. As the dust settled, revealing the pallid faces of the student council members, it became evident that they had given their all but could not prevail. In this battle, the student council's dignity had been utterly obliterated. There had been instances in the past where the student council had faced off against supreme talents, such as last year. The two sides had battled for half a year, culminating in Yuan Songhai becoming the president of the student council. This year, however, it had lasted less than a month. Historically, this was the swiftest defeat recorded. It seemed that this year's supreme talent was particularly monstrous. The members of the student council departed in silence, rising quietly from the ground. Shin LV glanced at Ning Can, shaking his head with a wry smile. The supreme talent was truly formidable. If you faced that strike, would you be confident? Ryūjin inquired of He Chinfeng. I possess a degree of confidence, but I cannot guarantee it, He Chinfeng replied, shaking his head. What about you? Not much confidence, Ryūjin sighed. The supreme talent is simply too powerful. As long as he can withstand that strike, Ning Can should be out of energy for further combat. Thus, if one can block that strike, victory is assured. If one cannot, defeat awaits. The issue is, Ning Can has only just entered his first year, Ryūjin remarked melancholically. The two lapsed into silence. Unbeknownst to them, even after unleashing that strike, Ning Can was not at his peak. He had yet to utilize the Yada no Kagami. Even if the Yada no Kagami were blocked, Ning Can still possessed his swordsmanship. Before the eyes of all, how could Ning Can possibly reveal all of his trump cards at once? Chapter 23, Apology. On a hillside not far from the challenge platform, Yuan Songhai lay on the grass basking in the sun, the gentle breeze blowing against him. However, the cacophony of noise nearby proved too disruptive. If only this place were not so close to the challenge platform, Yuan Songhai thought with irritation as he turned over. Yet, the sounds grew louder, with cheers and explosions echoing one after another, making it impossible for him to drift into a peaceful slumber. My heavens! Are these people engaging in a brawl on the challenge platform? Yuan Songhai exclaimed in frustration. I certainly never caused such a ruckus back in my day. Suddenly, Yuan Songhai froze, as if struck by a realization. That neighbor of mine also possesses a supreme talent. Could it be that he has crossed paths with the student council? Are they clashing on the challenge platform? The more Yuan Songhai contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Perhaps that neighbor was currently being mercilessly beaten on the challenge platform. He possessed remarkable talent, but what combat prowess could a pair of gifted eyes offer? Speaking of which, I am still the president of the student council. Should I step out to mediate for him when the time comes? With this thought, Yuan Songhai felt his irritation dissipate, the corners of his mouth gently curving upwards. And he even began to anticipate how to navigate the situation when Ning Can sought his assistance. Could this be an opportunity to rid himself of that bothersome individual? After overcoming a series of challenges, Ning Can's reputation at Tianquan Academy among the freshmen had nearly reached its zenith. The new generation of students regarded him as an idol. The senior students also took note of this exceptionally gifted junior, defeating the strong with the weak. He had boldly challenged the entire student council after being suppressed and ultimately emerged victorious, renowned for his talent and strength. Some even claimed that Ning Can possessed a gentle disposition. Countless girls at Tianquan Academy dreamt of him at night. However, the sophomores and juniors were somewhat unconvinced, believing that while Ning Can was indeed formidable, he still paled in comparison to Yuan Songhai. Yuan Songhai was the true paragon of Tianquan Academy. Moreover, without triumphing over Yuan Songhai, the president of the student council, Ning Can's victory over the council could hardly be deemed complete. These were matters for another time. At this moment, Ning Can remained oblivious to the awe his actions inspired in others, paying no heed to the reactions of the onlookers. He descended from the challenge platform and unexpectedly spotted Qin Mo and Qin Bai. Well done, Qin Bai encouraged with a subtle smile. This took Ning Can by surprise, as he had anticipated a reprimand from the vice principal for daring to undermine the student council. It is indeed a good thing to have such a talented student at our school, Qin Bai explained. Ning Can nodded and turned to Qin Mo, calling out, Sister Qin. Qin Mo pursed her lips and suddenly twisted Ning Can's ear. Hey, why? Ning Can gasped, startled. Why indeed? Why didn't you greet me first? Why didn't you call me master? Qin Mo's brows furrowed, her voice laced with indignation. Ning Can quickly cast a pleading glance toward Qin Bai, hoping the vice principal would intervene. However, the vice principal merely gazed upward at the clouds, as if they held some captivating allure. I. Ning Can stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. You never cared about this before. Now I do. Ning Can sighed in resignation. From now on, I'll greet you first and call you master, alright? He felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought of Qin Mo striking Bai Chun. With his wisdom, Ning Can understood Qin Mo's perspective. It was acceptable for her to teach him alone, but to go so far as to strike Bai Chun, who had previously instructed him, was something he could not condone. Unable to voice his discontent directly, he resorted to this manner of expression. Yet, Qin Mo fell silent, observing this exchange. Qin Bai pondered for a moment before quietly departing. Suddenly, Qin Mo burst into laughter, akin to a delicate flower blooming or fireworks illuminating the night sky. The ephemeral beauty left Ning Can momentarily entranced, while the grip on his ear tightened. You little rascal, why do you keep your feelings bottled up? Is it simply because you think I was wrong to hit Bai Chun? Just say it, and I won't do it again. Qin Mo stated casually. If it comes to that, I'll just apologize to him. Though her tone seemed assertive, it belied a vulnerable stance. Ning Can was taken aback. Based on what he had heard from old Master Kong, he knew Qin Mo was not one to seek apologies, even from his past interactions with her. He could tell she was not the type to admit wrongdoing. What, don't you believe me? Qin Mo glared at Ning Can. Do you think I should apologize? After a moment's hesitation, Ning Can nodded. In the faculty dormitory, Bai Chin's wife was lamenting his decision. I told you there was no need to teach that Ning Can. What does his supreme talent have to do with you? He hasn't even acknowledged you as his master. You toil away to teach him, only to be met with a beating in return. It's utterly unfair. As she voiced her grievances, tears welled in her eyes as she gingerly applied ointment to Bai Chun's wounds. Sighing deeply, Bai Chun replied, You know Qin Mo's temper, I know it too. But that student's talent is simply too exceptional. When he sought my guidance, how could I resist? Next time you encounter something like this, I'll see if you still want to teach. His wife scolded. At her words, Bai Chun hesitated. Indeed, after all his hard work, to receive nothing in return and endure a beating seemed unjust. Yet upon deeper reflection, he remained resolute. Of course I'll continue teaching. So what if I get beaten? A bruised face is nothing compared to the joy of imparting knowledge to a student eager to learn. It's rare for anyone to desire to learn what I teach. Now that someone does, I will teach them regardless. Then you should keep teaching that student of Qin Mos. His wife's ire rose further. Slamming the medicine box onto the table with considerable force, her voice elevated by frustration. Bai Chun recoiled slightly, his expression awkward as he said, Don't be angry. As for Qin Mos student, let us just forget it. He wouldn't dare thank me for teaching him. Bai Chun chuckled bitterly. A series of knocks echoed at the door, and both Bai Chun and his wife exchanged glances before she rose to answer it. Upon opening the door, she was met with Qin Mo standing at the threshold. Her expression paled instantly. Did Qin Mo feel she hadn't hit him hard enough and had returned for another round? That would be utterly unfair. Instinctively, she attempted to close the door, but Qin Mo's hand prevented it. Bai Chun's wife's complexion turned ashen. She could not shut the door. At that moment, Bai Chun, alerted by the commotion. Approached. Chapter 24. President, the student council needs your intervention. Upon his arrival, he found Chin Mo blocking the entrance, causing his expression to shift dramatically. It was evident that he and his wife were on the same wavelength, believing that Chin Mo had come back for another beating, feeling the previous one was insufficient. It was no wonder they thought this way. That had been the pattern in the past. This was truly unfair. Bai-chan clenched his fists, yearning to shout that today he would fight back. All right, look at you. I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm here to apologize, Chin Mo scoffed. This chubby fellow had always been aloof, harboring a disdain for the world, and had never shown the courage to stand up. Realizing she had come to apologize, Chin Mo quickly wiped the smile from her face. Bai-chun and his wife were momentarily stunned, thinking they had misheard. Chin Mo here to apologize? They exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting the disbelief in the other's eyes. Really, Chin Mo, there's no need. It's just a small matter. We didn't take it to heart. Bai-chun replied, his face swollen yet feigning calm. His wife quickly agreed. Yes, it's merely a trivial matter. Chin Mo was known for being unyielding, and there had been times in the past when people had demanded apologies from her, yet she had never complied. Fine, if I'm here to apologize, then I shall apologize. I shouldn't have hit you. Her tone was brusque, yet Bai-chun and his wife were taken aback, even more so than before. Their surprise tinged with a hint of panic. It seemed that she had realized her tone was rather harsh, yet she found it difficult to soften her words. Chin Mo glanced around and noticed the teacups and teapot on the coffee table. The thought of serving tea as a gesture of apology suddenly flashed in her mind. Thus, she stepped forward, poured a cup of water, and presented it to Bai-chun with both hands. I am genuinely sincere. Drink this tea, and we can put the matter behind us, Chin Mo stated. Observing her earnestness, Bai-chun found himself calming down. It was indeed sincere, though perhaps not entirely heartfelt. However, that was of little consequence. The fact that Chin Mo had come to apologize was already a significant step. Bai-chun accepted the cup of tea, feeling that he could not expect much more from her. Let us move past this. Your earlier actions against me are now behind us. He tilted his head back and drank the tea in one swift motion. In the distance, Ning Can let out a sigh of relief as Chin Mo approached. Deep in thought, was I really that fierce before? She inquired. She was aware of her own cold demeanor moments ago. Yet both Bai-chun and his wife appeared utterly taken aback. Astonished yet accepting of her apology, they seemed to acknowledge her sincerity. Am I truly that fierce and unreasonable? Ning Can responded delicately. Sister Chin, you are fine with me. As for others, I cannot say. In truth, he longed to exclaim, yes. Absolutely. You are fierce and unreasonable. Chin Mo pondered for a moment, then playfully tossed her hair, declaring, if I am fierce, then so be it. If I am unreasonable, then let it be known. I, Chin Mo, have always been this way. As she spoke, her alluring figure leaned closer to Ning Can, teasingly asking, Sister, I am only kind to you, my little brother. Is that all right? Ning Can stiffened, a bittersweet smile forming within him. This was quintessential Chin Mo inside the house. Bai-chun stood tall, feeling invigorated. His wife's expression was peculiar. Although it was hard to believe, the reality remained that Chin Mo had indeed apologized to him. Bai-chun gazed at his bruised face, unable to suppress a laugh. As he chuckled, a tinge of sadness washed over him. After enduring so many beatings, he finally received an apology. That beating was worth it. Not far away, Chin Bai's noble and dignified countenance blossomed into a faint smile. Initially, it was merely a casual remark, devoid of any expectations. Yet Chin Mo had taken the initiative to apologize, to recognize one's mistakes and amend them. Such a simple act, yet many falter in its execution. Chin Bai's father, Chin Lan, could not do it, nor could Chin Bai's sister, Chin Mo. They were both individuals who, even when aware of their faults, would stubbornly refuse to concede. Both father and daughter exhibited this trait, which naturally led to strained relations. Despite the occurrences, Chin Bai preferred to view them as mere triggers. The root cause lay within their personalities. Now that Chin Mo had made a change due to Ning Can, this was a promising beginning. Although the extent of Ning Can's influence on Chin Mo surprised Chin Bai, in the evening, Yuan Songhai entered the cafeteria, only to find the student council members collectively waiting for him. Surprisingly, you are here too. Shenlu, what brings you here? Yuan Songhai greeted them with a cheerful demeanor, even inquiring if they wished to join him for a meal. Despite being their superior, Yuan Songhai had never concerned himself with such distinctions. The position of student council president was merely nominal. He would not interfere with their affairs and saw no need to maintain any airs. The respect they held for him allowed him to remain affable. We encountered Ning Can, Shenlu, the vice president, announced. I had a feeling that would be the case. Yuan Songhai chuckled. Isn't it a bit premature to face him so soon? It was common for individuals with supreme-level talents to clash with the student council. Yuan Songhai was not surprised. So, today on the challenge stage, the student council was up against Ning Can, correct? Did you win? Yuan Songhai inquired with curiosity. Shenlu and the others exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with bitterness. We lost. Lost. That guy possesses some skill, Yuan Songhai mused, clicking his tongue. It was to be expected, given his supreme level talent. Then you should send someone stronger to confront him. Why come to me? President, we lost, Shen Lu clarified. Understanding the implication, Yuan Songhai's teasing expression slowly faded. It's only been a month, he remarked. The Student Council, a self-organized body of Tianquan Academy, was responsible for maintaining student order. Such enforcement required unassailable strength, a force capable of swiftly quelling conflicts. This was why, upon the emergence of supreme-level talents, the Student Council chose to suppress them. If, after some contention, they were not a match, the reason for making them the Student Council president became evident. The president must be the strongest to ensure order. However, this time, the Student Council had suffered such a defeat that their authority was diminished before the new generation. President, we cannot truly have a conflict with the students and then resort to suppression. We must defeat Ning Can to demonstrate the continued strength of the Student Council. Only then can we maintain order. President, we need you to intervene. Later that evening, Yuan Songhai sat on the steps beneath the dormitory building. When Ning Can returned from the library, he noticed Yuan Songhai quietly seated there. After a brief moment of surprise, he began to grasp the situation. Yuan Songhai was waiting for him. Chapter 25, Ning Can versus Yuan Songhai. Yuan Songhai sighed. He had anticipated that he would eventually confront Ning Can. However, he did not expect it to happen so soon. Although he never interfered with the Student Council's affairs, as president, he could no longer remain absent now that the council had suffered such a setback. Did you truly defeat everyone in the Student Council aside from me? Or did you face them all together? Yuan Songhai inquired, still somewhat incredulous. He was aware that Ning Can would ultimately prevail. Everyone was cognizant of this fact. But the speed was astonishing. It had taken him 6 months to conquer the Student Council, yet Ning Can had accomplished it in less than a month. Ning Can nodded. It was the Student Council that instigated the conflict, was it not? That is indeed the case. The Student Council must identify the strongest among the new generation and recruit them, Yuan Songhai replied with a grimace. He had once been inexplicably provoked by the Student Council, only to realize later that their actions had a purpose, and a valid one at that. So, as the president of the Student Council, you must now step forward? Ning Can inquired coolly. Is this a preemptive warning? You seem to have been eager for a confrontation with me. Yuan Songhai's subtle provocations were not lost on Ning Can. He recognized the deliberate challenges. However, since they appeared devoid of malice, he merely brushed them off with laughter. It seems we are destined to clash, Yuan Songhai conceded. You must have realized I detest having you living opposite me. Ning Can nodded. He was certainly aware of that. Yuan Songhai's every subtle gesture stemmed from this discomfort. Was it because he feared others would discover that his bedding and dormitory decor were all pink? Very well. If you lose, be prepared to move out. You are not allowed to live across from me anymore. Yuan Songhai declared with fervent intensity, which was also the reason for his resolute agreement. And what if you lose? Ning Can replied leisurely. How could I possibly lose? Yuan Songhai scoffed dismissively. Although both possess supreme-level talents, I have trained for an additional year. How could you possibly prevail? When I battled the Student Council, they uttered similar sentiments. So what will you say if you lose? I shall accept defeat, and then I will relocate. Is that acceptable? Yuan Songhai retorted with ire. No. Ning Can shook his head, asserting that the terms of defeat should be dictated by me. Then what do you propose? Ning Can pondered momentarily before replying. If you lose, I shall not require you to move out. You may continue residing there. However, your dormitory will be adorned entirely in pink decor, and I shall ensure that many are made aware of it. A glint of fury flashed in Yuan Songhai's eyes. After a pause, he slowly declared, Very well, prepare yourself for relocation. Perhaps the entire school shall come to know of your peculiar penchant. Ning Can offered a light smile. Though to Yuan Songhai, it appeared exceedingly irksome. The following day, the entire Tianquan Academy was abuzz. Ning Can had issued a challenge to Yuan Songhai. Yuan Songhai accepted. A clash between the reigning monarch and the soon-to-be monarch. A duel of supreme-level talents. Both individuals carried an abundance of prestige and intrigue. As this news spread, it ignited excitement throughout Tianquan Academy. Countless students, and even faculty members, rushed to the challenge platform, eager to witness the fierce confrontation between the two kings. The seniors expressed their astonishment, as they were still preparing to confront Yuan Songhai, while this freshman, Ning Can, had already initiated a challenge. Do you truly believe that Ning Can stands a chance against Yuan Songhai? Asked Ryūjin of Hichinfeng. Hichinfeng, ranked second on the elite list, was the individual who had challenged Yuan Songhai the most and possessed the deepest understanding of his prowess. If judged solely by his performance at the challenge platform yesterday, Ning Can had no opportunity. Yuan Songhai was certain to win, Hichinfeng asserted. Even if Ning Can had undisclosed trump cards, he would still fall short against Yuan Songhai. This was the consensus among nearly all present. Both bore supreme-level talents, yet Yuan Songhai had an additional year of training. Ning Can had no advantage in facing Yuan Songhai. Thus, it was highly likely that Ning Can would become arrogant after defeating the Student Council, facing inevitable setbacks. A genius who does not understand fear cannot venture far. Ryūjin remarked. Similar analyses echoed throughout all circles, contrasting the records and strengths of both parties. Ultimately, Only the new generation of freshmen remained steadfast in their support for Ning Can, believing he would emerge victorious. The rest, including faculty and students, were convinced that Ning Can would inevitably lose. They came merely to witness his downfall and to gauge Yuan Songhai's latest strength for future encounters. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, Ning Can and Yuan Songhai ascended the challenge platform. Yuan Songhai had forsaken his casual attire for combat gear, indicating a degree of respect for this battle and for Ning Can. In stark contrast, Ning Can donned the same unremarkable school uniform as the previous day. This disparity in attire reflected their differing attitudes towards the confrontation. This freshman is exceedingly audacious to face the esteemed senior with such arrogance. What do you know? This indicates that our Ning Can is confident in his victory. You're talking nonsense. He is merely a freshman who has just awakened his talent. Does he truly believe he can challenge a senior? The spectators engaged in fervent discussions, with any divergence in opinion potentially leading to disputes. Supporters of Ning Can and Yuan Songhai were distinctly divided. I witnessed your battle yesterday. If your capabilities remain at that level, you are destined to lose today. As soon as the words left his mouth, a resounding dragon's roar echoed. Behold, the supreme level talent of the illustrious Yuan Songhai, the dragon transformation. The onlookers exclaimed in excitement. The dragon, a creature from ancient legends, could wield the four elemental forces of earth, fire, water, and wind, possessing a formidable physique capable of soaring through the skies and traversing the earth. Each of these abilities, if bestowed upon another, would signify a king-level or emperor-level talent. When all these powers converged within one being, it culminated in Yuan Songhai's supreme-level talent. Upon the full manifestation of his abilities, a pair of sky-blue dragon horns sprouted from Yuan Songhai's nearly angelic visage, which was shielded by scales akin to dragon armor. Grasping a spear with the appearance of a dragon's horn, he resembled a celestial warrior. A subtle yet palpable aura of pressure enveloped the crowd. It was the suppression of talent, a distinct dragon's might. Truly, such a supreme-level talent announces its extraordinary nature from the moment it is unleashed. Ning Can's pupils shifted, as intricate patterns danced before him, evoking the allure of a beguiling abyss, captivating yet ominous. The first form of Susanoo emerged, a colossal purple skeletal figure wielding blades, enveloping Ning Can in violet energy. Ning Can similarly wielded a long sword, mirroring the actions of the purple skeleton. How potent could the fusion of Susanoo and Ning Can's mastery of swordsmanship become? This was the hidden card that Ning Can had not revealed the previous day. He had actually trained in the art of the sword. The onlookers were incredulous. How remarkable! Ning Can had diligently absorbed the teachings of Professor Bai Chun, and with his talent, it was entirely reasonable for him to have attained a high level of swordsmanship. Both wielded swords, yet as Ning Can stood there, all who gazed upon him seemed to perceive two straight swords. The sword energy soared to the heavens. Ning Can remained unyielding. Such a profound mastery of swordsmanship could only be achieved by one who had reached an extraordinary level of understanding. This is the hidden card you failed to reveal yesterday. Yuan Songhai regarded it with disdain. The strike that Ning Can had unleashed yesterday, obliterating the competition, did not faze Yuan Songhai in the slightest. He felt a twinge of concern regarding Ning Can's advanced mastery of swordsmanship, but it was merely a fleeting thought. Brandishing his spear, Yuan Songhai concentrated the four elemental forces upon its tip before thrusting it toward Ning Can. The long blade of Susanoo swung with precision, attacking Yuan Songhai from every conceivable angle, empowered by the depth of his swordsmanship. The titanic form of Susanoo clashed against Yuan Songhai, creating a spectacle of might, each collision resonating like thunder across the land. Ning Can wielded his sword with equal fervor, attacking from various angles, presenting Yuan Songhai with considerable difficulty. The philosophy of the unparalleled sword master revolves around the essence of the sword. In this realm, swordsmanship seeks the epitome of ferocity. If only I could incorporate the swordsmanship of the pirate world, my mastery would ascend to unparalleled heights. Ning Can mused silently. The swordsmanship of the pirate world champions the art of the slash, eschewing all ornate techniques, solely pursuing the singular blow that cleaves all. If harmonized, it would lead to an incomparable advancement in Ning Can's swordsmanship. Enough of this. Yuan Songhai's headband snapped, his long hair cascading freely. He swung his spear with ferocity, driving it into the ground. Instantly, the world transformed into a cerulean hue, as a colossal celestial dragon leapt from the horizon, hovering above and regarding Ning Can with cold intent. In the next moment, it audaciously launched an attack against Ning Can's. Susanoo's blade cleaved toward the dragon. Yuan Songhai, spear in hand, and without uttering a word, lunged at Ning Can. In that instant, Ning Can's eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan whirled in frenzy, his extraordinary perception allowing him to foresee the impending outcome with prophetic clarity. There was no escape. He and Susanoo would be simultaneously pierced. This is the formidable power of the first of Tianquan Academy, Yuan Songhai. However, now that the future has been rewritten, the second phase of Susanoo commences. The Yasaka Magatama, Chidori Blade, a colossal skeletal giant, enveloped in a shroud of purple energy, is infused with intricate veins and flesh. Simultaneously, the left hand of the second phase Susanoo conjures a string of Yasaka Magatama, hurling it towards the charging Tianlong. Ning Can swings his blade, imbued with lightning, towards Yuan Sanhai's weapon. After an intense clash, both stand apart, slightly breathless. Since the battle began, Yuan Sanhai has been accumulating power for this very strike. Yet he has made no progress. Even now, are you still contemplating a trump card? Yuan Sanhai's gaze towards Ning Can shifted. Lightning crackles along the blade, a technique Ning Can has never employed before, suggesting that he had not exerted his full strength during yesterday's battle against the student council. Does he possess additional hidden abilities? Undoubtedly. Concealing trump cards is an expected strategy. After all, Ning Can's Amaterasu and Kagutsuchi have yet to be revealed. The clash between these two titans also allowed the onlookers to feel the might of true warriors. As Tianlong ascended, Ryūjin and Feng could not suppress their astonishment. A domain. Yuan Sanhai has even developed a domain. Not all supreme-level talents can manifest a domain. Yuan Sanhai is indeed unparalleled. Yet, their astonishment was far from over as Ning Can boldly withstood Yuan Sanhai's domain-enhanced strike. These two embody an aura of despair. Feng remarked with a wry smile. Though he too stood second on the talent rankings, the disparity in power felt insurmountable. The Chidori's lightning, coursing along the blade, could incapacitate with each strike. Even though Yuan Sanhai's spear was extraordinary, it felt burdensome against Ning Can. He was continuously thwarted. Merely the fusion of natural elements with weapons, if you can achieve it. So can I. Yuan Sanhai, vexed by Ning Can's relentless Chidori, retorted angrily. With that, he brandished his spear, enveloped in the earth's might. A heavy, stable sensation emanated from the azure spear. One attempt, and success. Ning Can was slightly taken aback. Yuan Sanhai truly possessed exceptional talent. The power of the earth, earthly forces, allowed Yuan Sanhai to neutralize Ning Can's lightning. He exerted pressure on Ning Can, asserting dominance through sheer force. Both dragon and earth are renowned for their might. Again and again, Ning Can found himself struggling to defend. One must concede, Yuan Sanhai is indeed a formidable adversary. If only I had a superior sword, this battle would certainly be much easier. Ning Can mused. The sword path is known for its ferocity. Yet the blade in Ning Can's grasp was merely ordinary. This resulted in a high mastery of swordsmanship, yet it remained unexpressed. In that moment, visions of the Soul Reaper's Zanpakuto and the pirate world's supreme blade flashed through Ning Can's mind, yet he possessed none. Indeed, it is only through battling the strong that one can truly comprehend their shortcomings. Until now, I had believed myself invincible in every aspect. Nevertheless, I shall not concede in this fight. If Yuan Sanhai can glean weapon enchantment techniques from Ning Can, why cannot Ning Can learn from Yuan Sanhai? The four elemental forces of earth, fire, wind, and water flowed alongside Yuan Sanhai as he wielded his spear, dancing through the heavens and the earth. Yuan Sanhai's application of these four elements far surpassed Ning Can's. Yet, Ning Can, with his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan and formidable insight, could learn from Yuan Sanhai's mastery of natural elements. The five elemental combat body, derived from metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, may not have granted Ning Can a significant boost in strength, but his command over natural elements was not inferior to Yuan Sanhai's Tianlong transformation. At this moment, on the challenge stage, Susanoo clashed with Tianlong, as various natural elements swirled amidst the fierce encounters of sword and spear. Can you believe this scene is conjured by a third realm and a fourth realm student? A teacher in the audience remarked, astonished. Take it easy. These two are not ordinary individuals. They are prodigies of unparalleled caliber. I understand the reasoning, but this is indeed somewhat disheartening, the teacher replied with a bitter smile. However, it is evident that neither can gain the upper hand, and a stalemate is highly probable, unless someone possesses a hidden ability capable of decisively turning the tide. I cannot believe that Ning Can is able to contend with Yuan Sanhai to such an extent. Those who initially doubted Ning Can remarked, this year's freshmen are truly formidable. Will these two reach a stalemate? Ryūjin inquired, incredulously, as the once invincible prodigy finds himself locked in a standoff with a newcomer. Impossible. Feng shook his head. It all hinges on whether Yuan Sanhai will employ that particular move. Up to this point, aside from the domain, Yuan Sanhai's other techniques are well known. Feng was aware that Yuan Sanhai possessed a move capable of breaking the deadlock and determining the outcome of the battle. Both are exceptionally gifted, growing stronger with each exchange. However, as time progresses, the situation has increasingly stagnated, with neither able to prevail. Reveal your hidden cards if you must. What hidden cards? You, a fourth realm, are locked in a standoff with my third realm. Is it not obvious who will emerge victorious? Yuan Sanhai's expression darkened. Indeed, in his eyes, if he, a fourth realm, cannot defeat Ning Can, a third realm, it is tantamount to a loss. There is no room for stalemate or ties. Yet, considering the consequences of defeat, your current state cannot be sustained for long, can it? Yuan Sanhai remarked pointedly. The second phase of Susanoo is not something Ning can maintain indefinitely. Ning Can's complexion paled slightly, yet he chuckled lightly. and how long can you sustain your state? Ning Can was unconvinced that the Tianlong could be summoned at Yuan Songhai's whim. Maintaining any power incurs a cost. Yuan Songhai is no less burdened than himself. Yuan Songhai's gaze burned with irritation. I advise you to concede early. I do not wish to escalate this further. Clearly, Yuan Songhai possesses a trump card. Moreover, he cannot guarantee what the outcome will be if he resorts to it. It could be unstable or overwhelmingly powerful, or both. Ning Can grinned. I have never learned to concede in my life. Then I must apologize. The four elemental forces erupted violently, and in Ning Can's perception, Yuan Songhai became exceedingly perilous. Yuan Songhai's Tianlong transformation harbors certain forbidden techniques, reserved for moments of utmost crisis. In battles of life and death, where one's survival hinges on the demise of the opponent. Danger enveloped Ning Can's heart, as his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan spun wildly, unable to shield him. Indeed, there may be a threat to his very life. This is merely a challenge. Why must you play so ruthlessly? You can still concede now. Yuan Songhai shouted. That is a line I should be saying. You can still concede now. As soon as the words fell, black flames materialized in the void, their terrifying heat causing the very air to distort, with the four elemental forces being consumed as fuel for the black inferno. Susanoo waved a hand, summoning an energy bow into its grasp. The black flames coalesced into an arrow, its tip aimed directly at Yuan Songhai. Wasn't this a matter of risking it all? Ning Can had never been one to shy away. You truly have a hidden card. Yuan Songhai gritted his teeth and remarked. This individual was profoundly enigmatic. Each time one believed he had reached his limits, he would reveal, with his formidable strength, that he still had reserves. What was even more astonishing was that Ning Can was so audacious. He was prepared to reveal his trump card and engage in a grand showdown. Yuan Songhai, equally tenacious, gritted his teeth and responded, then let it be. The confrontation of their ultimate techniques enveloped the atmosphere with a palpable sense of dread. The onlookers were taken aback. None had anticipated the battle reaching such a degree. This was a rhythm that suggested at least one would perish. All the teachers stood up, ready to intervene. A supreme-level talent was a treasure for the entire world. It must not be allowed to unfold in such a reckless manner. Chaos ensued. A powerful pressure enveloped the arena, instantly draining the energy from the vicinity, the natural elements rendered void. Splendid, the principal has intervened. The grand techniques of Ning Can and Yuan Songhai were abruptly halted. In the next moment, both collapsed to the ground. The battle had ended in a stalemate. Both warriors were barely maintaining their forms. Ning Can's second state of Susanoo and Yuan Songhai's domain Heavenly Dragon were powers neither could sustain for long, let alone unleashing such formidable techniques simultaneously. The spectators fell into a hushed silence. No one dared to claim that Ning Can, despite his strength, was inferior to Yuan Songhai. Likewise, at Tianquan Academy, Ning Can had emerged as a student leader, equal to Yuan Songhai in the eyes of many. This cohort was fortunate to have two leaders. They would sweep through the other schools. Yet this necessitated their peaceful coexistence. He Chen Feng sighed, contemplating. However, the reality was that it was highly improbable for the two to coexist harmoniously. After all, they had fought to the death on the stage. How could they coexist peacefully? What if they could not coexist? Ryūjin could not help but ask. Then that would be our greatest misfortune. Ning Can gradually regained consciousness. Noticing Qin Mo sitting beside him, peeling fruit. Awake? You certainly are fierce, willing to risk it all over a mere disagreement, Qin Mo said with a smile. Her expression both charming and delicate. Ning Can chuckled awkwardly, realizing he had been reckless. So who won? It ended in a draw, Qin Mo replied casually. Which is quite favorable. Yuan Songhai showcased his strength before everyone. The dignity of the student council is preserved, and you did not lose, making it a win-win situation. Ning Can nodded, contemplating that indeed, a draw was the best outcome, preferable to a definitive victory or defeat. Of course, if you wish to become the student council president, you will need to challenge him again. No way, Ning Can laughed nervously, sensing a deeper meaning in Qin Mo's words. Akin to a volcano poised to erupt at any moment. Indeed, Qin Mo's smile turned icy. So when do you plan to engage in another life or death struggle? Since you seem indifferent to your own life, why not just end it now? Ning Can blinked, but a smile suddenly broke across his face. You still find humor in this? Qin Mo exclaimed, hurling a piece of unpeeled fruit at him, her voice laced with repressed anger. Yet Ning Can unexpectedly rose and embraced Qin Mo. Thank you for your concern, he said softly. Qin Mo's body stiffened. She wanted to be angry but found it difficult to do so while being held. She felt as if her role as a mentor was being tightly manipulated by her apprentice. Qin Bai appeared at the door, and upon witnessing the scene, he knocked lightly. Qin Mo quickly opened her eyes, shooting a fierce glare at Ning Can. Just wait, this isn't over. She hurriedly exited, her back giving the impression of a hasty retreat. Ning Can, however, was unfazed, his spirits high. Vice Principal, Ning Can called out. Qin Bai dismissed the earlier scene, interpreting it simply as a sister showing concern for her brother. You two have truly acted impulsively. No matter how great your talents, life must always be taken seriously. Qin Bai admonished sternly. This too was a form of concern, so Ning Can did not resist. Ning Can's mind raced. Had the vice principal just come from Yuan Songhai's side? Qinbai nodded. How is Yuan Songhai faring now? Like you. He has exhausted his physical and energy reserves. He'll be fine after some rest. Not that, I mean emotionally. Qinbai paused. Recalling Yuan Songhai's demeanor had been somewhat off. Expressionless, devoid of desire for life. He appeared as though abandoned by existence itself. Qinbai turned to Ning Can. Did you two have any wagers prior to the challenge? What kind of bet could lead Yuan Songhai to such despair? Chapter 28, Dining with the President. President. Rest assured, even though it ended in a draw, the dignity of the student council has been preserved. There is no need for further worry. Shenlu and the other student council officials stated. The display of strength by Ning Can and Yuan Songhai had been so formidable that even a draw was sufficient to redeem the student council's previous losses. It was enough to maintain order among the students. Yet Yuan Songhai lay there, expressionless, his face a grimace. The officials assumed the president was merely disheartened, unable to accept the reality of not having bested Ning Can, and offered words of consolation. You don't understand at all. Yuan Songhai was on the verge of tears. Although it was a draw, he understood all too well that having not defeated Ning Can with his 4 realms meant he had indeed lost. Should he renege on the outcome? An enticing thought crossed Yuan Songhai's mind. After all, it was still a draw. As long as he did not acknowledge it, Ning Can could do nothing. However, he soon dismissed it, realizing he could not overcome his own conscience. What was it but a matter known to the entire school? How significant could it be? Yuan Songhai reassured himself. It was merely a feeling of exhaustion. He did not linger in the school-less infirmary. When he felt ready, he rose to leave. Approaching the dormitory, Yuan Songhai noticed Ning Can sitting on the stone steps, waiting for him just as he had the day before. So eager? Taking a deep breath, Yuan Songhai walked over and coldly stated, I did not defeat you in the 4 realms. Therefore, I lost. You may reveal my secret to the entire school. For a pure martial artist, a standoff was never truly a draw. If one fought 4 realms against 3, a state of no victory or defeat equated to a loss. Yuan Songhai could not bring himself to deny this, and thus did not resort to dishonesty. Yet Ning Can merely smiled, saying, Wasn't he? It said there was no win or lose. I shall keep your secret. It seemed as if Ning Can was feigning ignorance. Yuan Songhai found it curious, only to realize Ning Can wore a teasing smile, understanding that he was being deliberately coy. Ning Can believed that Yuan Songhai bore no personal grudge against him. There was no need to make an enemy out of him. It was better to have more friends than foes. If you say so, then I will accept it. No win, no loss. I want to chase you away, Yuan Songhai replied as he descended the steps. Then can we consider this as an acquaintance made without conflict? Ning Can stood up and naturally draped an arm around Yuan Songhai's shoulders. However, Yuan Songhai's body stiffened, and he immediately pushed him away. Ning Can found himself somewhat bewildered, while Yuan Songhai also realized that his reaction had perhaps been a tad excessive. I am not particularly fond of this, he said. Pausing momentarily, Ning Can nodded, indicating his understanding. It is quite natural for individuals to have their preferences and aversions. However, your demeanor resembles that of a girl. Not only do you have an affinity for the color pink, but you also seem reluctant to associate with boys. Ning Can jested. Could it be that although you present as male, your true essence is feminine? Yuan Songhai maintained a stoic expression. If you are still inclined to spar, we can ascend the challenge platform right now, and I assure you, I will not fight with all my might. Do not take it so seriously, I was merely jesting. Ning Can chuckled awkwardly, taken aback by Yuan Songhai's intense reaction. I propose we share a meal together. You haven't eaten since you left the infirmary, have you? Upon hearing this, Yuan Songhai hesitated. He had never dined with anyone before. Yet, given Ning Can's earlier gesture of goodwill, he wondered if it would be inappropriate to decline. Ning Can, unaware of Yuan Songhai's reservations, assumed he was simply shy. Then it is settled, Ning Can decided, knowing that such hesitations were best met with a firm decision. Yuan Songhai opened his mouth, but the words of refusal never left his lips. Thus, the two set off to dine at the entrance of Tianquan Academy. However, throughout the journey, Yuan Songhai remained rather taciturn, resembling a closed-off individual, while Ning Can was not particularly loquacious either. Assuming Yuan Songhai was merely introverted, Ning Can, out of necessity, sought to initiate various topics of conversation. In truth, Ning Can was not incapable of conversation. He simply preferred silence. Under Ning Can's deliberate efforts, Yuan Songhai soon began to engage in discourse, delving into topics far and wide. By the way, have you heard of the divine sequence? Ning Can inquired. Upon hearing this, Yuan Songhai extended a hand, and a fleeting golden dragon-shaped mark shimmered upon his palm. This, to my knowledge, is a trait that only those of supreme-level talents possess. Yuan Songhai explained. My rank is 23, which implies that there must be 23 individuals with supreme-level talents remaining. Ning Can was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, if they exist in the present, they will be counted as part of the divine sequence. However, there are still quite a few supreme-level talents within the imperial capital. Yuan Songhai continued. Tianshu Academy has one, along with several prominent families and the royal family. Conservatively speaking, there are no fewer than 6 such individuals in the entire imperial capital. What, then, does the divine sequence signify? Ning Can felt that Yuan Songhai possessed considerable knowledge, prompting him to ask further. Yuan Songhai paused before elaborating. You are familiar with the realms of cultivation, yes? The 9 realms of Long Night, the 3 realms of the Great Sun, and the Emperor's sole sovereignty. It is said that those above the Emperor level are akin to deities, while those with supreme level talents hold the potential to become divine. Ning Can was momentarily stunned, his mind wandering to the various cult organizations. They worshipped dark deities, embracing slaughter and shadows, with the malevolent gods often dismissed as mere figments of imagination. If deities were indeed real, could it not be that the dark gods were real as well? As soon as he voiced this thought, the entire restaurant fell silent, all eyes turning towards Ning Can. In the face of the crowd's gaze, Yuan Songhai remained unperturbed, firmly rebutting Ning Can's assertion. The dark gods are certainly non-existent. How could deities embody darkness and slaughter? Yet, he whispered, are you courting death? Do you dare speak such nonsense? Ning Can chuckled, inwardly recognizing the significant threat posed by the cults in the Dragon Empire. It was evident that they were a grave danger. Otherwise, such a politically correct atmosphere of suppression would not exist. Yuan Songhai did not respond to Ning Can's question, but Ning Can already had an inkling of the answer. If those above the Emperor level were indeed deities, then the existence of dark gods might very well be true. However, this elevated realm of existence was not something Ning Can needed to comprehend at present. He was simply curious. After their meal, Ning Can and Yuan Songhai parted ways. Ning Can headed to the library, while Yuan Songhai returned to his dormitory. By the way, the vice principal expressed concern about our relationship and suggested we change our living arrangements. But I declined. If he asks you, do you know how to respond? Ning Can remarked. Rest assured, they will not expel you from the school, Yuan Songhai replied. Nonsense. Why would they not expel you instead? The two exchanged banter until they each returned to their respective single dormitories. Chapter 29, A Dual Supreme Talent. Back in his solitary dormitory, Yuan Songhai lay on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. He recalled the moment during their meal when Ning Can had asked if he wanted to drink, to which he had firmly declined. A nearby man, unable to contain himself, interjected, what kind of man goes out for a meal and abstains from alcohol? Why do you behave like a girl? Come, if you want tea, drink. I'll drink with you. Thus, Ning Can found himself drinking with that individual, and Yuan Songhai, unable to bear it any longer, joined in as well. Before long, they were all flushed and boisterous. From now on, I shall not dine out with Ning Can again, Yuan Songhai declared with a hint of irritation, his voice gradually diminishing. What kind of girl goes out for her first meal with someone and gets forced to drink? On the pink bedspread, Yuan Songhai, cheeks flushed, succumbed to drunken slumber. After parting ways with Yuan Songhai, Ning Can did not head to the library but instead found a bench by the roadside to sit. That guy can certainly hold his liquor, Ning Can remarked, shaking his slightly dizzy head. In truth, Ning Can was not much of a drinker. Today was merely an attempt to amuse Yuan Songhai, who often responded in amusing ways, resembling a child yet to mature. It was only Ning Can who would dare to call the student council president Yuan Songhai a child. The night was deep, and the streets were nearly devoid of students. The dim streetlights casting an air of solitude. Not far off stood the faculty building, and from Ning Can's position, he could catch a glimpse of Chin Mo's dormitory. An elderly man approached the dormitory, lingering there for a long while. He seemed to contemplate ascending, but ultimately hesitated and did not proceed. After a moment, a tall, graceful figure appeared, assisting the elderly man away from the premises. Ning Can watched silently, recalling the words spoken by Vice Principal Chin by earlier that day in the school infirmary. You have been investigating Chin Mo's past. Is it to uncover what has transpired in her life? I call her Sister Chin, and she is also my mentor. I believe it is prudent to understand her circumstances. This was a rather tactful response. I have long wished to discuss matters with you, concerning yourself and Chin Mo. What about me? What concerns are there regarding Sister Chin? You have little left to worry about. You are doing splendidly, studying diligently, and growing steadily, without any slackening. You are doing remarkably well. As for Chin Mo, she has encountered certain events that have led to significant conflicts with her father and me. Ning Can listened quietly. These conflicts cannot be resolved by me. I require your assistance. I am sorry, Ning Can interjected. Sister Chin has her own thoughts. If she is unwilling to reconcile with you, I will not intervene. You might consider hearing about those past events before making a decision. Chin Bai smiled gently, her breathtaking visage momentarily captivating. The story begins long ago, when Chin Mo had a friend with whom she grew up, named Mu Ruoyan. They were childhood sweethearts, perhaps at a stage of mutual affection. Sister Chin has someone she likes? Ning Can was momentarily taken aback, unable to restrain herself from interjecting. Though she has never explicitly expressed her affections, I believe it is quite evident. A boy and a girl who have grown up together, their interactions imbued with intimacy and camaraderie. If it were not affection, Chin Bai could hardly fathom the reasoning behind it. This elucidates why, at times, Chin Mo and Ning can exhibit close behavior. Yet it does not weigh heavily on her mind. For Chin Bai, it has always been apparent that Chin Mo's heart belonged to another. Ning Can nodded, unable to articulate the tumult of emotions within her. A tinge of disappointment, perhaps mingled with sorrow. You are aware that Chin-mo possesses a supreme-level talent, correct? Ning Can nodded in acknowledgement. Chin-bai continued, revealing, in truth, I too possess a supreme-level talent. Ning Can gazed at her in astonishment. Two supremes from one family? Was the Chin family's ancestral grave not smoking 20 years ago, just as you surmised? It is indeed hard to believe. Both sisters of this generation in the Chin family are endowed with supreme-level talents. This is a prospect that no one wishes to witness, as they cannot fathom how these two sisters will develop together in the future. For the sake of protection, father instructed Chin-mo to claim she possessed an emperor-level talent and did not undergo a talent awakening. Naturally, this meant she did not enter the divine sequence. Ning Can fell into a contemplative silence, recognizing the lifelong implications of such a decision. To have not entered the divine sequence is a measure that seems excessively protective, does it not? Initially, it bore little significance. Chin-mo has never cared much for it. Yet this matter birthed subsequent events. As Chin-mo matured, marriage became a pressing issue. After much deliberation, the old principal chose Li Chengzong from Tianshu Academy. Chin-mo, with her strong will and capricious nature, would never obediently comply. She boldly declared her refusal to marry, even threatening to elope with Mu Ruoyan. However, the old principal remained steadfast. After certain events transpired, Mu Ruoyan ultimately departed for the front lines, and Chin-mo chose to honor her engagement. The old principal resorted to coercive measures? Ning Can frowned as she inquired. Chin-bai shook her head, asserting that while father can be quite obstinate, he does not force others into compliance. I believe that is not the case. Some incidents occurred during this period that Chin-bai remains unaware of, and what transpired afterward. Subsequently, Li Chengzong, who had initially agreed to the engagement, abruptly reneged on the wedding day, declaring that Chin-mo's qualifications were beneath him. Chin-bai spoke with a detached tone. She refrained from mentioning that it was because Li Chengzong had laid eyes on her. Compared to Chin-mo, Li Chengzong desired her as a wife, willing to publicly annul their engagement for that reason. A chilling disdain glimmered in Ning Can's eyes. This Li Chengzong possesses a supreme-level talent? Chin-bai nodded. Understood. The ancient tale is indeed rife with drama. To be jilted on the day of the wedding and disparaged as unworthy. How could Sister Chin possibly remain in the imperial capital under such circumstances? Does Sister Chin harbor resentment toward her father? There is no issue there. It was he who sought this marriage, compelling Sister Chin to conceal her talent. The ultimate consequence was Sister Chin's public humiliation. So, was the old principal at fault? No fault there. With two supremes in one family, it is only natural for one to remain hidden, either Chin-mo or Chin-bai. If a daughter possesses supreme-level talent, finding a suitable match with an equal standing should not be a problem, right? Everything seemed to be in order, yet the final outcome was disastrous. The daughter was publicly humiliated, and this father bears an inescapable responsibility. No one would have anticipated that Li Chengzong would renege on their wedding day and speak so disrespectfully. Chin-bai remarked, whose fault is this? Did you not know of Li Chengzong's character and conduct before the marriage, yet proceeded with the wedding anyway? If it had not been revealed on the wedding day, would it have been better to let issues arise post-marriage? Ning Can scoffed. Chapter 30. The Spar with Tianshu. Please do ensure my inclusion. Chin-bai fell silent, contemplating that had Li Chengzong expressed regret after the marriage and pursued her, intending to divorce Chin-mo, it would have utterly shattered Chin-mo's dignity. Moreover, such a thing is well within Li Chengzong's capacity to do. Thus, Chin-bai could only remain silent. Is this Li Chengzong the son of the principal of Tianshu Academy? Ning Can inquired, her tone frigid. Among the 7 academies of the Dragon Empire, only Tianquan and Tianshu are located in the imperial capital. The principal of Tianquan bears the surname Chin, while that of Tianshu is Li. Li Chengzong's surname readily invokes such associations. Indeed, father once believed in the suitability of their match. Furthermore, Li Chengzong had previously shown respect to his teachers. Yet he proved shockingly indiscreet, which led to a rapid deterioration in the relationship between Tianquan and Tianshu. Father's actions at the time were not erroneous. It was merely the final outcome that went awry. He has always been stubborn, refusing to acknowledge his mistakes. Chin-mo also steadfastly withholds her forgiveness. As her elder sister, I have been unable to mediate. However, you can. A glimmer of hope shone in Chin-bai's eyes. Yet, Ning Can shook her head. Do you understand that this is all merely a misunderstanding, and still refuse to assist? Disappointment flickered in Chin-bai's gaze. She had observed for a considerable time, and felt that Ning Can should possess a warm heart, willing to help in others' affairs. Why then, was she so indifferent regarding her own family's matters? In truth, Ning Can believed herself to be an outsider. It was best not to interfere in the principal's and Sister Chin's family affairs. Offering assistance is one thing, meddling in family matters is quite another. Moreover, do you think I, Ning Can, hold the power to reconcile Sister Chin and her father? Very well, if you change your mind, you may come find me. Just remember to keep those matters confidential. Under the night sky, the lights illuminated the surroundings. Groups of men and women strolled together. Ning Can sat alone on a bench, feeling that alcohol should not be consumed in excess. Her head throbbed painfully. Why drink so much? Because the urge struck suddenly. What brings you here? A familiar voice rang in Ning Can's ear. Glancing over with a slight haze of inebriation, she indeed spotted Qin Mo's alluring figure, her tall silhouette captivating. One could hardly fathom why Li Chengzong would reject such a woman. You've been drinking? Why didn't you invite me? Qin Mo wrinkled her nose, sniffing the air, and upon confirming the scent of alcohol, she became instantly irate. With that, she reached for Ning Can's ear to twist it. Ning Can, somewhat intoxicated, allowed Qin Mo to twist her ear. Noticing Ning Can's lack of reaction, Qin Mo soon found it rather amusing. Is it so late already? Did Sister Qin just return? Ning Can inquired. Someone sent me a letter, my friend since childhood, or one might say my childhood sweetheart. Qin Mo extended her hand to show Ning Can the item. Ning Can, with keen eyes, clearly discerned the name Mu Ruoyan inscribed upon it. Childhood sweetheart. Sister Qin's childhood sweetheart? Ning Can queried. Qin Mo hesitated slightly, noticing the peculiar glimmer in Ning Can's eyes. Yes, but actually, she is a female, one could say she is more of a close friend. Qin Mo feigned casualness, providing an explanation for Ning Can's sake. Indeed, upon hearing Qin Mo, Ning Can's odd expression vanished, replaced by a look of utter confusion. Wasn't it a childhood sweetheart? How could it be a girl? Precisely, due to certain circumstances, she must be perceived as a man by others, though she is, in fact, a woman. Understood. She is cross-dressing? However, such matters are likely known by few, correct? Sister Qin, is it permissible for you to share this with me? More than just a few know. Even Qin Bai is unaware. It's fine, my apprentice is not an outsider. However, Ning Xiaodi, you must not speak of this to anyone. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. Such matters are certainly not meant to be divulged. However, Qin Mo does not wish for Ning Can to genuinely believe that she has a male childhood friend who has grown up alongside her. Why? She cannot say. It is simply unacceptable. I would never speak of it indiscriminately. Ning Can swore an oath. Disguised as a man, everyone assumed she was male, when in fact she was a woman. Such a ruse was indeed remarkable. For a fleeting moment, a spark illuminated Ning Can's mind, yet in her current state of inebriation, she could not grasp it. She felt others were rather foolish, unable to distinguish between genders. Surely, there must be some inherent differences, right? How could no one see through it? Ning Can shook her head, expressing her disdain. Qin Mo pondered for a moment and realized it seemed to be the case. Mu Ruoyan exhibited many behaviors that were instinctively feminine, yet perhaps due to preconceived notions, no one had ever questioned it. Yes, my dear Ning is the wisest. Out here in the dead of night, drinking and enjoying the breeze. Are you hoping to join me for a stay? Qin Mo teased with a playful laugh. Without a word, Ning Can rose and fled in haste. The following morning, Ning Can intercepted Yuan Songhai just as he was about to step outside. What do you want at this early hour? Yuan Songhai exclaimed, arms crossed in anger. Why are you crossing your arms? What do you expect me to do about it? Ning Can replied with a peculiar look. Realizing her gesture seemed somewhat odd, Yuan Songhai uncrossed his arms and retorted irritably. If you have something to say, then speak. Why are you blocking my doorway? Actually, I have a question I wish to consult you about. Ning Can replied with a slight smile. Among the 7 prestigious academies of the empire, only Tianquan and Tianshu were adjacent to one another. Was there no friendly exchange, such as competitions or sparring events, between the two institutions? Yuan Songhai gazed at Ning Can with curiosity. There is indeed. The 2 academies hold an annual friendly competition, designed to encourage mutual improvement and foster camaraderie. Upon hearing this, Ning Can's excitement surged. Quickly, tell me, what is the format? Yuan Songhai regarded Ning Can with a more peculiar look, but patiently explained. It has been held for centuries. However, for reasons unknown, several years ago, the friendly competition began to take on a more competitive and intense nature. Instances of injury during the matches have also been reported. As he spoke, Yuan Songhai furrowed his brows, noting that the essence of a friendly competition, which should prioritize mutual growth, had gradually transformed over the years. Why are you so enthusiastic? There are still injuries involved? Ning Can's excitement only grew. Precisely. The potential for injury is precisely what makes it worthwhile. What is the point of attending if one cannot be injured? This doesn't concern you. The participants have already been decided, Yuan Songhai said skeptically. Although he was unsure of Ning Can's intentions, he certainly suspected they were not benign. Can't the participants be changed? Ning Can pressed. Yuan Songhai hesitated before responding. Shenlu, from the student council. At that moment, the management team was deeply troubled over selecting participants for the upcoming friendly competition at Tianshu Academy. In previous years, selections had been arbitrary, allowing for a casual exchange of techniques. However, the situation had shifted dramatically. Winning was now imperative, lest one suffer injuries and ridicule. Chapter 31. How much do you know about Ning Can? Thus, the selection of participants had to be approached with utmost caution, ensuring they possessed sufficient strength. The lineup was nearly finalized, yet Ning Can's appearance sparked new considerations. If she were to join, the 2 supreme champions could potentially overpower Tianshu Academy. However, Ning Can was merely a freshman, and historically, no freshman had ever participated in the friendly competition. Was the past comparable to the present? Had there ever been a freshman of Ning Can's caliber? Had previous competitions been as ruthless as they were now? To my knowledge, Tianshu Academy also possesses a supreme talent. And he is a junior. While the president is formidable, we would lose our advantage in a one-on-one match. However, inviting Ning Can was not a straightforward task, as her relationship with the student council was far from amicable. Just then, Shun Lu stepped forward, declaring, "I will invite Ning Can. The honor of Tianquan Academy is paramount. We must ensure she joins our team this time. We lost last year. This time, we must triumph." Meanwhile, Ning Can was on her way to the student council, contemplating how to persuade Shun Lu to allow her to join the competition. Suddenly, she spotted a figure blocking her path. It was Shun Lu. Given their fraught history, Ning Can surmised that Shun Lu was likely there to confront her. Yet, recognizing her need for the student council's support, she wondered if she should say a few words to ease the tension. To her surprise, Shun Lu stepped forward and bowed, apologizing. "The matters from before have been resolved on the challenge platform. I hold no grievances with the student council now." Ning Can steadied Shun Lu, quickly responding, "There is no need for that." Upon hearing Ning Can's words, Shun Lu's expression brightened. He then informed her about the friendly competition between Tianquan and Tianshu and expressed his hope that she would join their ranks. After last year's loss, Tianquan Academy has suffered ridicule from Tianshu Academy, and we cannot hold our heads high. Although President Yuan is present this year, it is still not a guaranteed victory, especially since the opponents have trained for an additional year. If you agree to join, we are certain to win." Shun Lu spoke earnestly. "For the honor of Tianquan Academy, I, Ning Can, shall not hesitate to step forward," Ning Can declared with conviction. Shun Lu was taken aback by Ning Can's strong sense of belonging to Tianquan Academy. Despite her being a newcomer, elated yet remorseful about his previous actions, he moved forward with the planning. The team for the friendly competition was confirmed to consist of 4 members, Shun Lu leading, along with Ning Can, Yuan Songhai, and Ryūjin, representing the top 2 champions and the 2nd and 6th champions, respectively. "Why am I 6th? Shouldn't I be 3rd? Ning Can inquired. Yuan Songhai glanced at her. "Not everyone is willing to fight for the honor of the academy. Many prefer to conserve their strength, waiting for an opportunity to defeat me. Of course, you are an exception." Ning Can nodded in understanding. With some time before the friendly competition against Tianshu Academy, she needed to bolster her strength. After all, the opposing team's supreme talent was a junior. Each supreme talent should not be underestimated. Ning Can had already witnessed this. Given that even the sophomore Yuan Songhai was extraordinarily powerful, let alone a junior. The capital city differed from other regions, with few demon beasts nearby. However, a few formidable creatures lurked at a distance. Yet, a complete absence of these beasts was not ideal, as their presence posed both danger and essential training for the younger generation. Thus, both academies, alongside various families and the royal family, collaborated to create a trial forest. Each year, demon beasts and malevolent creatures were released into the forest, while strong individuals ventured in to slay them, maintaining a stable population that posed no threat while ensuring the training of the younger generation. Ning Can approached Qin Bai to request permission to enter the trial forest. Qin Bai scrutinized Ning Can for a long while before finally asking, "You are participating in the friendly competition. Do you seek revenge against Tianshu Academy?" "I believe it is time to reclaim some interest," she replied, her tone tinged with disappointment. "Your perspective should not be limited to this." Despite her words, Qin Bai ultimately approved the request. "Your determination to grow stronger is commendable. Yet it is imperative to reflect upon your innate talents and consider where they may be most effectively employed. This is a sentiment I express as a vice principal." Ning Can gazed at Qin Bai and suddenly burst into laughter. Perhaps it was due to the striking resemblance her face bore to that of Sister Qin, which made it difficult for Ning Can to regard her with the solemnity befitting her position. Thus, one might ponder why such an extraordinarily gifted vice principal would choose to serve in an academy. While the noble pursuit of educating and nurturing others is indeed admirable, it seems a considerable waste of her remarkable talents, does it not? Ning Can remarked. Qin Bai cast a sidelong glance at Ning Can, offering no reply as she diligently attended to the documents on her desk. Ning Can smiled slightly, understanding that the vice principal was unwilling to engage with him, likely burdened by her responsibilities. It was highly probable that, aside from her role as vice principal, Qin Bai held other significant titles. "You know nothing at all, so refrain from making baseless assumptions," Qin Bai stated coolly. "Oh, how much do you truly know about me, Ning Can? You claim my perspective is limited and misguided." Ning Can retorted with pride. Upon uttering those words, both were taken aback. When an elder offers you a few words of counsel, you dare to retort. A peculiar expression crossed Qin Bai's face, while Ning Can turned to leave. "What an arrogant fellow," Qin Bai mused, shaking her head. It was evident that Ning Can's words stemmed from his inner thoughts. Yet, he had audaciously vocalized them. Qin Bai understood the reason. It was simply because she bore a face strikingly similar to that of Qin Mo. Ning Can had grown accustomed to being informal in her presence. Perhaps there was an opportunity to leverage this? Qin Bai pondered. In the trial forest, Ning Can wielded his blade, the 1,000-bird slash, and decapitated a third-tier beast with precision. After absorbing the core within the creature's body, he activated the system interface. Behind him lay the carcasses of numerous beasts. Earned fishing bait, 29. Current bait points, 8,742. Nearly reaching 10,000. Should he indulge in a diamond fishing session or opt for 10 golden fishing attempts? Ning Can contemplated. While higher-tier fishing promised superior rewards, it was less stable. If he failed to catch anything, it would be a substantial loss. Drawing something trivial like instant noodles would be even worse. Conversely, lower-tier fishing yielded fewer treasures. Yet one could reasonably expect to land at least 1 or 2 good catches from 10 attempts. Best to accumulate his bait points to 10,000 first. Ning Can continued his slaughter, wielding his long blade. It was the 3rd day since his arrival in the trial forest, and his cultivation level was rapidly advancing through combat. From the early stages of the 3rd realm, he was progressing towards the middle stages, and it would not be long before he reached the latter stages. The individual with supreme talent at Tianshu Academy was a junior, and Ning Can surmised that they were at least at the 5th realm, potentially even the 6th. Ning Can's 3rd realm and Yuan Songhai's 4th realm would find it rather challenging. Ideally, he would reach at least the 5th realm before the friendly competition. Chapter 32, the 7th Prince of the Royal Family. On the opposite side of the trial forest, a chase was unfolding. The young man, clad in resplendent garments, bore a resolute countenance, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of panic. He frequently glanced over his shoulder, fleeing in a state of alarm. In the next instant, 3 arrows struck the ground before him, causing the youth to halt abruptly, breathless and shaken. There is no point in fleeing. It would be better to surrender and endure less suffering. An elder chuckled, leisurely stepping forth. The elder held a bow, its arrowhead aimed directly at the young man. Clearly, should the youth entertain any erratic thoughts, the elder would not hesitate to shoot him down. The young man steadied himself and declared, "You wouldn't dare kill me." The elder erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing of jokes. In this situation, do you still consider yourself the 7th prince? Not anymore. If I were to kill you with this arrow, who would ever know? He taunted. The one who sent you to kill me would know. The elder's expression shifted. But he quickly regained his composure and chuckled nonchalantly. You make a valid point. However, what does it matter? For a slave like me, killing a prince is an unparalleled opportunity. The elder laughed maniacally. When the royal family falls from grace, are they not subject to the same treatment as me? A mere slave? Perhaps I should simply end your life right here, claiming you resisted fiercely, forcing me to act. The thrill of slaying a member of royalty was an experience too rare to pass up. Not far off, Ning Can observed with a peculiar expression. To encounter such a scenario, a slave attempting to assassinate a prince, was an extraordinary matter. One would expect the trial forest to be monitored, as indicated by its very name, suggesting oversight to prevent significant incidents. What was the situation here? Should you kill me, rest assured, you will also be silenced. The 7th prince maintained his composure. How about this? I propose a deal. Join me, and serve me from this day forth. I can offer you excellent treatment, and I can free you from your slave status. Should you prove diligent and earn merit, you could even be granted a title. The elder's expression changed, evidently swayed by the 7th prince's words. However, after a moment's reflection, he shook his head. Your offer is tempting, but alas. I am old and have but a few years left to live. Your promises hold little allure for me. The 7th prince's expression darkened, and the elder aimed his bow directly at him, slowly drawing the string back. Enough. I know you're stalling for the administrators of the trial forest, but have you considered that they might be occupied? Ning Can nodded, understanding the situation. The question remained, should he intervene to save the prince? Royal matters are notoriously perilous to meddle in, especially disputes over succession. Yet, from another perspective, rescuing a prince could yield substantial benefits. Not to mention, a prince from the Dragon Empire wields considerable influence. If Ning Can had a royal ally discreetly assisting him, it would greatly facilitate his future endeavors. To intervene or not. Ning Can's gaze remained fixed as he rapidly weighed his options. The 7th prince, realizing there was no escape, displayed a glimmer of despair in his eyes. You should plead for your life. Perhaps I might spare you. The elder cackled. The 7th prince ignored him, closing his eyes to await his fate. In the face of impending death, his calm demeanor preserved the dignity befitting his royal lineage. This only incensed the elder further, as he expected that anyone in such a situation would be begging for mercy. The elder drew back the bowstring further, and with a single arrow, pierced the 7th prince's heart, killing him instantly. The thrill of slaughtering royalty sent the elder's heart racing as he turned to leave, only to feel something was amiss. Something is wrong. The sensation of killing feels off. The feeling of the arrow piercing the body is not right. The elder spun around and loosed several more arrows at the 7th prince's corpse. No, it's an illusion. The elder's expression changed dramatically, and he closed his eyes, relying on a marksman's acute hearing to pinpoint a location. He raised his hand and immediately released an arrow. The world before him shattered. In another dimension, Ning Can grasped the 7th prince, narrowly evading the arrow. What is wrong with these people? Does their environment have so little effect on them? Are they simply too cunning, or am I just inept? Ning Can was resolute, activating his kaleidoscope Sharingan. Before the elder appeared the 7th prince, pierced through the left leg by an arrow. You have awakened your talent, and it appears to be of an illusionary nature. I underestimated you. The elder exhaled, relieved. If he allowed this seventh prince to escape, the consequences would be unimaginable. The seventh prince gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly, clearly seething with anger. Yet, this only served to amuse the elder further. With a hearty laugh, the elder once again loosed an arrow, striking down the seventh prince. After ensuring his demise with a few more arrows, he departed. Moments later, the elder returned, gazing at the lifeless body of the seventh prince lying on the ground. A cruel smile crept across the elder's face as he remarked that the royal would now be left to rot in the wilderness. This time, the elder did not return. The illusion bore flaws. In moments of heightened emotion, one could easily overlook them. Ning Can pondered this. During the second illusion, it was likely the elder's fluctuating emotions that led him to miss the signs. Of course, he had not anticipated anyone would intervene to save the seventh prince, believing all along that it was merely the prince's own illusion. Thank you for saving my life, esteemed sir. I am Long Sheng, the seventh prince of the empire, and I shall repay this debt in the future. The youthful yet resolute voice resonated behind Ning Can. I am Ning Can. Witnessing such brutality against royalty compels me to act. As for the matter of repayment, your discretion in not revealing my involvement in your rescue would suffice as the greatest repayment, Ning Can replied with a wry smile. If repayment is demanded, then this act of salvation transforms into a mere transaction. I seek camaraderie, not commerce. The future is long. With friendship, exchanges will naturally follow. Perhaps having just escaped death, the youthful visage of the seventh prince now exhibited a hint of vulnerability. I never expected them to resort to such cruelty. The elder did not disclose who orchestrated this. But do we truly need to speak of it? Those who wished for my demise are all too clear. Do not involve me in royal matters. I have no desire to meddle, Ning Can stated. At this, the seventh prince understood that Ning Can had merely acted on impulse to save him, without ulterior motives. Regardless, I must express my gratitude, he declared solemnly, refraining from reiterating promises of recompense. Words of gratitude must translate into tangible actions in the future. Though young, the prince had learned the nuances of maturity expected of royalty at his age. After parting ways with the seventh prince, Ning Can shook his head, realizing that the life of a royal was fraught with difficulties. He had not anticipated that entering the trial forest would lead him to save a prince. Perhaps the mastermind behind this scheme had not foreseen that Ning Can would navigate through the layers of their plot to rescue the seventh prince. This was but a mere pawn moved on the board. The consequences of this action remained uncertain, potentially significant, yet equally trivial. Ning Can resumed his hunt for beasts, accumulating points for fishing bait. Once his bait points exceeded 10,000, he would commence fishing. Chapter 33, My Future Brother-in-Law. Ning Can continued to hunt beasts, gathering points for fishing bait. Once his bait points surpassed 10,000, he would begin to fish. Meanwhile, within the confines of a royal prince's residence, the elder removed his bow and all weapons, kneeling before a richly dressed young lord. As per your command, I have slain the seventh prince. How dare a mere slave defy orders? From the very beginning, the directive was to kill the seventh prince, and the execution was left to my discretion. However, the seventh prince has awakened a talent for illusions. Talent for illusions? The richly attired young lord finally lifted his head, astonishment evident upon his countenance. He understood well what premature awakening signified. At the very least, it denoted an imperial-level talent. While the royal family generally possessed commendable talents, few bore the imperial-level gift. Should a prince possess such a talent, regardless of his desires, he would inherently hold the potential for contention. However, he is already dead. Please elaborate on the details of the process, commanded the young lord. The elder then recounted everything in detail, except for his dialogue with the seventh prince. The young lord tapped the table and spoke somberly. Since the first killing was an illusion, did you not consider that the second might also be an illusion? The young lord, adept at manipulating emotions, knew well that individuals in states of emotional upheaval were prone to overlook certain details. The elder's heart sank. If the second instance were also an illusion and the seventh prince had not perished, he comprehended the implications. I assure you with my life that the seventh prince has been slain, the elder exclaimed, collapsing to the ground. A heavy silence fell upon the room. Sweat poured down the elder's face as he trembled uncontrollably. The young lord rose, approaching the elder and patting him on the shoulder. Since you are certain of his death, that will suffice. Fear not. My lord shall not resort to silencing you. In serving my lord, rewards will be granted for merit and penalties for faults. My lord would not kill you merely for completing your task. With such a mindset, how could my lord aspire to ascendancy? How could my lord contemplate a counterattack against the stars? My lord's aspirations are lofty. I am willing to assist you to the best of my abilities, the elder proclaimed, kneeling fervently. Enough. Go and receive your reward, the young lord gestured, dismissing the elder. As the elder rose and approached the door, a subordinate rushed in, exclaiming, Report. The seventh prince has approached his majesty, claiming he was attacked. His majesty is furious and summons all princes to an audience. The elder's body froze at the doorway. Impossible. I personally shot the seventh prince and confirmed his demise with my own eyes. Yet, the reality was undeniable, as the young lord had asserted. The second killing was merely an illusion. How could the seventh prince, who had not even completed the awakening ceremony, possess such formidable powers of self-awakening? Trembling, the elder knelt once more, pleading, my lord, grant me another chance." The young prince, wearing a grim expression, stepped outside. He shared the elder's thoughts. If the second killing was also an illusion, then the seventh prince's talent for illusions was indeed extraordinary. This strongly suggested the likelihood of a supreme-level talent. Such news was far from favorable. Even among the exceptionally talented royals, only the eldest princess possessed a supreme-level talent. Fortunately, the eldest princess had no interest in power struggles or cultivation. However, if the seventh prince also possessed a supreme-level talent, a cold glint flickered in the young prince's eyes. As he passed the elder, he coldly remarked, "Rewards will be granted for merit and penalties for faults, as I have stated. Do not blame me when death comes." In another part of the royal estate, in a garden alive with the fragrance of blossoms and vibrant greenery, a stunningly beautiful and noble woman sat at the center. Engrossed in her needlework, Long Sheng approached, and the servants in the garden respectfully bowed. "Seventh prince." Long Sheng reached the woman, finally allowing his tense expression to ease. The entire royal family was fraught with peril, each moment laden with pain and oppression. Only within this garden could Long Sheng truly feel at ease. "I heard you were attacked." Father was exceedingly furious, the woman said, momentarily pausing her work, her voice gentle and melodious. Long Sheng nodded and recounted the events in detail. The woman listened intently, and once he finished, she exhaled a sigh of relief, patting her ample bosom. "You must express your gratitude to that brother Ning Can," she advised. "Yes, I understand," Long Sheng replied, nodding. After a brief pause, Long Sheng smiled and deftly shifted the topic. "Sister is once again engaged in needlework. I wonder who will be so fortunate as to marry her." Such words caused the young woman to blush, her fingers gripping the fabric with a gentle firmness. "It's merely a way to pass the time when I'm bored," she murmured softly, her face adorned with a delicate flush, radiating charm. Long Sheng gazed at her in admiration, remarking, "Sister, in such a state, your future husband will undoubtedly be utterly captivated by you. How can you be so frivolous with your words?" she retorted, a mix of embarrassment and playfulness in her tone. After their light-hearted exchange, observing that her spirits had noticeably lifted, Long Sheng smiled and made his way outside. "Take good care of my sister, fulfill her wishes, and do not presume her good nature means she can be taken lightly. While she is gentle, my temper, on the other hand, is quite fierce. Do you understand?" Long Sheng spoke coldly to the garden attendants, who were instantly struck with fear and knelt before him. His tone softened slightly. "Rest assured, should you perform well, I shall not be stingy with my rewards." Following the recent assassination attempt, Long Sheng had come to a clear realization: many servants were not as obedient as they appeared. A balanced approach of firmness and favor was essential. He believed these attendants knew precisely how to navigate such dynamics. Among the royal lineage, his sister's talent was unparalleled, yet it bore a flaw. "Your sister's talent is not merely supreme, it is divine, truly one of a kind." Yet, it remained compromised, and unless another with a divine talent were to be found, it would be challenging to rectify. Reflecting on his father's words from his childhood, Long Sheng couldn't help but sigh. The emergence of a divine talent was already exceedingly rare. Where would he find another? Alternatively, there was the prospect of unearthing an exceptional supreme talent, one whose abilities approached the divine, which could similarly aid the grand princess. The thought of discovering such a talent sparked a glimmer in Long Sheng's eyes. Regardless, it presented a potential pathway. "Oh, my future brother-in-law, you must make your appearance soon. My sister cannot wait indefinitely for you," Long Sheng murmured softly. Chapter 34. The Legacy of Swordsmanship in the Pirate World. In the trial forest, lightning flickered. Ning Can, wielding the Susanoo, brandished the Chidori blade, wreaking havoc from the southern to the northern reaches, his eyes unwavering. "Never mind if my eyes are dry. I have finally surpassed 10,000 bait points. Slaying these lower-tier beasts yielded rewards too meager. He needed to seek out more formidable foes. The front lines, or a barren wasteland. That is where the true business lies," Ning Can mused. Were his strength sufficient, he would sweep across the skies. Acquired bait points, 36. Current bait points, 10, 312. Should he opt for diamond-level fishing or golden-level fishing? Ning Can pondered for a moment. "System, let us go for 10 rounds of golden-level fishing." The familiar scene reappeared, as a fishhook plunged deep into the ethereal projection of myriad realms. With the undulations of the hook, for golden treasure chests materialized in Ning Can's hands. For treasures from 10 fishing attempts, these 4 needed to be redeemed once more. "When it comes to fishing, your system is truly remarkable." Ning Can shook his head and reached for the chests. This fishing attempt was successful. Item acquired: Monkey's tiger skin skirt. Monkey's tiger skin skirt. A tiger skin skirt once worn by a powerful entity. Wearing it will make one appear monkey-like. A monkey? Sun Wukong? Ning Can held the tiger skin skirt, feeling utterly speechless. This was indeed a legendary item. After all, It had been used by a monkey. Its origins were grand, yet it held little practical value. He tossed it into the system's warehouse and continued to open the chests. Fishing successful. Item acquired. Kakashi's Love Paradise. Love Paradise, a fine item. Goddamn fine item. Ning Can exclaimed, tossing the book to the ground. If you like it, just say so. Feeling somewhat drained, he hastily opened the remaining 2 golden treasure chests. Item acquired. Thunder material. Thunder material, one of the counter-elemental substances. Possessing the ability to fuse with a source elemental body to enhance physicality while granting control over lightning. Ning Can was momentarily taken aback. This was a noteworthy find. An item for physical enhancement. Item acquired. Second generation Onigiri. Second generation Onigiri, a demon blade, one of the 21 famed swords, rumored to be sealed with a malevolent spirit. Usable only by those with formidable strength, the weak will suffer backlash. It contains the swordsmanship legacy of its past masters. Caution is advised. A famed blade from the pirate world. Ning Can rejoiced. This was indeed a valuable item, complete with the swordsmanship legacy of its predecessors. Unable to resist, Ning Can grasped the sword. In an instant, his vision was flooded with crimson, a hellish scene unfurling before him, a brutal urge to kill igniting within his mind. The eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan spun, clarity emerging in his thoughts. As he gazed at the Onigiri in his hand, he realized his strength was insufficient to wield it for long. At that moment, he noted some cautionary words from the system. Sealed within are malevolent spirits. The weak will suffer backlash. Please use with caution. With the Onigiri in hand, Ning Can slash towards the distance. The swordsmanship of the pirate world is simple. Believe that with a single stroke, nothing is uncuttable. Hawkeyes can cleave through glaciers. Such power is nearly legendary. Though Ning Can's blade could not sever a mountain, it did cleave through every tree within a radius of several meters. Trees that required 2 men to embrace. The understanding of the swordsmanship of Dugachyobai, the current state of swordsmanship in this world, and the unique swordsmanship of the pirate world, converged to reveal brilliance. Ning Can's vision blurred momentarily, a terrifying sight reappearing before him, as if a malevolent spirit roared at him. Realizing it was time to cease, Ning Can hurriedly released the Onigiri. It was a remarkable item, but caution was paramount. With ample time remaining, he continued to slay enemies. The bait points were truly intoxicating. Ning Can now dreamed at night of seeing his system panel filled with an ever-increasing number of bait points. Once he finished his endeavors in the imperial capital and bolstered his strength for self-defense, he would head to the front lines. Though the cult's assassinations were fearsome, one could not allow fear to dictate their actions. At Tianquan Academy, while Ning Can thrived in the trial forest, Yuan Songhai and 2 others sought every means to enhance themselves. Besides them, the others at Tianquan Academy gradually grasped the nature of the friendly competition and the circumstances surrounding Tianshu Academy. Many, particularly those with a strong sense of community, immediately began to train diligently. The friendly competition is one matter. What I must do is prove that our Tianquan Academy surpasses Tianshu Academy outside of it. This sentiment resonated with many, prompting a flurry of dedicated practice. Since their relationship soured several years prior, neither academy had sought reconciliation. Instead, tensions escalated. The friendly competition became an outlet for grievances, with the victors reveling in their triumph while the vanquished wallowed in despair, seething with anger. As time passed, the rivalry extended beyond the friendly matches, morphing into a deeper conflict. In the previous session, due to Yuan Songhai being a freshman and yet to mature, Tianshu Academy, boasting a supreme talent, inevitably triumphed, leading to a crushing defeat for Tianquan Academy in the friendly competition. In the realm beyond friendly matches, the situation fared no better. Within the trial forest, Tianquan Academy consistently found itself at the receiving end of beatings from Tianshu Academy. The latter even dared to venture into Tianquan Academy to taunt its students. That particular cohort of Tianquan Academy experienced profound humiliation, leading to an intense resentment among the third-year students and some of the fourth-year students who had endured the ordeal. They vowed to erase the stain of disgrace. Upon learning of this history, the new generation of students could hardly bear it. Rest assured, seniors, this year we have the formidable Ning Can and Yuan Lao, who will undoubtedly trample over those wretched individuals from Tianshu Academy, exclaimed a freshman. On this day, 2 young men entered the library of Tianquan Academy. This is the library of Tianquan Academy? It seems rather unimpressive, with hardly anyone around, Hiluo remarked, surveying the surroundings with disdain. The other young man, engrossed in his book, replied without lifting his gaze. While the number of readers may be fewer, that does not signify anything. Our library at Tianshu Academy is only open during the day, hence students congregate there. In contrast, Tianquan Academy remains open around the clock, and most prefer to study here at night. Regardless, they simply cannot compare to us at Tianshu Academy, Hiluo scoffed. All 7 prestigious schools are equal. There is no hierarchy among us, Hirulai countered, closing his book to select another. But they are certainly inferior to me. You are indeed impressive. And the people of Tianquan Academy are no match for you. Hiluo laughed. Chapter 35, Visitors from Tianshu Academy in uproar. Are you here to read or to chat? If you continue to make noise, I shall not bring you next time. Ryūjin shot a glance at his younger brother. Ryūjin, admonishing him. No more. I absolutely will not say another word. Ryūjin declared, mimicking a zipper motion to signify his lips were sealed. Ryūjin delved back into his book, while Ryūjin, unable to concentrate, began to scan the room. This one is too ugly, that one is too incompetent, and that one is too short. In conclusion, Tianshu Academy is still the best. Suddenly, Ryūjin's attention was captured by a female student. Clad in a delicate white uniform, her unadorned features exuded a pure and charming allure. She stood on her tiptoes, reaching for a book on the shelf. After glancing through it, she returned it to its place. Ryūjin instinctively approached her. Hello, fellow student, I am Ryūjin. May I ask your name? The girl shot him a glance but chose to ignore him, clutching her book as she turned to leave. Alarmed, Ryūjin hurriedly blocked her path. I would like to get to know you. I'm sorry, but I have no interest in you, she coldly replied, her demeanor icy and dismissive. After saying this, she attempted to walk away, but Ryūjin, in a panic, grabbed her arm. This unexpected action caused her books to tumble to the floor, creating a commotion that drew the gaze of many. Upon witnessing the entanglement of a man and a woman, numerous onlookers frowned. Harassing a girl in the library? One male student, unable to stand idly by, rose to confront Ryūjin. What are you doing? Step aside. Ryūjin, already irked by the girl's rejection, snapped back at the intruder. Oh, look who is feeling bold. The man sneered, his towering physique resembling an iron tower as he stood before Ryūjin. Have you lost your mind? Harassing a girl in a library? The girl behind him picked up her books, casting a glance at the confrontation before attempting to leave again. Ryūjin, in desperation, exclaimed, Do you know who I am? Move aside immediately. Such pretentious bravado only elicited further ridicule from the man, who refused to budge, drawing even more attention from the crowd. In a fit of frustration, Ryūjin shoved the man aside and lunged to prevent the girl from departing. As one of the few elite talents from Tianshu Academy, he could not be easily obstructed by mere stature. However, the force of his push darkened the man's expression, prompting more students to step forward. In broad daylight, how dare you act so lawlessly? Which class are you from? What is your name? Some well-connected students, recognizing Ryūjin's face, narrowed their eyes, sensing the brewing conflict. The commotion was too loud, disturbing Ryūjin, who closed his book and approached. My brother merely wished to make an acquaintance. He meant no harm, Ryūjin explained, his formidable presence effectively suppressing those who were inclined to intervene. The onlookers were struck by his strength, and silence fell over the crowd, for in this world, the powerful are always accorded respect. Yet the girl retorted with a mocking smile, just because he wants to know me, does that mean I must oblige? Who does he think he is? And you, who are you? Unbeknownst to Ryūjin, the situation was escalating beyond his expectations. Just as he was about to speak, a voice from the crowd interjected. That person is from Tianshu Academy, Ryūjin. What? The students of Tianshu Academy gasped in astonishment. From Tianshu Academy? Ryūjin? While Ryūjin's appearance had raised some suspicion, Ryūjin's arrival immediately made his identity known. The supreme powerhouse of Tianshu Academy, who had previously dominated Tianshu Academy. Indeed, Ryūjin is my brother, possessing unparalleled talent. As for me, Ryūjin, I have royal-level potential. He stepped forward, presenting what he believed to be a charming smile. So, how about it? Are you interested in getting to know me now? However, the girl looked at him quizzically and quickly retreated. More people stood up, encircling the two of them. What is happening? Ryūjin thought, perplexed. His usual charm, a surefire tactic at Tianshu Academy, seemed to have backfired here. Inciting a sense of aggression among the onlookers, Ryūjin maintained his composure, observing the situation with clarity. Ryūjin, what brings him to Tianshu Academy? Are the people from Tianshu Academy here to stir trouble, harassing our female classmates? In broad daylight, do they have no shame? The news of Tianshu Academy's presence in the library, coupled with their harassment of a female student, spread rapidly throughout Tianshu Academy. Countless students, now informed of the long-standing rivalry between the two academies, could no longer contain their outrage. The confrontation was one thing, but to bully a female classmate was an affront that could not go unpunished. Waves of anger surged within the students as they rose in unison, marching toward the library. The overwhelming crowd soon surrounded the library, inciting concern among the faculty, who believed a mass brawl was imminent and rushed to alert the student council. Ironically, the student council was also swept up in the throng. Before Ryūjin and Ryūjin could exit the library, they found themselves encircled. How did it come to this? Ryūjin lamented, his face contorted in distress, having failed to connect with the girl he admired while inadvertently provoking the entire Tianshu Academy. This spectacle promised to escalate dramatically. Tensions that had long been simmering were finally bubbling to the surface, and this incident was merely the spark. Ryūjin remained composed, recognizing the underlying issues at play. Yet he too felt a sense of helplessness, as he was one of the catalysts for this conflict. He did not foresee it spiraling out of control to such an extent. No, this is not solely my fault. Ryūjin cast a glance at his younger brother Ryūjin, realizing that this was indeed the primary reason for their confrontation. What brings you from Tianshu Academy to this place? Tianquan Academy does not welcome your kind. Where is that scoundrel from Tianshu Academy who harassed our female students? I shall have his body torn to shreds. Hiluo turned pale. He had done nothing wrong. So how could he be labeled a scoundrel? Naturally, Hiruo would not surrender his brother. He stepped forward and said coolly, "Is this how you treat your guests at Tianquan Academy? Hospitality begins with treating guests well. I have never heard of a guest harassing the host." He Chenfeng emerged, confronting Hiruo directly. "When friends arrive, we offer them tea and wine. When enemies approach, we brandish swords." "Hiruo, what do you consider yourself to be?" Ryūjin stood beside him, his expression icy. Not far away, Shinliu frowned, contemplating, before his expression shifted dramatically. "Quickly, go fetch the president. Hurry." Chapter 36, Fury. Hiruo introspected, realizing that the people from Tianquan Academy were not enemies, yet they were certainly not friends either. Thus, he altered his tone. "Do you think you can stop me simply by having numbers on your side?" Hiruo was the strongest at Tianshu Academy, arguably the mightiest among both Tianshu and Tianquan. Chenfeng had no doubts that if a conflict were to arise, Hiruo might not fare well. But Tianquan Academy would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. This was why he did not adopt a belligerent tone initially. Once Shinliu grasped this, he immediately recognized the gravity of the situation and dispatched someone to find Yuan Sanhai. However, today Hiruo was not alone. "You dare to strike? I cannot guarantee your safety, but your brother Hiluo will certainly not fare well," Chenfeng asserted firmly. Hiluo's countenance shifted dramatically as he glanced at his brother. Yet, his brother merely smiled, seemingly unfazed by Chenfeng's threats. He had never been one to succumb to danger. The atmosphere grew tense. The members of Tianquan Academy eyed Hiruo and Hiluo with ill intent, yet Hiruo's formidable aura counterbalanced their hostility. "What are you doing here? Plotting a brawl?" An elderly voice interjected, belonging to the library's administrator, Mr. Kong. He approached, exuding an impressive presence. Unexpectedly, Hiruo regarded this elder with great respect. "I have no intention of clashing with Tianquan Academy. I merely came to read a few books. This whole situation is a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" The students from Tianquan Academy were incensed upon hearing this. "You harass our female students and physically restrain them, yet you call it a misunderstanding?" Mr. Kong's expression turned grave, his gaze sharper than the students had ever witnessed. "Whether it is a misunderstanding is irrelevant. What matters is that things have escalated to this point. You still appear so unrepentant, perhaps believing that Tianquan Academy cannot subdue you?" Hiruo fell silent, not refuting the assertion. He indeed held that belief. There was no need to converse with the weak. "No one can suppress me. This young man is far too arrogant. If you are so capable, then why come to Tianquan Academy to read?" His audacity knew no bounds. "Just wait for the friendly match." Mr. Kong felt a headache coming on. "You are all young and brash, unable to humble yourselves." There was no choice. He could not allow students to fight here. Mr. Kong glanced off into the distance. His eyes filled with menace. "If you do not come out soon, I will truly let them brawl. Regardless of who wins or loses, the dignity of both academies will be tarnished. Hiluo, this incident originated from you too. Apologize to them. Let this matter be laid to rest." A figure hovered above, proclaiming this decree. "You think it can just be brushed aside?" A hot-tempered student was about to step forward, but a wise classmate restrained him, whispering, "Don't. Without Elder Yuan and Elder Ning here, if it escalates, we will be at a disadvantage. Do you think we can outmatch them with our numbers? Consider the battle Elder Yuan and Elder Ning fought that day. What could we possibly do?" This realization dawned upon the crowd. The might of those with supreme talents could not simply be countered by sheer numbers. Hiluo gritted his teeth. He did not wish to apologize, especially with that girl watching. He merely wanted to make her acquaintance. What was his wrongdoing? Hiruo shook his head, stepping forward and slightly bowing. "This matter is indeed our fault. I apologize." To be able to bend and yield demonstrates true character. Mr. Kong sighed inwardly. This generation from Tianshu Academy had indeed produced an extraordinary individual. However, being extraordinary did not grant one the liberty to flaunt themselves at Tianquan. After all, he was merely a budding talent, yet to fully blossom. The collection of tomes at Tianshu Academy was ample. Henceforth, do not come here to read. Mr. Kong stated blandly. This remark essentially conveyed that Tianquan Academy did not welcome him. "I understand." Hiruo nodded, leading the dazed Hiluo out of the crowd's encirclement. Suddenly, Hiruo halted, turning around to say lightly, "I look forward to your performance in the friendly match. Do not disappoint us as you did last year." Upon hearing this, Chenfeng, Shinliu, and others all wore grave expressions. Mr. Kong, while his face remained icy, felt a sense of relief within. After all, it was the impulsiveness of youth. Unable to contain their emotions, they had to utter a few sharp words before departing. Mr. Kong glanced at the hovering Li Qingzong. "What? Do you want me to personally escort you out?" "How rare. I merely wish to meet Miss Qin." Li Qingzong chuckled, stepping forward. However, Mr. Kong waved his hand dismissively, sending Li Qingzong flying. "How dare you overstep?" With a cold snort, Mr. Kong turned and left. All the students stared in shock at the librarian. The old man was, in fact, a hidden powerhouse. After a while, Yuan Songhai arrived, somewhat confused by the situation. Why was I summoned in such haste? What has transpired? Yuan Songhai looked around, startled to see so many students gathered. What are you all plotting? Do you intend to brawl? Yet, the students began to voice their grievances. Elder, you arrived too late. If only you had come a bit sooner. Indeed, you should have seen how arrogant that Hiruo was. What transpired? Yuan Songhai scratched his head, utterly bewildered. When Ning Can returned to the academy, the friendly match was approaching. During this time, Ning Can had been battling in the trial forest, delving deeper to challenge formidable foes of higher realms, gaining substantial experience. Upon reappearing, Ning Can radiated vitality. If the previous Ning Can resembled a frail scholar, now he embodied both elegance and masculine vigor. His radiant smile exuded a sunny charm. Ning Lauda, you have finally returned. If you had delayed any longer, I would have been compelled to venture into the trial forest to find you. Shen Li remarked with a wry smile. Though he spoke thus, the sight of Ning Can presenting himself anew brought joy to everyone, indicating his growth and strength. Only Yuan Songhai looked disgruntled. What were you doing in the trial forest for so long? Could you not have returned sooner? Ning Can, puzzled, inquired. What has happened during my absence? The group, having no intention to conceal the truth, shared the events that had unfolded with a rueful smile. What? Tianshu Academy came to our academy to stir trouble? They even harassed our female students? Ning Can exclaimed, taken aback and furious. Upon finishing his words, Ning Can turned to Yuan Songhai. You are the one from the school. Aren't you? How can you still blame me? The crowd was taken aback by Ning Can's intense reaction and fury. Yet, upon reflection, they realized that they too had been just as incensed at the time. Chapter 37. The Dragon Emperor observes the battle. Particularly, He Chenfeng and Yu Yun, who had lost to He Rulai in the previous competition, had worn grim expressions for days, spending their time confined to the training room. However, Ning Can's reaction was feeble compared to Yuan Songhai's explosive response. He slammed his hand on the table, rising to exclaim loudly, "It is entirely your fault. Had you returned sooner, He Rulai would not have been so arrogant." With that, he stormed out of the student council room. Ning Can was left dumbfounded. The anger that had yet to erupt within him was subdued by Yuan Songhai's outburst. He looked at the others. I haven't spoken incorrectly, have I? He was present at the school, but hadn't he had the chance to intervene? Is it truly my fault? The president's thoughts often diverged from the common perspective, remarked Shen Lu with a wry smile. The other student council members nodded in agreement, acknowledging his insight. I've always believed that the minds of geniuses are distinct. Like our president, one remarked. Nonsense. Isn't it just a supreme level talent? I possess that too. Have I ever acted so irrationally? Ning Can felt a twinge of indignation, but then contemplated that perhaps it was indeed an unconventional behavior. The room was adorned in pink. What normal man would prefer such decor? With that thought, Ning Can suddenly grasped the situation. Forget it. Perhaps it's just the heat of the moment. Who remains reasonable when angered? He sighed, realizing that this grievance would have to be borne. The others regarded him with newfound respect. I'll go talk to him. Let us not stir up any discord. We need to confront He Rulai tomorrow. As they observed Ning Can's retreating figure, the others exchanged glances, all in admiration. To their surprise, their leader possessed such magnanimity, truly deserving of his title as student leader. Yuan Songhai regretted her earlier outburst as she emerged. She was acutely aware of her misstep and lacked justification. However, turning back now was not an option. Yet, unexpectedly, Ning Can approached her, found a chair, and sat down, gazing intently at Yuan Songhai. I apologize, she said, biting her lip. It was not that she was unreasonable, she was simply frustrated. The recollection of their descriptions of He Rulai's arrogance and the harassment of female students incited her rage, anger at her own inability to arrive in time, and frustration that Ning Can had not been present. Upon Yuan Songhai's apology, Ning Can felt considerably relieved, at least knowing she did not lack reason altogether. He patted her shoulder and reassured, do not worry, I understand you. Tomorrow, we shall deliver a thorough beating to He Rulai. For every ounce of arrogance he displayed, he will face a corresponding amount of humiliation. Ning Can's voice held a cold edge. For on that day, not only had He Rulai appeared, but also Li Qingzong. Ning Can had come to learn that He Rulai was indeed a disciple of Li Qingzong. How wonderful. Old grievances and new vendettas, we shall settle them one by one. Yuan Songhai observed Ning Can, detecting the fervent desire in his tone to avenge their dishonor. She nodded vigorously. Tomorrow, we must ensure He Rulai suffers a great defeat. Nearby, Old Master Kong watched the scene with a cheerful demeanor, chuckling. He Rulai is formidable, but this year's students of Tianquan Academy are no slouches either. Initially, the presence of two supreme-level talents had raised concerns, as one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Yet, remarkably, the two managed to coexist harmoniously and collaborate effectively. The ability to unify everyone's strength is far superior to He Rulai's adaptability, isn't it? So, Mr. Kong, do you think they can win? Qinbai inquired. Old Master Kong paused before responding. It's difficult. After all, he Rulai is a third-year student who has trained for 2 additional years. If only Yuan Songhai and Ning Can were in a different grade, perhaps there would be some hope. Their training time is simply too short. Ning Can has made significant progress during this trial in the forest. Shinbai remarked, his gaze fixed on Ning Can, ambiguously stating, progress? How substantial can it be? Can it surpass he Rulai's 2 years of training? Old Master Kong shook his head, perhaps next year, but this year. I fear it may be too much to hope for. A little hardship might do them good. However, next year might be too late. Ning Can remained oblivious to the higher-ups at the school, harboring no expectations for their victory. What did it matter if they had 2 supreme talents? One had just awakened, and the other had only trained for a year. How could they compete? Nevertheless, Ning Can understood that he would not be deterred. Many things were futile to discuss and needed to be proven. He felt sufficiently confident about this friendship match. In the depths of the night, Ning Can sat in his room, reflecting on his recent gains. The ghostly severing blade could be utilized as a trump card, and in addition, he possessed the advanced physique of lightning material. Subsequently, Ning Can had fished once more, acquiring 2 more types of upgraded physiques, sound material and wind material. His cultivation had reached the mid-level of the 4th realm. After refining and integrating the lightning material, his realm advanced to the latter part of the 4th realm. Upon refining and merging the sound material, he reached the initial stage of the 5th realm. With the successful refinement of all 3 materials, Ning Can's realm had already reached the mid-level of the 5th realm. Furthermore, his personal panel displayed significant changes in the physique section. Physique, pseudo-chaotic physique, incomplete cultivation speed increased by 124 times. Mastery over the 8 natural elemental forces of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and sound. Damage reduction from the 8 elements. The advancement in physique naturally signified not only an increase in control over 3 elemental powers, but also a comprehensive enhancement in speed, defense, power, potential, and various other aspects. Among all awakened talents, the physique talent is the most powerful and versatile. Legends speak of a golden age of cultivation in ancient times, where awakening was unnecessary, and many possessed various formidable physique talents. If the previous Source 5 Elements battle body was at the king level, then this current physique should have reached the emperor level. Ning Can clenched his fists, the eternal kaleidoscope pattern of his Sharingan whirling in his eyes. The 8 elements coalesced around him. He Rulai, I too look forward to our battle. As the influence of Tianquan and Tianshu academies gradually escalated. Even this year, both institutions boasted supreme-level talents. This friendship match had finally captured the attention of the royal family. No longer were the 2 academies merely playing behind closed doors. They were heading to a venue prepared by the royal family. This rendered the match even more significant and formal. The news arrived so suddenly that everyone found themselves unprepared. However, it was a fait accompli, and neither institution could resist the will of the royalty. On the day of the match, as the teams from both academies entered, Ning Can noticed a separate area designated for the royal family in the audience. He understood the implications. The royal family's scrutiny would make this friendship match far more critical than any previous competition combined. Just as I desire. Ning Can gazed at the Tianshu Academy team, where he Rulai's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Unbeknownst to Ning Can, this friendship match was not merely a royal observation, but a personal viewing by the Emperor of the Dragon Empire. Chapter 38. Is this what Supreme means? In the sealed VIP box, the 7th prince stood beside the Dragon Emperor. This elder, who wielded the greatest power in the 9 provinces, appeared benevolent and intrigued as he observed the teams from the 2 academies. You seem to have something on your mind. Feel free to share. The Dragon Emperor said with a warm smile. The 7th prince gritted his teeth and inquired, why has Father Emperor sealed off my elder sister's garden? Preventing anyone from visiting her? All the guards were struck dumb, suddenly kneeling to the ground. No one had anticipated that the 7th prince would pose such a sensitive question. The Dragon Emperor gazed at his youngest son with an expressionless countenance and replied coldly, there are certain matters you ought not to question. Though he appeared somewhat irked, he refrained from uttering any punitive words, and even the guards were merely dismissed. Dragon Shung clenched his jaw and pressed on, I am merely concerned about my elder sister. Father Emperor, your hasty desire to witness the friendship match between the 2 academies, is it related to her? Silence ensued, a suffocating silence. The Dragon Emperor's gaze grew increasingly frigid. However, after a moment, he sighed, your deduction indicates genuine concern for Xian'er. Indeed, her situation has worsened. Unable to locate a divine-level talent, I must seek a supremely gifted individual to alleviate her plight. Given the urgency, I cannot summon all the Supremes, so I shall select one from the 2 academies. Dragon Shung's complexion changed drastically, but it must be someone close to the divine level. We have no other options. Fortunately, this year's cohort from both academies includes 3 with supreme-level talents. Let us hope one of them can suffice. The Dragon Emperor sighed. 3. Supreme-level talents? Dragon Shung blinked in disbelief. When did supreme-level talents become so abundant? Among the 8 participants in the friendship match, 3 were indeed of supreme caliber? This twist of fate shifted the situation from dire to fortuitous. An elder and a youth both turned their gazes towards the upcoming match, hoping for the emergence of a truly remarkable prodigy. Outside, a young woman, her cheeks flushed, presented a tassel she had crafted with her own hands to Ning Can. "Senior Ning, this is a token of my support. May you achieve victory." Her white school uniform exuded an air of elegance, while her unadorned visage was pure and charming. Ning Can accepted her blessing but felt the weight of someone's intense stare. Turning to investigate, he discovered it was Luo from Tianshu Academy. What was wrong with him? Why was he glaring at me so? Ning Can furrowed his brow and remarked to Yuan Songhai beside him. Yet, Yuan Songhai appeared to be in a foul mood, casting a sidelong glance at Ning Can before retorting, "You better take care of the gift from that girl. Don't let it get damaged during the battles ahead." "What is this about? Are you jealous? Jealous that a girl bestowed something upon me?" Ning Can chuckled. "You're quite absurd. You receive gifts from countless girls without a care, but I accept one and you turn envious?" Despite Ning Can's popularity, he had only recently joined the academy, with fans primarily among the new students who fervently admired him. Yuan Songhai, on the other hand, had an established fan base spanning from the 2nd to the 4th year. The number of students bestowing gifts and well wishes upon Yuan Songhai far surpassed those for Ning Can. Even He Chenfeng and Yu Yun beside them had received numerous gifts, many of which were bold declarations of affection from girls. Yuan Songhai opened his mouth, choosing to ignore Ning Can. "Brother, if circumstances allow, please give that fellow a severe beating." He Luo seethed. He Rilai followed his brother's gaze and spotted a remarkably handsome youth who was currently fastening a tassel onto his sword. "Has he offended you?" He Rilai inquired nonchalantly. "Absolutely. He is my sworn enemy." He Luo ground his teeth, hatred seeping through his clenched jaw, just as he was about to mention his grievances. He Rilai silently closed his mouth, refraining from questioning the nature of this enmity. He merely nodded in agreement. "Brother, Tianquan Academy has 2 Supremes competing this time. Do you feel confident?" A fellow competitor asked. "What does it matter? One has trained for a year, the other has just awakened. How could they possibly compare to Brother He?" Another competitor chimed in. "Even if they are the same year, only I shall emerge victorious." He Rilai proclaimed with confidence. Such confidence, or perhaps arrogance, is characteristic of the strong. The friendship match is determined by a draw, and in the previous round, He Rilai was the first to compete, effortlessly sweeping through Tianquan Academy. The other participants from Tianshu Academy never had the chance to compete, resulting in a significant humiliation for Tianquan Academy. This time, however, He Rilai drew the last position. Upon witnessing this, some students from Tianquan Academy discreetly breathed sighs of relief. This way, even in defeat, it wouldn't be too disgraceful, would it? This sentiment was prevalent among many in Tianquan Academy, highlighting He Rilai's formidable reputation. Ning Can harbored aspirations of dominating Tianshu Academy, yet he drew the 2nd position. "Very well, who is the first?" Ning Can inquired. Yuan Songhai revealed her draw. She was the first to compete. Ning Can's expression darkened instantly. He thought to himself, "This is it. I won't be able to sweep through Tianshu Academy now." Yuan Songhai would at least eliminate half of them. He Chenfeng and Yu Yun exchanged glances, realizing that they had become mere fillers. If Ning Can and Yuan Songhai triumphed, there would be no further concern for them. If they lost, it would matter even less. As Yuan Songhai stepped into the arena, her long hair danced as if caught in an unseen breeze, radiating an aura of cold determination and martial spirit. Yuan Songhai's temperament was usually amiable, but the previous incident involving He Rilai's visit to Tianquan Academy had genuinely angered her. With a sky-blue spear in hand, surrounded by the 4 elemental forces of earth, fire, water, and wind, she resembled an invincible war general. Yuan Songhai had no intention of holding back. The participants from Tianshu Academy entered the fray, yet they were easily defeated one after another by Yuan Songhai, as Ning Can had anticipated. With He Rilai refraining from intervening, Yuan Songhai was virtually unstoppable. "Is this the prowess of the supreme-level talent from Tianquan Academy?" Dragon Sheng remarked in disbelief. He had expected a fierce contest, yet what unfolded was Yuan Songhai nearly obliterating Tianshu Academy. The disparity between imperial-level and supreme-level talents is indeed considerable. Or rather, the higher the talent, the greater the gap between them. The Dragon Emperor glanced at his son and offered an explanation. But this difference is staggering. The 2 from Tianshu Academy possess imperial-level talents at the 6th realm, making them among the elite in the entire empire, yet they were effortlessly defeated. Yuan Songhai, at the 4th realm, vanquished those at the 6th realm with ease. "Is this the capability of a supreme-level talent?" The Dragon Emperor replied. "It is not entirely as you perceive. Firstly, Yuan Songhai possesses an exceptionally strong talent, ranking among the finest even within supreme-level talents." Chapter 39, Rilai's Arrival. Among all talents, physical talents are the most formidable. Yuan Songhai's Tianlong transformation is not purely physical, yet it approaches that caliber. At the moment she manifests the Tianlong transformation, she embodies the essence of a physical talent of supreme caliber. "Then can she not save my elder sister?" Dragon Sheng exclaimed with delight. However, the Dragon Emperor shook his head, saying, "She cannot." Dragon Sheng grew anxious upon hearing this. Why not? She is so exceptional, yet she cannot? The Dragon Emperor's expression became peculiar as he stated, her surname is Yuan. As far as I know, the current head of the Yuan family has one son and one daughter. The son is indeed named Yuan Songhai, but is congenitally disabled and confined to a wheelchair. As for her sister, it is said that she has awakened a supreme-level talent. Upon hearing this, Dragon Sheng's expression also turned strange. The intentions of the emperor were unmistakable. The illustrious and striking Yuan Songhai on the arena was, in fact, a woman disguised as a man. One might ponder, how could she possibly save your sister? How could she fulfill the role of your brother-in-law? Long Sheng fell silent. The third contestant from Tianshu Academy to take the stage was He Luo. Although He Luo did not possess the same brilliance as his brother He Rulai, he was nonetheless one of the most exceptional talents within Tianshu Academy. Are you the one who harassed the female students of Tian Quan Academy? Yuan Songhai spoke coldly. He Luo opened his mouth, a bitter expression forming. Yet no words of defense escaped his lips. Ever since that day, he felt as though he had been nailed to the ground. He admitted that it was indeed excessive to have grasped her hand to prevent her from leaving. But was it truly necessary? He Luo felt a sense of despair. Rumors of him harassing girls had begun to circulate within Tianshu Academy. I merely approached a girl I fancied to ask for her contact information. I cannot best you. My brother said I should simply surrender. If his opponents were He Chenfeng or Yu Yun, he would have had a fighting chance, but against Yuan Songhai, He Luo understood he had no opportunity whatsoever. In truth, he wanted to convey something, yet words failed him. How could he articulate that he had not harassed that girl? That his intention was merely to get acquainted? It was futile now. He Luo turned and departed. Yuan Songhai blinked, perplexed by the melancholic aura that enveloped He Luo's retreating figure. The audience outside the arena gasped in astonishment. Tianshu Academy had capitulated without a fight. This marked the third defeat, and should the fourth contender also falter, Tianshu Academy would be swept away by Tian Quan Academy, much like last year. This is nothing like last year, someone interjected. For the fourth contestant from Tianshu Academy, is He Rulai? What if He Rulai? In my opinion, Yuan Songhai might not be an inferior match. Within the private box, the Dragon Emperor and the seventh Prince Long Sheng were both invigorated. This was a talent renowned among the younger generation of the imperial capital. His appearance was somewhat average, and his character, as inferred from past analyses, was somewhat arrogant. Overall, he had a few minor flaws, primarily hinging on his innate talent, as the Dragon Emperor remarked. On the battlefield, He Rulai gazed at Yuan Songhai with a calm demeanor. You are quite impressive. At the very least, you surpass those from the previous generation significantly. However, that is all there is to it. He Rulai awakened his talent. The presence of the Tathagata, a golden, seated figure of the Buddha manifested behind him, and he himself radiated a golden light. What is this? The Tathagata Buddha? Ning Can exclaimed, dumbfounded. His domain was now being wielded with ease. He Chenfeng gritted his teeth. This is the talent of He Rulai, the presence of the Tathagata. Indeed formidable, the Dragon Emperor remarked. Both Yuan Songhai and He Rulai possessed body-type superpowers. Yet it was evident that He Rulai had developed his talent to a far greater extent than Yuan Songhai. At that moment, Yuan Songhai also unleashed his domain. A cerulean world emerged, and a celestial dragon leaped from the clouds, its cold eyes fixated on the Tathagata. This truly resembles a clash of deities, Ning Can murmured. The confrontation of supreme manifestations was a rare spectacle. The Dragon Emperor's expression grew solemn. Yuan Songhai wielded a spear, thrusting it toward He Rulai. The four elemental forces danced around him, with the fire element igniting the spear, transforming it into a searing crimson. He managed to imbue elemental forces into his weapon. And successfully at that. This Yuan Songhai possesses remarkable skill. The crowd gasped in awe. Remarkable indeed, He Rulai acknowledged. With that, he extended a hand. The swastika symbol coalescing in his palm, while his Tathagata manifestation mirrored the gesture towards the celestial dragon. The great sun Tathagata palm. Yuan Songhai's eyes glimmered coldly. He did not flinch or evade but instead thrust his spear forward with determination. Celestial dragon spear. A thunderous clash ensued as the great sun exploded in brilliance. He Rulai, momentarily taken aback, opened his eyes, silently observing Yuan Songhai. He Chenfeng and Yu Yun watched in exhilaration. Indeed, their elder was formidable, capable of contending fiercely against He Rulai. The members of Tian Quan Academy erupted in cheers for Yuan Songhai, while Tianshu Academy fell into a stunned silence, struggling to fathom the outcome. Yet, Tian Quan Academy still had Ning Can, who was rumored to be on par with Yuan Songhai. Comparatively, could Tianshu Academy truly be on the verge of defeat? Ning Can remained composed, sensing that it was nearly time to get serious. He Rulai regarded Yuan Songhai, calmly stating, "You are indeed strong. I cannot afford to underestimate you. The power of the four realms is insufficient to claim victory over you. I must resort to my true strength. Do not blame me for using my might against the lesser." With that declaration, an overwhelming aura surged from He Rulai. It became evident to the onlookers that the He Rulai they had witnessed thus far had been utilizing the powers of the four realms to battle Yuan Songhai. Chapter 40. Once again sweeping through Tian Quan, Yuan Songhai breaks through in battle. He Chinfeng was momentarily stunned before breaking into a rueful smile. Indeed. I had forgotten that he really possessed this level of power a year ago. How could he remain the same after a year? 6 realms. It turned out that he really had been concealing his strength all along. The faces of Tian Quan Academy's members paled instantly, while those from Tian Shu Academy erupted in joyous celebration. The surrounding spectators were similarly astonished by this sudden turn of events. He really was extraordinarily powerful. His displayed capabilities led others to believe that he had reached his peak, when in fact, he was capable of even greater feats. Long Sheng turned to the Dragon Emperor, excitedly exclaiming, he has been hiding his true strength all along. To think his power is even higher. Could he realize talent be approaching the divine level? The Dragon Emperor sighed. Reaching the divine level is not so easily attainable. Just look at how supreme level talents utterly dominate imperial level talents. Attaining a level beyond supreme is not a trivial endeavor. There is still a gap. The Dragon Emperor shook his head. A gap? What kind of talent must one possess to meet those conditions? Longsheng was taken aback. If he really could triumph over Yuan Songhai with the power of the 4 realms, he would be close to that mark. He attempted to defeat Yuan Songhai with his 4-realm strength, only to find they were evenly matched. Given his superior combat experience over Yuan Songhai, achieving a stalemate indicated that his aptitude fell short of Yuan Songhai's. The Dragon Emperor analyzed. Longsheng's expression turned ashen. Did that imply he had not met the necessary conditions? I have heard that another supreme from the Tianquan Academy defeated Yuan Songhai, who is at the 4th realm, with his mastery at the 3rd realm. Does this not imply that this supreme possesses a greater innate talent? Longsheng pondered for a moment before responding. Let us observe further. A sigh escaped the Dragon Emperor's lips. If suitable options are lacking, we must settle for second best. Time waits for no one. On the arena, he realized prowess at the 6th realm rendered Yuan Songhai's complexion somewhat pallid. Battling at the 4th realm against another of the same level was already arduous. How could one hope to contend against a 6th realm opponent? Yuan Songhai clenched his long spear tightly, disregarding all else. Fight we shall. Before this friendly match commenced, prior to Ning Can's venture into the Trial Forest, and after having drawn with Ning Can at the 3rd realm, Yuan Songhai had come to a clear realization. Without a breakthrough to the 5th realm, he stood little chance of achieving victory in this contest. Yet, knowing this was one thing, accomplishing it was an entirely different challenge. After all, Yuan Songhai had only awakened his talent a little over a year ago, and achieving the 4th realm within that time was already a remarkable feat. Presently at the pinnacle of the 4th realm, it was worth noting that just a year prior, he had only attained the mid-4th realm. Yuan Songhai had attempted numerous methods, retreating for seclusion to cultivate, while Ning Can risked his life in the Trial Forest. Yuan Songhai had not relaxed at all. Yet, he always fell just short, today a little, tomorrow a little, piece by piece. Up until now, he had yet to break through. In the confrontation of the 4th realm against the 6th realm, Yuan Songhai found himself significantly disadvantaged, whether in terms of domain manifestations or his own abilities. He was consistently overwhelmed. Often, he launched 3 or 4 assaults before Yuan Songhai could retaliate even once. Yet, even that solitary strike bore little fruit. With a cough, Yuan Songhai spewed forth blood, but just as he was about to be knocked from the arena, he managed to plant his spear into the ground. Barely halting at the boundary, his domain manifestation now teetered on the brink of collapse. However, he could still fight. He exhaled a heavy breath, somewhat surprised by Yuan Songhai's tenacity. Despite being on the receiving end of relentless blows, he found himself drained as well. This is despicable. Yuan Songhai is clearly inferior to He Rulai, yet he seeks to exhaust He Rulai's energy, leaving him incapable of contending against Ning Can, exclaimed a student from the Tianshu Academy. What? Tianquan Academy's tactics are utterly unscrupulous. The students of Tianquan Academy, who had nearly given up hope, suddenly found clarity. Indeed, the elder may struggle, but if he merely exhausts He Rulai, then when Ning Lao takes the stage, he can prevail effortlessly. They began to voice their thoughts. What is despicable? This is strategy, do you comprehend? If you are capable, why not send out 2 supreme talents? You 3rd years can face our 2nd years, and then we'll have a 1st-year battle. Do you think Tianshu will retain any dignity? The 2 academies fell into a heated dispute. At this moment, He Chinfeng's fighting spirit ignited, his eyes sparkling as he said to Ning Can, so this was the elder's plan. The elder is truly astute. As long as He Rulai expends enough energy, you, Ning Lauda, will surely triumph. Do you believe what they believe? Ning Can shot a glance at He Chinfeng. Do not underestimate Yuan Songhai. He Chinfeng was taken aback. Was that not the elder's intention? If the outcome is predetermined, why not announce it sooner? Longsheng turned to the Dragon Emperor, who appeared unable to accept such so-called tactics. Moreover, this would affect his search for a sufficiently gifted individual. Yet, the Dragon Emperor cryptically remarked, Yuan Songhai is on the verge of a breakthrough. Are you attempting to stall for time to create an opportunity for Ning Can? He Rulai stated coolly, it is futile. Even if I expend considerable energy dealing with you, facing another of your kind poses no significant challenge. As a 6th realm adept, I am confident I can sweep through your Tianquan Academy once more. I have often contemplated, if it were not for Ning Can, and I were to lose, it would mean Tianquan Academy's defeat. Leaning on his spear, Yuan Songhai spoke softly, but if Ning Can were absent, would I not feel the pressure to grow stronger and ultimately triumph over you? Individuals often become mediocre only after retreating into comfort. Stepping forward, Yuan Songhai's aura surged dramatically. He had broken through to the fifth realm. He had indeed long sought to use the pressure from Hirulai's battle as a catalyst for his breakthrough. And he succeeded. I must concede. Is this what it means to be a prodigy? The onlookers from both Tianshu and Tianquan were left astonished. The notion of merely exhausting Hirulai was too narrow-minded. The true intent was to harness the pressure to achieve a breakthrough. He Chenfeng stood stunned, realizing that the disparity between himself and this group was not merely one of talent, but also of spirit and resolve. Within the VIP box, the Dragon Emperor sighed. Such audacity, such talent. This should have been an ideal candidate for a son-in-law. Alas, she is a daughter. The Dragon Emperor was indeed pleased. The emergence of such a character in the Empire, a woman who would not yield to her male counterparts, would undoubtedly leave a significant mark on future battlefields. Regrettably, it was ultimately a bittersweet realization. If only he were a boy. After a brief moment of astonishment, Hirulai's gaze sharpened. I have underestimated you. I never imagined that one day I, Hirulai, would be considered a stepping stone for someone else's breakthrough. Come again. The victor has yet to be determined. Even at the fifth realm, you shall not be my match. Yet, astonishingly, Yuan Songhai shook his head. I am fully aware that I am not your opponent at the fifth realm. Continuing this fight serves little purpose. With that, he resolutely turned and exited the arena. Chapter 41. He is the one who saved me that day. Hirulai stared blankly at Yuan Songhai's retreating figure, feeling as though he had struck a punch into cotton. Experiencing a sense of indescribable discomfort, the crowd watching was equally bewildered. Is this acceptance of defeat? I expected a fierce contest upon breaking through to the fifth realm. The reality was that the fifth realm was no match for Hirulai. Prolonging the battle would only serve to exhaust Hirulai further, indicating that Yuan Songhai had no real desire to continue. This was clearly Yuan Songhai conceding. Yet why did he feel like the true victor? Nonsense. A win is a win, and a loss is a loss. Today, our elder he will undoubtedly sweep through Tianquan Academy once more. The crowd held divided opinions and engaged in animated discussions. Yet, one undeniable truth emerged. Everyone was captivated by Yuan Songhai's display of spirit and resolve. Both are indispensable. The next steps are up to you. Do you have confidence? Yuan Songhai approached Ning Can and inquired. If you can contend with him to such an extent, what could possibly hinder me? Ning Can replied with a smile. After a moment of hesitation, Yuan Songhai continued. In fact, the vice principal has approached me. Ning Can raised an eyebrow. Yuan Songhai elaborated. She mentioned that we should do our best this year. The hope of defeating Hirulai is slim. So we need not carry too heavy a psychological burden. Our era will come in the next cohort. This was an inherently unfair match. Yuan Songhai merely hinted at the potential for exhaustion and was met with much discussion. However, everyone overlooked the fact that Hirulai was a third year while Yuan Songhai and Ning Can were both younger. This was, of course, partly due to the nature of the friendly match format, but it remained fundamentally unfair for Ning Can and Yuan Songhai. Yuan Songhai had lost. He did not wish for Ning Can to bear excessive pressure, urging him not to force himself if it became too challenging. Ning Can grinned widely, declaring, what does it matter about the next cohort? What I desire is victory in this one. Rising to his feet, he strode towards the arena. Behind him, countless students from Tianquan Academy rallied in encouragement. Go, Elder Ning. You can do it. Despite the skepticism of many, they still placed their hopes in Ning Can, expecting him to lead Tianquan to victory against Tianshu. This sentiment was especially prevalent among the first-year students of the new generation, who harbored no doubts about their potential to triumph. With Ning as their leader, Hirulai would merely be a subordinate. Ning Can was invincible. Here he comes, the second Supreme of Tianquan Academy. What difference does it make if another Supreme appears? He has only awakened for less than 2 months. With merely 3 realms to his name, he should take his head and battle Hirulai. I have heard that he managed to achieve parity with Yuan Songhai in less than a month after his awakening. But what does it matter to achieve parity with Yuan Songhai? Yuan Songhai cannot best Hirulai either. Ning Can has barely awakened for a month and has already reached the 3rd realm. His speed of breaking through is indeed astonishing. Now 2 months have passed, and I would be surprised if he could even reach the 4th realm. Don't be ridiculous. 2 months to reach the 4th realm? Wouldn't that mean he could break through to the 9th realm in a year? You may boast this year, but wait until next year, when the 2 great Supremes will undoubtedly crush you Tianshu Academy. In the VIP box, the Dragon Emperor's eyes brightened slightly as he watched Ning Can enter the arena. This was the 2nd Supreme of Tianquan Academy, his appearance strikingly handsome. From his prior actions, it was clear that he wished to participate in Tianshuan's friendly matches as a freshman, indicating he was a man of loyalty and honor. There seemed to be no issues with his character. The Dragon Emperor assessed every aspect meticulously and felt quite satisfied. The only uncertainty lay in his talent. rapidly advancing to the third realm right after awakening, and being capable of contending with Yuan Songhai surely indicated he possessed considerable talent. Yet, being too weak is also a concern. The third realm is undeniably low. It is said his cultivation speed is remarkable. If he could break through to the fourth realm, that would be acceptable at least. The Dragon Emperor muttered to himself as he analyzed Ning Can. Dragon Sheng, upon seeing Ning Can's familiar visage, gradually fell into a state of astonishment, his eyes brimming with surprise and delight. After that day, Dragon Sheng had been searching for Ning Can everywhere. However, Ning Can was fiercely engaged in the trial forest, and only Tianquan Academy was aware of his presence, leading to Dragon Sheng's inability to find him. Never did he expect to encounter Ning Can here, and moreover, as one of the two great supremes of Tianquan Academy. Shaoqi, do you know him? The Dragon Emperor inquired, noticing Dragon Sheng's unusual demeanor. Father, he is the one who saved me that day, Dragon Sheng replied. Upon hearing this, the Dragon Emperor's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that Ning Can had such a connection with the royal family. As Ning Can stepped onto the arena, he observed He Rulai, who seemed somewhat fatigued. Let us begin. Let us settle this quickly, He Rulai coldly declared, unable to deny the considerable impact Yuan Songhai had on his mindset. His battle mentality was slightly compromised. In this state, Ning Can held a significant advantage. Whether intentional or not, Yuan Songhai had indeed created an opportunity for Ning Can. I have never underestimated you. And you should not underestimate me either, Ning Can murmured. With that, he stepped forward, unleashing his full momentum amidst the eager gazes of the crowd. In the VIP box, the Dragon Emperor's pupils dilated in astonishment. Unable to contain himself, he slammed his hand on the chair, rising to his feet, exclaiming, "Fifth realm. Excellent, excellent, excellent. This is the fifth realm." Everyone was rendered speechless in shock. Less than 2 months after awakening, he had reached the fifth realm. This was utterly absurd. This Ning Can was defying the heavens. Is there no reason left? Can ordinary individuals still compete? He Rulai's eyes also betrayed a glimmer of astonishment. A pressure that was indescribable. The Ning Can before him brought greater shock than his previous battle with Yuan Songhai, achieving the fifth realm in under 2 months. Such a breakthrough speed was simply unheard of. A cultivation speed increase of over 100 times. If I cannot create a gap between us, that would be remarkable, Ning Can thought. This realization deepened his understanding of the formidable nature of his innate physical talent. The awakening of an ancient bloodline truly was astonishingly powerful. Setting everything else aside, this cultivation speed alone was enough to render him formidable. Yuan Songhai and He Rulai were merely variations of physical types. Yet they were already so powerful, imagining their true potential was beyond comprehension. Your current state and mindset are not suited for battle. I'll give you an hour to adjust. Fight me once you're ready, Ning Can stated. Upon hearing this, He Rulai clenched his fists tightly. He longed to assert that it was unnecessary. Even in his current state, he could still defeat Ning Can. However, He Rulai lacked the confidence. Facing a fifth realm Ning Can would likely lead to his defeat. The onlookers were equally stunned. Some lamented that Ning Can was foolish for not seizing the opportunity to attack and defeat Tianshu Academy. Others praised Ning Can's righteousness, unwilling to take advantage of another's misfortune, demonstrating integrity regardless of the outcome. In the VIP box, the Dragon Emperor nodded approvingly. He was pleased with Ning Can's conduct. Pursuing an advantage in battle is not wrong, but this was not a fight to the death. It was a friendly match. In terms of interpersonal conduct, this young lad was exemplary, the Dragon Emperor remarked. To some extent, this praise from the Dragon Emperor was more significant than Ning Can's potential victory. Chapter 42, The Overwhelming He Rulai, Sonic Wave Attack. Dragon Sheng knew that even if Ning Can were to lose today, having caught the Dragon Emperor's attention was already a significant achievement. Ultimately, He Rulai sat cross-legged in the arena, provoking Ning Can and the audience, who awaited in silence. The spectators had no objections, as they anticipated a fierce contest. Yet, the royal family seemed surprisingly patient, waiting alongside them. Ning Can felt a tinge of surprise. Was the royal family of this world so agreeable, or did they have other motives? He Rulai opened his eyes, summoning the Rulai Dharma form once more. He stood and proclaimed loudly, Ning Can, because you are willing to wait for me, I will not allow you to suffer too much humiliation in our match. Ning Can smiled slightly, replying, on the contrary, my willingness to wait for you is precisely to ensure your defeat is as humiliating as possible. You possess the Rulai Dharma form, while I have Susanoo. The violet energy giant emerged, resembling a demon from myth, forming a stark contrast to the radiant Rulai Dharma form. Yet, the clash of good and evil could stand toe-to-toe. Ning Can's Susanoo had stabilized at the second stage and could briefly maintain the third stage at full power. Although it had not yet evolved to manifest its lower half and legs, it was fortified with the armor of the Yatagarasu, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities while expanding its arsenal of weapons, including the Ten-Fist Sword and the Earthly Command Sword. The colossal Susanoo wielded a sword in one hand and launched the first strike against the Rulai Dharma form. The Rulai Dharma chanted mantras, summoning countless scriptures to form a defensive wall that stood firm against Ning Can's Susanoo. The Susanoo struck down with its sword, yet it was met with this wall. However, when the Susanoo utilized its other hand to grasp the sword and exerted combined force, the wall was surprisingly cleaved in two. Nevertheless, the residual force that struck the Rulai Dharma form was insufficient to inflict any significant harm. Ning Can understood that the Buddha was often likened to a diamond. Thus, the Rulai Dharma form's defenses were naturally formidable. However, how many times could your Dharma form withstand such a strike? Ning Can drew forth a sword. Its tip aimed directly at Rulai. Merely standing there with the sword in hand, Ning Can resembled a divine blade, sharp and unyielding. In the realm of swordsmanship, the convergence of three worlds is embodied in the prowess of Ning Can, with Rulai as the witness. His mastery of the sword has ascended to new heights. Yuan Songhai murmured, reflecting on how Ning Can's swordsmanship was already formidable. In less than a month's time, he has achieved such a remarkable breakthrough. This prodigious talent leaves even Yuan Songhai feeling somewhat disheartened. However, the Dragon Emperor in the private box was filled with elation, exclaiming with laughter, "This young man's aptitude for swordsmanship is unparalleled throughout the world." Rulai took a deep breath. In just one encounter, Ning Can had displayed his extraordinary strength, leaving Rulai astonished at how Ning Can's combat ability far surpassed that of Yuan Songhai. Rising to his feet, Rulai assumed a stance of martial arts, his Rulai manifestation mirroring his pose despite remaining seated. "This punch, known as Rulai Fist, is here to meet your swordplay," Rulai stated with a solemn expression. At that moment, Yuan Songhai could no longer contain his frustration. "Why didn't you use this move earlier? Do you all enjoy hiding your true abilities?" Even after such an intense exchange, Rulai had yet to exert his full strength. In truth, Rulai could not utilize the Fourth Realm's techniques, while the Sixth Realm skills were unnecessary for such an opponent. It was clear that Rulai had profound knowledge of martial arts. However, Ning Can's mastery of swordsmanship had already eclipsed Rulai's, showcasing a comprehensive superiority. In a mere few exchanges, Ning Can's blade had left numerous wounds, large and small, upon Rulai, and even his manifestation had been struck multiple times by Susanoo. Unable to defend itself at all, Ning Can's swordsmanship was overwhelmingly powerful. Should this continue, the conclusion of the match could almost be declared. Regardless of Rulai's strategies, Ning Can needed only one sword strike. The Great Sun Sutra? One strike. The Great Sun Rulai? One strike. Rulai wielded his inherited fist technique, but found it challenging to even counterattack. The students of Tianquan Academy erupted into joyous cheers, having initially lost hope. Who could have predicted Ning Laoda's prowess would grow so significantly after a venture into the trial forest? One individual could dominate Rulai. The first-year students of the new generation shouted in unison, "Ning Laoda is the greatest in the world." Observing this match, both the Dragon Emperor and Long Sheng felt a surge of happiness. Little did they expect that the once unremarkable Ning Can would prove to be the finest. "Father, Brother Ning Can's talent must be nearing divine levels," Long Sheng exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "Divine levels are not so easily attained." The Dragon Emperor replied with a shake of his head, "Yet he is indeed approaching that realm. It is already astonishing that Ning Can has reached such heights." Even the discerning eyes of the Dragon Emperor could find no fault. This was a scenario where everyone believed Rulai was destined to lose. Even the members of Tianshu Academy wore expressions of disbelief, unable to comprehend the unfolding situation. Who would have imagined that one day Rulai would be so thoroughly outmatched? While Tianquan Academy reveled in this triumph, the members of Tianshu Academy felt as though their world was collapsing. Yet, amid such circumstances, Rulai remained calm and collected. Even Li Qingzong, who had come from Tianshu Academy to observe, remained unfazed, casually engaging in conversation with Qin Bai, who, however, consistently ignored him. Suddenly, Rulai pressed his palms together in prayer, his manifestation mirroring the gesture. At that moment, Ning Can acutely sensed the resonance of sound elements. The lion's roar of Buddhism? No sooner had he uttered the words than Rulai unleashed a thunderous shout, his manifestation echoing the sound. The invisible and formless sound waves surged outward, carrying terrifying destructive power. The earth trembled, and trees splintered. Everything around bore witness to the might of Rulai's technique. Even in the face of certain defeat, and lacking the means to retaliate, he confronted the situation with unwavering composure, all for the sake of unleashing this unforeseen sound wave attack. Despite the audience maintaining a safe distance, they were compelled to cover their ears from the sheer force of the roar. Such a method of attack was rare. And the rarer the technique, the fewer the means of resistance, thus enhancing its effectiveness. No one had anticipated that Rulai still possessed such a deadly move. Should he employ this in a battlefield scenario, would not the adversary be left bewildered? "Enough. I am already bewildered." Long Sheng fretted as he observed the arena, pondering the implications of a sound wave attack. Such techniques were indeed astonishingly unique. "Father, will Ning Can be all right?" Long Sheng could not help but inquire. "Just watch." The Dragon Emperor replied with a smile. Rulai's shout began to lose its potency, gradually subsiding. However, as the swirling dust settled, Ning Can astonishingly stood before him unscathed, albeit with a pale complexion and traces of blood at the corners of his mouth. Hirulai could scarcely believe his eyes. He alone understood the true power of that technique. Yet, Ning Can had faced it at such proximity and emerged without so much as a scratch. In truth, Ning Can had sustained some injuries. The damage from the sound wave attack exceeded his expectations, and the blood at his mouth was testament to that. However, to Hirulai, such injuries were indistinguishable from being completely unscathed. Where are you injured? The blood at your mouth? This time, he was fortunate that Ning Can's physique played a crucial role. Upon mastering the sound elements, Ning Can had developed substantial immunity to sound-based attacks. Otherwise, he could have easily faced defeat in what seemed like a secure victory. Are you done? Now it is my turn. With those words, Ning Can, alongside Susanoo, unleashed a roar of his own. A sound wave attack? Apologies. But I can do that too. An even greater surge of sound waves radiated forth, causing the earth to convulse once more, and trees to splinter. The onlookers clamped their hands over their ears in alarm. Damn it, the force is even greater than before. I came here for a friendly match, not to engage in an all-out assault on the audience. Did no one notice? This was Ning Can's attack, and it surpassed even that of Hirulai. Li Qingzong abandoned his earlier attempts at conversation, his gaze fixated on Ning Can. This display was beyond anything he could comprehend. As Hirulai's master, he was familiar with many of his techniques, yet none were sufficient to match Ning Can. It was as if he were utterly countered. Hirulai coughed up blood, his attack having left Ning Can unharmed, while Ning Can's sound wave assault left Hirulai feeling as if his insides were being torn apart. The Hirulai manifestation, seated upon its lotus throne, was now riddled with cracks. Hirulai struggled to rise, spitting out a mouthful of blood that even contained fragments of internal organs. The sensation of his insides being shredded was no mere exaggeration. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Hirulai bellowed, his hair disheveled and mouth bloodied, appearing as if driven mad. I am in the 6th realm battling you in the 5th. How could I possibly lose? At this moment, all individuals from both Tianshu and Tianquan academies fell into a stunned silence, astonished by Hirulai's disheveled state. However, their reactions were divided. One group reveled in schadenfreude, while the other mourned the fall of a legend. The denizens of Tianshu Academy displayed not an ounce of compassion. How much better was Tianshu Academy in the presence of Hirulai than it is now? How could Hirulai ever be defeated by someone transcending realms? Hirulai roared once more. Following this declaration, he pressed his palms together, and the colossal form of Hirulai erupted in white flames, sanctified and pure, yet radiating a terrifying heat. Simultaneously, Hirulai's aura surged dramatically. Li Qingzong immediately rose, intending to rush forward, but hesitated as if recalling something. The expression of the Dragon Emperor turned grim. It was but a single defeat, yet the temperament exhibited was utterly lacking. Previously, the Dragon Emperor had praised Hirulai's talent and character, but now he found himself embarrassed. What good is exceptional talent if one cannot withstand a single failure? How could one expect to venture far? Nevertheless, anger aside, the Dragon Emperor could not simply stand by and watch Hirulai perish. Each supreme talent is a treasure of the Empire, and none could be lost. The Dragon Emperor prepared to intervene. Ning Can, lend me this move, Buddha's wrath reincarnation. Hirulai's chilling voice resonated, yet Ning Can felt a sense of distaste. Once again, it was a desperate move from a supreme talent. The Hirulai form, engulfed in white flames, suddenly erupted with black flames. The black flames suppressed the pristine white ones, simultaneously incinerating the Hirulai form. Meanwhile, the sword in Susanoo's hand flickered with lightning, enveloped in a gentle breeze. The 1,000 birds, now under Ning Can's control of the lightning element, had grown in might. The execution of various techniques flowed with newfound ease, a delightful surprise indeed. Drawing upon the swordsmanship inherited from the pirate world, he swung his blade towards the Hirulai form. One strike, nothing is beyond its reach. In the horrified gaze of the onlookers, the blade cleaved the form in twain. Despite the Hirulai form shattering before them and flames igniting behind, the sight of the form being severed remained etched in everyone's minds. Ning Can also held a 1,000 birds blade, its tip resting against Hirulai's neck. Buddha's wrath reincarnation? Is there still wrath left? Ning Can asked with a grin. All transpired in the blink of an eye. The powerful beings who had prepared to intervene silently withdrew their hands upon witnessing this scene. Talents emerge across generations, each stronger than the last. How many formidable figures from both academies and the royal family were observing this friendly match. This contest had ensured that all those covertly monitoring it would remember Ning Can. The fact that Hirulai's desperate technique could be subdued by Ning Can signified what? It indicated that Ning Can's power utterly overwhelmed that of Hirulai. A 5th realm, overpowering a 6th realm. How terrifying. Could this truly be a fellow whose talent had awakened less than 2 months ago? Numerous strong figures exchanged glances, silently experiencing a sensation of aging. I hereby declare that Tianshu Academy has emerged victorious. With the referee's proclamation, the members of Tianshu Academy erupted in cheers. The day's myriad twists had sent everyone's emotions on a roller coaster ride, but ultimately, Tianshu had triumphed. Hiluo supported the dazed Hirulai. It was the first time he had witnessed his brother's failure, and the first time he had seen him in such a state. Li Qingzong approached, exhaling a deep sigh as he regarded Hirulai. His gaze drifted toward a particular box in the audience. Your brother has suffered a significant loss today. The victory was not decisive, and the defeat was not graceful. Ning Can sauntered over, a triumphant glint in his eyes as he regarded Yuan Songhai. So, how did I perform? Yuan Songhai turned his head, unimpressed. Mediocre, I suppose. Ning Can clicked his tongue, a stubborn duck refusing to yield. He turned his gaze toward Tianshu Academy, where Li Qingzong was also watching him, his expression frosty. Ning Can offered a gentle smile, provoking an even chillier response from Li Qingzong, which only brightened Ning Can's grin. He relished in the sight of someone who appeared displeased with him, yet could do nothing to eliminate him. This was not the end. There was still much more to unfold between them. A smirk curled upon Ning Can's lips. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he caught up with Li Qingzong. Having surpassed Hirulai, who had trained for 2 years, catching up to Li Qingzong would merely take a few additional months. Not far off, 2 stunning women gazed in this direction, while their faces were identical. One figure exuded allure, while the other radiated nobility. Do you think Ning Can participated in the friendly match for my sake? Qin Mo exclaimed in surprise. Qinbai nodded. You siblings truly share a deep bond. He dares to go to such lengths for you. Qin Mo pondered for a moment, recognizing that Ning Can had never been one to seek the limelight. Rather than basking in public adulation, he preferred to remain quietly in the shadows. Yet, Ning Can was a person who bore grudges. Had it not been for her affairs, he would have had no reason to engage in this friendly match. Chapter 44, The Dragon Emperor's Summons. All along, Qin Mo had regarded Ning Can as a younger brother, yet she found herself unconsciously drawn to tease him. Qin Mo was no naive girl. She was well aware of the implications. On her end, the sibling relationship had subtly begun to transmute towards something resembling love. She relished this change, reveling in Ning Can's care and affection, delighting in his endearing calls of sister. Yet, at the same time, she felt a twinge of concern, thus maintaining a deliberate distance. In this moment, Qin Mo suddenly realized she could no longer feign ignorance. Regardless of Ning Can's thoughts, she could not selfishly enjoy everything. Interfering was unnecessary. Who needed to retaliate against Tianshu Academy? Despite her internal musings, she could never admit such thoughts aloud. Qinbai cast a sidelong glance at Qin Mo, recognizing her stubbornness. I thought after being away for so long, you might amend this flaw. What flaw do I possess? Qin Mo huffed coldly. After a pause, she continued. I spoke with Li Qingzong, and I must admit, he does seem a bit unhinged, so I have no animosity towards him anymore. There is no need for any retaliation. Of course, I still despise that guy. He is like a lunatic. Qinbai's eyes flickered with curiosity about what Qin Mo and Li Qingzong had discussed to lead her. Typically not one to harbor grudges, to abandon thoughts of revenge. The friendly match had concluded. Tianshu Academy's members were elated while Tianshu Academies were despondent. Harsh words were exchanged, vowing a rematch next year. Regardless, the matter was settled, and everyone prepared to depart. However, Ning Can was suddenly intercepted. You are. Ning Can quickly clamped his mouth shut. It was best not to reveal his royal identity. Long time no see, brother Ning Can, Long Sheng said with a faint smile. Curiosity rippled through the crowd. Who was this noble young man? Indeed, noble. Long Sheng's first impression was one of unassailable grandeur. Undoubtedly a scion of a prominent family from the imperial capital. Ning Can understood this was due to Long Sheng's royal lineage. The royalty in this world exuded a genuine aura of nobility. Millennia of heritage rendered them inherently noble. Long Sheng greeted each person with impeccable etiquette. Those unfamiliar with him would never suspect he was a prince. Finally, Long Sheng turned to Ning Can and stated, My father wishes to meet you. Your father? Ning Can began, only to halt abruptly. Your father is none other than the current Dragon Emperor. Is the Dragon Emperor requesting to see you? How well do you know him? Does your father know Ning Can? Yuan Songhai inquired. Of course. Brother Ning Can possesses extraordinary talent and unmatched combat prowess. He reached the 5th realm merely 2 months after awakening his abilities, and my father speaks highly of him, Long Sheng replied with a smile. Ning Can was taken aback. Is this the Dragon Emperor's assessment? Could it be that the royal treasure has been guarded by the Dragon Emperor all along? He couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Having traversed from another world, Ning Can was not overly impressed by imperial power. However, the Dragon Emperor was not merely distinguished by his status. In terms of strength, he was undoubtedly the sovereign of the Dragon Empire. Others were equally astonished, speculating that Long Sheng must belong to one of the prominent families in the imperial capital, making his father the patriarch of such a family. Only Yuan Songhai furrowed her brow slightly. The innate nobility radiating from Long Sheng was not something a mere noble could possess. After all, she hailed from one of the few illustrious families in the empire. So, who could he possibly be? The royal family? Go on, don't keep the emperor waiting. Yuan Songhai urged Ning Can. Let us depart then, Ning Can replied, casting a curious glance at Yuan Songhai before following Long Sheng. The students of Tianquan Academy continued to speculate about which prominent family Long Sheng belonged to. Yuan Songhai's heart raced. Could it be a prince? Or the Dragon Emperor himself? The royal family, of the long surname, was historically known for leading humanity against the extraterrestrial threats and advocating for the establishment of frontline defenses. With the support of all humanity, they ascended to the throne, ruling for 100,000 years across the 9 provinces. Every dragon emperor could be considered among the world's strongest, if not the strongest, certainly one of them. Before meeting the dragon emperor, Ning Can had envisioned the monarch's image. Would he be dictatorial and tyrannical, or steeped in power and cunning? However, upon encountering him, he found none of these notions to hold true. Instead, he faced a benevolent-looking elder, whose refined visage bore traces of past handsomeness. "Are you disappointed upon seeing me?" The dragon emperor chuckled gently. Ning Can noted that he did not refer to himself as this emperor. "I dare not." Ning Can quickly bowed his head, feeling an overwhelming sense of humility. "There's no need for such formality." The dragon emperor shook his head. "I heard from Shao Qi that you saved him. As a father, I have yet to express my gratitude to you. As a member of the royal family, it is also necessary to extend my thanks. What is it that you desire? Is this why you summoned me?" Ning Can said respectfully, "Rescuing Prince Qi was merely my duty. I dare not expect any rewards." The dragon emperor shook his head. "There are merits that require recognition and debts that warrant repayment. If you have not yet decided on what you wish for, you may consider it for now." While the dragon emperor appeared gentle, Ning Can was not naive enough to believe in his benevolence. This was a figure capable of commanding the deaths of millions. Anyone wielding such authority could easily spill blood at a whim. To mistake his kindness for weakness would be folly. One may act with audacity, but it must be backed by strength. At this moment, the emperor's word could determine Ning Can's fate, leaving no room for recklessness. Ning Can pondered whether he should kneel. Honestly, he was reluctant, but after considering the matter, he concluded that it would be wise not to anger an emperor over such trivialities. Better to kneel. "You possess supreme-level talent within the divine hierarchy and are entitled to a noble title. A simple greeting will suffice when you see me." Sensing Ning Can's inner turmoil, the dragon emperor added with a smile. After a pause, he continued, "Your talent is commendable, and you do not flaunt it. This is admirable." Then, the dragon emperor seemed to struggle with some hesitation. Ning Can, intrigued, wondered what could cause an emperor to deliberate before a mere individual like himself. "Your talent is indeed remarkable," the dragon emperor reiterated. "You must have entered the divine hierarchy, and I should have met with you upon your arrival in the imperial capital. In fact, I ought to meet with anyone of supreme-level talent." The dragon emperor sighed. "Alas, I do not have much time." Ning Can's mind raced. If this statement was not mere courtesy, then why was the dragon emperor investing so much time in this meeting before a friendly competition? It indicated that what was to follow held great significance for him. Ning Can chose to remain silent and listen. Chapter 45, The Royal Princess. A noticeable conflict appeared on the dragon emperor's face. Any emperor must be decisive in matters of life and death. He had executed this principle well during his reign. Yet now, it was unclear why he hesitated. After a moment, the dragon emperor sighed deeply. "I wish to request a favor from you." "Request?" Ning Can's heart trembled. An emperor would employ such language? "Your Majesty commands, and I shall face any peril." Ning Can promptly bowed, proclaiming his loyalty. "There's no need to rush into a decision. I wish to introduce you to someone, and afterward, you can decide whether to assist me." The dragon emperor said, "I will inform you that assisting with this favor will require a significant sacrifice, yet its implications are profound, for the royal family, for this world, and for everyone. It will be unfair to you, however." The dragon emperor continued, "I will not coerce you. Whether you choose to help is ultimately your decision." Ning Can was taken aback. An emperor speaking to him in such a consultative manner was unexpected. Even if the cost was high, what could he do if the dragon emperor were to demand it? He would have to comply, and any revenge could only be sought later, in a future where he might seize the throne himself. But for now, Ning Can had no power to resist. Sensing the dragon emperor's sincerity, Ning Can carefully chose his words. "I am willing to make sacrifices for the world. Please inform me of the task." The dragon emperor gazed deeply at Ning Can, his aged eyes revealing no discernible emotion. Ning Can followed the dragon emperor to the palace. To find himself within the palace was astonishing. As he walked through its corridors, he recalled Sister Qin's warning about the eldest princess, the world's most gifted individual, whose temperament was exceedingly dangerous. Encounters with her should be avoided at all costs. Ning Can turned his head, hoping fervently not to cross paths with her. The dragon emperor led Ning Can and Longsheng to a garden within the palace. The quaint garden was filled with the sounds of chirping birds and blooming flowers. Brimming with greenery, an elder stood at the entrance, quietly observing a young woman engrossed in her handiwork. Following the dragon emperor's gaze, Ning Can beheld a woman of extraordinary gentleness, focused on her needlework, unaware of their arrival. The servants in the garden noticed and promptly knelt in respect. Choosing not to disturb her, confused, Ning Can followed suit in observing. "Brother Ning Can, go ahead," Longsheng suddenly spoke. "I have a small task for you. My sister spends all her time in this garden and cannot venture out. Could you bring her some joy?" Ning Can was taken aback. "If your sister is in a bad mood, why don't you comfort her yourselves? Why seek me out?" "Go on," the dragon emperor urged. Feeling lost in the situation, Ning Can was somewhat bewildered. In the garden, the woman radiated warmth, fully absorbed in her task. Her unparalleled beauty was accompanied by an air of tranquility and serenity. Ning Can could not help but marvel at the fact that amidst the intricate intrigues of the royal family, there existed such an ethereal being, untouched by the grime of the mundane world. She resembled a spirit, detached from earthly affairs. As Ning Can approached her, the young woman remained oblivious, engrossed in her own pursuits. After a moment's contemplation, Ning Can softly cleared his throat. The woman looked up, her gaze landing upon him, and a look of surprise flickered across her face, as though she had never encountered him before. "How did you get in here?" Long Yishuan inquired, her voice laced with curiosity, as she recalled that this was not a place one could enter freely. Thus, seeing Ning Can in the garden astonished her greatly. "Well, it's a bit complicated to explain. I can't just say your father and brother let me in, can I?" Ning Can replied with a wry smile. "For reasons that are difficult to articulate, I found my way here." His explanation was as good as none at all. However, Long Yishuan nodded, choosing not to press further. After a moment as thought, her eyes brightened as she asked, "You came in from outside? What is the world like beyond these walls?" Her curiosity about the outside world had always been piqued, and though Long Sheng occasionally recounted tales of the outside, his experiences were limited, often revolving around palace affairs. Although she relished those stories, she yearned to hear about the world beyond the palace. Ning Can was taken aback. "You've been here all this time, without venturing outside?" "I went out as a child and made some friends, but as I grew older, I was confined to this place," Long Yishuan explained. Ning Can, deep in thought, turned to the entrance of the garden, realizing that Long Sheng and the Dragon Emperor had already departed. He still found their intentions somewhat perplexing. After a brief contemplation, he began to recount tales of the world beyond. His time in the imperial capital was limited, mostly spent at Tianquan Academy. So he spoke of events and landscapes from Ningdu City, of a young child, orphaned and struggling to survive, who would climb nearby mountains each evening to witness the sunset. Some neighbors were miserly and bullied the vulnerable child, while others were kind-hearted, often providing him with assistance. In the tapestry of his long life, there were both bitter and sweet experiences. Long Yishuan listened, her beautiful eyes wide with rapt attention as she absorbed Ning Can's narrative. "Your experiences are truly fascinating. Reflecting on them reveals so much," she said with a hint of envy. Ning Can smiled faintly. His life had not been easy, yet he had never complained. Looking back now, it indeed held a unique flavor. "What about you? Have you always remained in this garden?" he inquired, his curiosity piqued. While the garden was undeniably beautiful and well-attended, spending extended periods within it could become somewhat monotonous. A gilded cage, splendid yet confining. Long Yishuan nodded in affirmation. Ning Can found himself at a loss for words, recognizing that this was a matter of the royal family, shrouded in secrets unknown to him. "I see you've been embroidering. Do you enjoy it, or is it merely a way to pass the time?" he ventured, seeking to spark conversation. "This," Long Yishuan held up her work, speaking with ease. "This is for my future husband." "Your future husband?" Ning Can was taken aback by her sudden declaration, nearly biting his tongue. "Yes," she replied, pride evident in her voice. "I wish to leave him with something meaningful." With that, she stood and naturally took Ning Can's hand, leading him into the opulent villa behind her. This was the first time Ning Can had held a girl's hand. It felt soft and slightly warm. He considered pulling away but hesitated, questioning whether he was overthinking the situation. Inside the villa was a small room filled with hundreds of handcrafted items, clothes, scarves, hats, bed linens, an abundance that could cater to a person's needs for many years to come. "Did you make all these yourself?" Ning Can swallowed hard, realizing he was in the presence of a royal princess. "It's evident that you have deep feelings for your fiancée," he remarked, somewhat astonished. Each item before him bore the imprint of her dedication and affection, a testament to her care and love. Chapter 46. Will you come often in the future? "Of course," Long Yishuan replied matter-of-factly. "Father says he will be the one who accompanies me for all eternity. He will treat me well, and naturally, I shall reciprocate." "That makes sense." Ning Can nodded, acknowledging the pure logic in her words. He wondered who the fortunate man would be to earn such devotion from a princess. "Unfortunately, I may not have much time left." Her tone suddenly shifted, tinged with melancholy. Ning Can turned to her, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Why do you say that?" "Because my father says I do not have long to live. I am likely to die soon. I long to meet my future husband, but I know he will be heartbroken if I pass. So, I wish to create more gifts for him, so he won't be as sad," she explained, her voice a blend of resignation and hopefulness, appearing almost naive. The small room seemed to hold a decade's worth of her future wardrobe. Ning Can felt a pang of sorrow. "I think he may be even more heartbroken." "Why?" she asked, her eyes widening with concern as she grasped his hand tightly. "Because," he said, feeling somewhat helpless, who would want to lose their wife shortly after marrying her. "Imagine if you just married your husband, and then he passed away. Wouldn't that make you very sad?" This question seemed to catch the princess off guard. She pondered it, her expression shifting to one of terror, and then sorrow. "Then perhaps I should not have a future husband. As long as he does not marry me, he won't be sad," she said, her voice heavy with disappointment. Ning Can couldn't help but chuckle, in royal engagements. Can your fiancé simply choose to back out? What about the promises made? His family would never permit such a thing. What will happen to these gifts? Will you not give them to him? At this, she cast a sorrowful glance at the collection of items in the small room. Each piece was crafted with care, imbued with joy and purpose. No longer needed. I shall not give them, she declared, biting her lip as tears welled in her eyes. Her tears overwhelmed Ning Can, who hurried to comfort her, but his reassurances fell flat. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became, and the more she cried. Several servants glanced over, hesitating whether to intervene. Ning Can felt a surge of panic. What was happening? Please, do not cry. I was only joking. Your future husband will not be sad, he exclaimed loudly. The princess paused, her sobs subsiding as she looked at him, her exquisite features marred by tears. Resembling a weeping flower, the sight stirred a protective instinct within Ning Can, compelling him to reach out. Yet he quelled that impulse. After all, in terms of beauty, Chin Mo was no less than the princess, and he felt he could resist the allure. What did you just deceive me about? Why wouldn't he be sad? She pressed. Sensing his hesitation, Ning Can gathered his thoughts, finally articulating, because men and women are inherently different. A man, if he were to possess a princess such as you, would indeed be justified in claiming it to be a fortune earned from a past life. Even if it were but for a single day, it would surpass an eternity. So how could one feel sorrow? Is that truly the case? The princess inquired, halting her tears with a hint of hesitation. Indeed it is. Ning Can replied with a sigh of relief, his certainty evident. Upon receiving this affirmation, the princess's countenance transformed into a radiant smile, as if the tears she had shed belonged to another. Sorrow comes swiftly, yet departs just as quickly, much like a child. Ning Can could not help but reflect on this. She truly seemed like an ethereal being untouched by the mundane world. So pure and flawless that it evoked a sense of compassion. She mentioned her life being short-lived. What the Dragon Emperor stated must hold some truth. Could it be that the assistance he sought from me is somehow related to this? Ning Can pondered, yet soon found himself in doubt, as he possessed no innate talents associated with healing. Alternatively, could the Dragon Emperor desire for me to become her future husband? To have a newlywed bride facing imminent death seemed to align with the Dragon Emperor's assertion of unfairness towards him. He paused, resolutely dismissing his daydreams. To marry such an immaculate soul is a monumental blessing for anyone. Many would be willing to go to great lengths for such an opportunity. It is inconceivable that the Dragon Emperor would approach him while wearing an expression of distress. The Dragon Emperor did not indicate that Ning Can could leave. Thus he remained in the garden. He endeavored to entertain the princess, and many of the games he had played in his youth piqued her interest. This small garden encompassed the entirety of the princess's world. Within this realm, Ning Can sought various means to bring joy to the princess, as it was the only thing he felt capable of doing. Indeed, he succeeded, hailing from a humble background. He possessed a multitude of ideas and amusements that were entirely novel to the princess, which captivated her immensely. In the little garden, the princess joyfully laughed and played alongside Ning Can. Not far off, the Dragon Emperor stood with a woman clad in black, gazing out at the garden. Witnessing his daughter's long-lost smile, the Dragon Emperor's expression turned somber. How is the situation? He inquired in a low voice. The woman in black shook her head, causing the Dragon Emperor's heart to grow heavy. The princess's spirits had indeed lifted considerably in the company of the youth, and the restless energy within her gradually subsided. Nevertheless, the effect was minimal. The fragmentation of her soul persisted, and her time remained limited. The Dragon Emperor clenched his fists and spoke, yet it is still beneficial. Is it not? In this scenario, if I were to sacrifice more, would it prove useful? The Dragon Emperor was one of the most powerful individuals in the empire, possessing divine-level talents. His blood could well be considered a miraculous elixir. For a long time, his daughter's condition had been managed through his blood, combined with the unique suppression present in the palace's garden. However, the woman in black continued to shake her head, stating, "It is futile. Your Highness has grown, and the suppression can no longer contain her. Your Majesty, please make a decision soon." The Dragon Emperor inhaled deeply, his expression turning despondent. How can I make such a decision? The implications are far too significant, to the point where I dare not interfere, leaving it to them to decide for themselves. After a moment, the Dragon Emperor sighed, resigning to fate. In the garden, the princess suddenly took Ning Can's hand, smiling brightly. "Will you come to the garden often in the future?" Ning Can was momentarily taken aback. This was the royal palace, after all. How could he possibly come and go as he pleased? Just as the words of refusal were about to leave his lips, he caught sight of the princess's hopeful expression, and instead replied, "Yes, I shall certainly come often." Upon hearing this, the princess's smile blossomed even brighter than before. As darkness enveloped the sky, the two engaged in playful antics until a servant reminded Ning Can that it was time to return. "Overnight stays in the garden are not permitted, my lord." Ning Can nodded, acknowledging the need to depart. The princess clutched his hand tightly, her expression tinged with a touch of sorrow. "You must come tomorrow, as you promised." On his way back, Ning Can contemplated the likelihood of scaling the walls to gain entry into the palace. The odds felt akin to a death sentence. He felt somewhat dejected, recognizing that he was likely to break his promise. The palace was not a place one could simply enter at will, unless granted permission by the Dragon Emperor. Raising his gaze, he was surprised to find the Dragon Emperor standing before him, seemingly having been there for quite some time. The Emperor observed Ning Can silently, his expression inscrutable. "Is the task you require of me related to the princess?" Ning Can inquired, as it was the only explanation he could fathom. The Dragon Emperor nodded. "Due to certain circumstances, her time is limited. You must make a sacrifice. The cost being your innate abilities," he sighed. Ning Can was momentarily taken aback. The Dragon Emperor continued, "Her talent is divine, or rather, a fusion of two supreme-level talents, making her the sole divine being in this world. However, the flaws are significant. Her soul is in a state of fragmentation, which has led to her current incomplete mental state. Progressing further will result in her demise. To heal her, another powerful divine talent is required to guide her. Yet, the emergence of a second divine being is exceedingly rare. Therefore, we must pursue an alternative path, where a sufficiently powerful talent must make a sacrifice to balance her two supreme-level abilities. Currently, you are the only candidate." The Dragon Emperor gazed steadily at Ning Can as he spoke slowly. Ning Can fell silent for a moment before responding, having heard all this. "Is it impossible not to save her?" "That is not the case. If you are unwilling, you can leave at this moment," the Dragon Emperor replied, shaking his head. "If I choose to make the sacrifice, will the princess recover?" Ning Can pressed on. Upon hearing this, the Dragon Emperor regarded him thoughtfully. "I cannot say for certain." Ning Can felt a sense of relief. The Dragon Emperor had not concealed anything from him. Whether through coercion or deceit, Ning Can would have resisted in the end. He understood that the Dragon Emperor's choice was fraught with difficulty. This world was perilous, with wars raging at the frontiers beyond the stars, and countless demon tribes waging battles across the 9 regions. Among the 7 academies, 5 were stationed in various locations, perpetually embroiled in conflict. In such a scenario, the emergence of a divine talent was paramount. It would not be an exaggeration to say that every effort should be made to nurture its growth, especially considering that this individual was a princess. It was not surprising that the Dragon Emperor would go to great lengths for this cause, but as a ruler, he still chose to respect Ning Can. Even at this juncture, with all secrets laid bare and no concealment, the Dragon Emperor opted to honor Ning Can's decision. Thus, the question remained, to save or not to save. This was a source of great inner turmoil for the Dragon Emperor. To save her would mean sacrificing a top-tier supreme talent, one who would undoubtedly become a pillar of strength in the future, essential for both subduing demon beasts and fending off external threats. Even saving her would not guarantee recovery, and further sacrifices might be required down the line. Conversely, not saving her would mean letting a divine talent slip away. If she were to flourish, her potential would be limitless, far surpassing that of a supreme talent. How to choose? The Dragon Emperor found himself at an impasse. As he looked at Ning Can, he could not discern his own emotions. He both hoped for Ning Can's refusal and feared it. "You need not rush to make a decision. Take your time to consider, regardless of your choice." "I will not interfere," the Dragon Emperor's gentle voice resonated. "No need for that." Ning Can lifted his head, declaring his willingness to make a sacrifice to save the princess. At Tianquan Academy, Ning Can's absence left Qin Mo in a state of perplexity as she made her routine trip to the designated place to collect the letter Mu Ruoyan had penned for her. Despite being separated for years, Mu Ruoyan, even while stationed on the front line, never failed to write to her frequently. Many believed that Mu Ruoyan had been compelled to leave. Yet only Qin Mo understood that if he had truly been coerced, he would not have remained at the front for such an extended period. His heart had always been on the battlefield. "Are you a student of Tianquan Academy?" A staff member suddenly called out to Qin Mo. She nodded affirmatively, replying, "Yes. I am an instructor at Tianquan Academy." The staff member then produced another letter, handing it to her. "There is a letter for someone named Ning Can from your academy. Could you please deliver it to him? Someone is still writing to the little brother." Qin Mo exclaimed as she grasped the envelope, upon which the name Mu Qianxue was inscribed. She couldn't help but recall the blushing young girl who had been waiting for Ning Can 2 months prior. It had only been a mere 2 months, and she couldn't resist the urge to write. A look of disdain crossed Qin Mo's face. That evening, Tianquan Academy was celebrating their victory over Tianshu Academy. "We lost this year, but next year we shall surely prevail," the students shouted in unison. "From this day forth, it shall be the era of Tianquan Academy." Amidst the jubilant festivities, Qin Mo ambled along, perusing the letter. For some inexplicable reason, the tone of Ruoyan's recent letters had taken on a somber air, as if he were imparting final instructions. Suddenly, Ning Can's voice broke through her thoughts. "What are you doing?" Instinctively, Qin Mo felt a pang of guilt and attempted to conceal the letter behind her. Yet in that fleeting moment, she halted her impulsive action, regaining her composure to fold the letter neatly and retort, "Why have you returned so late?" Ning Can, not giving it much thought, casually remarked that he had some matters to attend to. The nearby jubilant students quickly spotted him and rushed over, pulling him into their midst. "Ninggu, why did you arrive so late? We've been waiting for you for ages." Instinctively sensing trouble, Ning Can cast a desperate glance at Qin Mo for help. But to his dismay, she feigned ignorance, watching him being whisked away. With a guilty conscience, Emo dared not speak up. Once Ning Can was gone, she retrieved the letter from Mu Qianxue. Lacking interest in eavesdropping on what Qianxue had written to Ning Can, she merely recalled that Mu Ruoyan's tone had seemed somewhat off. Coincidentally, with Qianxue also at the front line, she wished to compare their sentiments. However, interrupted by Ning Can's arrival, she lost the desire to continue reading. With the little brother being dragged away, he will likely be coerced into drinking. Should I intervene? On the other side, upon seeing Ning Can, the crowd erupted in cheers. Welcome our hero of the day, Ninggu. Welcome, welcome. Yet, Ning Can felt no elation. Instead, he was overwhelmed with trepidation. He observed that He Chenfeng and Yu Yun were already intoxicated, while Yuan Songhai sat in a stupor, gazing blankly at the ceiling. Chapter 48. Yuan is a person of great capability. It was evident that he had endured considerable struggle, but to no avail, as he appeared to have partaken in a significant amount of drink. I still have some unfinished business today. I must take my leave, Ning Can stated, attempting to make a discreet exit. However, he was promptly intercepted by Zhou Ruoqing. Hey, Ninggu, I may have lost to you on the challenge stage, but I won to accept defeat at the drinking table. Zhou Ruoqing raised his cup, challenging Ning Can once more. Can you muster the courage to accept my challenge again? Good. The other students applauded. Ninggu, show him what you've got. Even the female students nearby were wide-eyed, eagerly stoking the flames of competition. It didn't end there. After finishing his drink, Zhou Ruoqing's pupils flared with fiery determination. I know your illusionary talent is formidable, Ninggu, but tonight let us skip the tricks and drink honestly. As the student council's vice president, Shen LV also invoked his talent for regulatory laws, stipulating that this challenge could not involve illusions. Ning Can stood dumbfounded. Was it merely a drink? Is this truly what your talents are for? Zhou Ruoqing's ability was impressive. On the battlefield, he would undoubtedly be a commanding general. Shen LV's talent was even stronger, leaning towards command, capable of altering the course of a battle. Yet, both talents were now directed against Ning Can. Ning Can sensed that he might genuinely be unable to escape this predicament. After hesitating briefly, he reluctantly accepted a cup. I'll just have a little. He took the cup, hesitated again, but ultimately downed it in one go. The atmosphere immediately intensified. The crowd continued to pour drinks for Ning Can, and his refusals were met with silence, leaving him no choice but to drink cup after cup. Ning Can signaled Yuan Songhai with his eyes. If you're not drunk, come help me out. Don't just hide there pretending to be inebriated. We are comrades. We should share both life and death, right? Yet Yuan Songhai, with a bright gaze, flushed cheeks, and a slight smile, showed no intention of rising. It seemed he found Ning Can's plight amusing. Meanwhile, He Chenfeng and Yu Yun turned their heads away, refusing to even look at Ning Can. You heartless lot. Ning Can silently cursed. He Chenfeng, stop pretending. I see you sneaking glances. Yu Yun, you're no better. What else with the suppressed laughter? Ning Can felt a pang of heartache. What happened to the comrades who vowed to face challenges together? After the morning match, you all sold me out in the afternoon? Suddenly, Yuan Songhai stood up, seemingly unsteady due to intoxication, swaying slightly. The abrupt movement startled everyone. Ning Can thought Yuan Songhai was coming to his aid, but instead, he casually grabbed a cup and raised it toward Ning Can, draining it in one gulp. Ning Can's expression darkened immediately. Oh, Yuan Songhai, you didn't even announce your intent to help, yet you come to add insult to injury. Ninggu, President Yuan is toasting you. He is already drunk. How can you still refuse? Drink. Ninggu never said he wouldn't drink. When has he ever backed down? President Yuan drinks one cup. And our Ninggu drinks two. Who is this audacious person? If you're pretending, then you should drink too. President Yuan, if you're drunk, just sit still. No need to drink more. Some female students showed concern for Yuan Songhai. Ning Can felt like crying without tears. Why was no one worried about him? Scanning the room, he spotted Qin Jia outside, arms crossed, leisurely observing the spectacle. Ning Can felt a surge of urgency. He could not afford to get drunk, as he had promised the Dragon Emperor to treat the princess the following day. Expressing this to the students would be dismissed as an excuse. And Qin Jia merely watched the show, showing no inclination to rescue him. Desperately, Ning Can attempted to convey his plea to Yuan Songhai through his gaze, hoping for some unspoken understanding. Seemingly receiving Ning Can's signal, Yuan Songhai set down his cup, approached, and forcefully pushed through the crowd surrounding Ning Can. Standing before him amidst the puzzled stares of the onlookers, Yuan Songhai tilted his head, closed his eyes, and leaned down to kiss Ning Can. In that instant, Ning Can's mind went blank. The previously raucous scene fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The next morning, greeted by the dawn and morning light, Yuan Songhai rubbed his head as he awoke. I said I wouldn't drink, yet they insisted on pouring it down my throat. Her tone bore a hint of complaint. The aftermath of a night filled with libations was undeniably unpleasant, a sensation she had always detested. Yet she had succumbed to it yesterday. Were it not for her robust constitution, she would be grappling with an unbearable headache by now. Yuan Songhai was brushing her teeth, her mind involuntarily drifting back to the events of the previous evening. Gradually, the rhythm of her brushing slowed. A drunken person does not entirely lose consciousness. They remained somewhat aware, albeit with impaired reception of external stimuli. Thus, Yuan Songhai still retained memories of her inebriated state from last night. She had been intoxicated, staring at the ceiling, feeling a flicker of joy upon Ning Can's return, and continued to gaze upward. She had raised a toast to Ning Can, wishing to commend her for her commendable performance that day, yet the words never escaped her lips. Ning Can's gaze had been intensely fixed upon her, laden with a fervent implication, as if silently confessing, "I am fond of you." She had longed to kiss Ning Can, and then she had done so. Recalling this moment, Yuan Songhai's expression shifted. Indeed, she had kissed her. What followed was her taking Ning Can's hand and fleeing. Yuan Songhai's eyes widened in disbelief as she grasped her hair in frustration, lamenting, "What have I done?" That day, Tianquan Academy was thrown into an uproar. For the events of the previous night had been nothing short of sensational. The president of the student body had drunkenly kissed Ning Can, an act that bore significant implications. Countless rumors erupted overnight, suggesting that the two reigning figures of Tianquan Academy were deeply enamored with one another, compelled to conceal their affection due to societal pressures. Initially, some had opposed this notion, arguing that it was merely a case of drunken folly. After all, who would believe in such a relationship between two women? However, the dissenters fell silent once the news broke that Ning Can and Yuan Songhai resided across from one another. The rumors had solidified. Countless female students wept inconsolably, unable to fathom the reality. Yet after mourning, they silently extended their blessings. After all, both esteemed individuals were renowned figures among the student body, and their love story had become a legend in its own right. Therefore, they chose to offer their best wishes. The turmoil at Tianquan Academy grew, and Yuan Songhai stood in stunned silence as the commotion escalated. She felt utterly powerless. At the very least, she could not confront it alone. If only Ning Can were by her side, the situation might improve significantly. Together, they could step forward to clarify the misunderstanding, leveraging their combined prestige to salvage their reputations. If necessary, they could suppress the matter, and in time, people would come to realize it was all a misunderstanding. Yet, Ning Can had left early that morning. "You scoundrel! You chose the worst possible time to be absent. When you return, this will be impossible to clarify." Yuan Songhai fumed. Meanwhile, Ning Can, en route to the palace, murmured to herself. Initially, she felt a twinge of discomfort, pondering her brother Yuan's impulsive actions. Yet, reflecting on it now, she acknowledged that his approach was indeed effective. It had saved her, yielding explosive results. Ning Can sighed in admiration. Previously, she had perceived Yuan as somewhat effeminate, but now it was clear he was a person of great substance. In the palace, the Dragon Emperor had been waiting for quite some time, while Long Sheng stood nearby, gazing at Ning Can with profound gratitude. Long Sheng bowed deeply to her, expressing eternal appreciation for her assistance. Though he hailed from royalty, Ning Can received the full measure of this gesture, and the Dragon Emperor did not intervene. The royal family bore a sense of indebtedness toward Ning Can. This bow was merely the beginning. Were it not for the emperor's exalted status, he would have gladly bowed to her as well, recognizing the immense sacrifices she had made. "It seems that after a night of reflection, you still have not changed your mind," the Dragon Emperor remarked, his tone complex, revealing his uncertainty about whether he wished for her to reconsider or to remain steadfast. The previous night, when Ning Can expressed her willingness to make sacrifices to save the princess, the Dragon Emperor had not immediately acquiesced. Instead, he had advised her to contemplate the decision for another night. "This pertains to your entire life. It should not be a spur-of-the-moment decision," he had cautioned. After a night of deliberation, Ning Can did indeed feel reluctant to part with her eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Yet, the image of the pure, ethereal maiden compelled her to choose the path of salvation. The existence of the fishing system ensured Ning Can lacked for talent. Although the eternal kaleidoscope was exceptional, it was a sacrifice she must make, at least for the time being. She silently hoped for the possibility of acquiring another in the future. "Actually, your talent will not vanish, but it will be downgraded," the Dragon Emperor suddenly elucidated. In essence, Ning Can's eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan would become a standard kaleidoscope Sharingan. Ning Can exhaled in relief. For the distinction between the two was minimal. The techniques available to both were largely the same, though the latter had certain powerful abilities that, if overused, could lead to blindness. Susanoo could not be forcibly activated, and Amaterasu could not simply be summoned at will. Yet, in the grand scheme, this was not a significant issue, as Ning Can's repertoire of skills was expanding, rendering frequent use of Amaterasu unnecessary. All she needed was to draw another kaleidoscope Sharingan in the future to fuse it back into the eternal kaleidoscope. Noticing Ning Can's relief, the Dragon Emperor inquired, "Do you understand the difference between a heavenly king-level talent and an emperor-level talent?" Ning Can pondered this, recalling that it was said that marquis-level talents could earn a title, heavenly king-level talents could reign, and emperor-level talents could ascend to emperorship. Indeed, they all possess that potential, yet in practice, it is often those of heavenly king level who attain the title of marquis, while only those of emperor level achieve true kingship. However, they each have that innate talent. Hence the nomenclature. Supreme level talents, on the other hand, are those with the potential to ascend to godhood. The price you must pay is that very potential. The Dragon Emperor continued. Your talent is of the special type. The disparity between this supreme level and emperor level is not vast at present, yet in the long run, it signifies the loss of your potential for divinity. The concept of becoming a deity had been a topic of discussion throughout the ages in the 9 provinces. It represented the pinnacle of all cultivation and the ultimate objective for countless practitioners. The Dragon Emperor spoke gravely. For the decline of talent held implications that extended beyond mere divinity. Ning Can, being a youth, was unaware of this, yet the Dragon Emperor understood all too well. Despite the ample compensation he had provided, a sense of guilt lingered within him, leaving him uncertain about whether his actions were right or wrong, sacrificing a promising future supreme, destined to become a pillar of support for the 9 provinces. In pursuit of saving a daughter whose divine talent might or might not be preserved, was this truly a blessing or a curse in the face of the impending threat from beyond the stars? It was a gamble. Should the princess's divine talent fail to be preserved, then a future supreme like Ning Can, a potential cornerstone for the 9 provinces, would be lost due to his actions. Nonsense, Ning Can responded graciously. So many supreme talents have not truly ascended to godhood. She could hardly admit that she possessed an advantage. All she needed was to venture to the front lines and accumulate more fishing points. Upgrading her kaleidoscope to the eternal kaleidoscope was a certainty, and there was even the possibility of advancing to a divine-level reincarnation eye. However, she could not divulge this to the Dragon Emperor, so she feigned a carefree demeanor to console him. The Dragon Emperor's gaze grew heavier with guilt. In the garden, the princess was not engaged in needlework today. Instead, she had taken to squatting on the steps of the villa early in the morning, propping her head on her hands as she eagerly awaited at the garden gate. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Upon seeing Ning Can enter the garden, a radiant smile illuminated the princess's delicate features. You have arrived. The princess hurriedly ran in front of Ning Can, joyfully exclaiming, I knew you wouldn't deceive me. Of course not. I have never been one to tell lies. Ning Can replied with a gentle smile. Despite being significantly older than Ning Can, the princess appeared as innocent as a child in his presence. Yes, I trust you. She nodded and took Ning Can's hand, inquiring, what shall we play today? Ning Can observed the princess holding his hand, marveling at her pure-heartedness, silently hoping that her future fiancé would not mind her innocence. After returning home the previous day, Ning Can reflected on the things from his childhood that would be novel to the princess. Thus, he had prepared an array of delightful activities for her today, unheard-of stories and wondrous toys. In the garden, their laughter rang out like the sweet chime of silver bells. If only you were to become my future husband, the princess exclaimed in sheer delight. Ning Can's heart skipped a beat at her words. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Interacting with someone of such childlike innocence, yet not entirely a child, truly tested one's resolve. He found himself nearly developing feelings for the princess, but alas, the future held her for another. Your Highness, let us engage in something different, Ning Can proposed. Different? The princess inquired with curiosity. Do you often feel a tightness in your chest or suffer from headaches? Ning Can asked. The princess nodded. Then allow me to help you alleviate those ailments. He spoke softly. However, upon hearing this, the princess did not immediately agree. Instead, she gazed at Ning Can with concern. Will treating me cause you harm? If so, I would rather remain unhealed, she replied, shaking her head. Though she had spent all her time in the garden, unacquainted with the wider world, her innocence was not synonymous with foolishness. Ning Can had not anticipated being halted at this juncture. Fortunately, the princess was easily persuaded. I would not be harmed. If there were any risk, it would be for your future husband to bear, wouldn't it? Once I have honed my skills, I shall seize the opportunity to give him a good thrashing. I believe you are destined to be my future husband, the princess stated with unwavering conviction. Chapter 50. This emperor shall arrange your marriage to the princess at the earliest opportunity. Her exquisite visage was now filled with seriousness, causing Ning Can's heart to skip yet another beat. He constantly reminded himself that she was a princess, not merely a little girl craving a lollipop. And she had a fiancé. With immense willpower, he managed to divert his gaze. But I am not, he said gently. If you trust my words, let us proceed. Or do you doubt me? I believe you. What must I do? The princess asked. Close your eyes and relax, he instructed, allowing her to lie peacefully in the center of the garden. In that moment, an enormous array emerged from the ground, its patterns enveloping the entire garden. All the servants departed, while the Dragon Emperor and the woman in black observed from a distance. Is it truly all right to leave him alone with her? The Dragon Emperor voiced his concern. Your Majesty need not worry. The consciousness has been activated, and as long as their hearts are willing, there shall be no issue. The woman in black assured him. The legacy of the ancient family was undeniably extraordinary, effortlessly showcasing its profound heritage. Standing at the heart of the array, a thought crossed Ning Can's mind. This array did not designate a clear hierarchy. Why must Ning Can sacrifice his own talents to heal the princess? Could she not also forfeit her abilities to enhance him? This fleeting thought vanished just as swiftly. Must I keep my eyes closed? The princess inquired, her voice breaking the silence as she prepared to open her eyes. Yes, keep them shut. I never said you could open them. If you do, I shall not return to you. Upon hearing this, the princess, who was about to open her eyes, promptly closed them tightly. The rising and falling of her chest betrayed her inner turmoil. "If I won't open them, what do you intend to do?" she asked. Ning Can smiled slightly. In truth, the ritual did not necessitate closed eyes, merely the acceptance of the heart. The reason for her closed eyes was for another purpose entirely. He produced a small knife, slicing his palm, allowing his blood to drip onto the intricate patterns encircling the princess. The blue patterns absorbed his blood, emanating a crimson glow. Ning Can continued until the central patterns were fully saturated before halting the flow. He then took a seat nearby. As the formation activated, all the patterns released their power, casting a formidable force that weighed down upon both Ning Can and the princess. "Are you still there? I feel a bit scared," the princess exclaimed, her eyes still tightly shut. "Your Highness, there is no need to fear. Just have a good sleep. When you awaken tomorrow, you shall be ready to embrace your world." A wave of intense fatigue washed over Ning Can, and he collapsed to the ground, just before losing consciousness. He pondered what he would do if this were all a ruse. It was merely a fleeting thought, for it felt unnecessary. Upon awakening, the eternal kaleidoscope pattern in his pupils had unsurprisingly transformed into a kaleidoscope. The sudden drop in his talent did not seem to have a significant impact. Rather, the loss of vitality left him feeling weak and weary. Personal talent, Kaleidoscope Sharingan. By merging with another pair of Kaleidoscope Sharingan, it can evolve into Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Indeed, there had been a decline, and he wondered when he might reclaim what was lost. The Dragon Emperor appeared quite remorseful. Previously, Ning Can had considered the possibility that the Dragon Emperor might turn against him, yet it was evident that he had underestimated the Emperor's character. "I have witnessed your sacrifice, young friend, and I shall ensure you are duly compensated," the Dragon Emperor stated solemnly. This acknowledgement was sufficient. Though Ning Can seemed to have suffered considerable loss, this sacrifice was one that could be mended. Moreover, the friendship of the royal family and the esteem of the Dragon Emperor were invaluable. No matter how much he admired the princess, he could not have made such a sacrifice without careful consideration. Additionally, with the royal family's protection, Ning Can need not fear the cult any longer and could venture to the front lines sooner to accumulate points. At that time, what talent could he not acquire? "This emperor will arrange your marriage to Yi at the earliest convenience." While Ning Can was contemplating his future plans, the Dragon Emperor's words caught him off guard. Ning Can realized that the princess's name was indeed Long Yi. His thoughts raced, and he stammered, "The fiancé the princess has always spoken of is me?" The Dragon Emperor was astonished. "Did I not mention this to you? Given your immense sacrifice for Yi, she naturally must marry you. Your Majesty, you did not inform me of this." The Dragon Emperor pondered for a moment and acknowledged that he had indeed not disclosed this matter to Ning Can. The look of admiration in the Dragon Emperor's eyes deepened. "Rest assured, focus on your recovery. I shall handle the wedding arrangements." After speaking, the Dragon Emperor rose to leave. Ning Can opened his mouth to voice something, but found the words stuck in his throat. It must be said that the royal family conducted their affairs with remarkable finesse, making the entire process feel as refreshing as a spring breeze. They had never forced Ning Can, and after his sacrifice, they were fully prepared to offer compensation. Marrying a princess with an undeniably bright future, the sincerity of the Dragon Emperor was commendable. Reflecting upon his feelings for the princess, Ning Can could not deny the admiration that blossomed within him. Upon hearing this news, a sense of joy welled up within Ning Can's heart. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the figures of Qin Mo and Yuan Song Hai involuntarily surfaced in his mind. While I might concede that the apparition of Sister Qin is somewhat understandable, admitting my inappropriate feelings for her, why, pray tell, does Yuan Song Hai also emerge? Could it be that I harbor affections for both boys and girls? A wave of terror washed over Ning Can as he grappled with these complex emotions. He lost all desire for rest, and simply wished to return to Tianquan Academy. In the villa within the garden, the princess remained in a state of unconsciousness. After conducting a thorough examination, the woman in the black robe remarked that the results exceeded her expectations. The princess would no longer need to linger in the garden. There was no longer any necessity to suppress her realm. She would naturally break the mirror. Upon hearing this, the Dragon Emperor was elated. If the influence persisted, where would he find another prodigy with supreme talent to sacrifice? And how could he offer any compensation? Would further complications arise? The Dragon Emperor swiftly realized the implications hidden within the black-robed woman's words. Just because there were no issues now, it did not guarantee that problems would not arise in the future. Uncertainty lingered, and the woman in black shook her head. The Dragon Emperor's heart, once buoyant with joy, now bore a weight of concern. Regardless, at least there were no problems at present, and that was a relief. "Your Majesty, are you truly set on marrying the princess to that young man?" The black-robed woman shifted the conversation. The Dragon Emperor turned to her, his brow furrowing slightly. "This is unworthy. We all know that once the princess overcomes this tribulation, she will undoubtedly soar to great heights. She is destined for divinity." In stark contrast, that young man's talents have waned. His future achievements will be limited. The imperial level pales in comparison to the supreme level, let alone when juxtaposed with the princess's divine potential. One will dwell in the heavens, while the other remains earthbound. The more he listened, the angrier the Dragon Emperor became. Known for his gentle disposition, he was not without the ruthless means befitting an emperor. Chapter 51, The Sudden Assembly. Seeing this, the black-robed woman hastily knelt, continuing to speak. Your Majesty, even if there are debts to settle, it is unnecessary to sacrifice a future deity. Then what do you propose? Eliminate him. At that moment, Ning Can was unaware that his life hung by a thread, subject to the whims of these individuals. He had always suspected that the Dragon Emperor was putting on a facade of kindness before him, believing that a sovereign need not be so benevolent. After all, lightning and rain are all grace from the sovereign. In this moment, the Dragon Emperor required no masquerade. A mere nod was all he needed. He need not lift a finger, and by the next day, Ning Can would meet his demise. The rationale could be anything. Perhaps Ning Can was an undercover agent for a cult. However, the Dragon Emperor shook his head, rejecting the suggestion. Setting aside affection. You are right, and I understand your perspective, but can one truly cast aside emotions and loyalties in all matters? There are grievances to avenge and debts to repay. I am not merely a ruler. I am a leader. The Dragon Emperor cast a cold glare at the woman in black, before turning to leave. The black-robed woman remained kneeling for an extended period, her eyes glimmering with inscrutable meaning as she raised her head. Ning Can made his way back to Tianquan, eventually entering the academy. After a while, he appeared at the corner of the street. He continued to harbor suspicions that the Dragon Emperor might sever ties or even resort to murder. Thus, he had taken precautions, employing illusions while he concealed himself nearby. Given the element of surprise, one could easily fall victim to treachery. Yet, no one came. The royal family seemingly harbored no intent to kill him. Had they simply not had the time? Was it possible that he truly intended to marry his daughter to me? Ning Can found this notion astonishing. The royal family had unexpectedly earned his respect, and perhaps this made them worthy of trust. At Tianquan Academy, it had been 2 days since Yuan Songhai had kissed Ning Can during the night of celebration. Rumors had escalated wildly, yet none of the involved parties had stepped forward to dispel them. In truth, Yuan Songhai realized that her solitary explanation would be futile. She awaited Ning Can, who had not shown up for 2 whole days. The rumors had spread throughout the city, while the truth had yet to take its first steps. With no possibility for clarification, the rumors had solidified. The most outrageous of these tales claimed that Yuan Songhai had secretly harbored feelings for Ning Can, which had compelled her to kiss him that night. How absurd. I must have lost my mind to develop feelings for him. Yuan Songhai could not help but curse vehemently. The girls had spent the night concocting stories, titling their narratives, The Meeting and Romance of Two Supremes. As Ning Can entered the academy, he had not anticipated that the rumors would escalate to such an extent. He hurried to find Yuan Songhai, seeking to devise a solution. However, she had already begun to give up. Lying on the grass with vacant eyes, she gazed at the clouds drifting overhead. Yet her focus was nowhere to be found. Those who spread the rumors knew nothing yet spoke with unwavering certainty. Did their consciences not ache? Yuan Songhai murmured. Pausing briefly, she cast a glance at Ning Can. If you hadn't vanished for 2 days, perhaps there would have been a resolution, but now, how can we address this situation? Ning Can pondered. He truly found himself at a loss. If these rumors were malicious, they could be easily resolved. By apprehending a few instigators and meting out severe punishment, a stance would be established, and the remainder would naturally dissipate. However, this time, rather than mere slander, it felt more like a jest. Likely, few truly believed it, as most merely sought to join in the fun. In such matters, as long as you and I remain clear of conscience and assertive in our stance, the words of others need not weigh heavily on us. Given enough time, the issue would cease to exist, Ning Can remarked nonchalantly. But what if I have a guilty conscience? Yuan Songhai shot him a glance. What does that mean? Ning Can felt a chill run down his spine. Just as he was about to inquire further, Yuan Songhai had already risen and departed. Her movement was less akin to walking and more akin to fleeing. What do you mean by having a guilty conscience? Ning Can contemplated, his expression darkening, for he realized he too could not claim a clear conscience. Damn it. As he observed Yuan Songhai's departing figure, Ning Can paused, beginning to notice details he had previously overlooked. The pink decorations in her room were uninviting, and her occasional feminine demeanor caught his attention. Perhaps it was the bias of first impressions, but Ning Can had never doubted Yuan Songhai. However, once suspicion arose, many inconsistencies naturally connected. Could it be possible? What if she is actually a girl? It felt as though something had exploded in Ning Can's mind, sending his heart racing wildly. I must uncover the truth. If so, I have been exceedingly obtuse, living right across from her all this time, yet taking so long to ponder this matter. Ning Can slapped his head and rose, heading toward the dormitory. At the same moment, upon hearing that Ning Can had returned, Qin Mo was about to seek him out when she was notified of a meeting. Qin Mo typically found such meetings tedious. What was the point of gathering a multitude of people to bicker? However, this meeting was different. It was not a notification from Vice Principal Qin Bai, but rather an announcement from the true principal, Qin Lan. Given that Principal Qin Lan was nearing retirement, it was highly unlikely he would convene a meeting unless the matter was of great significance. After a moment of hesitation, Chin Mo chose to attend the meeting. As she suspected, the assembly gathered nearly all the senior officials of the academy, each bearing a grave expression. Her father, principal of Tianquan Academy, sat at the head of the table, equally solemn. Upon witnessing this scene, a singular thought raced through Chin Mo's mind. Something grave was afoot. Ning Can returned to his dormitory, only to discover an envelope resting on his desk, addressed from Mu Qianxue. A letter from Mu Qianxue? He picked up the envelope and examined it closely. The contents were somewhat peculiar. The letter briefly recounted her experiences at the Tiando Academy, detailing her trials and growth. It was evident that she had learned much during her time there. Yet, the overall tone conveyed not lightheartedness or joy, but rather a sense of desolation and unwavering resolve. The letter extensively articulated Mu Qianxue's profound love for her country and the world, expressing her steadfast determination to sacrifice herself for these ideals. As Ning Can read on, his brow furrowed in concern. Why did this letter evoke a sense of impending farewell? Especially the final line. If there is an afterlife, I hope to meet you again. Ning Can frowned, caught in contemplation, when suddenly a resounding bell tolled throughout the academy, its echoes reverberating across the grounds. He immediately rose to his feet. At that very moment, all students, regardless of their current activities, whether dining, bathing, or attending to personal matters, abruptly ceased their pursuits and made their way to the academy's playground to assemble. Chapter 52, The Beast Rampage, A Query to the Principal. As the somber, ancient bell tolled for the 7th time, the expressions of students, teachers, and staff alike shifted dramatically. They set aside all that they were doing and hurried towards the grand playground. This bell had rung countless times in the ears of the people of Jojo, etched deeply into their hearts through textbooks and propaganda. From a young age, they understood that upon hearing such a bell, if one were a soldier or cultivator with strength to spare, they should hasten to assemble. If one were a civilian or the weak, unarmed and defenseless, they must quickly find a place to hide. This bell symbolized calamity, death, and an unyielding oath to resist. Years prior, Ning Can's parents had perished amidst such a bell's toll during a beast siege. At that time, the bell had only sounded 4 times. Upon hearing the toll, Ning Can found himself unable to ponder the gender of Yuan Songhai or the peculiarities of Mu Qianxue's letter. He quickly organized himself and joined the throng of students racing towards the playground. There, students from all years, from freshmen to seniors, gathered, while the faculty took their seats, and the academy's upper echelons occupied the highest positions. Among them, Yuan Songhai, as the student council president, stood at the forefront. All faces were solemn. Ning Can entered his designated student formation, and those who noticed him offered slight nods, which he reciprocated before casting his gaze towards Chin Mo, who appeared somewhat lost in thought. What had transpired? At that moment, the principal, standing at the highest point, spoke gravely. Since the establishment of the 7 academies, our twofold responsibility has remained unchanged, to nurture the strong and to safeguard Jojo. You are the most exceptional among the people of Jojo, the very hope of this realm. Tianquan Academy has tirelessly cultivated you, and now, it is your turn to repay. Are you willing to exhaust your lives for your country? Are you willing to exert all your might to save the populace? A wave of fervor surged through the students as they collectively shouted, "We are willing." Ning Can's heart gradually sank amidst the fervor. Good, Principal Chin Lan exclaimed, then declared loudly, reports are flooding in. Numerous regions of Jojo are experiencing beast rampages, and many cities have already fallen, their inhabitants reduced to mere sustenance for the beasts. Indeed, Ning Can's brow furrowed as he whispered softly. The nightmares of over a decade ago resurfaced, haunting him. For years, he had been plagued by the fear of another beast uprising. In response, he had devoted himself to relentless improvement, consistently ranking first in all subjects at school, and even without relying on innate talent, he could contend with cultivators of the Long Night realm, regardless of his ambitions and aspirations. Confronting the surging tide of beasts with his frail body had only ever left him with feelings of helplessness and dread. Now, he finally possessed a modicum of self-protection, and he felt ready to face the specter of the past once more without fear. The beasts were no longer fixated on a single city, but were unleashing chaos across the entirety of Jojo. This was an era of turmoil. The Empire had mobilized troops, with many formidable figures dispatched to various regions to quell the unrest. Yet, compared to the vast expanse of Jojo, their resources were still woefully inadequate. It was time for Tianquan Academy to step forward. The principal's tone was aged yet resolute. If you go forth, many among you may perish. Had you waited a few more years, your talents would have flourished even more fully. Still, do you wish to proceed? Without regret? We wish to proceed. We have no regrets. We are willing to offer our lives for our country, to quell the beasts of Jojo. The students' voices rang out without hesitation, even those 4th-year students, previously mocked for their lack of honor and solely focused on secluded cultivation, now bore resolute expressions and determined gazes. Good. The principal praised once more, satisfaction illuminating his features. 3rd and 4th-year students, step forward. 1st and 2nd-year students, step back. As his voice fell, the 3rd and 4th-year students stepped forward without hesitation. while the first and second year students remained frozen in place. Yuan Songhai looked up in astonishment, while Ning Can frowned. This was war, not just for Jojo. And the younger students had yet to mature. Only the third and fourth year students were needed for this mission. After all, it was not a final battle. There was no need to send all of their seeds into the fray. Losing even one would be a loss for Jojo. The principal surveyed the assembly, his gaze turning icy. This expedition is also a rite of passage for you. It is a valuable experience akin to the one I had during my journey beyond the stars. Every 5 students would form a team, guided by a teacher, and set forth to suppress the beast rampages. Departure was set for the following day. I have an objection. Yuan Songhai suddenly raised his hand. I am a second-year student. Yet I should qualify for the expedition. Ning Can stepped out of the ranks, lifting his head, and stated calmly, I am a first-year student. Yet I too should qualify for the expedition. All the teachers turned their attention towards them, falling into a contemplative silence. The students were astonished, then exhilarated. They all hoped these 2 champions would take action. Based on strength, within this academy, aside from this one beside me, no one can surpass me. We possess the capability to protect ourselves. Ning Can and Yuan Songhai pointed at each other, holding their heads high as they met the principal's gaze. One was a first-year student, the other a second year, both boldly declaring before the entire cohort that aside from one another, they were invincible. Some first-year students covertly glanced at the fourth-year students, and no one dared to voice dissent. This was an accepted truth, was it not? You are all still too young. After a prolonged silence, the principal spoke, his voice devoid of emotion. Yuan Songhai, you have trained for 1 year and 2 months, reaching the 5th realm. Ning Can, you have trained for 2 months, also at the 5th realm. Despite everyone being aware of the exceptional prowess of these 2 individuals, the revelation still astonished them. It was important to note that among those present were the pride of Jojo, many of whom in their 4th year had yet to reach the 5th realm. The principal continued, your talents are remarkable, and you have not squandered them. Your strength is worthy of your supreme gifts. However, you are still too young, and your training has been far too brief. It is far too early for you to step onto the battlefield with such power. For a genius who meets an untimely end is not a genius. The principal's words were logical and well-founded, his aged voice imbued with deep-seated hope. The 5th realm, an exalted level of innate talent, sounds formidable, yet, amidst the tumult of a beast rampage on the battlefield, it is but a fragile leaf upon a tempestuous sea, easily shattered by the slightest swell, leading to ruin and demise. Who can bear such a cost? Yuan Songhai yearned to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. Thus, her gaze instinctively fell upon Ning Can, in turn, offered her a gentle smile that conveyed reassurance before stepping forward. May I inquire, esteemed principal and honorable teachers, what level of strength is deemed appropriate for one with supreme talent to engage in battle? Chapter 53. The significance of Ning Can and Yuan Songhai. Is it the 7th realm of the Long Night? The 9th realm? Or perhaps, the mastery of the 3rd realm of the Great Sun? Or even the rank of a titled powerhouse? When does one deem it too early, and when is it not too late? Ning Can proclaimed with conviction, Principal, esteemed teachers, flowers cannot bloom in a greenhouse. True strength must be forged through the crucible of blood and battle. Once an eagle has acquired wings, it must learn to soar. When a lion manifests claws, it must hunt for its sustenance. The same holds true for supreme talent. I beseech you, principal and esteemed teachers, to grant me the opportunity to partake in the suppression of the beast rampage. Meeting the principal's gaze, Ning Can's eyes were resolute, his demeanor unwavering. He was determined to be part of this endeavor. To him, it signified not merely the protection of the 9 provinces, but also represented countless opportunities for growth. Each beast in the wilderness serving as a stepping stone to his ascendance. Therefore he had to go. If Tianquan Academy sought to impede him, he would resort to clandestine means. His unwavering resolve resonated through the eyes of Principal Qin Lan and the gathered teachers, prompting Yuan Songhai to stand beside Ning Can, declaring, I shall accompany him. All eyes turned to the principal, and after a prolonged silence, the venerable leader nodded gently. Very well, if that is your wish. Then you may proceed. Qin Mo exhaled softly, unable to discern whether her feelings were of joy or sorrow. She wished to shield Ning Can from peril, yet simultaneously yearned for him to rise to greatness. The expressions of the other teachers mirrored her own complex emotions, though they did not share a sibling-like bond. Their aspirations were aligned. They hoped fervently that these 2 prodigies would not venture into danger, even as they longed for their growth. This was the reason for their prior silence, a blend of concern and pride for their sense of responsibility. This gathering felt akin to an oath-taking ceremony, with 3rd and 4th year students returning to prepare for their expedition. Those holding positions in the student council sought out their underclassmen, imparting advice and reminders. Fear not, senior. I shall manage the student council diligently until your return, declared a sophomore. The student selected by Shen Lu to inherit his position was named Lu Xian. Shen Lu had always selflessly guided him, their relationship resembling that of mentor and disciple more than mere friends. Will you be able to hold the fort until I return? Shen Lu smiled. If I do not come back, do you possess the confidence to lead the student council on your own? Although Shinlu served as the vice president, it was well understood that the vice president typically exercised the authority of the president. In a strict sense, Yuan Songhai held a nominal title with no real power, while Shinlu wielded substantial influence. Should Shinlu step down, Lu Xian would become the future leader of the student council. Lu Xian hesitated, his voice trembling. Senior, if you abandon your post so soon, I fear I will not manage well. After all, there is much I have yet to learn. I have imparted all that I can. Shinlu replied softly. Lu Xian clenched his fists. No, senior, I have barely grasped a third of your skills. How can I possibly manage the student council? Such a conversation left Shinlu in a daze, reminiscent of a year prior when he had shared similar exchanges with his own senior. The recollection brought a weight to his previously feigned nonchalance. He placed a reassuring hand on Lu Xian's shoulder, echoing his senior's words from a year ago. Then, do your utmost, accomplish as much as you can. If it becomes too burdensome, take a moment to rest, no one will blame you. Yet Lu Xian, with renewed determination, declared, no. I shall exert every effort to uphold the student council, ensuring the order of Tianquan Academy is maintained, and guiding my juniors as you have guided me. Just as he had a year ago, Shinlu suddenly understood the sentiments of his senior back then. He wished to say something, but ultimately only patted Lu Xian's shoulder in silence. He knew, in his heart, that there was a strong possibility he would not return. War is no trifling matter. No one can assert that they will return once they depart. Yet he bore no regrets. Many like Shinlu, both third and fourth year students, had prepared themselves for the possibility of not returning, arranging their affairs. Nevertheless, none faltered. The people of the 9 provinces possess a steadfast belief. In the face of adversity, they confront challenges head-on, their unwavering commitment to home and country etched into their very essence. Such fervor ignited in the hearts of the second and first year students. Some observed their seniors' preparations in silence, quietly igniting a flame within. Others, with tearful farewells to familiar seniors, resolutely immersed themselves in their training. The academy, which has played a pivotal role during crises throughout the millennia of the 9 provinces, remained unchanged from top to bottom. In the principal's office, the venerable Qin Lan gazed upon the academy, his eyes reflecting nostalgia, pride, and heartache. I have witnessed this scene countless times. It is moving. Capable of awakening the indomitable spirit within, it embodies the essence that Tianquan Academy has always conveyed. Yet, each time, many students venture forth, only to meet their demise in the field, including many extraordinary talents. The old principal's tone was wistful, as countless youthful faces appeared before him, most of whom would forever remain entombed upon the battlefield, be it in the vast expanse of the 9 provinces or the boundless cosmos beyond. Yet, you still permit Ning Can and Yuan Songhai to embark, Qinbai murmured. Today, it seemed that Ning Can, with his eloquence and unwavering resolve, had swayed the old principal. Qinlan. In truth, the principal had already intended for them to go. Otherwise, a man of such steadfast will would not be swayed by mere words. Even without Ning Can's impassioned rhetoric, had Yuan Songhai stood her ground, stubbornly insisting on participating in the battle, the principal would ultimately have acquiesced. For he spoke true. The strong must be tempered through combat, rather than coddled in a greenhouse. The distinction between emerging from the 5th realm or the 9th realm held no weight. The true difference lay in one's courage to venture forth. This was the crux of the matter. Fundamentally, the principal was also a fervent proponent of Ning Can's ideology. However, the rampant beast uprisings across the lands included formidable, even royal-level beasts awakening, posing a significant threat to them. Qinbai furrowed her brow, opposing such a philosophy. Even if one must undergo trials, it should not be on such a perilous battlefield. You are correct. The sacrifice of either Ning Can or Yuan Songhai would be an unbearable burden. I cannot bear it. Tianquan cannot bear it. The entirety of the 9 provinces cannot bear it. These 2 prodigies are treasures of the 9 provinces. In any era, there are only a handful, and when one considers those from the previous generation, the likes of Ning Can and Yuan Songhai are exceedingly rare. The loss of any one of them would be a great tragedy for the entire 9 provinces. The old principal turned around to gaze at his daughter, urging, you must exert every effort to protect them. Qinbai was momentarily taken aback, but then the realization dawned upon her. As the leading teacher, she was to accompany Ning Can and Yuan Songhai to subdue the beast. No, it was you who would lead Ning Can. Yuan Songhai would be under the guidance of Qin Mo. Each of you would take one under your wing, ensuring that the responsibility did not become too burdensome. On the following day, all students of Tianquan Academy had readied themselves, and every division was prepared. Ning Can found himself assigned to follow Qinbai, accompanied by 2 senior students from the 4th year and 2 from the 3rd year, 2 males and 2 females, 1 pair even being a couple. Observing their affectionate demeanor, Ning Can felt a pang of discomfort. To think that the vice principal is personally leading the team, exclaimed a delighted 4th year female student, whom Ning Can recognized as Chen Xian. This revelation surprised him as well. Qinbai was a renowned supreme being from the previous generation, rumored to be a powerful entity with a sealed title. Under her leadership, their safety would undoubtedly be significantly assured. Qinbai smiled subtly. casting a discreet glance at Ning Can while recalling her father's words from the previous day in the principal's office. In the event of an insurmountable situation, prioritize the safety of Ning Can. The old principal had delivered this statement with utmost seriousness. Chinbai understood her father's intent. The two fourth-year and two third-year students were primarily there to provide companionship. Ning Can was the most crucial among them. At that moment, Mo approached, her eyes fixed on Ning Can, clearly wanting to convey something. Behind her stood her team of 5 students, among them, Yuan Songhai. Be cautious on this expedition. If you encounter insurmountable challenges, do not attempt to confront them head-on. Your priority must be your own safety. Ning Can stepped forward as Mo gently adjusted his sleeve. Her voice soft as she spoke. The warmth of her affection was a rare experience for Ning Can. Even in her interaction with him, Mo displayed an unusual gentleness. His gaze flickered briefly before he obediently nodded. I understand. Mo smiled, continuing, by the way, given the urgency of the situation, it is likely that the royal family will intervene to suppress the threat, most probably the royal princess. If you find yourself in peril, do not hesitate to seek her protection. The royal princess? Ning Can paused, then nodded in compliance. Mo had previously warned him to be wary of that particular princess, known for her exceptional talent and aggressive temperament. The only royal princess Ning Can had encountered was Long Yishuan, whose demeanor was not only gentle but also exceedingly pure. Her extraordinary talent aligned with Mo's description, as it was unlikely there existed another of her caliber. Ning Can couldn't help but wonder if Mo was trying to frame him. Now, observing her earnest expression, he felt a flicker of uncertainty. Could it be that the royal family indeed possessed 2 individuals of divine talent? Or perhaps one divine and one nearly divine? Ning Can cast a glance at the majestic palace, the most imposing and solemn place in the JoJo world. Such a legacy certainly seemed fitting. Be careful, Mo urged. Her lips pressed together, her enchanting eyes filled with tender concern as they locked onto Ning Can, as if she held 1,000 unsaid words within. This parting was shrouded in uncertainty, and none could predict whether it would lead to a final farewell. Ning Can said nothing but suddenly embraced Mo, whispering, "Do not worry, I will be fine. When I return, you shall be too." "Yes, I believe in you," Mo replied with a soft smile. Releasing her, Ning Can approached Yuan Songhai, who squinted meaningfully and remarked, "Why do I always feel that your relationship is not merely that of a brother and sister? There's no way siblings are this affectionate." Ning Can chuckled and unexpectedly wrapped his arms around Yuan Songhai. This sudden gesture startled her, prompting her to conjure a dragon spear instinctively, ready to thrust it forward. Yet, the spear remained unlaunched as she angrily exclaimed, "You scared me." Her lean frame, while not imposing, felt almost delicate in his embrace, affirming Ning Can's previous suspicions. He laughed heartily, tightening his grip around Yuan Songhai. From an outsider's perspective, it appeared as though 2 robust men were locked in an embrace, though Yuan Songhai seemed almost diminutive in Ning Can's hold. "How long are you going to hold on? Let go. I really will stab you." Yuan Songhai's annoyed voice broke through. "Are you still troubled by that rumor?" Ning Can's gentle voice reached her ears. At the mention of it, Yuan Songhai's expression darkened with irritation. Who would willingly endure such slander? "Rest assured," Ning Can continued, "when I return, I shall rectify this. It is not a rumor." With that, he waved goodbye to the others and turned to leave. Yuan Songhai remained rooted in place, pondering Ning Can's last words. What did he mean by not a rumor? Did that imply it was indeed true? Suddenly, her heart raced wildly, akin to a fawn careening through the woods, heedless of the pain. "Let us go." Ning Can rejoined the group, his spirits lifted, a smile adorning his face as he walked. The sight of the affectionate couple no longer irked him as much. Chinbai regarded Ning Can with suspicion, then glanced at Mo, offering a resigned smile. Subsequently, she conjured a cerulean phoenix with her talent, lifting the 5 of them into the sky. Other teachers from Tianquan Academy displayed their own abilities, propelling their teams skyward. As Ning Can settled onto the Azure Bird, he summoned the system interface to assess his status. This marked Ning Can's first comprehensive evaluation of his condition following his sacrificial act to heal the princess. His Sharingan had regressed to its kaleidoscopic state. He would need to exercise caution in future battles, hoping he would not encounter an adversary capable of blinding him. In terms of swordsmanship, Ning Can had synthesized the sword arts from the pirate world, Jinyang's universe, and the JoJo sword style, establishing a distinctive mastery that warranted the title of Sword Master. Moreover, his physical talent, the Chaos Body, had integrated the 5 elemental forces of wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, along with the reverse elements of wind, thunder, and sound, rendering him comparable to an emperor-level talent. As for techniques like Chidori, Ning Can paid little heed to them. This expedition promised an abundance of bait points, and Ning Can eagerly anticipated the opportunity to evolve these talents further, aspiring for divine-level evolution. Suddenly, he froze, as the interface for the Chaos Body talent revealed a line of small text. Light material, a type of reverse elemental substance that can merge with the pseudo-Chaos Body to enhance physical attributes, while also granting mastery over light. Dark material, a type of reverse elemental substance that can merge with the pseudo-chaos body to enhance physical attributes, while also granting mastery over darkness. Light material, dark material. When did I acquire these? Ning Can's physical condition was merely missing these two elements. Upon merging, he would attain a complete pseudo-chaos body, elevating him to the supreme level. However, he could not recall when he had obtained such materials. His gaze drifted toward the palace. It seemed there was only one explanation. The formation prepared by the royal family had indeed caused him to sacrifice a portion of his talent for the princess, stabilizing her abilities. Yet, a part of the princess's talent was also bestowed upon Ning Can, precisely what he required. This entire operation, while not entirely a gain for Ning Can, certainly did not result in a loss. The Dragon Emperor and the Seventh Prince were still preoccupied with a sense of indebtedness toward Ning Can, contemplating how to make amends. The Dragon Emperor even wished for Ning Can to become the royal consort. Chapter 55, An Ambush. The Dragon Emperor believed that I had made a significant sacrifice, and I too thought I had given much. Yet, in reality, it was far from that. Ning Can's expression was peculiar. It was as if the royal family had silently incurred a significant debt of gratitude to him. The Dragon Emperor had even intended for him to marry the princess. But with this incident, that prospect was likely dashed. Ning Can questioned himself. Naturally, he held a fondness for the innocent princess. However, this affection was predominantly one of pity and not rooted in genuine desire. Their interactions had been brief and superficial, not nearly enough to reach such a level of intimacy. Thus, if the engagement were to fall through, he felt no sorrow, even finding it somewhat amusing. His earlier willingness to sacrifice his talents for the sake of others had been a decision made after considerable reflection. Unbeknownst to him, within the palace, the Dragon Emperor had already drafted the marriage decree, acting with remarkable decisiveness and without hesitation. However, the outbreak of the beast turmoil necessitated immediate pleas for assistance from various regions. In light of the national crisis, the marriage decree regrettably had to remain on the desk, temporarily shelved. Meanwhile, certain royal relatives close to the Dragon Emperor had become privy to this development and collectively decided that upon Ning Can's return, the marriage would proceed without delay. After all, there was no possibility of it being abandoned. A massive azure phoenix soared through the skies, and Ning Can observed the feral beasts below, howling at the heavens, their aggressive and fierce demeanor prompting him to frown. The last time he had passed this way, these creatures had mostly been foraging peacefully. Why had they turned so violent this time? Fierce and brutal tendencies were inherent within these beasts, manifesting periodically. It was not unusual. The reason for their rampaging was simply the periodic outbreak of beastly aggression. Among the 5 students, Yin Xuan, a third-year student, chuckled softly and remarked. Ning Can shot him a glance, but countered that this was different. It was a full-scale uprising of beasts across the entire 9 provinces. While a localized beast rampage could be explained, the simultaneous uproar of all the beasts across the 9 provinces, could they have coordinated their timing? Merely a coincidence? Yin Xuan continued to chuckle, asserting that there had been several significant beast uprisings in the history of the 9 provinces, so this was hardly surprising. Ning Can furrowed his brow, choosing not to engage further. The others seemed to sense his irritation and instead turned to admire the passing scenery, oblivious to the impending battle. Or perhaps, none of the 5 students aboard the Phoenix had any awareness of the gravity of the situation. A couple of 4th-year students were cozied up, exchanging soft whispers, creating their own little world. Meanwhile, a 3rd-year student named Chun Xian incessantly pestered Ning Can with questions. Ning Lauda, I heard that high-level talents awaken part of their abilities without going through the usual awakening process. Have you already awakened your talent, enabling you to cultivate so swiftly? Chun Xian asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. I awakened the night before the talent awakening ceremony. In truth, I have only been cultivating for 2 months, Ning Can replied. Wow, Ning Lauda, you are truly impressive. Chun Xian exclaimed, her eyes shining with admiration, akin to a fan encountering their idol. She eagerly leaned closer to him, continuing her barrage of questions. What do you like to eat? I can cook for you. Ning Lauda, do you know? The day you defeated Hirulai, you were simply stunning. Do you have someone you like? Is it true that Yuan Lauda has a crush on you? I saw you with teacher Chinamo today. Your relationship seems quite close. Ning Can, feeling overwhelmed, closed his eyes and sighed wearily. Qinbai, who had been observing from a distance, chuckled softly. A sudden realization dawned on him. Indeed, one could conquer certain individuals with gentleness. Ning Can was not one to respond to forceful advances, and this softer approach left him at a loss. No wonder their previous conversations had yielded no substantial results. Chun Xian suddenly sighed heavily. What a pity that Yuan Lauda didn't come along. It would have been perfect if he were in our team. He could take on anyone. Ning Can understood the reasoning behind this. If Yuan Songhai had joined their group, it would have been perilous, as the congregation of 3 supreme talents could easily attract unwanted attention. 2 might be manageable, but Qinbai, another supreme talent, had already surpassed the need for self-protection. With her safeguarding Ning Can, it would suffice to deter anyone from making a move. Chun Xian nodded, seemingly grasping the concept. Meanwhile, Yin Xuan could not suppress a laugh. Junior brother, How can you be so certain that having two supreme talents won't attract attention? His words were abrupt and laden with meaning. Ning Can fixed him with a scrutinizing gaze, his eyes narrowing. At that moment, the previously clear sky darkened abruptly, shrouded in thick black mist. A figure cloaked in black robes stood barefooted in midair before them, arms outstretched, emanating a swirling black fog. The oppressive darkness seemed to engulf the day. It is a cult organization. Ning Can's heart raced, and he immediately turned to Yun Chuan, his voice low and urgent. Did you know from the start that the cult would attempt to intercept us? Or are you one of them? What are you talking about, junior brother? I don't understand. Yun Chuan replied, meeting Ning Can's gaze with clarity and without fear. Chun Xin and the other fourth-year couple looked on in terror at the figure cloaked in darkness. Feeling utterly powerless in the presence of such a formidable opponent. This is the death mist. Do not inhale it. Qinbai stood atop the phoenix, rising to confront the encroaching black fog, which clashed against the azure light radiating from the phoenix, creating a palpable tension. Juke, it seems the wounds I dealt you 5 years ago were not sufficient. You dare to emerge and seek your demise. Qinbai stated coldly, her demeanor, usually calm and serious, now exuding an icy resolve in the face of danger. The member of the Juke cult did not respond. Instead, a gigantic hand materialized from the black mist, lunging toward the azure phoenix. Qinbai conjured a massive bow, drawing back the string. An verdant arrow pierced through the black mist's giant hand in an instant, creating a gaping hole in the oppressive darkness. Ning Can exhaled in relief, astonished by Vice Principal Qinbai's formidable strength, truly a testament to her status as a former supreme talent. Chun Xin exclaimed in awe. The principal is amazing. However, the breach in the black mist quickly mended itself. From an unseen angle, Qinbai's expression grew grave. Though 5 years had passed, she remained as powerful as ever. But her intentions were not merely to engage in a contest of strength with this foe. A voice, raspy and indeterminate in gender, emerged from the black robes. Pray tell, how will you protect the 5 students behind you while engaging me in combat? As the words fell, the black mist coalesced into numerous draconic beasts, roaring as they charged toward the azure giant bird. Qinbai could only raise her hand to shoot arrows, raining them down like a storm, piercing through each beast formed from the black mist. Yet, they continually reformed, an unending tide. The Juke cultist, standing resolutely, raised one hand high, a crimson sword coalescing within their grasp, casting a shadow of dread over the group. When the sword descended, Qinbai blocked it, emerging unscathed. However, her conjured azure phoenix could not withstand the blow. Ning Can and the other students gasped in alarm as it plummeted. Qinbai's eyes widened in panic. But she was obstructed by Juke, rendering her unable to assist. In that desperate moment, Ning Can could only grab hold of the nearest Chun Xin. You are courting death. The roar echoed across the skies. Ning Can caught the vice principal's voice, filled with fury, before he succumbed to the vast wilderness below. Chapter 56, The Monkey's Tiger Skin Skirt. In the boundless wilderness, countless feral and evil beasts roamed. Falling here was undeniably the worst outcome. This realm remains largely uncharted, rendering it arduous to ascertain whether a formidable beast or even a sovereign creature resides within any given area, particularly at this juncture. During the tumultuous upheaval of the 9 regions' demon beasts, Ning Can sighed deeply, cautiously navigating through the thicket. Chun Xin trailed closely behind, her gaze flitting anxiously about their surroundings. Ning, do you think a fearsome demon beast might suddenly leap out and devour us? Chun Xin inquired, her voice tinged with trepidation. Perhaps, Ning Can replied nonchalantly. Chun Xin's eyes widened, brimming with fear. Do not worry. As long as I am here, I shall protect you. Ning Can assured her with a sigh. Instantly, the fright in Chun Xin's eyes dissipated, replaced by a cheerful demeanor as she drew nearer. Thank you, Ning, she exclaimed. Ning Can cast a sidelong glance at this senior, feeling a hint of exasperation. Despite being 2 years her junior, he felt as though he bore the weight of age. Ning Can's expression darkened as he pondered the ambush orchestrated by the malevolent cult. After spending 2 months in the imperial capital, he reluctantly admitted to having let his guard down concerning the sinister organization. Among the 5 students at that time, one had undoubtedly been an undercover agent. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to pinpoint the flight path of Vice Principal Qin by so precisely. The image of Yun Chuan flashed through his mind, igniting a spark of murderous intent in his eyes. If it were you, I guarantee your demise. After surviving a day unscathed, the pair found a cave to rest, kindling a fire to prepare some food. Chun Xin, exhausted from the day's trials, slipped into a peaceful slumber while Ning Can remained awake, unable to find rest as he observed the flickering flames casting shadows upon his troubled visage. At this moment, Ning Can was far from composed. Despite having relied on Susanoo and his sword to avoid injury during his descent, his attire was tattered beyond repair. Chun Xin was similarly affected, her skin, pale as jade, marred by scratches from branches, her careless sleeping posture revealing glimpses of her form. Ning Can spared her but a glance before redirecting his thoughts. He contemplated a pressing question. What if Yun Chuan was not an undercover agent, or merely one of many? What consequences might that entail? He retrieved from his system repository a tiger skin skirt. Monkey's tiger skin skirt, a skirt once worn by a powerful entity. Donning it will make one appear as a monkey. As dawn broke, the two resumed their journey. During this time, Ning Can felt no urge to hunt demon beasts for bait points. His only desire was to hasten their exit from the woods and wilderness. Days passed with Ning Can remaining vigilant, and they encountered no troubles. One day, however, as they walked, Ning Can abruptly halted, his demeanor growing cold. Come forth, must I invite you one by one? From within the forest, a cacophony of rustling sounds emerged as cloaked figures materialized, perched upon trees and stones, their icy gazes fixed upon Ning Can. Witnessing this, Chen Exine clutched Ning Can's sleeve tightly, her face a mask of worry and fear. Supreme talent, unparalleled prodigy, Ning Can. We have come to solicit your allegiance to the worship of the great dark deity. What benefits might one expect? Ning Can queried. Worshippers do not seek benefits, replied one of the cloaked figures, his voice chilling as he fixed a murderous glare upon Ning Can. It was as if any misstep in Ning Can's next words would provoke immediate violence. Ning Can smiled, seemingly unfazed. Another figure interjected, stepping forth. We hold you in high regard. You are well suited to join us, to ascend to divinity. How does that prospect appeal to you? Ning Can scoffed, a non-committal smile gracing his lips. Without you, I can still attain divinity. Is that so? After you sacrifice a portion of your talent to heal that royal princess, you still possess such confidence? Ning Can was taken aback, disbelief etched across his features. How could you possibly know of this? Do you have spies within the palace? We have eyes everywhere. What is your decision? Join us, and we shall help you regain your supreme talent and guide you to godhood. The cultist's voice oozed with temptation. What is there in this world worth sacrificing for? Only by becoming a deity can one achieve eternal existence. All else, be it suffering or joy, ultimately returns to dust. Everything is but an illusion. Only the divine endures. The fervor in the black-robed figure's tone was palpable. Ning Can responded with a cold laugh. Nihilism, you say? If everything bears no meaning, then why not end your own lives? Eternal gods? Even deities can perish. Do you truly believe you can intimidate me with such theatrics? Is the implication that you would kill me if I refuse? Facing the frigid glares of the cultists, Ning Can exhibited no fear. With none among you possessing even the strength of a daylight realm, do you think this display can intimidate me? Then what of now? A dagger was placed against Ning Can's throat, and the melodious voice of Chun Exine echoed behind him. Now, can we retain you, Junior? Are you one of them? Ning Can's voice trembled with disbelief. There is no need for such a reaction, Junior. I am aware of your formidable illusionary skills. Now is not the time to flaunt your unique talents. After all, should this blade descend, even your best abilities will dissolve into dust, Chen Exine said, her hand gripping the dagger as her other gently lifted Ning Can's chin. Realizing that feigning fear was futile, Ning Can quickly regained his composure. The cultists exchanged knowing glances, recognizing the poise befitting a contemporary prodigy. Now, I extend another opportunity to you, Junior. Join us and worship my god. You will regain your supreme talent, and perhaps ascend to divinity, and I shall be yours. At that moment, Chen Exine's smile was enchanting, a stark contrast to her previous naive demeanor. Alternatively, you can choose to die here. Even while uttering such words, her smile remained sweet and inviting, as though it were all a jest. I believe you know how to choose. Then I shall choose the latter, Ning Can declared without hesitation. Very well. Chun Exine sighed regretfully before the dagger unflinchingly sliced across Ning Can's throat. Clutching his neck, Ning Can crumpled to the ground. We admire prodigies, but we do not tolerate fools who cannot discern their circumstances, one of the cloaked figures lamented. Even they would lament the loss of Ning Can's talent. If he cannot serve us, then he must perish, Chen Exine remarked nonchalantly, stepping over Ning Can's lifeless body as she departed. One black-robed figure furrowed his brow, glancing towards a certain direction. What is it? Another queried. It's merely a monkey. Let us move on. There are other prodigies to hunt. Observing the cultists depart one by one, Ning Can, clad in the tiger skin skirt, perched upon a tree, his Sharingan spinning to maintain the illusion. His expression now one of icy resolve. Chapter 57, The Prey and the Hunter. A question nagged at Ning Can. How could these cultists operate in such numbers within the wilderness without fearing the attention of the frenzied demon beasts? For days, he had tread carefully, striving to avoid the territories of these beasts, acutely aware that even the slightest provocation could summon a tide of demons, relentless and insatiable. If there were indeed beasts of kingly stature lurking nearby, not to mention Ning Can, there are scarcely a handful of formidable warriors in the entire Gyōjō capable of surviving in this vicinity. In such a scenario, the presence of these cult organizations, brazenly parading in groups of over a dozen, completely oblivious to the frenzied beasts surrounding them, was perplexing. Did these cultists possess some unique means to handle the rampant beasts? Ning Can's eyes glimmered thoughtfully. Such a significant loss, if he were to falter even slightly, would see him buried here. And he certainly would not swallow such a fate lightly. A gentleman waits a decade for revenge? Apologies, I am no gentleman, thus I shall act promptly. They must possess some special techniques, though the extent of their efficacy remains unknown. Ning Can's gaze deepened as he ceased the operation of his Sharingan to maintain his surroundings. Without the deceptive perception of the Sharingan, Xin and the others immediately sensed the anomaly. They had committed murder, yet there was not a trace of bloodshed upon them. One of the cloaked figures frowned and remarked, "I do not sense any soul energy." Just as Xin was about to voice her question, she reconsidered, realizing she too had failed to notice the absence of the sanguine scent. Even the sensation of lifting Ning Can's chin fell off, yet she was oblivious to it. Ning Can was not dead. We have indeed underestimated him. With that realization, Xin swiftly returned to the prior location, only to find the corpses had vanished, not even a trace of blood remaining. Her expression darkened, and the other cloaked figures fell silent. This is not a significant issue. Ning Can cannot escape this forest. As long as he remains here, we shall locate him, and he cannot evade death. A cloaked figure stated. Indeed, we hold a considerable advantage here. As long as he is within this realm, he cannot escape the inevitable demise. Not at all. In fact, the situation has reversed. Previously, we were in the dark while he was in the light. Now, we are in the light, and he is in the dark. Xin inhaled deeply and immediately commanded, "Everyone, gather closely, do not disperse, and do not act alone. Even when sleeping or using the restroom, ensure there are at least 2 people keeping watch." This was to prevent Ning Can from picking them off one by one. Xin had faith in his abilities and strength. However, as long as they remained united, Ning Can would be powerless against their numbers. He lacked the strength to contend with dozens of them alone. Even if he did possess such strength, he would not dare. In this place, even a slight skirmish would attract the wrath of the savage beasts. Naturally, Ning Can would seek to divide them, and Xin would then devise a counter-strategy. She was also eager to engage in a contest with a prodigy like Ning Can from a distance. Yet, Xin still did not fully grasp Ning Can. At this juncture, he had no intention of a fair fight. He merely yearned to rend these acolytes of the dark gods apart, one by one. A colossal beast roared skyward, its voice brimming with fury and murderous intent, soon followed by the resonant roars of other beasts. Their ferocity and instinct to rend all asunder were shared, and they quickly reached a consensus, causing the beasts in the vicinity to erupt into chaos. Hearing such sounds, Xin and the other acolytes realized the beasts were approaching them. How is this possible? How did Ning Can achieve this? The numerous cloaked figures were struck with terror. Did Ning Can intend to perish alongside them? Was this man truly so reckless? Why are these beasts charging towards us? How has he orchestrated this? At this critical moment, only Xin remained composed, swiftly instructing, "Ignite the beast soul incense. Do not use the residual scent, it cannot deter these beasts, ignite it directly. Everyone, scatter, standing together will draw the attention of these rampaging beasts. Once the beasts disperse, we can regroup using the mutual perception granted by the beast soul incense." As her words fell, dozens of acolytes hastily split into smaller groups. Among them, Xin's squad was the strongest, accompanied by a 9th tier and an 8th tier warrior. Ning Can, clad in a tiger-skin skirt, sprinted wildly, pursued relentlessly by the enraged roars of the beasts, akin to a tidal wave. Countless furious beasts fixated on Ning Can, their blood-red eyes filled with primal instinct and lethal intent, yearning to tear him apart. Once he lured these beasts before the cultists, they rapidly scattered. Ning Can chose to pursue a small group of only 2 individuals, both of whom were no more than 6th tier. Along the way, Ning Can witnessed the 2 cultists retrieving something to ignite. White mist billowed around them, and subsequently, the beasts seemed to develop a fear of them. Instinctively avoiding the 2 while directing all their focus towards Ning Can. Damn it, they truly possess special means. Ning Can smirked coldly, then summoned lightning to his hand. The last sight the 2 cultists beheld was a monkey, one hand crackling with lightning, swiftly dispatching them. With a surprise attack, Ning Can effortlessly eliminated the 2 6th tier cultists. Upon searching their bodies, he discovered a type of white incense ash. He quickly ignited it, and the white mist enveloped him as well. The beasts immediately exhibited a peculiar response towards Ning Can: fear, resentment, and yet still angered, though they no longer dared to cast fierce glances in his direction. The complexity of this reaction piqued Ning Can's interest, but he refrained from delving deeper. Indeed, such unorthodox paths often yield peculiar treasures. This effect was almost instantaneous. Assessing the 2 small bags he had scavenged, he noted they were not particularly heavy, yet sufficient for his needs. At the very least, they would enable him to exit this forest without issue. Ning Can furrowed his brow, realizing that once he inhaled the mist, he could vaguely sense others who were utilizing it. An ingenious idea sparked in Ning Can's mind. Such a valuable resource, how could he not acquire more? Thus, he commenced his hunt for the cultists within the forest. Against 6th tier cultists, Ning Can's ambush resulted in instantaneous kills. 7th tier foes were dispatched in merely 2 or 3 moves, while 8th tier opponents posed more difficulty. Even with a surprise attack, a fierce struggle was required. Ning Can refrained from engaging with any 9th tier adversaries, deeming it unnecessary. In a remarkably brief period, Xin sensed the disappearance of one cultist after another within the forest. Damn it. Ning Can has obtained the beast soul incense. He is hunting the cultists. Xin gritted her teeth. She had never anticipated such an outcome prior to this operation. Below, the swarm of beasts continued to stir restlessly. Unwilling to dissipate, their presence prevented the cultists from regrouping, leaving them vulnerable to Ning Can's systematic elimination. If we cannot sense the one darting about, it must be Ning Can. You, unite with the other 9th-tier warriors and eliminate him. Xin commanded the 9th-tier cultist beside her. To dare sully oneself with beast soul incense, who is truly the hunter and who is the prey remains uncertain. Chapter 58, like a celestial being descending. Ning Can's strength was merely at the 5th tier, and having sacrificed a portion of his talent to the royal princess, his combat prowess had undoubtedly diminished significantly. The 9th tier should suffice to deal with him. Xin, however, remained vigilant, keeping an 8th-tier warrior by her side, while from Ning Can's perspective, this individual could either be of the 8th or 9th tier. Suddenly, within Xion's blurred perception, someone approached her at great speed. In another area, Ning Can was still moving rapidly. Is this person one of my cult's members? Xion frowned, and the other cultist beside her shared the same suspicion. However, a monkey suddenly leapt forth, one hand crackling with lightning, instantly piercing through the chest of the 8th-tier cultist, Ning Can grasping the heart and pulling it from the body. Instant death. Such a lack of vigilance, and yet they believed a fierce battle was imminent. Xion was left stunned, her face a mask of disbelief. Who told you that the one moving swiftly must be me? The monkey said with a cold smile. All it took was to terrify a follower of the malevolent deity, and in the name of survival, he would naturally flee in all directions. Meanwhile, Ning Can remained unperturbed, rendering himself less conspicuous. From the very beginning, the one Ning Can most desired to eliminate was Xion. First, he would deal with Xion of the 8 realms, followed by Xion of the 4 realms. Manipulating the situation as he pleased. Monkey, Xion murmured. So, this is what leaves you in disbelief. Just wait a moment. Ning Can removed the tiger skin skirt. And before Xion's eyes, he transformed back into Ning Can. His handsome visage, with deep crimson pupils, exuded a fierce aura, despite his tattered clothing. I see now. My defeat was not unjust, Xion chuckled, her expression not marred by fear, but rather filled with a gentle smile, radiating the unique tenderness and beauty of femininity. I have lost, but it matters not. Once my divine descent occurs, we shall be together again. Junior brother, do you know? I truly like you. I wish to be with you. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Can seized her by the throat and snapped it with brutal efficiency. I truly appreciate your affections. Yet, when you were poised to stab me in the back, you showed not a shred of hesitation. Gazing at Xion's lifeless body, Ning Can felt no pity. Stripping her of the remaining beast soul incense, only to discover an unexpected bounty, she possessed a staggering amount, several times more than other malevolent deity followers. This endeavor had indeed proven worthwhile, in every conceivable sense. Thus, Ning Can found himself with dozens of pouches of beast soul incense. He hesitated briefly but ultimately decided against hunting the remaining malevolent deity followers. If he were entangled with a 9 realms opponent, it would spell trouble for him. In a direct confrontation, he was uncertain he could match a 9 realms adversary. Of course, desperation might yield different results. Activating his Susanoo, igniting the Amaterasu flames, and wielding the ghostly cleaver, Ning Can felt confident in dispatching all malevolent deity followers, but he would likely emerge severely damaged. Therefore, he deemed it unnecessary. Casting a reluctant glance at the still restless demonic beasts, Ning Can turned away with difficulty. These creatures served as bait. Should he harvest them all? He feared he might draw a supreme-level talent. Of course, the probability was high that he would remain trapped here indefinitely. Utilizing his wilderness survival knowledge from before his crossing, Ning Can chose a direction and soared through the air on his sword. With the beast soul incense in hand, he had no fear of attracting the attention of demonic beasts, allowing him to act with reckless abandon. Ultimately, he emerged from the forest on the 3rd day. Beholding the city standing in the wilderness, Ning Can exhaled a sigh of relief. I have finally made it out. Yet, why did that city appear so diminutive? Ning Can recalled his views of Ningdu City in the wild, resembling a colossal beast sprawled across the plains, exuding a frigid majesty that instilled awe. As for the imperial capital, it was akin to a mythical giant emerging from legend, proudly standing in the world. However, the city before Ning Can now resembled a diminutive version of Ningdu City. It must be a sizable settlement, he mused. And upon seeking a vantage point to survey the area, he confirmed that it was indeed quite small. Suddenly, Ning Can's gaze sharpened. From a higher vantage point, he observed that the small city was engulfed in the flames of war, countless demonic beasts launching near-suicidal assaults against its walls. The minuscule human populace, like ants, stood as a bulwark against the tide of beasts, using their flesh and blood to forge a defense. Even from this distance, Ning Can could feel the intensity of the conflict. Impressive, demonic beasts attacking the city in broad daylight. His eyes narrowed, and he summoned his sword toward the city. At that moment, outside Ryūjin, a fierce battle was unfolding. The city guards, led by a commander wielding a massive sword, were smeared with blood as they shouted, "Brothers, kill! Behind us lies our home. We must not retreat even a single step." The soldiers, having fought for days, were utterly exhausted. Yet, hearing these words, they responded in unison, "Kill! We shall not retreat." On the city walls, a middle-aged man furrowed his brow and said, "This cannot continue. Our warriors have battled the demonic beasts for days and are utterly worn out. Continuing like this is merely sacrificing lives." The middle-aged man, wrapped in white cloth, bore the marks of severe injuries from the relentless fighting. As the city lord, he was a rare powerhouse of the Seven Realms. Yet he had sustained grave wounds amidst the unending conflict. "Have reinforcements not arrived yet?" he asked anxiously. Beside him, a soldier, face twisted in pain, shook his head, despair evident in his voice. "City lord, the situation in Wushuang City is likely no better than ours. Furthermore, the area surrounding Ryūjin is swarming with demonic beasts. Even if Wushuang City sends reinforcements, they may not be able to reach us." Upon hearing this, an atmosphere of despair enveloped the city walls. The incessant roars of demonic beasts echoing, waiting for the moment the city would fall to feast upon its inhabitants. The outcome was already determined. Everyone turned to gaze upon their families, wives, and children huddled together, casting glances filled with reliance and support. In each person's eyes lay a profound yearning for life. The soldiers atop the city walls remained silent, consumed by despair and sorrow. The soldiers below continued to fight, extracting the last vestiges of their strength, determined to wield their final blows and prevent the demonic beasts from breaching Ryūjin. The city lord slammed his palm against the city wall. "We are not dead yet. The city has not fallen. What is there to be disheartened about? Our warriors are still fighting. What is there to despair?" he roared. With those words, the city lord leaped into the fray, brandishing his spear, swiftly dispatching several formidable demonic beasts. In an instant, morale surged. "Warriors, follow me to slay the enemy." The atmosphere of despair shifted, and the eyes of all soldiers reignited with fighting spirit. Even if the city were to fall and lives lost, they resolved to fight to the death. Each person had crossed the threshold of life and death, utterly exhausted, yet filled with unwavering resolve. At that moment, their city lord was impaled against the city wall by a colossal ape wielding a long spear. The previously soaring morale faltered instantly, and the soldiers fought even more fiercely. Even if death was inevitable, they would meet it with honor. As the city lord hung pinned to the wall, blood flowed uncontrollably from his wounds. "The Eight Realms," he thought, witnessing the giant ape sweep aside a multitude with a mere swipe. The city lord felt a profound sense of desolation. The fate of Ryūjin was already sealed, beyond redemption. Just then, he spotted a figure, illuminated by crackling lightning, rushing toward the battlefield. The figure raised an unusual sword, and with a single strike, decapitated the Eight Realms giant ape. "All non-combatants, retreat. Those who can fight, follow me to slay the enemy." It was as if a deity had descended. Chapter 59. A room full of demonic beast crystals. As Ning Can recognized the dire circumstances, he could not afford to linger. Seizing the opportunity provided by the soldiers holding the giant ape at bay, he drew ghostly cleaver and struck, severing the beast's head. A torrent of bloodlust surged from the blade, casting an icy demeanor upon Ning Can. The sheer power exhibited in slaying an Eight Realms beast stunned the soldiers of Ryūjin. "Listen to this, young master. Non-combatants, retreat." At his command, the weary soldiers hesitated before retreating to the city gate. After days of relentless battle, they were utterly spent. All considered non-combatants, clinging to their last reserves of strength. Notably, every soldier retained their weapons, casting uncertain glances toward Ning Can. Ning Can was struck by the scene before him. Their tenacity was remarkable. "Very well, I shall take over from here." To this day, Ning Can was uncertain of his true strength when fighting with full might, for he had never unleashed it fully. In the battle against Ning Can did not rely on his sword, Che. Instead, he employed strategy amidst the trees. At this very moment on the battlefield, Ning Can unleashed his full power without reservation. The third form of Susanoo was activated, manifesting as a colossal purple giant composed entirely of energy, possessing 6 arms, each wielding a massive sword. With a tremor, Che in Ning Can's grasp resonated, as 6 blades were seized by Susanoo's hands. Simultaneously, the materials of the 5 elements, both positive and negative, coalesced around Susanoo, forming a luminous halo, with 8 out of 10 points glowing vibrantly. The black flames of Amaterasu could ignite the very air itself. 8 elemental forces encircled Ning Can, suppressing the elemental energies on the battlefield. 6 long swords, empowered by these 8 elemental forces, swept across the entire expanse of the battlefield. This was the true embodiment of divine intervention, akin to a celestial being descending upon the realm. The enormous beast, its eyes ablaze with fury, lunged at Ning Can, only to be cleaved in half by a single stroke. A beast of the 7th realm could be vanquished with but one blow. These 7th realm beasts were the pinnacle of the battlefield, while the 8th realm had only a handful that could not withstand Ning Can's might. At this moment, Ning Can radiated his utmost brilliance, standing outside of Ryūjin as a solitary guardian, sweeping through the battlefield with unparalleled force. Witnessing this young master, whose origins were shrouded in mystery, display such divine prowess, the weary soldiers let out a sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground, their bodies aching from exhaustion. Some even fainted, having held on for so long, unable to withstand the release of tension. This young master truly resembled a deity. The city lord, having been rescued, gazed at Ning Can's battling silhouette and murmured in awe. At this juncture, Ning Can, exerting himself to the fullest, felt the weight of fatigue. The transition of his Sharingan from Eternal Mangekyō to Mangekyō brought forth its aftereffects. He could not sustain its use for long. His eyes were engulfed in excruciating pain, tinged with a crimson hue. Ning Can recognized the ominous sign of potential hemorrhage. He had been pushing himself beyond limits, fully utilizing Amaterasu and Susanoo. Were it not for his formidable constitution, he would have succumbed long ago. Yet, as the battle raged on, he too was nearing his breaking point, not merely in vision, but in the energy coursing through his body. Fortunately, the beasts were even closer to their limits. Deep within their essence lay a primal ferocity. Yet they were not devoid of fear. As numerous high-tier beasts fell to Ning Can's blade, and as the number of beasts slain by Susanoo reached a critical mass, the remaining creatures forcibly exited their frenzied state, terrified and retreating from the battlefield. Ning Can pretended to pursue them for a while, but ultimately, he could no longer maintain his godlike onslaught. The city lord, along with the other soldiers of Ryūjin, approached to assist Ning Can, who was now bleeding from his eyes. All present were struck with a profound sense of shock, realizing that his recent display of power had exacted a considerable toll on him, even risking his own well-being. The city lord, deeply moved, expressed, "This brave warrior, on behalf of Ryūjin, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your life-saving aid." The remaining soldiers, still able to move, knelt on the ground, offering Ning Can the highest form of military salute. The excessive use of the Sharingan and the drain on his energy left Ning Can dizzy and in great discomfort. "Quick, quick, help me extract all the cores from the beasts," he exclaimed, before losing consciousness. The city lord and the soldiers exchanged glances, realizing that their benefactor might also have a penchant for wealth. What of it? It was a trivial matter. They hastily decided to carry their benefactor back and arrange for the extraction of all the beast cores left behind. After a brief pause, the city lord continued, "Moreover, bring forth all the beast cores I've stored and present them to this valiant warrior." When Ning Can gradually regained consciousness, his first inquiry was whether the cores had been extracted. Upon receiving confirmation, he sighed in relief, further solidifying his reputation in the eyes of the Ryūjin people as somewhat of a miser. "Quick, take me to see them," Ning Can urged eagerly. The attendant, feeling helpless, led him to a small room. Upon entering, Ning Can was astonished to find the space nearly filled with beast cores. Did I really slay this many? How many fishing points must this yield? He marveled. This, he thought, epitomized the notion of sudden wealth. Are all of these mine? He asked incredulously. Indeed, every last one. The wealth of Ryūjin is also yours, replied the attendant with a smile. Ning Can was momentarily taken aback, then realized the implication. He required these beast cores to convert into fishing points, yet it appeared the people of Ryūjin believed him to be simply greedy. This suggested that a significant portion of the cores before him might be unusable. Not all cores could be converted into fishing points. Those that had decomposed for too long were ineffectual, needing to be freshly harvested. Otherwise, back at the Imperial Palace, Ning Can could have made a request to the Dragon Emperor, and even a mere fraction of the accumulated beast cores from the Jojo Empire would likely allow him to execute a divine tenfold draw. Regrettably, that was not the case. Ning Can speculated that the cores contained the essence of the beasts. Perhaps the system sought not just the energy within the cores, but some crucial essence that dissipated after the beast's demise. Ultimately, Ning Can's fortune diminished significantly, calming his previously heightened excitement. However, he still possessed a considerable amount of fishing points, having accumulated quite a number before his arrival, with the people of Ryūjin having also slain many beasts. All of this could be converted into fishing points. Yet, compared to the overwhelming shock of the room full of cores, those points seemed inconsequential. By the way, where is your city lord? Ning Can suddenly inquired. It is commendable that our benefactor can still remember me amidst such wealth, laughed City Lord Lu Mingyuan as he approached. However, after you have taken these beast cores, I must implore you to leave this place swiftly. Upon hearing this, Ning Can furrowed his brow, pondering the city lord's meaning. He did not believe it was a display of ingratitude, seeking to pay him off. Otherwise, there would be no need to present him with a room full of beast cores. Such an abundance could surely suffice to establish another small city akin to Ryūjin in the wilderness. Lu Mingyuan remained silent, merely smiling lightly as he handed Ning Can a ring. You cannot take these beast cores with you. This is a spatial ring passed down through my family, containing some belongings as well. With your strength, if you are cautious in the wild, you should be safe. The offer of a spatial ring deepened the furrow in Ning Can's brow. Such an item was exceedingly precious, requiring a spatial talent to relinquish their gift before death to forge one. These rings were rare throughout Jojo, City Lord, I cannot accept this ring. Ning Can stated slowly but firmly. Surprised that a miser would refuse a spatial ring, Lu Mingyuan found even greater admiration for Ning Can, considering him someone who, despite a love for wealth, maintained his principles. Without a spatial ring, you cannot carry away these beast cores. I never said I wished to leave. Ning Can waved his hand, resolutely rejecting the city lord's goodwill. Are there not more beasts attacking the city tonight? And even more perilous ones? Throughout history, the rampages of demonic beasts have invariably occurred at night, for it is during this time that these malevolent creatures are most active. Under their leadership, the insurrection of these beasts crashes against the city walls. However, today, the uprising commenced in broad daylight, which left Ning Can momentarily astonished, leading him to believe that the beasts had somehow changed their nature. Clearly, this was not the case. Their ferocity would only intensify as night fell. Lord Lu gazed at Ning Can with a sense of helplessness and inquired, "Benefactor, to what extent have you recovered?" Before Ning Can could respond, Lord Lu continued. A few days ago, when the beasts first attacked during the day, the most formidable among them were merely of the fifth realm, which our defenders easily fended off. By nightfall, the strongest remained at the fifth realm, and once again, little effort was required to maintain our defenses. Yet, their assaults persisted, and the strength of the attacking beasts has escalated. Today, we have already witnessed 8th realm beasts, and I fear that by night, 9th realm beasts may emerge. Lord Lu's tone faltered momentarily before he added with a wry smile. Currently, no more than 30% of the entire Lu city is capable of combat. Even if you were to fully recover, it would be futile. Lu city cannot withstand the impending onslaught. His calm demeanor belied the harsh reality he was conveying. Lu Mingyuan felt profound gratitude towards Ning Can for granting the people of Lu city a brief respite, yet he recognized that this did not alter their grim fate. The city would inevitably fall, and death awaited its inhabitants. Before that moment arrives, we hope you can leave safely. As for this wealth, it is but a small token of our appreciation, Lu Mingyuan declared with a smile, choosing to accept their imminent destiny with equanimity. Ning Can opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. In truth, he had no viable solutions. During the earlier beast tide, he had fought desperately, and had those beasts prolonged their assault even slightly, he would have perished upon this battlefield. You need not thank me. I am a student of Tianquan Academy, and my purpose here is to assist you. This is one of my responsibilities, Ning Can replied softly. Lu Mingyuan's expression revealed no surprise, as he had evidently surmised the truth. The 7 great academies, indeed, only such esteemed institutions could cultivate a prodigy like you, he remarked with a smile. After years of arduous effort to ascend to the 7th realm, becoming a city lord in a small town, he could proudly declare himself a strong individual anywhere. Yet he was no match for a mere student from the 7 great academies. For the first time, Lu Mingyuan grasped the true weight of the term prodigy. He patted Ning Can's shoulder and said, "You are exceptional, surpassing everyone I have ever encountered. The Academy's mandate is to provide assistance, which implies doing our utmost. You have already given your all. Leave this place before nightfall. We will remain here, standing in solidarity with this city." With that, Lu Mingyuan pressed a ring into Ning Can's palm and turned to depart. "Wait," Ning Can exclaimed, retrieving the soul incense from his possession and approaching Lu Mingyuan. This substance, when ignited, releases a white mist that can help evade the beasts. With this, I can facilitate the escape of a portion of Lu city as populace. Truthfully, this was a rather troublesome endeavor. Ning Can had never considered himself a do-gooder. Moreover, in a situation where the people of Lu city were prepared to face death, presenting them with a single escape route might lead to unforeseen consequences. Nevertheless, these were merely excuses he used to justify his actions. As he grasped Lu Mingyuan's spatial ring, he ultimately decided to proceed. Lu Mingyuan's countenance shifted in surprise, his excitement palpable. "You possess such a remarkable item. How much do you have?" "Only this much," Ning Can replied, laying out all the soul incense he had scavenged from the followers of the evil god. There were merely a dozen packets. To the people of Lu city, this was akin to a drop in the ocean. Lu Mingyuan paused, his initial excitement giving way to calm. He shook his head, pushing the incense back. "Though I do not know how you acquired this, it is an incredibly precious item, and we cannot afford to waste it on ourselves. The people of Lu city will face their fate alongside the city. Taking only a handful of individuals would serve little purpose. Those few would either perish in the wilderness or Ning Can would die alongside them." Lu Mingyuan was acutely aware of this reality as he turned to leave. He needed to prepare for battle. Even if death awaited, he would confront it with the dignity of a guardian. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the distant clouds in fiery hues, Ning Can sat upon a stone staircase, unconsciously toying with the spatial ring on his finger. Not far away, wounded soldiers were ardently preparing for battle. Although hope was nowhere to be seen on their faces, not a single warrior relinquished their resolve to fight. Meanwhile, some women were hanging laundry and preparing dinner, while children frolicked and played. They seemed blissfully unaware of the calamity that awaited Lu city as night descended. An unstoppable tide of beasts would once again assault their town. By dawn, it would be reduced to ruins. Ning Can sighed, feeling utterly powerless in the face of it all. Suddenly, a ball rolled to his feet, and a small child peeked at him. Could you please kick the ball back? The child asked cautiously. Upon hearing this, Ning Can gently kicked the ball back. The child gleefully caught it, laughter erupting from him. Would you like to play ball with us? The child invited. Play with you? Do you think you can best me? Ning Can scoffed lightly. He did not mind playing with children, but his heart was heavy at this moment. Perhaps another time, he murmured. There won't be a next time, big brother. We're going to die tonight, the child stated earnestly. Chapter 61. To stay behind is simply to fight with all one's might. Ning Can looked up in astonishment, his expression one of disbelief. What did you just say? We're going to die tonight, the child repeated, blinking innocently. At that moment, other children called out to him. Do you need that long to get the ball? When they arrived and saw Ning Can, they immediately grew excited, recognizing him as the one who had saved them earlier that day. Among them was a little girl, her cheeks flushed as she gazed up at him. All of them were just over 10 years old. The children displayed palpable excitement, yet Ning Can furrowed his brow, his demeanor suggesting he was not in a cheerful mood, making them hesitant to approach. Ning Can, still frowning, struggled to comprehend. Do you all know that you will die tonight? The children exchanged glances and nodded in unison. The little girl with the rosy cheeks added, yes, there will be demonic beasts attacking the city. My father said it cannot be defended. Your father? Ning Can inquired, looking at the girl. The city lord is my father. She beamed, her face radiating with pride. My name is Lu Xiaohua. Then why are you all still playing so joyfully? Are the people of Lu City truly so resolved? Of course we're scared, but there's nothing else we can do. Lu Xiaohua replied softly. Father and the soldiers of Lu City are already trying their best. If we show fear, it will only sadden them. It's better to be a bit happier, so they can feel lighter too. As the conversation veered into this topic, the other children also grew somber, their faces reflecting a maturity and sorrow that belied their tender ages. Do children who endure hardship grow up faster? Ning Can spoke up. I can help you leave this place and survive. Would you like that? The children exchanged glances once more before shaking their heads in unison. Our father and mother are here. We don't want to leave. After finishing her words, one of the girls suddenly leaned in and planted a kiss on Ning Can's cheek, thanking the older brother for his assistance today. It's getting dark. We should hurry and leave, she said, snatching the football before departing. Ning Can touched the spot where the little girl had kissed him, realizing it was merely a child's expression of gratitude, and a contemplative look flickered in his eyes. Lu Xiaohua, wide-eyed, watched her companion kiss this older brother. Her lips pursed, and her face gradually flushed. Finally, she said, Older brother, would you like to play with us? This statement elicited expressions of eager anticipation from the other children, though they failed to notice the deep crimson hue on Lu Xiaohua's cheeks. Being the eldest among the group, she had reached the age of budding adolescence, and Ning Can's sudden appearance perfectly filled her fantasies about the opposite sex. Her words interrupted Ning Can's musings. He shook his head, reiterating, not this time, perhaps next time. The children's faces collectively fell, as this was undoubtedly a rejection. Well, older brother, you really should be going, someone suggested. Leave? No, I still want to play football with you, Ning Can replied, leaving the children puzzled. With a smile, he reassured them. Rest assured, I promise to play with you next time, and I will keep that promise. Ning Can sought out the lord of Lu City, expressing his need for a secluded chamber to enter seclusion. Now, you should be leaving at once, my young brother Ning. Lu Mingyuan frowned, contemplating whether he should adopt a stern demeanor to urge Ning Can to depart. Having taken so much, how can I not make one last effort? Ning Can remarked. Lu Mingyuan felt a surge of emotion, but could only feign impatience. Just as he was about to speak, Ning Can interjected. Trust me. With the beast soul incense in hand, when the time comes, I will leave easily. Let me make one final effort. At least I can take my spoils with a clear conscience. After much persuasion, Lu Mingyuan finally relaxed his stern expression. Just when Ning Can thought he had changed his mind, Lu Mingyuan bowed deeply, rendering a formal military salute. As the lord of Lu City, I implore you to leave this place. The soldiers standing nearby also saluted Ning Can, expressing their gratitude for his willingness to assist them, but urging him not to make unnecessary sacrifices. Please depart. You will always be our friend in Lu City, and we will remember you forever. Do you also firmly believe that if I stay, it means we will die together? Ning Can furrowed his brow. We are merely certain that you need not accompany us to our demise. The stance of the group was unmistakable. Ning Can, feeling helpless, understood that they had completely lost hope for the night. Since death was inevitable, they did not wish him to fall into peril. Utilizing his Sharingan to cast an illusion, he appeared to depart on his sword, while, in reality, he retreated to a secluded spot to enter seclusion. He absorbed the beast cores from the spatial ring, though a significant portion could not be absorbed. Nonetheless, this still amounted to a considerable sum for Ning Can fishing points, 245,671. A staggering total of 240,000 fishing points. He could indulge in king-level fishing twice now. When did his savings become so abundant? Ning Can held his breath, contemplating whether to engage in king-level or diamond-level fishing. The king-level fishing offered the potential for supreme-level talents, yet the system's delivery probability was exceedingly low. He feared the prospect of receiving nothing. which might lead to a heart attack on the spot. Better to take a moment. One must not rush such things as lottery draws. With that thought, Ning can retrieve light and dark substances. By merging these two materials, Ning Can could elevate his physique to a supreme-level pseudo-chaotic constitution. The fusion of the 10 elemental forces would not merely signify his mastery over these elements, but rather his dominion over all elements. The enhancement of his combat prowess would be monumental. He had long acquired these substances, yet previously, in the wilderness forest, he hesitated to merge them. This moment, however, was not ideal for fusion. Nonetheless, Ning Can had no alternative but to seize every opportunity to enhance his strength. The true reason for his change of heart, having initially decided to leave but ultimately remaining, was not due to Lu Mingyuan's spatial ring, which had been thrust upon him against his will. Nor was it because of the optimistic resilience displayed by the children in the face of adversity. The world bore too much suffering for Ning Can to concern himself with. What truly compelled him to reconsider was his realization of a profound truth. He had never genuinely endeavored to integrate himself into this world. Ning Can had never contemplated sacrificing his life for the people of this realm. He had long acknowledged the dangers posed by the wilderness teeming with beasts, yet in his eyes, they were merely fodder for the system's fishing points rather than a cause for salvation. As an outsider, he never felt the nobility associated with such selflessness. In this world, Ning Can merely wished to safeguard his own small plot. Beyond that, he could only do his best. He did not deem his perspective erroneous, nor did he believe it to be so even now. However, if he were to depart today and tomorrow found his domain encroached upon, how could he muster the strength to fight back? How could he fight without ever having tried? Retreating would become a habit. If he had never fought, how could he know his limitations? Ning Can held a deep fondness for the people of Lu City. The soldiers fought valiantly to protect the populace, while the citizens faced death with unwavering optimism. In this chaotic era, if it ultimately came down to a struggle for survival to protect those around him, why not start today, in Lu City, and learn to fight with all his might? With his eyes closed, Ning Can began to merge the light substance. Chapter 62, Dual Supreme Talents. At this moment, Ning Can's cultivation realm was approaching the pinnacle of the 5th stage. Each breakthrough in his physique would elevate his strength and accelerate his training speed. This was a crucial reason for his unprecedented rapid advancement in cultivation within such a short span of time. As the light substance was successfully integrated, Ning Can's cultivation realm broke through to the 6th stage. Had he possessed this power while hunting the cultists of the evil god, he would undoubtedly have exterminated them alongside those at the 9th stage. Yet, at that time, amidst the beasts, he found it impossible to merge and advance his physique. Such an act would have been tantamount to courting death. With the light substance fused, Ning Can continued to merge the final material, the dark substance. At this moment, a tremendous energy emanated from his body, radiating with 5-colored brilliance, filling the air with a shimmering glow. Fortunately, this location was sufficiently secluded, and the people of Lu City had no inclination to investigate. Shortly thereafter, the fusion of the dark substance was complete. With this final integration, Ning Can's physique underwent a remarkable transformation, ascending from the emperor level to the supreme level. This was a substantial leap, elevating his cultivation realm to the pinnacle of the 6th stage. Alas, he still had not broken through to the 7th stage. Ning Can sighed in dissatisfaction. The transition from the 6th to the 7th stage represented a watershed moment, signifying a significant enhancement in strength. At Tianquan Academy, graduation was contingent upon reaching the 7th stage. In a place like Lu City, one could even become the city lord at this level. Across the entire 9 provinces, those at the 7th stage could claim the title of strong. Such was the disparity, being at the pinnacle of the 6th stage. Yet still a fraction away from the 7th, he resigned himself to the fact that it wouldn't be long before he achieved that breakthrough. The description of his physique on the system's personal panel had also undergone a transformation. Pseudo-chaotic physique, complete successfully fused with the 5 elemental forces, both positive and negative, granting mastery over all natural elements and enhanced resistance to them. Increases cultivation speed by 1,000-fold. Note, the pseudo-chaotic physique serves as the foundational form of a perfect physique. Fusing with spatiotemporal matter can advance to a perfect chaotic physique, while merging with the source energy of Azura can evolve into a war god physique, and integrating with the 6 realms of reincarnation allows for diverse reincarnated forms. Leaving the choice to the host, Ning Can clenched his fist, savoring the surge of power that accompanied his enhanced physique. The supreme level physique talent firmly established him atop the hierarchy of all talents, whether it be the 1,000-fold increase in cultivation speed, the dominion over all elemental forces of nature, or the unparalleled resistance to every elemental power. These attributes were overwhelmingly formidable. He had not squandered the effort he invested in refining his physique through the positive and negative elemental materials. He owed a debt of gratitude to that princess. Otherwise, acquiring the light and dark materials might have cost him a fortune in fishing points, and he might have been waiting indefinitely for a chance to procure them. Next came the lottery. After pondering for a moment, Ning Can rose to wash his hands and donned a clean outfit. Though seemingly trivial, it was a gesture for good fortune. System, Let us commence with a king-level fishing attempt. A white jade fishing rod materialized before Ning Can, and he cast the hook into the myriad worlds, patiently awaiting the outcome. This fishing attempt was successful. As Ning Can tugged on the rod, a colorful treasure chest appeared in his grasp. The moment of excitement had arrived. Taking a deep breath, he gradually opened the chest. Acquired the Heart of the Tree of Life. Heart of the Tree of Life contains nearly infinite life energy. Merging with the ancient Tree of Life can upgrade to the Jinmu, and integrating with the Jinmu body can evolve into the Divine Wood body. The name alone exuded grandeur. Yet Ning Can had neither the ancient Tree of Life nor the Divine Wood body. What realm did this item hail from? It felt as though it bore significant weight. The Heart of the Tree of Life was a spherical object emitting a gentle green glow. Ning Can contemplated, feeling no sense of familiarity. The myriad realms were vast, and it was evident that he would not always fish up items he was well acquainted with or needed at that moment. This was the drawback of fishing. After much effort, it seemed he had pulled up something of little use. If only he could accurately fish for what he desired. It's a bit disheartening, Ning Can mused, yet overall, he was still pleased with the outcome. After all, one could never tell when it might prove useful. As the monkey's tiger skin skirt had offered him tremendous assistance at a critical juncture. With a remaining total of 140,000 points, he decided to attempt 14 diamond-level fishing attempts. After those attempts, 5 diamond treasure chests emerged. A smile graced Ning Can's face. His ritual of washing his hands and changing clothes had indeed borne fruit, evident in the high success rate of his catches. He opened the 5 diamond chests one by one. Acquired the imperial crown of a certain emperor with the surname Yi. Wearing it emanates an aura of dominion. Ning Can acquired the desiccated arm of an indescribable entity. Do not attempt to comprehend it. You are still young and cannot grasp it. Ning Can acquired the black silk of a certain empress, a luxury from a higher dimension. Young man, use it with caution. Are you jesting with me? What do you take me for? Ning Can angrily tossed the black silk onto the ground. What use was there in acquiring such trivial items? Taking a deep breath, he glanced at the black silk, fell into a brief silence, then picked it back up and stored it in the system warehouse. He would gift it to Yuan Songhai later. Continuing with the unboxing, he was rewarded with a pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan. A successful catch. Resisting the urge to merge it with the eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan, Ning Can opened the last chest. Acquired another pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan. System. Are you deliberately fishing for the Uchiha clan Sharingan? Why not try for some Byakugan or even the Deadly Eyes? Ning Can lamented, holding the 2 pairs of kaleidoscopic Sharingan in his hands. He could only merge one. The surplus pair was of no use for gifting, as not everyone could integrate the Sharingan. It was a product from another realm, and without the system, he would never possess it. He had made a catch, yet not a complete one. The uncertainty of fishing was still too great. Even with sufficient fishing points, one could still end up with comical items like the black silk. Ning Can pondered, realizing he had no immediate solutions. Beyond the wilderness lay an almost infinite number of demon beasts, and the starry skies were filled with countless sinister forces. These could all be converted into fishing points. Therefore, Ning Can was not lacking in fishing points, but rather in how to effectively convert those points into what he truly needed. For instance, what was the point of receiving a single pair of black silk? At least send another pair so that one could alternate, right? Remember, next time, it must be gradient colored. He stored 1 pair of Sharingan in the system warehouse and proceeded to merge the other. Ning Can's ocular talent ascended once more, evolving into the eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Now at a supreme level, coupled with his supreme level pseudo-chaotic physique, Ning Can was now equipped with dual supreme talents, significantly enhancing his strength. Subsequently, he retrieved the ghostly blade. This weapon had always been somewhat rebellious, emitting a shrill cry each time it was wielded, overwhelming Ning Can's consciousness with its murderous intent. During the day, he fought tirelessly while also needing to divert a substantial portion of his awareness to resist the ghostly blade's influence. Ning Can was thoroughly exasperated by this. Let us see if you dare to cry today. Ning Can firmly grasped the blade, suppressing the murderous intent before it could explode forth. From now on, obey me. You belong to me, understand? The ghostly blade trembled violently, as if a malevolent spirit were howling within its blade. Ah, you've got some spirit. Chapter 63, The Battle Begins. The ghostly blade continued to shake violently, as if haunted by a vengeful spirit. Ah, you've got some spirit. What I admire most is a blade with spirit. Ning Can smirked disdainfully, unleashing a brilliant radiance of light energy that illuminated the blade, causing wisps of black smoke to rise. Ning Can had long realized that this renowned sword from the pirate world seemed to have encountered an anomaly upon arriving in this realm. It was not merely the system warning him to use caution. It appeared to truly harbor a malevolent spirit, which would only grow stronger when slaying demon beasts. At this moment, the pure light energy shone upon the ghostly blade, dissipating its dark forces. Ning Can felt no regret. A blade that could not be wielded for his own purposes was of no use, regardless of its power. After a while, he paused and reiterated, from now on, obey me. You belong to me, understand? The ghostly blade seemed to have genuinely learned its lesson, letting out a few whimpers that suggested submission. Ning Can felt satisfied. Whether the ghostly blade was sincerely submitting or merely pretending, he was merely testing his ability to subdue it. The results appeared promising, and that sufficed. If it disobeyed again, he would simply discipline it further. It would eventually learn to comply. As night enveloped the land, the soldiers of Lu City stood resolutely at their posts, their expressions steadfast. Those who were either disabled or had sustained grave injuries in prior battles remained determined, manning the celestial crossbows and divine cannons, contributing their final efforts to Lu City. Lu Mingyuan, the city lord, stood atop the city walls. At this moment, he offered no rallying cry. It was unnecessary. Each individual still standing there knew their duties and understood the trials that lay ahead. A wave of melancholy washed over him. After tonight, Lu City would be erased from this desolate wilderness. The chronicles of the empire shall not remember their unwavering oath of defiance here. Nor shall the epic tales passed down through the ages extol their valiant struggle against the enemy this night. In the distance, a thunderous roar erupted, the sound waves reverberating through the city, causing it to tremble slightly. Yet, the soldiers stood firm like mountains. A ninth-tier beast. Lu Mingyuan inhaled deeply, his heart devoid of any semblance of hope. The ninth-tier beast, also referred to as a ninth-realm beast, corresponds to the formidable warriors of the 9 realms of humanity. The good news is, there is only one ninth-tier beast. The bad news is, even this single beast is beyond the capacity of Luqing to withstand. Lu Mingyuan, a 7th-realm warrior, was powerful within his own realm. At his peak, a 7th-realm warrior could contend with 8th-realm beasts. However, his body was now severely injured, and dealing with even a 7th-realm beast would be a daunting task, let alone a beast of the 9th realm. Such a beast tide, crashing upon Wushuang City, would warrant the utmost caution from Lord Su. Lu Mingyuan took a deep breath and shouted, "Prepare for battle, everyone." The furious and surging tide of beasts approached in an instant, shaking the very earth. Among them, the 9th-tier beast towered almost as high as the city itself, each of its strides sending tremors through the ground. The battle was about to erupt. Those with the strength to fight gathered outside Luqing, forming the first line of defense with their very bodies. The disabled or severely injured remained on the city walls, fighting in their own way. Yet, the 9th-realm beast was overwhelmingly powerful, each strike claiming the lives of countless soldiers from Luqing. Life, at this moment, appeared so fragile. Lu Mingyuan's eyes brimmed with fury, yet he could not seek revenge. Instead, he had to evade the 9th-realm beast and strive to slay more of the other beasts. This was a battle destined for defeat, a truth known to all. Yet, even in death, they desired to die with grandeur. Among the beasts were those capable of ranged attacks, and even the soldiers on the city walls could not escape death. Children hiding within the city gritted their teeth, unable to contain themselves any longer, rushing forward to seize the abandoned crossbows and cannons, using their tender bodies to contribute their meager strength to the war. The elderly, women, and children sheltered within the city, witnessing this, did not restrain the children but instead joined them in the fray, fighting together, in this battle of life and death against the beasts. The people of Luqing had never once faltered. Lu Mingyuan roared loudly. At this moment, Luqing was a city of soldiers. With a single collision, the 9th-realm beast burst through the city gates, countless beasts roaring as they surged inside. Lu Mingyuan gritted his teeth at this sight. The city had fallen. It could no longer be defended. Warriors, citizens, fight. This land will remember. This mountains and rivers will remember. We have fought. We have resisted. As his words echoed, an explosion resounded from within the city. Immediately, a figure wielding a sword surged forth from the city, battling through the horde of beasts and pushing them back outside the gates. One man against the tide, none could pass. Having arrived late, he found that this scene had already been taken by another. Ning Can sighed. Then his gaze turned cold as he swung the ghostly blade, unleashing the sword techniques of the pirate world. With a single strike, he cleaved through all the beasts blocking the city gates, severing them in half. The terrifying lethality momentarily brought a sense of reason to the frenzied beasts at the gates, their terrified gazes turning towards Ning Can. Lu Mingyuan smiled wryly at Ning Can, realizing he had ultimately not left. On the city walls, the children joyfully shouted to Ning Can, "Big brother." Ning Can smiled faintly and called out, "All who can fight, follow me into battle. We are all warriors." The soldiers of Luqing echoed his call, and soon the children and the elderly women joined in the chorus. Ning Can pressed his lips together. During the day, no one could fight, yet by night, all could take up arms. The meaning was the same. They had never shrunk back in the face of these beasts. Thus, let us fight together. A mere 9th-tier beast, watch how I slay it today. With the same initiation of Susanoo, Ning Can could only employ this technique to contend with the towering 9th-tier beast. Having regained the ability to ascend to the eternal kaleidoscope, he could forcibly employ the 4th stage. Each stage of Susanoo brought a tremendous leap in power. If Ning Can could utilize the sage art form, or even the complete form today, defending the city and slaughtering this horde of beasts would be well within his grasp. With his pseudo-chaotic body fully activated, Ning Can alone withstood all elemental attacks from the beasts. The dual protection of the chaotic body and Susanoo rendered elemental attacks nearly ineffective against him. He even countered with various elemental powers. A fireball struck Susanoo, only for him to retaliate with an even larger fireball in return. In an instant, elemental forces surged chaotically across the tumultuous battlefield. He felt a lack of a decisive technique, such as the Divine Ruler's Celestial Descent or the Stellar Quake. Unfortunately, the system was uncooperative. Susanoo extended 6 arms, wielding a great sword to cleave through the lesser beasts. Ning Can single-handedly equated to a formidable army, dispatching the lesser creatures with ease. This overwhelming might quickly drew the attention of the Ninth Realm beast, which roared and charged towards Ning Can. It was a mountain guard ape, a beast of the earth element, renowned for its high defense and immense strength. Such beasts were extraordinarily fierce in an assault on a city. In the 9 realms, a 9th-tier beast's strength roughly equated to that of a powerful human warrior of the 9 realms. This classification, however, is rather generalized, as the strength of human warriors at the 9th realm varies significantly based on their innate talents. Can one truly compare the strength of a supreme-level talent at the 9th realm with that of a candidate-level talent? The power of beasts also differs. Ordinary beasts possess ordinary strength, but during a riot, their aggression and might can greatly amplify, especially considering that who among us does not have ancestral ties? Some beasts, upon activating the bloodline of their ancestral divine or ferocious beasts, experience a terrifying surge in power. Even without activation, merely possessing such a bloodline creates a notable disparity in strength. Moreover, any beast that reaches the 9th tier typically has a lineage of significance. Thus, at this moment, Ning Can, at the peak of the 6th realm, could contend with a 9th realm warrior but could hardly assert a guaranteed victory against a 9th realm beast. However, the mountain guard ape was not among those uncertain contenders. If there were a hierarchy among 9th tier beasts, the mountain guard ape would undoubtedly be considered a lower tier beast. With a deafening roar, the mountain guard ape charged directly at Ning Can's Susanoo, raising its hand to deliver a ferocious blow. Ning Can directed Susanoo to step back, avoiding the strike while countering with a decisive slash aimed at the ape's hand. Ning Can's gaze sharpened. The strike had failed to sever the limb. The ape's reputation for its tough hide was evidently well-founded. Such a wide-open opportunity for attack yielded only a significant gash on its hand. The mountain guard ape immediately clutched its hand, howling in pain. Yet another opening. Ning Can's eyes gleamed. This ape seemed lacking in intelligence. A second strike fell directly towards the mountain guard ape's neck, but this time, the result was even less effective, leaving merely a small cut. Is your body made to serve as armor, impervious to blades? Ning Can cursed inwardly. The wound on its neck incited the mountain guard ape into a furious assault against Ning Can. Meanwhile, other 8th-tier beasts rampaged across the battlefield, with none among the people of Ryūjin able to stand in their way. In the city of Lu, the formidable Lord Lu, along with other powerful warriors, could barely stave off a wave of 7th-tier demon beasts. The disparity in strength between the two sides was monumental. Had it not been for Ning Can's presence, Lu City would likely have faced utter annihilation. With a gaze as frigid as ice, Ning Can swiftly realized that addressing the 9th-tier demon beasts was futile, and thus redirected his efforts towards the 8th-tier beasts. The mountain guarding ape, driven by fury, relentlessly pursued Ning Can. Its immense strength made it unwise for Ning Can to confront its blows directly, forcing him to evade and maneuver instead. The 8th-tier beasts, however, proved significantly easier to dispatch, falling to Ning Can's blade in mere moments. Can anyone still fight? Ning Can called out, his voice resonating with urgency. We can fight. We're still alive. Came the responses from the soldiers of Lu City, their spirits unyielding. As long as they drew breath and could wield their arms, they would continue to battle. The younger and older citizens, less adept in combat, retreated to the safety of the city, offering words of encouragement from within. Meanwhile, Ning Can stood resolutely at the forefront, absorbing the brunt of the demon beast's assault, while simultaneously attacking and wielding pseudo-chaos energy to manipulate various natural elements to suppress the beasts. The remaining straggler beasts, which he could not attend to, were left for the defenders of Lu City to handle. How are you holding up? Lu Mingyuan inquired anxiously. If you're struggling, you must flee at once. Ning Can shot him a quizzical glance, retorting playfully, what man would dare to declare himself unable? With no drawbacks from the Sharingan, no hindrance from Gui Che, and having broken through to the supreme level of physical prowess, Ning Can's endurance was nothing short of extraordinary. One strike after another, he systematically eliminated all the 8th-tier demon beasts before turning his attention to the 7th-tier ones. The mountain guarding ape, fixated solely on Ning Can's Susanoo, howled in rage as it trailed behind him. Once the higher-tier beasts had been vanquished, only the mountain guarding ape remained, with the highest remaining foes being merely 6th tier. No creature of such caliber could withstand a single strike from Ning Can. With a mere flourish of his Susanoo, countless beasts perished. The frenzied demon beasts, confronted with such overwhelming death, regained their senses. The 9th-tier mountain guarding ape had failed to instill any sense of security within them, and they abandoned their fallen comrades to flee once more. Miraculously, they had held their ground. The inhabitants of Lu City could scarcely believe it. They had anticipated certain doom. Yet here they were, alive and breathing. They understood well that this victory was solely due to Ning Can's efforts, who had absorbed the lion's share of the demon beast's onslaught, slaying the higher-tier ones and instilling terror in the lower-tier foes. Yet, the battle was not over. A 9th-tier demon beast remained. The people of Lu City fixated their gaze upon the mountain-guarding ape, knowing that only by vanquishing this beast could they claim true survival from the night's calamity. Should Ning Can falter, Lu City would still face devastation. For this creature had the power to raise their city. The battlefield now stood dominated by this lone 9th-tier beast, and Ning Can was finally free to unleash his full might against it. Without hesitation, he seized an opening and inflicted a wound upon the mountain-guarding ape. As Ning Can engaged with determination, the creature soon bore numerous injuries, its furious roars intensifying as it attacked with reckless abandon, leaving its defenses exposed and providing Ning Can ample opportunities to counter. However, despite the multitude of wounds, none were fatal. If I were to ascend to the 7th tier, I could fell you with 3 strikes, Ning Can declared coldly, his frustration mounting as the mountain-guarding ape continued to resist. Furthermore, his spiritual energy was rapidly depleting. Even his supreme physique could not withstand the prolonged activation of Susanoo, especially in its 4th stage. To conserve energy, Ning Can refrained from unleashing the Amaterasu black flames. His gaze swept over the mountain-guarding ape's wounds, now charred, and a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Having always possessed an affinity for lightning, thanks to the Guai blade's electric essence, he decided to infuse his next strike with frost instead, leaving a deep gash along the creature's neck. The wound was soon encased in frost. Following this, he ignited flames upon his blade, striking again, and this time the wound was significantly deeper. A smile of triumph crossed Ning Can's face, but it quickly turned to ice. I've discovered your weakness. Your tough hide is of no use. The mountain-guarding ape, still oblivious to the danger, continued its assault, emboldened by its formidable defenses. Yet, its overwhelming strength was undermined by its sluggish speed, and none of its strikes found their mark. With each narrowly avoided blow, its fury only escalated. Ning Can unleashed a series of 8 precise strikes with the ice element against the creature's neck, each inflicted merely superficial cuts, dismissible to such a colossal beast. The neck, the area of its highest defense, was now vulnerable. On the 9th strike, Ning Can commanded Susanoo, igniting the Amaterasu's black flames upon the Guai blade. This final blow severed the mountain-guarding ape's head cleanly from its body. In the distance, a cloaked figure in the forest observed silently, visibly shaken as he witnessed the ape's decapitation at Ning Can's hands. How had he accomplished such a feat? Chapter 65, The Capital's Turmoil. With the battle concluded, Lu City had successfully defended itself. The onlookers remained bewildered. Had it not been an arduous struggle? How had the mountain-guarding ape been felled so suddenly? Yet, no one dared to question. Victory was victory. Exhausted to the core, many soldiers collapsed to the ground, leaning on their swords, gasping for breath. Damn it! Lu Mingyuan sat on the ground, venting his frustration with expletives, only to erupt into laughter moments later. Ning Can exhaled deeply, his Susanoo dissipating as he lay nearly drained upon the earth. This battle had not come easily. As his cultivation surged, Ning Can ascended to the 7th tier. Having already been at the pinnacle of the 6th tier, this hard-fought battle naturally led to his progression. Combat is indeed the finest form of cultivation. At this moment, Ning Can's prowess was such that he could claim the title of a formidable warrior in any city across the 9 provinces, poised to ascend to positions of power based solely on his strength. The battlefield fell silent for a moment before Ning Can sprang to his feet. Rushing to extract the demon beast's cores, Lu Mingyuan and the soldiers of Lu City observed this scene with newfound respect. Even in such a trying moment, Ning Can's resolve to collect the demon cores demonstrated not mere greed, but unwavering determination. No wonder he had become a strong warrior. The inhabitants of Lu City would not allow Ning Can to excavate the demon cores alone, though there was some misunderstanding regarding his penchant. Their admiration and gratitude for him remained untainted. United in strength, they swiftly gathered all the demon cores, delivering them into Ning Can's hands. Another significant harvest. Once the task was complete, Ning Can finally succumbed to exhaustion, lying down to rest, followed by the other citizens of Lu City, who too found respite. This moment of rest was rare and fleeting, as the likelihood of further demon beast incursions the following day loomed. They would need to prepare for battle once again. Fatigue was inevitable, yet none chose to abandon hope. Perhaps Lu City would ultimately face its doom, but with each passing day they survived. The people of Lu City felt an immense sense of joy. Fear not, for I am here. Should the demon beasts return, I shall drive them back once more. Ning Can proclaimed with resolute confidence. With the elevation to the 7th realm, he possessed ample confidence to utter such words. The mountain town ape, a formidable beast, could be dispatched with merely 3 strikes from his blade. Even in the face of a 9th-tier superior beast, Ning Can was assured of his ability to contend. However, should 3 9th-tier superiors appear, he would have no choice but to flee. Fortunately, there existed no such beasts of that caliber in the vicinity of Lu City, and even if they did, they would not venture forth to assault it. This time, The inhabitants of Lu City offered no rebuttal to Ning Can's assertions. The children and women took on the role of caregivers, tending to the wounded as they escorted everyone back into the city. Among them, many unmarried young ladies expressed their desire to assist Ning Can, but he promptly declined, asserting that he was uninjured, merely fatigued, and that they should focus on aiding those in greater need. Yet, none heeded his words. After all, Ning Can was hailed as the great hero of Lu City, deserving of no less. Left with little choice, Ning Can allowed a familiar little girl to support him, encouraging the others to attend to the injured soldiers. The little girl, with a serious demeanor, held on to Ning Can as though it were a matter of utmost importance, fully concentrated on her task. Ning Can recognized her as Lu Xiaohua, the daughter of the city lord, Lu Mingyuan. Seizing the moment for playful banter, he inquired, "Do you remember my promise to kick with you next time?" "There will certainly be a next time." The little girl blushed and quickly averted her gaze, softly murmuring in acknowledgement. Her reaction was peculiar. But Ning Can dismissed any notions of romantic implications, considering Lu Xiaohua's tender age. "You and those children certainly did not believe me at the time, did you? Perhaps you even laughed at me in your hearts." He feigned a despondent expression. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaohua's countenance shifted to one of urgency. "We did not." After a pause, she admitted, "At that moment, we truly found it hard to believe there would be a next time. We never ridiculed you, and we have always been grateful. But you still did not believe me, right?" Ning Can pressed. Lu Xiaohua lowered her head, embarrassed, and replied, "It was our fault. I promise to believe everything you say from now on." Her expression was so earnest it resembled a vow, prompting Ning Can to burst into hearty laughter. The burdens upon his heart alleviated by this interaction. Indeed, entertaining children is an excellent remedy for lifting one's spirits. Lu Xiaohua soon realized that Ning Can was merely jesting, and his laughter was not to be taken to heart. Yet, as he reveled in joy, Lu Xiaohua could only bow her head, silently affirming to herself, "But I am serious." After a night of organization and rest, as dawn broke, the warriors readied themselves once more, anticipating the impending onslaught of beasts. This time, the soldiers of Lu City were well aware of Ning Can's prowess, especially after witnessing his slaying of the mountain town ape, which had marked a significant breakthrough in his strength. They felt a renewed sense of confidence regarding the forthcoming beast wave. Ning Can, on the other hand, was filled with eager anticipation. With his assured strength, the beast tide would present him with waves upon waves of opportunities to reap rewards. The spoils from the previous night's battle had already been transformed. Bait points, 312,824. A staggering total of 311,000 bait points. Each wave promised untold riches. How could Ning Can not be excited? However, as noon approached, there was no sign of a beast tide attacking the city. The wilds beyond Lu City lay tranquil and serene. The beasts were not coming. The people of Lu City erupted in cheers, believing they had weathered the storm and that no more beast tides would assault their home. A few exuberant soldiers rushed over, lifting Ning Can high into the air, and even the city lord could not escape this fate. However, while the city lord accepted the adulation of his soldiers and citizens with a smile, Ning Can shouted in mild panic, "Hey, wait, not so high, put me down." Laughter filled the air as the people of Lu City reveled in their newfound joy, despite the losses they had endured in recent days. The preservation of life still brought them happiness. It was the 7th day since Ning Can had gone missing when Qin Bai eventually located Yun Chuan and the couple from the 4th Academy. Thanks to the Academy's unique sensing abilities, they could ascertain the positions of students. However, Ning Can and Chen Xian remained elusive. This situation could arise in one of two scenarios. Either someone had concealed their information, preventing the Tianquan Academy from detecting them, or Ning Can and Chen Xian were deceased. Yet, the distinction between the first and second scenarios was negligible, for only the cultists of the abyssal deity could shroud Ning Can's presence in the wilderness. In such a place, should Ning Can encounter the cultists, their treacherous methods would lead to certain doom. The Tianquan Academy refused to accept such a fate. They organized a team to scour the area where Ning Can had fallen. However, the vast expanse of the wilderness was too immense, and no one could ascertain where he might have landed after such a high fall. Without any sensing abilities, finding him was impossible. Qin Mo also disbelieved this grim scenario. She declined the Tianquan Academy's offer for company, resolutely venturing alone to search for Ning Can's whereabouts, yet she found no leads. Despite her determination, Qin Mo was ultimately thwarted in her search. A more pressing matter had arisen. The outer star was on the brink of collapse, and Qin Mo was summoned by the Imperial Military Court. Chapter 66, Trouble in the Outer Star. The Outer Star, the ultimate line of defense against the foreign evil that had confronted the 9 provinces for millennia, was established by the first emperor of the empire, Long Haochen, along with the strongest of the 9 provinces at that time. Over the course of 1,000 years, the Outer Star had faced several incursions, each leading to calamities across the 9 provinces, ultimately requiring countless heroes to reclaim it. Presently, the 9 provinces were besieged by demonic beasts, with cities reduced to isolated islands. A consequence of the last fall of the Outer Star, the evil had conducted experiments on the beasts, accelerating their reproduction while enabling some to awaken their ancestral bloodlines. Moreover, the regions of Dingzhou and Xianzhou within the 9 provinces had nearly become forbidden zones, a remnant of the previous fall of the outer star. In summary, this predicament was far more troublesome than a mere beast uprising, for while a beast wave merely posed a nuisance, the fall of the outer star would lead to the collapse of the entire 9 provinces. Fortunately, this time, only one line of defense was compromised. Nonetheless, the evil forces relentlessly launched assaults, plunging the entire outer star into a fierce battle. The Empire promptly mobilized troops to support the outer star, suspending efforts to suppress the beasts. The president of the Tiando Academy, situated closest to the troubled defense line, directly relocated the entire academy to the front, signaling a commitment to stand with the outer star in life and death. The remaining 6 academies swiftly mobilized, with numerous formidable practitioners rushing to the outer star. The response from all parties was sufficiently rapid, yet none dared to relax. In addition to resolving the immediate issue, it was imperative to identify the underlying problem. Therefore, as soon as the situation unfolded, the imperial military began to hold individuals accountable. Qin found herself on the list of those being questioned, as the officer in charge of the compromised line of defense was Mu Ruoyan, her closest childhood friend. It was she whom Qin had initially recommended to the outer star. Not only her, but all who had played a role in Mu Ruoyan's promotion were suspended and subjected to investigation. In the military court, Qin answered the inquiries of several high-ranking military officials with an impassive expression. You all know what I know, and your repeated probing is pointless. Are you attempting to force a conviction upon me? After growing impatient with the questioning, Qin retorted without hesitation. She had never been one to possess a gentle disposition. A senior military official slammed the table and exclaimed, "What do you mean by that? The lives of countless soldiers beyond the stars are at stake, as are the fates of our 9 provinces. Do you consider this a trivial matter? It was you who recommended Mu Ruoyan. She has ascended to the position of Major General at the Outer Celestial Defense Line, a role that involves the contributions of innumerable individuals, yourself included." Another high-ranking military officer spoke in a grave tone. "And so, are you suggesting that I, Qin have been supported by the military? That I have placed my own people in positions of power? Or do you imply that I am colluding with otherworldly demons?" Qin retorted fearlessly. "Qin, I cautioned you when you recommended Mu Ruoyan. She possesses a lineage tainted by demonic blood. Such a background renders her unsuitable for guarding the outer celestial realm. Now that we face backlash, you must disclose what you know. It is only right to counter the accusations," declared Prince Xuyang, representing the royal family. The scale of this military tribunal was immense. It was not only attended by numerous high-ranking military officials and members of the royal family, but also by many powerful nobles from the imperial capital. Qin scoffed. "And you dare to bring this up?" Mu Ruoyan earned her recognition along the outer celestial defense line through her own merits. "Do you think the military there is blind?" No one dared to respond. To do so would offend a multitude of influential figures. "I have already disclosed everything I know. If you wish to speculate baselessly, then I will not engage." Qin continued, her smile laced with derision. "The moment Mu Ruoyan went missing, you were all too eager to claim she colluded with demons. Have you ever considered the possibility that she was harmed? You have long harbored prejudice, years ago and still today. How dare you speak to me of loyalty to our country and people?" The military official remained composed, responding steadily. "Then tell me, is Mu Ruoyan disguising herself as a man in the imperial capital not a sign of ulterior motives? How dare you?" Qin pointed directly at the numerous military officials, her voice rising in indignation. "What business is it of yours if she dresses as a man? I could just as easily question your relationship with your wife. Can you name the color of her undergarments?" Qin reputation had long been established in the imperial capital, and though the years had dulled the memory of her past, she now stood before them, unapologetically showcasing her spirit. The high-ranking military officials, confronted by such a display in front of the imperial elite, found it difficult to maintain their composure. The Chief Justice at the head of the tribunal rapped the table. "Silence. This courtroom is a place of solemnity, not a venue for raucous disputes." The Chief Justice surveyed the room coldly, first addressing the military officials and Prince Xuyang. "Gentlemen, this is a military tribunal, not your interrogation chamber. Groundless speculation has no place here. If your conjectures could yield results, I would not object, but if they cannot, do not seek to entertain the audience with such theatrics." Given the significance of the individuals involved in this case, the trial was not presided over by ordinary military judges, but by the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, who wielded authority second only to the Dragon Emperor himself. In the absence of the Dragon Emperor, the Chief Justice owed no deference to anyone. After issuing a stern warning to the military officials and Prince Xuyang, the Chief Justice turned to Qin stating gravely, "There is no evidence to support the claim that Mu Ruoyan colluded with demons. Hence, this court will not render a judgment. However, as she is responsible for a defense line that has encountered issues, she cannot evade responsibility. You recommended her to the outer celestial realm with your own reputation at stake. Do you acknowledge your complicity?" Qin took a deep breath and replied, "I acknowledge it." The issue at hand was not a defeat at the defense line, but rather her disappearance, which resulted in a failure to respond in a timely manner, an act of negligence she could not escape. This matter was of paramount importance to the safety of the outer celestial realm, and as the initial recommender, Chin-emo too bore her share of the blame. Her earlier outburst was merely a reflection of her frustration with the baseless malice directed at Ryūjin. Having ascended to the rank of Major General, it was absurd to still hold her demonic lineage against her. Should we then accuse the military guarding the outer celestial realm of being swayed by demons? However, should calamity truly befall the outer celestial realm, Ryūjin would be immortalized in history, condemned by future generations. As her closest friend and initial recommender, Chin-emo would share the same fate. The Chief Justice nodded, and the case was now ready for judgment. Chin-emo had already disclosed everything she knew and remained unaware of the reasons behind Ryūjin's sudden disappearance, leading to a total lack of response to the demonic assault. I still believe that Ryūjin has not allied with demons. The friend's eye, Chin-emo, choose adhere to their principles. She lifted her head, resolute and unwavering. This must be determined by facts. Baseless speculation is unacceptable, and blind trust is equally inadvisable. Suspension from duty and an investigation is mandated, the Chief Justice declared coldly. Following this, Chin-emo was silently led away, awaiting her fate, which would likely be imprisonment. She would have to remain there throughout the investigation, facing the repercussions of her premature recommendation as the severity of the situation in the outer celestial realm unfolded. Chin-emo did not regret recommending her friend. She still believed in her, yet it seemed that Ryūjin might have encountered peril. There was also Ning Can, who remained unaccounted for and might have suffered a similar fate. Before long, Chin-bai came to visit her. The once proud and self-assured woman sat in the humble confines of the cell, her face etched with fatigue and worry. Chin-bai was taken aback, struggling to reconcile this with the sister who had so recently confronted the military officials with such fervor. Please, help me find Ning Can, will you? Upon seeing Chin-bai, Chin-emo did not blame her for failing to protect Ning Can, and for the first time in her life, she uttered the word please to her sister. Chapter 67. Chin-lan's response, Wushuang City. Her younger sister had always been headstrong and domineering, relishing in the torment of her peers. Yet, her innate talent, formidable strength, quick wit, and audacity meant few among her contemporaries had escaped her bullying. However, Chin-bai understood that her sister was not as resilient as she appeared. Otherwise, she would not have been driven to leave home due to Li Chengzong's provocations. If she truly wished to project such a grand demeanor, she would not have clung to the past for so many years. Her childhood bravado was more a cry for attention. She was born with supreme talent and deserved to bask in the spotlight. I will seek out father and have him intervene. He will certainly be able to secure your release, Chin-bai asserted. As the principal of Tianquan Academy, Chin-lan's status and strength were unparalleled. He had dedicated his life to the empire, earning the respect of even the Dragon Emperor. If he were to intercede, the Chief Justice might grant them clemency. However, Chin-lan was known for his integrity and uprightness, never engaging in personal favoritism. Upon hearing this, Chin-mo's enchanting eyes betrayed no emotion as she gently shook her head. He would not do such a thing. I will plead with him. Chin-bai paused before continuing. Ning Can's safety is my responsibility. I will bring him back. But we must also rescue you. With that, Chin-bai departed to seek her father, the principal of Tianquan Academy, Chin-lan. In the principal's office, Chin-lan stood by the window, gazing out over the landscape of Tianquan Academy. As soon as Chin-bai entered, she had yet to speak when Chin-lan interrupted her. I know why you are here. Tell me, if the outer celestial realm were to fall because of Ryūjin, as her recommender, should you not bear the burden of guilt? Chin-bai felt a chill run down her spine upon hearing this. It was as if she were seeing her father for the first time, disbelief etched on her face. Father, Chin-emo is also your daughter. You have treated her unfairly since childhood. Now you would stand by and do nothing? Is the bond of father and daughter so trivial in your eyes? Chin-lan turned to glance at her, and his expression was not one of cold indifference, but rather suffused with guilt and self-reproach. I am also one of the recommenders, he stated. Chin-bai was taken aback. Perhaps the trial of Chin-emo was something various factions were eager to witness, to see how this venerable leader of the empire would respond, whether he would remain an observer or succumb to favoritism. Neither option aligned with his established character. It was more likely that he would choose to stand by idly, as rumors had long circulated regarding the strained relationship between father and daughter, negating any obligation to defend Chin-emo. But could he truly, as her father, stand by and do nothing? You all are unaware of what kind of person Chin-lan is. He is entirely capable of such an act. The influential figures in the capital held diverse speculations about this, yet Chin-lan's actions took everyone by surprise. He ventured alone to the Supreme Court, approached the Chief Justice, and declared, I was also one of the recommenders for Ryūjin. In fact, I was the one who truly advocated for her to ascend to the starry sky. The Chief Justice's countenance darkened immediately. What do you mean by that? Years prior, under the identity of Chin-emo, he could never have recommended a person of Ryūjin's dubious lineage to the starry sky. The real reason lay in Chin-lan's covert assistance, for which he had exerted considerable effort. This was one of the compensations he had offered Qin Mo at that time. Naturally, this action did not evade the Chief Justice's scrutiny, and he tacitly suppressed the matter, allowing all accountability to rest solely upon Qin Mo. Despite the doubts harbored by the capital's elite, none dared to direct their ire at Qin Lan, nor would they dare insinuate that the Chief Justice had overlooked anything in his case. It should have been buried right there. However, Qin Lan came forward and confessed. Principal Qin seeks to threaten me? Do you think I will hesitate to act against you? The Chief Justice's tone was frigid. Qin Lan's status was unique. Both his strength and position placed him among the Empire's elite. If he were imprisoned or held accountable, the Chief Justice would truly find it difficult to shoulder that burden. This incident would likely draw the attention of His Majesty the Dragon Emperor. Qin Lan regarded the Chief Justice with an expression of neutrality, seemingly awaiting his verdict. Since you wish to pursue your responsibility, then you and your daughter shall face it together, the Chief Justice coldly declared. He had extended an opportunity. If Qin Lan chose not to appreciate it, then so be it. He would simply discard this troublesome hat from his head. Not long after, still imprisoned, Qin Mo learned of her father's incarceration, utterly incredulous. With that old man's strength and standing in the Empire, how could this be possible? It was true. Principal Qin had claimed to be one of the recommenders for Ryūjin, and thus, the Chief Justice had imprisoned him as well. The jailer sighed, lamenting that the Qin family truly failed to recognize the worth of individuals. All this turmoil stemming from someone like Ryūjin. Furrowing her brow, Qin Mo contemplated briefly and soon grasped her father's intentions. If the starry sky were indeed to fall, both father and daughter would be held accountable. The old man, feeling ashamed, willingly accepted his fate. If the situation were not as dire, then given his status, he would surely be released, and as his daughter, she would undoubtedly be exonerated. This was indeed the sort of thing her stubborn, principled, and somewhat austere father would do. He was worthy of the Empire and worthy of his daughter. All the estrangements from years past dissipated within her heart, and Qin Mo wept bitterly in her cell, praying fervently that the starry sky would not collapse, and that Ning Can would remain safe and sound, able to return swiftly. Meanwhile, Ning Can remained oblivious to the troubles befalling his cherished territory. After spending several days in Lu City, he confirmed that the beast tide had ceased its assault, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He sought out Lu Mingyuan to express his desire to depart. The beast unrest had not yet concluded. Ning Can still needed to gather fishing points, as such opportunities were rare for him. He also wished to return to the capital, suspecting his disappearance had sparked considerable concern. However, traveling alone would not suffice. It was better to harvest another wave of fishing points first, hoping to encounter individuals from the academy. The ongoing suppression of the beast unrest organized by Tianquan Academy also provided him with an opportunity to travel to other cities, harvesting beasts while simultaneously assisting in the firefighting efforts. Of course, whether he would risk his life was another matter altogether. Brother Ning is leaving? That makes sense. The beast unrest in Lu City has come to an end. Remaining here would only waste time, Lu Mingyuan mused. Are you returning to the academy? Or will you continue to assist in other cities? Since the beast unrest has yet to conclude, I naturally intend to proceed to other locations to help, Ning Can replied, as if it were a matter of course. The operations are not over. There are still plenty of chives waiting to be harvested out there. How could I possibly leave? Upon hearing this, Lu Mingyuan's eyes gleamed with admiration and respect. Though this benefactor had a penchant for wealth, he was unreserved in his dedication to the nation and its people. If only there were more such prodigies in Jiuzhou. Who could doubt their ability to repel the demons and foreign tribes? Does Brother Ning have any particular destination in mind? Lu Mingyuan inquired. Ning Can shook his head, explaining that he was merely participating in activities to gather bait points, so there was no need for a specific goal. Then, may I trouble you to visit the main city, Wushuang City, to assess the situation? If it has not fallen, your assistance would be invaluable, Lu Mingyuan said earnestly. Ning Can paused, surprised. The main city, Wushuang City? Lu City is merely a subordinate city? He was taken aback. Chapter 68, Another Battlefield. In Jiuzhou, the major cities had nearly become isolated islands, with the ground almost entirely occupied by beasts or heretical organizations. Fortunately, the skies remained under the Empire's control. Any appearance of flying beasts would be met with a ruthless bloodbath from the Empire. Through their dominion over the skies, the Empire was able to connect various cities, facilitating support and communication. Among them were several capable city lords who, leveraging their strength and bravery, gradually reclaimed the wilderness surrounding their cities. They restored control over the land encircling their cities and established subordinate towns within a certain radius, ensuring that the main cities might facilitate communication and development among these subordinate towns. This was akin to forming a small nation, with the city lord acting as a regional sovereign. Su Yan, the lord of Wushuang City in Weijun, was one such formidable leader. While fortifying the wilderness beyond Wushuang City, he constructed various small fortresses at intervals around the city, gradually expanding his territory in this desolate land and establishing a firm foothold. Lu City was one of the subordinate cities founded by Su Yan. Such a powerful city lord need not fear the beast unrest. Every so often, he would lead his people to purge the beasts. The number of beasts could never accumulate to a level sufficient to incite a rebellion. However, the beast unrest in Jojo, with countless formidable beasts emerging from the deep mountains, was unforeseen by anyone. The land surrounding Wushuang City had once again fallen into the hands of beasts, with numerous subordinate cities besieged, rendering any plea for assistance from Wushuang City futile. Due to the encirclement on the ground, reinforcements could not arrive. Moreover, Wushuang City itself was likely in dire straits, its fate uncertain. Thus, Lu Mingyuan had said that if Wushuang City had not fallen, Ning Can clicked his tongue in astonishment, realizing that such a figure existed nearby. Had the former lord of Ningdu City possessed even half of this individual's capabilities, there would have been no progression of the king beasts. They would likely have been eliminated before they even came to fruition. I am willing to go and see. Should assistance be required, I would be glad to lend my modest strength. However, does Lu City have someone familiar with the way? Ning Can inquired. He was not directionally challenged. Lu Mingyuan could point him in any direction, and he would find his way. However, given the urgency of the rescue, it was best to expedite the process. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingyuan pondered for a moment. The warriors of Luqing were all either severely or mildly injured. They required rest, and it was evidently inappropriate to have them lead the way, although they would willingly do so as the lord of the city. Lu Mingyuan could not permit them to guide while still bearing their wounds. What about the young girl? I have noticed that she seems quite familiar with Brother Ning. She has accompanied me to Wushuang City a few times and knows the way. Lu Mingyuan remarked, his suggestion laden with deeper implications. A few days prior, he had inadvertently observed Ning Can playing ball with his daughter and a group of children. Ning Can had promised to play with the children, and he had kept his word. However, during the game, he showed no leniency, effortlessly dominating the children, none of whom could rival him. Having witnessed this scene, Lu Mingyuan's gaze naturally lingered on his daughter. The girl was blossoming into adolescence, a phase that Ning Can was oblivious to, but as a father, Lu Mingyuan was keenly aware. Despite the considerable age and status disparity, he decided to give his daughter a chance. Ning Can had no objections. He merely needed a guide. Whether they were a soldier or a child would suffice. Urgency was paramount, and upon explaining everything to Lu Xiaohua, they prepared to set off. Ning Can sprinkled a bit of beast soul incense on Lu Xiaohua, then took to the skies on his sword. The young girl appeared somewhat anxious, and Ning Can gently reassured her, "Do not worry, nothing will happen. The beast soul incense will prevent us from attracting the attention of the beasts. Just guide me, and I will ensure your safe return afterwards." Lu Xiaohua nodded, whispering, "Yes, I trust you." The girl was not overly talkative, and Ning Can refrained from probing. Aware that conversation would not flow easily, to alleviate her potential boredom, he began to inquire about the customs and culture of Luqing as they journeyed. Thus, the two engaged in casual conversation while traveling. During their journey and conversation, Ning Can contemplated whether to indulge in a fishing endeavor, opening the system interface. With over 300,000 fishing points at his disposal, he found himself in a moment of great abundance. However, it amounted to only 3 attempts at royal fishing. Should fortune not favor him, he might end up with nothing. Even if he were to catch something, if it were not what he desired, it would be a waste. It seemed wiser to save them for a crisis. After some deliberation, Ning Can made his decision. Outside Wushuang City, countless beast corpses lay strewn about. Some living beasts were feasting upon the remains, having not even had the chance to extract the beast cores. If Ning Can were to witness this scene, it would surely break his heart. Within Wushuang City, numerous wounded soldiers were being treated, with organized medical personnel utilizing their healing talents. Nearby, engineers were busy repairing the city's defensive equipment. As a county city, Wushuang City was undeniably far more powerful than Luqing. During the relentless day and night assaults of the Beast Tide, Wushuang City had divided its forces into 2 shifts, with one guarding by day and the other by night. At this moment, they had just repelled another wave of the Beast Tide, and the atmosphere was bustling with activity. The lord of Wushuang City, Su Yan, was inspecting the troops, offering comfort to the severely injured soldiers and rallying the morale of the weary. Following closely behind him were several disciples from the academy. As a county city, Wushuang City had become a target of support from the 7 academies. However, the reinforcements sent were not the elite talents. Such students would be dispatched to the capital city by their instructors to engage in battle there. Nevertheless, even the supporting students were of the 4th and 5th realms, constituting a formidable force. Despite the abundance of heavenly talents in the 7 academies, such gifts were exceedingly rare, each representing the elite of the 9 provinces. Their combat prowess unrivaled among their peers. Among the soldiers of Wushuang City, students of the 4th realm could easily contend with those of the 6th or even 7th realm. In addition to the 7 academies, there were also students from several smaller academies present. Those who came from these smaller institutions were all elites from their respective schools. Initially, they held some disdain for the students of the 7 academies, acknowledging their prowess but believing not all were exceptional. At least, they found fault with those at the bottom of the hierarchy. However, after several encounters with the Beast Tide, they became convinced of the 7 academies' superiority and followed obediently, no longer exhibiting any rebellious demeanor. Among the students from Tianquan Academy was Yun Chuan. At that time, Qinbai was eager to locate Ning Can, and upon finding him, insisted he remain to fight. With his strength at the 5th realm, possessing the capability to slay beasts of the 7th realm, he represented significant combat power in Wushuang City. After days of battle, the once carefree demeanor of Yun Chuan had transformed, now bearing the hardened visage of a soldier weathered by conflict. This war had indeed tested all the students residing in the academy. Some had complained of hardship, while others had voiced their exhaustion. Initially, they were not particularly welcomed by the warriors of Wushuang City, who regarded the students as overly pampered. Yet ultimately, every student persevered, emerging from this trial transformed into warriors, earning the respect of the soldiers of Wushuang City. Those who failed to transform remained forever buried outside the city. The situation on the battlefield was alarming. The relentless assaults had left the warriors of Wushuang City utterly fatigued, and the strength of the beast tide had only intensified. Logically, this should not be the case. Having experienced beast tides in his youth, Lu Mingyuan recalled that the beasts would typically retreat after reaching such levels of intensity. Yet, the strength of the beasts seemed to be increasing, and the number of 9th-tier beasts had risen. Upon mentioning this, the academy students exhibited signs of trepidation. 5 9th-tier beasts led the charge against the city. Had it not been for the formidable prowess of Lord Su, Wushuang City would have surely faltered. Such a display would pose a significant threat even to the capital city, requiring the intervention of the city lord to quell it. With the increasing number of beasts in recent days, the fate of Wushuang City appeared precarious. Once the crowd dispersed, Yun Chuan turned to Lord Su and inquired, could it be that the beasts from the deep mountains have all emerged? Furrowing his brow, he struggled to comprehend the situation. Beast tides were common occurrences. Yet 9th-tier beasts were typically reluctant to assault cities, preferring instead to conserve their strength to evolve into king beasts. The sudden appearance of 5 9th-tier beasts was an extraordinary anomaly. Fortunately, one of the mountain-dwelling primates had not rejoined the fray. Otherwise, the casualties would have been far greater. Yun Chuan sighed. The circumstances were dire, and the disparity in strength was insurmountable. These were not the beasts native to Wushuang City. Su Yin shook his head, stating, I frequently lead expeditions to eliminate beasts. I have eradicated all the 9th-tier beasts in the vicinity, even those hidden deep within the mountains. His declaration was nothing short of imposing. Yun Chuan's eyes widened in disbelief, while other lords were troubled by sporadic beast uprisings. Here was Su Yin claiming to have eliminated the source. Then how did these 5 9th-tier beasts come to be? Yun Chuan questioned, puzzled. Lord Su shook his head, indicating his own uncertainty. Wushuang City was besieged by beasts, and all the subordinate cities had once again become isolated islands, each likely facing dire consequences. Attempts to provide aid were futile. After a discussion, both men found themselves at an impasse. If we could organize a coalition with the other subordinate cities to consolidate our strength, perhaps there would still be hope, Yun Chuan proposed. Although even he found this notion implausible. Unless there is a powerful figure from the Great Sun realm present, capable of traversing the distance. But if such a powerful being were here, there would be no need to gather forces. They could simply push through the beasts outside. Su Yin gazed out beyond the city walls, his appearance defying his 30-something years, projecting an air of youthful vigor rather than that of a formidable warlord of the county. The night enveloped him, casting shadows into his profound eyes, lost in contemplation. Years prior, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th realm of the Great Sun. Yet he remained ensnared at the final threshold, unable to advance. His combat prowess was unrivaled among his peers. A single warrior capable of withstanding the onslaught of 5 9th-tier demonic beasts. However, such strength proved futile against the current predicament of Wushuang City. Today, he could fend off 5. What of tomorrow, when 6 might descend? Or 7 the day after? In the face of the impracticality of amassing all the forces from the subordinate cities, breaking through to the Great Sun realm became the sole path forward. On the following day, as the sun ascended high into the sky, the ominous roars of beasts echoed once more from outside the city, heralding the approach of 6 colossal demonic creatures, their oppressive presence palpable. At that moment, the city lord's countenance was as grim as the depths of the abyss, with the soldiers and citizens of Wushuang City sensing an overwhelming suffocation. Despite their mental preparations, a heavy dread settled upon them, akin to a mountain pressing down on their chests, rendering them breathless. Taking a deep breath, Su Yin commanded, warriors of Wushuang City, prepare for battle. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers swiftly sprang into action, while the students from various academies hurried to their designated positions. Some engaged the enemy through the city's defensive apparatus, while others readied themselves to confront the demonic beasts outside the walls. Within the city, medical personnel and support staff stood poised, ready to offer assistance at a moment's notice. Only the city lord surged forth from the gates, confronting the 6 9th-tier beasts alone. Armed with a formidable spear, he stood atop a massive golden lion that manifested behind him, ready to face 6 adversaries single-handedly. Witnessing this spectacle, the soldiers' spirits soared. Years of warfare had solidified Su Yin as the indomitable pillar of Wushuang City. He was their god of war, wherever the tip of his spear pointed. Even the abyss would tremble before the fearless resolve of Wushuang City. Not only the soldiers, but even many students from the academies gazed upon Su Yin with admiration. Their hearts ignited with fervor at the sight of his valor on the battlefield. Truly, he was a prodigy of this era. Once he breaks through to the Great Sun Realm, another pillar will be added to the foundation of our Jiuzhou. Yun Chuan felt a surge of emotion. He had come here reluctantly due to Ning Can's incident, yet he had unexpectedly encountered such a remarkable figure. However, placing excessive hope solely on City Lord Su Yin could lead to dire consequences. Furrowing his brow, he felt a twinge of concern. While fervent admiration could bolster morale, it also posed a risk. Should anything befall Su Yin, the consequences would be catastrophic. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated across the battlefield as Su Yin was struck down by the tail of a massive serpent. An abrupt silence descended upon the battlefield. Disbelief etched into the faces of countless onlookers. Yun Chuan's heart plummeted. His greatest fear had materialized. Even the mightiest have their limits. After days of relentless combat, facing 6 9th-tier beasts was finally too much for Su Yin. Chaos erupted in Wushuang City, as the populace was too accustomed to relying on their leader. With the city lord now sprawled on the ground, his fate uncertain, panic seized the hearts of all. The chief guard of the 8th realm immediately gathered a suicide squad to rescue the city lord, but Yin Chuan interjected urgently, "You cannot recklessly endanger yourselves. The priority is to stabilize the battle. If we falter, Wushuang City will perish." The chief guard, undeterred, insisted on leading a rescue mission. "As long as the city lord lives, Wushuang City endures," he proclaimed. "And what of the hundreds of thousands of citizens? The tens of thousands of soldiers?" Yin Chuan retorted loudly. The chief guard halted, as did the assembled squad. On the battlefield, the 6 9th-tier beasts relentlessly assaulted the spot where the city lord had fallen. The chief guard and his squad, fiercely loyal to Su Yin, felt their eyes redden with rage. "Stabilize the battle. We still have hope," Yin Chuan urged. Yet, at that moment, the tide of battle had already turned decisively against them. The warriors who had fought valiantly the previous night were now exhausted. Yet they picked up their weapons and re-entered the fray. However, defeat seemed inevitable. No one could withstand the onslaught of the 6 9th-tier beasts. Just then, a bellow echoed from above. "I am utterly astonished. At such a critical juncture, are you still dawdling?" With that, a colossal purple giant, formed entirely of energy and wielding a huge blade, boldly stepped onto the battlefield. Chapter 70. A man cannot prosper without windfall. Within Wushuang City, countless eyes widened in shock at the unfolding scene. A man soared in on a sword, gently placing a little girl down within the city, leaving behind a simple command: "Stay safe here." He then looked up to see Su Yin struck down. The soldiers of Wushuang City frozen in disbelief. "I am utterly astonished. At such a critical juncture, are you still dawdling?" With that, the man transformed into the purple giant, brandishing a massive blade as he charged into the fray. "Is this reinforcements?" a resident of Wushuang City murmured, stunned. "Finally, are there powerful warriors here to aid us?" An elder wept tears of relief. Witnessing this, Lu Xiaohua recalled the fear and confusion of her own home in Luqing, feeling fortunate that such a great brother had arrived. The little girl nodded earnestly, "Yes. My big brother is incredibly powerful. He will surely save you. He saved us in Luqing." Yun Chuan stood transfixed, recognizing the purple giant as Ning Can. He was alive. A complex mix of emotions washed over his face. Not joy at the arrival of a strong ally, but fear. Ning Can kicked aside a giant serpent and then braced against the remaining demonic beasts, allowing Su Yin to recover. Without wasting words, Su Yin recognized the urgency of the situation, exchanged a glance with Ning Can, and immediately rejoined the fray. 4 9th-tier upper beasts and 2 9th-tier lower beasts. Ning Can felt a surge of apprehension. How could Wushuang City withstand such an onslaught? There was indeed something extraordinary about them. "Can you attempt to hold off 5 beasts? For would suffice as well?" Ning Can inquired amidst the chaos. "Are you looking to slay one?" Su Yin instantly grasped Ning Can's intent and realized it was indeed feasible. With a powerhouse like Ning Can at his side, the pressure lessened considerably. Holding off 4 beasts was certainly achievable. "Let us play it safe. We'll attempt to pursue and slay one when the beasts retreat," Su Yin suggested. Having never witnessed Ning Can's full strength before, Su Yin chose to err on the side of caution. "Wait for the beasts to retreat." Ning Can paused, then surveyed the battlefield. The warriors of Wushuang City were engaged in fierce combat with the beasts, the clash resembling a meat grinder, with countless lives extinguished with each passing moment. Crucially, the soldiers of Wushuang City were not on the defensive. They were pressing the attack against the beasts. Once a sufficient number of demonic creatures fell, the tide would surely turn. Ning Can observed the warriors of Wushuang City with astonishment. It was no wonder they could endure such a monstrous assault. They simply needed strong fighters to hold the line against the 9th-tier beasts, while their soldiers decimated enough lower-tier beasts to compel a retreat. This had always been the strategy employed against beast hordes besieging cities. "Why were you all dawdling when you are so formidable?" Ning Can exclaimed, incredulous. "I thought you were jesting." Shaking his head, Ning Can began to alter his combat strategy, focusing on stalling the 9th-tier demon beasts while inflicting as many wounds as possible, particularly targeting their legs to impede their movement. Su Yan, in perfect synchrony, coordinated his efforts. Before long, countless demon beasts lay defeated on the battlefield, and the remaining ones gradually lost their ferocity, retreating in haste after a series of anguished roars. The 6 9th-tier demon beasts also turned to flee. Are you just going to leave? Ning Can and Su Yan exchanged glances, and in unison declared, pursue. Their inaugural collaboration was marked by an uncanny harmony, as they both targeted a flying lower-tier demon beast, the Thunderhawk. First, they aimed to eliminate one, as flying creatures always posed a considerable nuisance. Moreover, it was a consensus among all in the JoJo that flying demon beasts must be eradicated. Su Yan lunged forward, transforming into a colossal golden lion, sinking his jaws into the Thunderhawk's wing, while Ning Can leapt beside him, channeling all his strength to wield his blade, Ghost Sever. A massive gash appeared on the Thunderhawk, nearly severing one of its wings. The battlefield was immediately filled with its piercing cries. The other 9th-tier demon beasts' eyes turned crimson once more, readying themselves to enter a frenzied state. Their retreat was not born of fear, for they could easily revert to their violent nature. Seeing this, Ning Can felt a pang of regret but resolved to abandon the chase. Allowing these beasts to remain and prolong the battle would yield no advantages. If I give you another strike, can we slay this beast? Su Yan, still clinging to the Thunderhawk, inquired. Ning Can, perhaps still new to the situation, did not fully grasp the urgency. But Su Yan understood that they needed to diminish the ranks of the 9th-tier beasts. Otherwise, the defense of Wushuang City would be in jeopardy. Certainly. Without hesitation, Ning Can concentrated his power again, the essence of swordsmanship coalescing around Ghost Sever, elemental forces swirling about the blade. Following the previous wound, Ning Can delivered a devastating blow, cleaving the Thunderhawk in twain. Having previously slain the renowned defensive Jinshan ape at the 6th realm, he now, at the 7th realm, found that the lower-tier 9th beasts could not withstand his blade. Were it not for the presence of other 9th-tier demon beasts, Ning Can would have relished the opportunity to eliminate another one. The crimson hue in the eyes of the remaining 9th-tier beasts swiftly faded, and after a brief hesitation, they too turned to flee. Ning Can, after a moment's contemplation, relinquished the idea of pursuing them further. He was still in good shape, and his 7th realm strength was sufficient to continue fighting. However, Su Yan was barely holding on. Without this formidable ally supporting him, Ning Can truly felt he might struggle against these beasts. Dismissing the form of the golden lion, Su Yan silently observed the retreating figures of the demon beasts, his body severely wounded, yet still standing tall. Although they had once more repelled the beasts, his face betrayed no hint of joy. He understood that as long as they had not taken that crucial step forward, Wushuang City remained in peril. The Daylight Realm was a matter of life and death. He had already been brought to the brink of annihilation earlier when he had been struck to the ground. By the way, thank you for your assistance, Su Yan remarked. Snapping out of his reverie and realizing that Ning Can was still nearby, he turned to inquire, only to find Ning Can staring blankly at the multitude of demon beast corpses strewn across the battlefield. His gaze did not reflect shock at the gruesome sight, but rather seemed to perceive something akin to happiness. No need for formalities, Ning Can quickly responded, his reflexes swift, having grown up in poverty. He had never encountered such a scene. The slain demon beasts before him were not simply corpses. They represented a bounty, a testament to supreme talent, a treasure trove of potential. In comparison to the struggles he had faced in Ryūjin, this was child's play. Yet, the demon beast cores represented a considerable fortune, and since they were all slain by the defenders of Wushuang City, while Ning Can had helped fend off the 9th-tier beasts, he had not truly exerted himself to the same extent. This differed from the situation in Ryūjin, where he had been the linchpin of their defense. Here, the distribution of demon beast cores would depend on the discretion of others. Ning Can pondered how to appropriately request these cores. Chapter 71, The Events of That Day. Yun Chuan's explanation. As the battle concluded, the inhabitants of Wushuang City emerged to clear the battlefield, tending to the wounded and recovering the bodies of fallen warriors. Yet, no one sought to collect the demon beast cores. Ning Can noted this and asked with curiosity. It was my order to refrain from collecting them. Although the cores are valuable, they do not warrant expending effort during such a critical moment of life and death, Su Yan replied with a smile. Ning Can pursed his lips. Such a statement was undeniably bold, as he contemplated how to procure the demon beast cores. Perhaps even considering sneaking out at night to gather them. Su Yan interjected with a grin, if Brother Ning desires them, I shall take it upon myself to grant you all these cores. Ning Can promptly responded with a smile. How could I accept such generosity? Apologies. But it's not a matter of reluctance. Su Yan grasped Ning Can's intent instantly, offering a gentle smile. He then summoned a soldier to organize a team to extract all the demon beast cores from the battlefield and hand them over to Ning Can. Brother Ning need not worry. These demon beast cores are but a small token of my gratitude towards you. Ning Can's smile grew warmer. With so many cores, His savings would likely surpass 100,000, making a tenfold draw for the king possible that very night. As they walked back to Wuxuang City, Ning Can had already introduced himself as a student of the Tianquan Academy, endowed with supreme talent. Su Yin immediately recognized him as an exceptional prodigy, someone worth befriending. Naturally, even without considering Ning Can's identity, Su Yin would have offered these demon beast cores to him simply for his assistance that day. Both men were astute and willing to make sacrifices for their desired outcomes. Amidst their mutual compliments, they engaged in spirited conversation throughout their journey, until Ning Can spotted Yun Chuan, at which point his expression turned notably cold. Your presence here is rather unexpected, Ning Can remarked coolly. He had not forgotten the ambush orchestrated by the cultist followers. Chen Xin had been an undercover agent, and Yun Chuan was not exempt from suspicion. That incident had brought Ning Can perilously close to death, and he harbored a deep-seated desire to ensure those responsible faced their reckoning. Yun Chuan managed a strained smile. What is so surprising? As a student of Tianquan Academy, it is my duty to provide assistance here. Su Yin glanced between Yun Chuan and Ning Can, his brow furrowing slightly. Suddenly, Ning Can drew Ghost Sever and swung it down towards Yun Chuan. His movement was so swift and unexpected that no one could anticipate that Ning Can would launch an attack in that instant. Yun Chuan froze in place. At his level of power, he would have no time to react against Ning Can, who could easily cleave him down. Su Yin attempted to intervene, but it was too late. In an instant, Ghost Sever halted mere inches from Yun Chuan's neck, and Yun Chuan could even feel the chilling aura emanating from the blade. Ning Can's gaze was icy, his murderous intent unmasked. He genuinely intended to kill Yun Chuan. Yet, he restrained himself. If only Yun Chuan were alone, Ning Can would not have hesitated for a moment. Whether you, Yun Chuan, are innocent or not, what concern is that of mine? Ning Can declared. His suspicion of Yun Chuan as a cultist sufficient grounds for his assault. However, within Wuxuang City, Yun Chuan had already established trust with all, including Su Yin. Among the military and civilian populace, Ning Can's act of slaying Yun Chuan here carries profound repercussions. Both of you, as students of the Tianquan Academy, must ponder why you would draw your swords upon first encounter? Su Yin inquired with a furrowed brow. He was not one to meddle unduly. Yet the looming threat over Wuxuang City necessitated unity among all. Ning Can's immediate aggression towards Yun Chuan could not simply be overlooked. The words of City Lord Su deserve to be directed towards him, and I too am keen to learn what he might say in response. Ning Can retracted his sword, casting a fleeting glance at Yun Chuan before turning his gaze towards Su Yin. That look was laden with significance. Su Yin was a remarkable individual. As long as he avoided untimely demise, he was destined for greatness, a realization that Ning Can had discerned in their brief interaction. However, should Su Yin naively choose to support Yun Chuan, Ning Can would turn away without hesitation. As for the scattered beast cores, he had no desire for such trifles. He was not one to bow in submission for mere wealth. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yin recognized that Ning Can evidently occupied the moral high ground. Thus, he turned to Yun Chuan, eager to comprehend the circumstances that had compelled Ning Can to act with such immediacy. Yet, the first words he heard left him astounded. Yun Chuan inhaled deeply, declaring, "You suspect me of being a disciple of the evil god, do you not?" Ning Can scoffed. "You knew there would be cultists laying in wait. Am I wrong?" Yun Chuan nodded in acknowledgement. "Then, Brother Yun, might you enlighten me on how you came to know of their impending ambush? And why did you remain silent about it all this time?" The chill in Ning Can's tone intensified with each query. With so many unanswered questions, what other explanation could there be apart from Yun Chuan's potential affiliation with the cult? Su Yan's gaze towards Yun Chuan brimmed with skepticism. However, in response to the barrage of inquiries, Yun Chuan countered, "Is this truly so difficult to comprehend? I find it perplexing that you, as a supreme talent, possess no vigilance against cult organizations." He met Ning Can's gaze with unwavering confidence. "Upon joining your team, I initially presumed you were setting a trap, with you as bait to lure the cultists into action, while I played the role of an escort. Yet when I realized you were wholly unaware, I felt my doom was sealed. Now, to answer your question regarding my foreknowledge of the cult's intent to ambush, surely it is only natural? When two supreme talents venture forth, why would they not be targeted?" Yun Chuan frowned, as if struggling to grasp Ning Can's logic, believing it should be self-evident. Ning Can opened his mouth, intending to articulate that Principal Qinbai, as a pinnacle powerhouse of the daylight realm and a supreme talent himself, would not take such a reckless risk against the cult. The logic was not as Yun Chuan had framed it. Yet, he refrained from voicing this thought. Having misjudged, anything he said henceforth would be futile. Yun Chuan continued, "As for why I did not speak earlier, it was because I assumed you were all aware. Later, I felt there was no point in discussing it, as I was convinced of my impending demise." Su Yin grasped the situation. It was a misunderstanding, far less grave than initially perceived. He turned to leave, entrusting the matter to Ning Can and Yun Chuan. Since it was merely a miscommunication, clarity sufficed. He merely needed to ensure they would not once again draw their blades against one another. "I have spoken my piece. If you still believe me to be a disciple of the evil god, feel free to end my life," Yun Chuan stated, meeting Ning Can's gaze with a calm demeanor. Ning Can pondered this, recognizing that neither he nor Qinbai were fools. Their lack of foresight regarding the cult's ambush had been a calculated decision, albeit unanticipated due to Qin Xin's involvement and other factors. However, elucidating these points now seemed unnecessary. Your explanation is insightful, yet I remain unconvinced of your innocence. Whether you are truly not affiliated or merely adept at feigning innocence, it would be prudent for you to conceal it from me. Otherwise, no matter where you are, I shall ensure you return to the embrace of the evil god. With those threatening words, Ning Can's expression shifted to one of warmth and benevolence. Chapter 72, The Flaws of the System. The conflict between the two seemed to be momentarily set aside, as Ning Can's smile signified a willingness to let bygones be bygones. If Yunchuan were indeed innocent, Ning Can would not be so insistent on his demise. Nevertheless, he had openly admitted that his suspicions had not dissipated. Should Yunchuan err again in the future, especially in a remote location, Ning Can might very well draw his sword. It appeared that the misunderstanding between the two had been resolved, and the defense of Wushuang City would require their combined efforts moving forward. Especially you, Brother Ning. I have yet to express my gratitude. Had it not been for your intervention today, Wushuang City may well have faltered, Su Yin remarked with a smile. Both were prodigies from the 7 great academies, pivotal figures in the academy's support of Wushuang City. The departure of either would spell disaster for the city. A meeting would soon convene to assess the current situation, and Brother Ning's insights would be invaluable. With that, Su Yin departed, for the battle had just subsided, and many matters still required his attention. Yunchuan regarded Ning Can, appearing as if he had something to say, but hesitating. Speak your mind, Ning Can urged. Growing impatient with his indecision, he found such hesitance exasperating. Yunchuan shook his head. You truly remain oblivious. Never mind, it is merely a conjecture. With that, he turned to leave, while Ning Can struggled to suppress the urge to draw his blade against him. Upon finding Lu Xiaohua, the young girl was engrossed in learning medical techniques from the medical personnel within the city. However, in this world, healing was also dictated by talent. Wound healing, blood clotting, and tissue regeneration all relied on one's innate abilities. Individuals like Lu Cheng were few and far between, while Wushuang City boasted a well-trained professional team, a result of City Lord Su's considerable investment. Such a professional team naturally possessed a wealth of specialized knowledge and some techniques not reliant on talent. Lu Xiaohua assisted while diligently absorbing knowledge. Upon noticing Ning Can, she looked up and smiled, a simple greeting, before immediately returning to her tasks. Ning Can shook his head. Choosing not to interrupt, the girl had important work to do. He observed that all the medical personnel employed their awakened talents in treatment, effectively utilizing life elements in their healing efforts. Ning Can, as a pseudo-chaotic body, had refined 10 elements and could integrate all natural elements. However, he could not merge with life elements. Within the 9 provinces' studies of elements, life stood as a high-tier element, transcending the foundational elements, akin to time and space. Ning Can retrieved the heart of the tree of life, known for containing seemingly boundless life force. Yet, he was unsure how to utilize it. It was a crucial item for the evolution of certain physiques. If Ning Can possessed it, healing the injured would be a far simpler task. After some thought, he put away the heart of the tree of life and bent down to utilize the power of light to assist the wounded. Like life, light was also a high-tier element, possessing healing properties, though not quite as effective as those of life elements. A gentle radiance coalesced in Ning Can's hands as he approached a soldier who had been unable to receive timely aid, gritting his teeth against the pain of his injuries. As the light enveloped him, the torn wound began to mend, and the soldier's grimace softened upon realizing it was Ning Can who had come to his aid. He attempted to rise in gratitude, but Ning Can halted him, reminding him that he had merely provided a brief treatment. His injuries were far from healed, and he should not move recklessly. After offering some words of caution, Ning Can continued on to assist others in need. The prowess is evident, with a cultivation realm of the 7th stage and a supreme level talent. Even though the light element may not surpass that of life, Ning Can's formidable abilities render him equal to the most skilled medical professionals. Countless warriors and medical personnel lifted their heads to witness Ning Can traversing among the wounded, utilizing light to heal each soldier. Their eyes unconsciously reflected admiration. They did not recognize Ning Can. Only knowing he had arrived today and had joined forces with the city lord to slay a 9th-tier beast, the Thunder Eagle, outside the city. To their surprise, not only was he powerful and handsome, but he also possessed a kind heart. Truly, a person as radiant as the sun. The young women among the medical staff blushed as they gazed upon him. That is right. That is right. Upon hearing someone praise her elder brother, Lu Xiaohua immediately chimed in, declaring him the best. She beamed at the sight of the girl's flushed cheeks. The soldiers of Wushuang City silently saluted Ning Can. The disciples from various academies had spent days eating and living alongside the soldiers, overcoming hardships to gradually earn their respect and recognition. Ning Can achieved this in merely half a day. His powerful cultivation allowed him to perform light treatments with minimal effort. However, these efforts felt like a mere drop in the ocean compared to the tens of thousands of injured soldiers. Eventually, A soldier approached to inform Ning Can that the beast cores had been harvested and stored in a room, awaiting his retrieval. "Let us go now," Ning Can replied, ceasing his treatments and rising to leave. Each academy had a comprehensive system for developing elemental talents. Ning Can found their power inadequate and was disinclined to learn. Conversely, there was no established path for higher elements, necessitating personal exploration. This was quite troublesome. Once someone awakened a high-level element, their combat prowess would surpass their peers. But without a structured path, they would waste time and talent on self-discovery. Unfortunately, throughout the millennia of war, many legacies in the 9 provinces had been severed. Life-related healing arts had some established techniques passed down, but the light element did not. Had Ning Can possessed even a few light spells, he could have saved more lives today, but alas, he did not. He wondered if he might acquire some systematic knowledge through the system. Ning Can had discovered a flaw in the fishing system. He could only use what he drew, resulting in a disjointed collection of abilities. He was proficient in swordsmanship, capable of using Sharingan techniques, adept in all lower elements, and even wielded both light and dark high-level elements. Yet, he often felt inadequately equipped. Unable to deliver a decisive blow in single combat, lacking area of effect attacks on the battlefield, and could only heal one person at a time. He refrained from mentioning the abnormal resurrection spells of the light system. After all, which protagonist saves people one by one? System, you are somewhat lacking. Ning Can remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction as he glanced at the system's interface. He believed his struggles were the system's fault. However, it was evident that the fishing system lacked the ability to communicate with Ning Can, remaining silent and unresponsive. Fury flickered in his eyes as he muttered under his breath. "Curse this system. It must see me as mere labor to earn fishing points. So many points invested, and the yield is disheartening. It's a struggle to draw anything worthwhile. I suspect there aren't even many good items in the pool. System, dare you reveal the fishing probabilities?" After a pause, Ning Can, frustrated by its inefficacy, declared, "I've expressed my grievances. Can't you lend me a hand?" The interface remained quiet, offering no reaction. At that moment, a soldier led Ning Can to the room where the beast cores were stored. As he raised his gaze, he was momentarily blinded by the sheer volume of wealth before him. Chapter 73, System Upgrade. This time, there would be no spatial rings bestowed upon Ning Can. Instead, he was met with a mountain of beast cores piled together, an unparalleled sight for him. The soldier seemed equally astonished. While beast cores were not directly equivalent to currency, they could be exchanged for it. This mound of beast cores was nearly equivalent to a mountain of currency, although he had anticipated a considerable amount. Witnessing it firsthand was still overwhelmingly shocking. The soldier's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. "I am sorry," he stammered, embarrassed. "Not at all. I completely understand." Ning Can replied warmly with a smile. Had he not already experienced a wave of shock in Lucidity, he might have joined the soldier on the floor. After the soldier struggled to rise and left, closing the door thoughtfully behind him, Ning Can turned to gaze at the mountain of beast cores, unabashedly displaying his joy. The system may be unhelpful, but he could only accumulate fishing points fervently. While the mysterious may remain unchanged, the ability to invest can alter fate. Before long, he absorbed all the beast cores, opened the system, and was instantly struck with astonishment. Fishing points: 1,970,000. 1,970,000. After deducting the 30-odd thousand he previously possessed, he had accumulated over 160,000 in this single endeavor. Truly, fortune favors the bold. In Lucidity, he had only earned about 30,000 from the previous wave, but this time, he had struck gold. This was primarily due to the immense scale of the battle in Wushuang City. Additionally, he had participated in several skirmishes prior to his arrival. The host's fishing points have exceeded 1 million, fulfilling the requirements for system evolution. You may choose to upgrade the system. Cost to upgrade fishing system, 1 million fishing points. Ning Can's expression froze, and he was on the verge of cursing. "I have a statement from last year. It's time to say it. Note, this upgrade will eliminate the bronze-level fishing, unlocking the divine-level fishing function, the hiring fishing function, and the random fishing function. Divine-level fishing function allows the fishing of divine-level talents and items. Hiring fishing function. Hire the system to fish for designated items. Designated item fishing?" Ning Can's face brightened. This meant he would no longer need to rely on luck. "My apologies, system. I admit my voice may have been a tad loud earlier. Random fishing. A thrilling and stimulating diversion. Take a gamble, and a bicycle may transform into a motorcycle into a luxury SUV. Invest varying amounts of fishing points for a chance to reel in ancient artifacts from across realms. The greater the investment, the greater the reward. With many mysterious gifts awaiting the host. Note, guaranteed to yield results. No empty rods." Why did it feel like the system was particularly eager for me to try random fishing? Ning Can mused suspiciously. Without further hesitation, he opted to spend 1 million fishing points to upgrade the system. Although he felt a pang of regret at the rapid depreciation of his newly acquired fishing points, the system's upgrade was imperative. Moreover, the new hiring fishing function was something he desperately needed, and the random fishing, boasting guaranteed returns, seemed promising as well. System is upgrading. Requires 24 hours. That's quite a lengthy duration, Ning Can murmured. At that moment, someone outside called for him to attend a meeting. Ning Can stepped out, heading towards the conference hall of Wushuang City. Inside, a large round table was set, and Ning Can noted that there was no distinction of status among those gathered. Everyone was treated equally. This seemingly trivial detail reflects Su Yan's remarkable strategic prowess. Ning Can casually chose a chair to sit upon. The attendees were few, mostly high-ranking officials from the military of Wushuang City, including Yunchuan. Upon Ning Can's arrival and subsequent seating, there was no hint of surprise among the gathered, who nodded in acknowledgement. Ning Can responded with a courteous smile and nod. His demonstrated prowess on the battlefield naturally commanded respect for his elevated status. A strong individual garners admiration wherever they may be. Observing this scene, Yunchuan couldn't help but smile wryly. It had taken considerable effort for him to gain this place, garnering respect for his intellect before he could sit comfortably. After everyone had taken their seats, Su Yan nodded and declared the meeting commenced. Prior to Ning Can's arrival, such meetings had been held numerous times, summarizing the losses of war and discussing methods to counter the beasts. The hope was to pool collective wisdom in search of solutions. Unfortunately, these efforts had yielded no results. A senior military official stood to address the current situation. As of today, over 40% of the city's military strength had been lost, with less than half remaining combat ready. The mayor's shift rotation system could no longer be implemented after today. All soldiers would need to engage on the battlefield together to hold the line. As the discussion turned to the state of the war, the expressions of the high-ranking officials grew somber. Wushuang City had never faced such tribulations from the beasts, thanks to the mayor's astute leadership, which had always seen them leading hunts against the beasts. This was the first time they had been assaulted by them since Su Yan ascended to power. Initially, when faced with the rampage of the beasts, no one in Wushuang City took it seriously. A beast tide? A beast uprising? Surely. There were still a few lurking in the mountains. Perfect, let them come. We shall slay them all. And indeed, that was how it had been. However many beasts came, they were swiftly dispatched without much concern. The military even proposed to venture into the wild mountains to slay a few, but they hesitated, fearing the wrath of the powerful beasts awakened by their ancestral bloodlines. Yet gradually, the scale of the beast tide grew, as if they were inexhaustible, forcing Wushuang City to shift from offense to defense. At present, it seemed they could scarcely hold their ground. Ning Can recognized the severity of the situation. Ninth-tier beasts were emerging one after another, and it was only thanks to Su Yan's formidable strength that they were being held at bay. Su Yan, with his fingers interlaced, remained silent, fully aware that a breakthrough to the Great Sun realm in the short term was unrealistic, necessitating the pursuit of alternative paths. The growing scale of the beasts must be addressed. At the very least, the origins should be determined. Yunchuan spoke up, stating that there were not nearly as many beasts surrounding Wushuang City. Otherwise, would they not have wasted years clearing the map? But from where did these beasts come? Could it be that they were capable of mobilizing troops? A senior military official grumbled. Upon hearing this, Yunchuan pondered and speculated. Do you remember the ninth-tier beast, the mountain-settling ape, that appeared a few days ago? It did not participate in the siege. Could it have been engaged in attacking other locations? Other military officials fell into contemplation. Could it be that beasts truly had the capacity to strategize? Ning Can's gaze shifted, and he asked, when did the mountain-settling ape appear during the siege, and when did it cease its involvement? Chapter 74, The Method to Break the Deadlock. Upon hearing Ning Can's inquiry, the crowd turned their attention to him, and Yunchuan replied, it appeared 5 days ago during the siege and has not been seen since then. Ning Can compared the timeline and stated, I slain a mountain-settling ape before I came from Ryūjin, which was 4 days ago. Although Ning Can did not explicitly state whether they were the same creature, the expressions of the others grew peculiar upon comparing the timelines. What a coincidence it was that one mountain-settling ape had vanished here, while another appeared in Ryūjin, with the timing aligning perfectly. Who would believe they were not the same? How could this be? Could it be that the beasts truly could mobilize and strategically assault our Jojo cities? A senior military official remarked with a strange countenance. At this revelation, the atmosphere in the meeting room turned grave. This was no trivial matter, but rather something profoundly unsettling. Yunchuan's brow furrowed deeply, and even Su Yan's expression turned notably serious. Beasts lacked not in intelligence. Those awakened with their ancestral divine beast bloodlines possessed intellect comparable to that of humans. Yet, once the beasts entered a state of frenzy, their bloodlust and primal instincts stripped them of reason. How could they possibly strategize? Coordinating troop movements to launch an assault on the city? The implications were too profound for the assembly to contemplate. Yunchuan spoke. If this hypothesis holds, then the initial assault by the beasts was likely intended to delay Wushuang City, preventing you from providing support to the subordinate cities, while simultaneously drawing more beasts to this location. Once the subordinate cities fell one after another, they could then muster greater forces to attack Wushuang City. Upon hearing this, the countenances of those present darkened. If this were the case, their initial dismissal of the beast uprising and lack of serious response had led to this dire outcome. If accountability were to be pursued, None among them could escape culpability. Su Yan waved a hand, reminding them that no one had foreseen such a scenario at the time. And now was not the moment for regret. What they needed was a solution. Wushuang City could not endure for much longer, and Su Yan was acutely aware of this. No second Ning Can would come to their aid. The impending beast tide that night, owing to the slaying of the Thunderhawk, would likely be manageable. However, the future remained uncertain. Should the 7th or 8th 9th tier beasts enter the fray, Wushuang City would surely face calamity. Wushuang City required a method to break the deadlock. Yet all routes to survival seemed blocked, leaving Su Yan helplessly watching as Wushuang City slipped into the abyss, with all efforts merely desperate struggles against the inevitable. Ning Can turned to Yunchuan and suddenly spoke. According to your reasoning, could it be that the beasts are employing a similar strategy? Gathering forces to assault the capital city after conquering Wushuang City? The seemingly innocuous words detonated like thunder in the conference hall. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Was the target of the beasts the capital city? What were their intentions? Did the beast clan seek to wage war against our empire? Impossible. The capital city was of immense significance, defended by more than one powerhouse of the Great Sun Realm, alongside numerous teachers from the academy of the same realm. What kind of offensive would the beasts need to launch to attack the capital city? Yunchuan spoke gravely, initially resolute, yet as he met Ning Can's gaze, his confidence waned. Su Yan contemplated deeply before closing his eyes and exhaling a breath. It was indeed a possibility. He had always been strong and decisive. Yet in this moment, even he felt weary. Mobilizing the forces amassed after annihilating the subordinate cities to extinguish Wushuang City, and then consolidating that strength to obliterate the capital city, what would follow? Did they intend to assault the imperial capital next? Were it not for his years of efforts to establish numerous subordinate cities around Wushuang City and to repeatedly cleanse the wild mountains and wilderness of beasts, they would have likely been overwhelmed long ago. This wave of beastly upheaval had been premeditated for a long time. At that moment, the assembly remained unaware of the issues arising at the outer celestial defenses. Otherwise, they would likely suspect that the entire structure was on the verge of collapse. Ning Can continued. Then, since we have discerned the beast's offensive strategy, why can we not turn the tables and counter their approach? The onslaught of the beast tide undoubtedly possesses its focal points. We should proactively unite with other cities that have not been under concentrated attack, rallying their formidable warriors to address the crisis in the county town, ultimately combining our forces to alleviate the peril faced by the capital city. However, Yunchuan shook his head, deeming it futile. The skies have once again been sealed by the demonic beasts, rendering the denizens of the Long Night Realm incapable of flight, and thus unable to establish effective communication with the people of other county towns. Unless, of course, a powerful figure from the Great Sun Realm were to appear. Yet, therein lies the dilemma. If a powerhouse from the Great Sun Realm were present, there would be no need to contact the other county towns. This method, as Yunchuan previously suggested, is a dead end. Ning Can smiled faintly. Do you truly believe that I traversed the sky sealed by the demonic beasts unscathed? The assembly fell into a profound silence, with Yunchuan first expressing puzzlement before his face lit up with surprise. You possess a means to breach the blockade of the demonic beasts? Ning Can produced a beast soul incense and placed it upon the round table of the conference. This item, once ignited, produces a white mist that, when enveloping the body, can compel rampaging demonic beasts to retreat. Of course, one must not provoke the beasts or draw excessive attention to oneself. It must be said that the items scavenged from those cultists have proven immensely beneficial to Ning Can. The decision to risk hunting down the cultists was, in hindsight, remarkably astute. Such a wondrous item. How many do you possess, Brother Ning? Like Lu Mingyuan, the others present were astonished by the efficacy of the beast soul incense, inquiring eagerly about its quantity. Only these, Ning Can replied. Having pilfered a dozen packets from the cultists, using some himself, yet still possessing a considerable amount. How did you acquire these? Unlike the others, Su Yan's interest lay in a different aspect. Ning Can candidly admitted to having slain several cultists to seize them. The cultists have an affinity for researching peculiar items. And this time, they indeed produced something of value. A senior military officer scoffed, sharing Ning Can's disdain for the cultists, yet he could only remark, this is truly delightful. Su Yan, however, furrowed his brows tightly, lost in thought. A fierce glint flickered beneath his sharp eyebrows as he cast a glance at Ning Can, who shook his head in response, then turned to Yunchuan. Well, since we have such a remarkable item, the crisis in Wushuang City shall be resolved. The pressure and gloom on Su Yan's face dissipated, replaced by a hearty laugh as he expressed his gratitude to Ning Can. The others in the meeting echoed their thanks as well. Yunchuan was exhilarated. The seemingly hopeless situation now had a glimmer of hope, prompting him to devise new plans. As the meeting concluded, the military personnel approached Ning Can, slinging arms around each other, vowing to share a drink when the opportunity arose. Ning Can smiled in acknowledgement, promising a future occasion, though he remained reticent about when that might be. I would be a fool to join you. Do not count on me for such revelries. Upon returning to his temporary lodgings, Su Yan awaited him in the room. Chapter 75. Preliminary Strategic Objectives. As night fell, the beast tide surged once more into Wushuang City. All were prepared for battle, abandoning the two-shift system in favor of a full-on engagement. Ning Can, alongside numerous medical personnel, continued to attend to Su Yan. "How is your recovery progressing?" Ning Can inquired casually. "I am fit for a fierce battle," Su Yan replied. His gaze fixed on the tumultuous tide of beasts in the distance, his eyes cold with resolve. After the loss of a thunder eagle during the day, no reinforcements had arrived by nightfall. Only 5 ninth-tier demonic beasts led the charge. 4 of them were upper tier, the Bai Yin Mang, Xianjing Leopard, Lian Feng, and Bone Demon. 2 were demonic beasts, one of elemental nature, the other malevolent. Any single one of these beasts, cast outside Ningdu City, would surely disturb the slumber of Mu Qianshua's father. The final beast was a lower-tier Qi beast. This battle was of utmost importance. We needed to inflict as much damage as possible on the demonic beasts. Ignoring the lower-tier beasts, we aimed to slay as many 7th-tier and above as we could. The 9th-tier beasts, however, required our utmost efforts to vanquish. Each one we defeated would lighten the burden on Wushuang City's defenses to come. Stepping forward, Su Yan brandished his spear and charged into battle, with Ning Can closely following. The Bai Yin Mang unleashed a torrent of azure flames, the toxic fire illuminating the night. This flame, among the awakened talents of humanity, would be roughly classified between the Marquis and King levels. It would present considerable challenges on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Lian Feng, a wind elemental sprite, dashed into the azure fire. The winds fanned the flames, causing the azure fire to become extraordinarily fierce. Having faced this maneuver during the day with little success, one would think the beasts might have learned their lesson, yet here they were again. If Su Yan were to withstand such an assault, he would find it exceedingly taxing. Enduring it was difficult, yet avoidance was not an option, as the flames would spread to the soldiers of Wushuang City. However, when met with Ning Can, the flames were swiftly subdued. With a mere gesture, he conjured several swirling vortices of intertwining elements, drawing in the azure toxic fire and the ferocious wind, transforming them into fire elements. The defeat of Bai Yin Mang and Lian Feng did not dampen the fighting spirit of the 9th-tier beasts. In their frenzied state, they only wished to tear everything apart. Yet in the next moment, the abundant fire elements in the air ignited explosively as Ning Can hurled forth a mass of azure fire, amplifying the azure flames further. He then summoned a powerful gust of wind to aid the flames, retaliating with the very same tactics. It was as if Bai Yin Mang and Lian Feng had unleashed their full might against themselves. The 9th-tier beasts roared in fury but dared not approach the flames, while the lower-tier beasts, caught off guard, were mostly incapacitated by the azure fire. Observing the astonished expression on the city lord's face, Ning Can couldn't help but smile gently. "Do not be surprised at the techniques I have just begun to master." Su Yan retracted his gaze, secretly admiring Ning Can's remarkable prowess. Yet Ning Can's smile bore a hint of bitterness. The downside of possessing such formidable physical attributes is that, without the guidance of predecessors, all methods of application must be discovered through personal exploration. The pseudo-chaotic body's supreme-level talent allows for the fusion and mastery of all elements. Far surpassing the applications Ning Can has thus far uncovered, there remains much more for him to explore. The fact that he could develop the elemental vortex in such a short time speaks volumes of Ning Can's extraordinary talent and imagination. While this wave of assault did not inflict significant losses on the 9th-tier beasts, it showcased Ning Can's combative spirit, fierce and unparalleled. "Today, I shall press you into the ground." The demonic beasts howled, charging forward. Su Yan transformed into a golden lion through his talent, baring its fangs as it viciously clamped down on the Bai Yin Mang. The other beasts seized the opportunity to launch their attacks. All elemental forces were thwarted by Ning Can, while Su Yan absorbed the physical assaults. With a muffled grunt, Su Yan remained unfazed, his expression unyielding. "City Lord Su is truly formidable," Ning Can praised, then delivered a strike to the Bai Shui Mang's serpent head, sparks flying as a massive wound was inflicted. Though it survived, it could not withstand several more blows from Ning Can. The Bai Shui Mang was known for its defensive prowess. Even among 9th-tier upper-tier beasts, its defense was formidable. In terms of offensive capability, Ning Can, wielding the ghostly severance, surpassed Su Yan. At least, such a wound was one Su Yan could not inflict in a single strike. Even having witnessed Ning Can's swordsmanship, Su Yan was still awed by its near-divine quality. "How many more such strikes can you deliver?" Su Yan inquired. "As many opportunities as you can create for me. I shall deliver as many strikes," Ning Can replied with a proud smile. "How many swords you can strike, I can create that many opportunities," Su Yan retorted without a hint of weakness. In response to the pain, the azure fire python's eyes turned even bloodier, its agony and fury obliterating all semblance of reason. Its ferocity was completely unleashed as it desperately twisted its body, aiming to sink its fangs into the golden lion's neck. The golden lion was a manifestation of Su Yan's innate talent. Biting it was tantamount to biting Su Yan himself. If the creature managed to latch on, it would severely undermine the combat capabilities of the city lord of Su. Yet, true to his battle-hardened experience, the city lord reacted with remarkable swiftness. immediately grasping the azure fire python. He then bellowed without hesitation, slash. In a moment of crisis, there was no room for doubt. Ning Can wasted no time, bringing down his blade, severing the python's head alongside inflicting a grievous wound on the golden lion's arm. A significant gash appeared on the city lord's hand as well, but he merely glanced at it, his expression unchanging. He realized he had underestimated the 9th-tier beast. Indeed, they were not easily dealt with. When their ferocity surged, they would fight to the death to take a bite out of you. Ning Can immediately stepped forward to shield against the 4 beasts. This was not merely a matter of carelessness. The cost of slaying a 9th-tier beast was simply a given. Ryūjin did not lower his guard despite having effortlessly dispatched the Thunderhawk the previous day, but he still paid a price for defeating the azure fire python. It was unavoidable. He casually tore a strip from his clothing to bandage his wound before once again manifesting the golden lion to rejoin the fray. Are you still able to continue? Or should we call it a day? Ning Can asked, furrowing his brow as he looked at Ryūjin. In response, Ryūjin simply uttered 2 words, rest assured. The strategy had long been established to eliminate as many 9th-tier beasts as possible, thereby alleviating the pressure on the defense of Wuxuang City. A mere injury was of no concern to Ryūjin. Ning Can chuckled lightly. Very well. If Ryūjin was determined to grit his teeth and fight, Ning Can was more than willing to support him. The two resumed their coordination, dispatching the bone demon and severely wounding the mystic crystal leopard. Although they did not encounter the unexpected resurgence of the azure flame serpent, Ryūjin ultimately could not withstand the toll of battle. This confrontation had primarily focused on the relentless assault of the beasts, with the city lord bearing the brunt of the onslaught. Coupled with the earlier accumulated injuries, Ryūjin found himself unable to hold out any longer, even as he attempted to endure through sheer will. Just then, Ning Can teasingly remarked, I can still swing my blade. What about you? Ryūjin shot him a glance, replying, at your young age, it would be wise not to indulge in such comparisons. At that moment, the beasts began to retreat, with the remaining 3 9th-tier beasts fleeing the battlefield. Chapter 76, A Divine Arrow. It must be said that the soldiers of Wuxuang City managed the timing exceptionally well. Had they acted a moment earlier, the results would not have been so favorable, and had they delayed any longer, Ning Can would have had to step in to fight desperately. With 3 remaining, could they withstand the pressure? Ryūjin looked over at Ning Can. In Ryūjin's eyes, this young prodigy truly embodied the essence of genius. Even at the 7th realm, he could dominate in the arena of the peak knight realm, leaving one in disbelief. However, Ning Can had always participated in a supportive role, assisting in the slaying of 9th-tier beasts, leaving Ryūjin uncertain of his true combat prowess. Ryūjin's impression of Ning Can was that he was formidable, but he was unsure just how formidable. Ning Can smiled slightly, then without further ado, pursued the fleeing beasts. Action spoke louder than words. Rather than merely proclaiming his capabilities, he chose to demonstrate his strength directly. Selecting an opportune angle, lightning coalesced into a bow in his hands, and he knocked the ghost arrow onto the string, softly instructing, be good, once you're shot, return quickly. With that, he loosed an arrow at the last of the chimeras. Its speed was akin to the wind, as swift as thunder. The arrow, resembling that of a divine being, was breathtakingly magnificent. The chimera, resembling a monkey, had no time to react before its chest was pierced. Its heart was no longer in its left chest. Ning Can lamented internally. Archery was not his forte, but he could say that he shot true. This arrow did not stray off course. Yet it did not achieve the results he had envisioned. But it was not over. After piercing the chimera's chest, the ghost arrow promptly returned to Ning Can's hand. So obedient, Ning Can praised, then swiftly advanced, delivering a divine sword strike against the chimera. The fierce sword light flickered, imbued with elemental power. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the chimera with no time to react, while the mystic crystal leopard, severely injured, could only observe helplessly. However, the gale wind reacted with remarkable swiftness. It turned back to rescue the chimera. As the frenzy subsided, the gale wind, now in its normal state, proved itself to be an elemental spirit of the wind. Thanks to it, Ning Can's strike also failed to achieve the anticipated result, and he could not slay the chimera. The ghost arrow slashed diagonally through the chimera's torso, ensuring that even if it did not die, it would be grievously wounded. The gale wind and mystic crystal leopard let out a long howl, their eyes turning crimson as Ning Can immediately took a step back, signaling that he had no intention of continuing the fight. It seemed that the gale wind had been slacking off the previous day, otherwise, the Thunderhawk might not have been slain so easily. Ning Can mused, unperturbed. After all, he was merely pursuing the retreating enemy, and inflicting heavy wounds on the chimera was still a commendable outcome. With 5 9th-tier beasts attacking, 2 lay defeated, while the 3 retreating were left in a severely injured state. What did the city lord just say? I didn't catch it. Ning Can quipped as he returned. This was a moment of post-event banter. Unlike others in Wuxuang City, including Yun Xuan, who regarded Ryūjin with a subordinate's deference towards a superior, Ning Can's attitude was much more casual, embodying an equal footing. This was the respect that stems from strength. Ryūjin moved his lips, but ultimately said nothing. Collapsing into unconsciousness, utterly exhausted. Ning Can chuckled, and, hoisting Su Yin onto his back, returned to Wushuang City. The fruits of their labor were magnificent, and the soldiers of Wushuang City regarded Ning Can with admiration, bowing to him in respect. The citizens also buzzed with expressions of gratitude, with Lu Xiaohua hopping through the crowd, waving at Ning Can. From the onset of this battle, countless individuals in Wushuang City had anxiously observed Ning Can and Su Yin on the battlefield, for it was there that the tide of war would be determined. Thus, they bore witness to how brilliantly Ning Can performed. Especially after the battle concluded, Ning Can's pursuit of the retreating 9th-tier beast, inflicting further injury, ignited cheers throughout Wushuang City. With such a powerful protector, Wushuang City was indeed fortunate. The soldiers and citizens were unaware of the higher-up strategies, nor did they know how long Wushuang City could hold out. For a long time, the emergence of increasingly numerous 9th-tier beasts amidst the beast tide loomed heavily over the hearts of the military and civilians of Wushuang City, making it difficult to breathe. Yet today, this splendid victory was akin to a sudden clearing of the overcast sky. Ning Can's prestige soared to a level just beneath that of Su Yin. The people called out the names of both the city lord and Ning Can, expressing their exhilaration. Regardless of whether they could ultimately defend the city, at that moment, they felt a rare sense of relief, a long-awaited reprieve from the oppressive atmosphere that had burdened them for so long. After several days of combat, I had been preoccupied with strategies for battle, neglecting the pressure felt by the soldiers and citizens. Upon witnessing this scene, Yinchuan immediately reflected on where he had fallen short. He then turned his gaze to Ning Can, his expression filled with admiration. Other young scions from various academies, regardless of whether they hailed from the Heavenly Authority Academy, gazed at Ning Can with a look of reverence. Those from the Heavenly Authority Academy were particularly fervent, their eyes brimming with enthusiasm as they beheld Ning Can. Ning Laodao was destined to shine brilliantly in any context. Quickly, attend to the city lord. Let us go together. Ning Fan commanded. The medical personnel, well aware of Ning Can's healing prowess, immediately understood the gravity of the situation upon hearing this. One of them, realizing the city lord was gravely injured, nodded with a serious expression. However, as they entered the medical room, the city lord surprisingly stood up as if nothing had happened. City lord, are you all right? His dedicated medical attendant, Su Xian, blinked in confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. In truth, there was a slight issue, but at that moment, there were more pressing matters at hand. The city lord had no time for treatment. Ning Can leaned against the doorway, while Yin Chuan stood by his side. I have urgent matters to attend to. For the time being, declare to the outside world that I am severely injured. If anyone comes to visit, say I am indisposed. Su Yin stated. As the city lord's dedicated medical attendant, Su Xian understood and refrained from questioning further, simply nodding solemnly. She then glanced at Ning Can and Yin Chuan before turning to leave without uttering a word. City Lord Su, is there truly no need for treatment? Perhaps a slight remedy before you depart? Yin Chuan stepped forward, recalling the injuries Su Yin sustained on the battlefield, noting that his arm was still bleeding. To leave without any treatment at all? That seems rather hasty. Su Yin shook his head, emphasizing that time was of the essence. Every second counted, and there was no opportunity for treatment or delay. He looked at Ning Can and Yin Chuan. After I leave, the affairs of Wushuang City will be entrusted to both of you. Yin Chuan nodded earnestly, while Ning Can offered a gentle smile, reassuring him. Su Yin acknowledged them with a nod and, without further words, turned to depart. Before leaving, he cast a subtle glance at Ning Can, who smiled slightly in response, indicating his trust. Chapter 77, Yin Chuan's Speculation. This had been a preordained plan, aimed at minimizing the losses on the beast side to ensure Su Yin could depart safely. Ning Can was to single-handedly withstand the impending assaults from the high-level beasts, while Yin Chuan would manage the affairs of Wushuang City and all preparations and responses during the war. Together, they would govern Wushuang City in both civil and military matters. As Ning Can and Yin Chuan emerged, military leaders immediately approached them, urgently inquiring, Brother Ning, the city lord is gravely injured, given the pressing circumstances. Should we unite with the other city lords? Aside from the two, the other military leaders of Wushuang City were unaware that the city lord had already sought assistance. The meticulously planned strategies included minimizing casualties among the high-level beasts during this battle. When the beast tides surged against the city, the high-level warriors of Wushuang City had exerted themselves to achieve a resounding victory. However, upon hearing that the city lord's dedicated medical personnel had emerged, claiming that he was severely injured and bedridden, the spirits of the high-ranking officials immediately plummeted. They had been waiting for the city lord to turn the tide. How could he be incapacitated? Although there was no immediate danger to his life, it was clear he could not engage in further action in the short term. Su Xian hesitated before her final words, causing the middle and high-ranking officials to feel a surge of anxiety. What do you mean by that? Speak plainly. One leader urged. Shall we visit the city lord soon? Su Xian shook her head. For now, it is best to allow the city lord to rest. He has exerted himself to the utmost, and you have all witnessed it. At her words, the high-ranking officials fell into a contemplative silence, acknowledging Su Yan's sacrifices. He had withstood all the attacking 9th-level beasts single-handedly. While one beast was manageable, facing 4 or 5 at a time had left the city lord battered after each battle. He returned not only to recuperate, but also to deal with the aftermath and prepare for the next wave of beast assaults. Initially, the soldiers had operated on a 2-shift system, yet the city lord had participated in every single battle. Su Xian's emotions surged, her words filled with fervor, as if she had been holding them in for far too long. Let the city lord rest. Wushuang City is not solely his responsibility. Her sentiments left the high-ranking officials feeling deeply ashamed, rendering them unable to voice their intentions to visit. If they had been stronger, the city lord would not have had to exert himself so. Thus, it came to pass that these leaders sought out Ning Can, hoping he would persuade the other city lords to unite. I have no objections. However, can you convince those lords on your own? Ning Can spread his hands, adopting an expression that suggested he had not wished for matters to unfold in this manner. The officials fell silent, realizing they indeed lacked the capability. Su Yan possessed the gravitas to command the respect of the other city lords, making it feasible for him to unify their efforts. If they were to approach, the other lords, preoccupied with their own affairs, would only grant them a fleeting audience. Yet, they could not afford to wait idly. Opportunities were fleeting. And if the city lord recovered only to find the surrounding territories had fallen, it would be too late to seek help. The officials expressed their urgency. Previously, there had been no hope, and they had no choice but to endure. Now, hope existed, yet they felt powerless to act. Under organized command, the beasts would focus their assaults strategically. After all, they were not inexhaustible. Some would receive concentrated attention, while others would be neglected. Uniting with those city lords and drawing them into battle was the key to breaking the deadlock. However, if too much time elapsed and those city lords fell, what hope would remain? Stay calm. The city lord merely needs a brief respite. It won't be long before he recovers, so there's no need to rush. Ning Can said with a smile, his voice gentle. The officials opened their mouths but found themselves at a loss for words, ultimately turning to leave. Is there a need to keep this from them? Are you concerned they might leak information? Yun Chuan suddenly interjected. This is a significant matter. It's prudent to exercise caution. Ning Can replied with a smile. Then why only you and I? Yun Chuan regarded Ning Can, his gaze inscrutable. Su Xian was not fully aware, as she did not know the city lord's true intentions. Because Su Yan trusts both you and me implicitly, Ning Can answered casually. Yun Chuan pressed his lips together, choosing not to pursue the topic further. He understood that this was a scheme targeted at him. The opportunity was too enticing, as a follower of the evil god. Whether he was aware or not, he would inevitably be drawn into the fray, potentially eliminating Wushuang City while simultaneously targeting Su Yan. The chances of success were immense, and the temptation was great. It truly tested the resolve of both Ning Can and Su Yan. They were not afraid of the potential pitfalls. Yun Chuan was astute enough not to feel burdened by a mere suspicion, believing himself to be treated unfairly. Ning Can had already expressed some doubts about him, and Su Yan's probing was merely a precaution. Never mind. After this, you shall see my innocence, Yun Chuan thought to himself. There is something I believe I must share with you, Yun Chuan said suddenly as they exited the city lord's residence. Ning Can turned to him, intrigued. When I first saw you on the battlefield, my initial reaction was not joy, but panic. Do you know why? Were you afraid I would strike you down with a sword? Ning Can quipped with a smirk. No. Yun Chuan shook his head, saying, it was because you possess supreme level talent, and you have yet to mature. Thus, you inevitably attract the attention of those followers of the evil god. At this, Ning Can furrowed his brow, and Yun Chuan continued, the followers of the evil god have means to evade rampaging beasts. They may very well possess the ability to command them as well. It is even possible that this uprising of the demonic beasts is orchestrated with a deliberate strategy to besiege the city, a plot intricately devised behind the scenes. I am concerned that, due to your presence, Wushuang City will increasingly attract the attention of these beasts. After speaking, Yun Chuan departed, having issued his warning. Whether or not it would be heeded was now Ning Can's concern. Standing rooted in place, Ning Can gazed at Yun Chuan's retreating figure, his brows furrowing deeply. Once again, this fellow had presented a hypothesis and conjecture, much like before, yet the logical progression was fundamentally flawed. Why should the followers of the evil god, possessing the beast soul incense to evade demonic beasts, also possess the means to command them? Are they the hidden orchestrators behind this beastly insurrection? Fine. Even if those madmen possess remarkable abilities, it ultimately cannot be pinned on them. While it is plausible that his supreme level talent might attract the attention of the evil god as followers, do they truly lack wit? Would they neglect the grand scheme at hand, the meticulously arranged military forces, only to gather troops upon his appearance with the intent to slay Ning Can? Is he truly likened to the flesh of Tang Song, a delicacy that promises immortality? Could it be that this guy is subtly threatening me? Is he poised to seize Wushuang City in a single stroke while Su Yan is absent? Contemplating this, Ning Can's expression grew increasingly grave. Chapter 78. The Followers of the Evil God and the Demonic Beasts. It is indeed highly plausible that the followers of the evil god can command demonic beasts. If Yun Chuan were to act as a follower of the evil god, taking the opportunity to unleash a massive assault on Wushuang City. Then the splendid achievements Ning Can had secured during the day would be rendered virtually futile, as the enemy could merely rally 6 ninth-tier demonic beasts for battle. However, upon further reflection, this reasoning falters. If the followers of the evil god could effortlessly amass formidable strength, they could simply overrun Wushuang City without hesitation. No matter how one contemplates it, the logic does not hold. It is improbable that they would mobilize troops on such a grand scale merely for Ning Can's sake. Nor is it plausible that they would seize the opportunity to rally demonic beasts against Wushuang City. With this line of thought, Ning Can's face darkened, realizing that he had foolishly pondered this nonsense as if it were a serious matter. Meanwhile, Su Yin soared through the skies, enveloped by a mist of white beast soul incense, rendering him invisible to the circling demonic beasts above. Following Ning Can's guidance, he understood that the beast soul incense possessed a sensing ability. Flying at such heights, he knew he would be detected by nearby followers of the evil god. Likewise, those followers would also be able to sense him. As he traversed the expanse, Su Yin remained vigilant, but failed to perceive any of the other individuals Ning Can had mentioned through the incense. Exhaling a sigh of relief, he felt no fear of ambush from the followers of the evil god. His injuries were not as dire as they appeared. In the absence of the Great Sun Realm, the presence of any number of followers from the Long Night Ninth Realm would be of no consequence. He was capable of fighting and fleeing. He simply hoped to dispel the notion that Yun Chuan was indeed a follower of the evil god. One could only wish that both Ning Can and he were overly suspicious, and that Yun Chuan was not a follower after all, and that he would swiftly seek out other city lords to break the stalemate. Time was of the essence, and Su Yin was acutely aware of the ever-changing dynamics of the battlefield. While the higher echelons of Wushuang City lamented their dwindling opportunities, Su Yin was already forging connections with the various city lords. At that same moment, in a vast forest adjacent to the central state, ancient trees that had thrived for thousands of years towered as colossal sentinels. A figure cloaked in black traversed through these ancient woods, arriving at the very heart of the expansive grove. In the center, where towering trees typically pierced the clouds, there lay an unusual clearing. Here, a grand temple had been constructed from the surrounding trees, and several demonic beasts stood coldly observing him from outside. Human, I recall having stated that you are unwelcome here. Trespass is not permitted without a summons. One crane, with an elongated neck raised high, descended from above, gazing down at the figure in black with disdainful eyes. Speaking in human tongue, these demonic beasts were all awakened hybrids of ancient bloodlines. Their prowess rivaled that of human prodigies with imperial-level talents, and among them, the most exceptional were comparable to those with supreme-level talents. Salutations, esteemed demon kings. In the presence of these formidable beings, the cloaked figure exhibited no trepidation, bowing with grace. The etiquette was impeccable, reflecting the customs of the human race in the Jiuzhou region. Several demonic beasts' eyes flickered with fury, instantly rising to their feet, unleashing an aura befitting their rank. The surrounding trees swayed without wind, and the sky darkened with ominous clouds, creating a suffocating atmosphere. When the Demon King was enraged, the very winds and clouds shifted. Human, it is our cooperative relationship that permits your presence here, but should you court death, we shall not hesitate to end your existence. A tiger demon stepped forward, speaking in a deep, resonant voice. The figure in black did not unleash any formidable aura to counter the might of the Demon Kings. Yet, their imposing presence seemed to dissolve into nothingness upon reaching him, having no effect whatsoever. The Demon Kings, witnessing this, narrowed their pupils in realization. The figure possessed some skill, but this was not a place where he could run amok. The previously seated Demon Kings immediately stood, clearly ready to act at a moment's notice. The figure in black removed his hood, revealing a strikingly handsome visage. A subtle smile graced his lips, easily endearing him to others. Esteemed Demon Kings, you have misjudged my intentions. I come not to provoke, but rather to establish that our relationship as followers of the evil god is one of equality. Your aggressive demeanor suggests you either underestimate my divinity or my humanity. As the last words fell, he suddenly launched himself forward, planting a foot upon the head of the nearest Tiger King. The Tiger King erupted in fury, but the weight of the foot pressing down upon him felt as if it had doubled, forcing him deep into the earth. The foot remained steadfastly planted, leaving the proud Tiger King unable to even open his mouth, reduced to a pitiful struggle. What audacity! You lot hide away in the deep mountains, fearing to venture forth, and yet you dare to posture before me? My divinity is unparalleled, beyond your comprehension. As a human, I am gracious enough not to look down upon you. Do not presume to act high and mighty in my presence. The Demon Kings were instantly incensed, their eyes brimming with murderous intent as they regarded this follower of the evil god. The follower, unperturbed, grinned widely, even provokingly beckoning the Demon Kings with his hand. The stage was set for an imminent clash. Stand down. At that critical juncture, a voice emanating from within the temple halted the impending confrontation. A refined middle-aged man emerged from the temple, casting an indifferent glance at the follower of the evil god. his gaze particularly fixated on the foot upon the Tiger King's head. Calmly, the follower removed his foot, stating nonchalantly, "Your demon kings lack understanding. I merely aim to teach them a lesson." The Tiger King, lifting his head, was incensed by such condescension. While the other demon kings glared at him with eyes full of rage, they glanced at the indifferent middle-aged man, ultimately refraining from defying his command. When the middle-aged man ordered them to cease, they had no choice but to comply. The follower of the evil god had shown respect by standing down, and they would not dare to act otherwise. The demon kings bared their teeth in anger, while the follower met their fury with a cold smile. Their ire only intensified. "What brings you, follower of the evil god, to this place?" the refined middle-aged man inquired. As the conversation shifted to matters of significance, the follower of the evil god adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "Indeed, there are pressing matters at hand. According to our agreement, we gathered residual divine essence from the fallen demonic beasts, only to discover that, despite the demise of numerous beasts on a particular battlefield, no divine essence has returned. This is a grave matter." The middle-aged man's brow furrowed deeply. "Are you implying that someone has absorbed the divine essence?" "Indeed. The divine essence of both the demon beasts and the malevolent creatures has not returned at all. Have you not realized this?" The acolyte of the dark deity furrowed his brow. Upon the demise of a demon beast, its crystal core is seized by humans. Yet this does not impede the return of the divine essence, which typically manifests within approximately 3 days following the creature's death. However, in a certain battlefield, there appears to be a conspicuous absence of any divine essence returning. The middle-aged man, Yao Yao, pondered, "There are simply too many demon beasts, especially at this juncture. With vast numbers appearing incessantly, the returning divine essence has gone unnoticed." The acolyte of the dark deity nodded, though internally, he harbored a sense of disdain. Demon beasts are merely demon beasts. They are aware of the issues, yet choose to overlook them. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, tempted to assert that the divine essence could not possibly be absorbed. However, should the contrary prove true, voicing such sentiments would hold no significance. It would be prudent to investigate further. This matter warrants serious attention. At which battlefield has this issue arisen? Zhongzhou, Wei County. Concentrate the forces near Wei County and level that area. In times of urgency, troops can be summoned from the capital. The following morning, Ning Can prepared for battle while simultaneously rallying morale. He proclaimed, "Though your lord is absent this time, I am here with you. Together, we shall fight." The inhabitants of Wushuang City had grown accustomed to the presence of their lord during battles. Su Yan was their bastion of hope. With Su Yan's absence in this conflict, a sense of unease naturally permeated the ranks, as reliance on an almost invincible figure breeds such trepidation. Thankfully, Ning Can remained, his prowess well known among the warriors of Wushuang City. They tightened their grips on their weapons, choosing to trust Ning Can without hesitation. Yet, despite their readiness, no tide of beasts surged forth to assault the city. Much like the situation in Lu City, the sun blazed in the sky, and no demon beasts made an appearance. Could it be that too many have perished? Perhaps they won't come tonight? A soldier murmured. Ning Can promptly ordered everyone to return and rest, further affirming his belief that Yun Chuan's conjectures were mere speculations. He did not entertain the notion that the demon beasts had abandoned Wushuang City. Lu City could be deemed expendable, but Wushuang City, as a primary target, would not be so easily forsaken. The formation of 6 ninth-tier demon beasts clearly indicated the importance placed upon Wushuang City by the demon beasts. Perhaps, as the soldier suggested, the demon beasts had yet to fully assemble. This development afforded Wushuang City additional time to fortify its defenses. At this juncture, Yun Chuan took charge of the affairs of Wushuang City. Having observed and learned from Su Yan for several days, he was now efficiently issuing commands, each order methodically relayed. His capabilities were as evident to the upper echelon of Wushuang City as Ning Can's strength. There was no sense of resistance toward executing Yun Chuan's directives. The individuals from the 7 academies were talents in their own right, regardless of their location. Ning Can held no reservations about entrusting Yun Chuan with responsibility. He had contingency plans in place. The system upgrade had been completed. Upon returning to his quarters, he absorbed all the crystal cores obtained from slaying demon beasts the previous night, keen to utilize the time effectively before it slipped away. He pondered why the freshly acquired crystal cores bore no distinction from those that had been left for several days. Why could only the recently deceased demon beasts yield crystal cores? As he absorbed the final core, the fishing points stored within the system surged once more. 274,000. Ning Can felt a surge of excitement, beginning to explore the newly unveiled functionalities of the upgraded fishing system. Divine-level fishing required 1 million fishing points per attempt, presumably aimed at procuring artifacts and divine-level talents. Ning Can gazed at the divine-level fishing feature, shaking his head. He coveted both the divine talents and artifacts. Yet, based on the system's tendencies, without preparing 10 million for a tenfold draw, the prospect of receiving anything was utterly bleak. In the 9 provinces, artifacts were said to exist, 3 in total, 1 held by the royal family, 1 stationed at the outer celestial borders, and the last divided into 7 segments, governed jointly by the 7 academies. During his time at the Tianquan Academy, Ning Can had yearned to catch a glimpse of them. Yet he had never succeeded. Continuing to explore the option for hiring fishing services, the scenery before him transformed into a misty expanse, revealing a surging river. Gentle waves lapped at the water's surface, through which Ning Can glimpsed scenes from myriad realms. On the riverbank stood a young girl clad in a raincoat, her bright eyes and radiant smile illuminating her features as she gazed at Ning Can. "Who are you?" Ning Can inquired. "I am a manifestation of a certain function within the fishing system. You may refer to me as Xiaogu. I am here to accept your commissions for designated items to fish," the girl replied with a beaming smile. "Is that so? But why do you take on this appearance?" Ning Can questioned, a hint of bewilderment coloring his tone. I thought you would prefer this visage," she said, glancing at herself. "Do you not find it appealing? I am hardly a pervert. Is there some misunderstanding on your part, system?" Ning Can's expression darkened instantly. It's no issue. I am merely a consciousness. My appearance reflects the heart." With no distinction of age or gender, the girl waved her hand, and soon after, a veil of mist enveloped him, transforming her into an elderly man clad in a raincoat. The old man had white hair and beard, holding a fishing rod, his expression benevolent as he regarded Ning Can. "Does this appearance suit you better, host?" Ning Can. "Forget it. I confess I am somewhat peculiar. Please revert to your previous form." The old man nodded amicably, and with another wave of mist, the young girl reappeared, her bright eyes and charming smile restored. Ning Can conceded, finding her visage more pleasing than the elderly fisherman. "So, how does hiring for fishing work?" he inquired. The girl beamed and presented a tablet brimming with modern technology. "Hiring fishing means you specify what you wish to fish for, place your order, and I will handle the rest. The prices are fair, honest for both young and old." Typically, when one claims to be fair and honest, it often implies otherwise. Ning Can felt no surprise at the sight of the tablet. Yet sliding his finger across its surface felt oddly disconcerting, as if he were shopping online. The array of items available for fishing was extensive, complete with a thoughtful search bar. With a thought, Ning Can searched for the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The tablet displayed no results. None found. Ning Can frowned, looking up at Xiaogu. "Is the Sharingan not available for designated fishing?" "Not quite. Your current fishing points are insufficient, and items of the kingly grade are not available for designated fishing," the girl explained with a smile. "You could simply say I am broke." Ning Can inhaled deeply, feeling a mix of indignation and disbelief. Despite possessing over 2 million fishing points, he was deemed impoverished, lacking even the authority to view certain items. "I have over 200,000 points, enough for several rounds of kingly fishing." Suddenly, Ning Can's expression froze. If he had enough for multiple rounds, how could he lack even the basic clearance to view items? Quickly, he removed the term eternal from his search, entering Kaleidoscope Sharingan instead. This time, the search yielded results, displaying all varieties of Sharingan from the world of Naruto. The price is a staggering 1 million fishing points. Ning Can. This is the product of diamond-level fishing, which requires 10,000 points, and yet to engage in designated fishing, it demands 1 million? Has it multiplied 100-fold? Well, host, as you are aware, the probability of catching anything while fishing is rather low. I cannot simply fish for whatever I wish, hence the price is somewhat elevated. The young girl seemed to realize that this price was rather outrageous, and, with her head bowed in embarrassment, spoke softly. Ning Can took a deep breath. "System, you might as well resort to thievery." "Host, you jest. Stealing is nowhere near as swift." Chapter 80. The Wrath of the Buddha's Cycle, the Emperor's Flame. "You still speak with such audacity. No wonder you lack the authority to view items of the kingly grade. Kingly items multiply to 1 million fishing points. Divine items, when multiplied, require 10 million fishing points." Ning Can suppress the urge to curse. Having just deemed the fishing points plentiful, he now felt impoverished once more. "Is there any chance for a discount?" "A little reduction would suffice," Ning Can inquired after a moment of contemplation. The young girl shook her head vigorously, like a bobblehead. "This is stipulated by the system. I have no authority to decide." "Very well." Ning Can pursed his lips, realizing that attempting to haggle with the system was somewhat foolish. Indeed, there were no loopholes for him to exploit, yet the 100-fold investment was excessive. Forcing Ning Can to spend 1 million on diamond-level fishing might not guarantee that he would catch what he desired. However, he could potentially reel in other useful items during the process. 100 attempts, even with a low yield, could still yield some treasures. Such would be delightful surprises. However, hiring designated fishing with 1 million points would only net him a single item. This dramatically diminished its value. Ning Can searched for both luminous and solar materials, with each requiring 1 million points. He felt a surge of relief for having chosen to rescue the princess. Not to mention the potential gains of royal friendship and the Dragon Emperor's goodwill, the comparative value of these two items ensured that he would profit without loss. He pondered, no longer relying on designated fishing for high-tier items, and instead sought some urgently needed lower-tier items, such as techniques, spells, and forbidden incantations. These were not highly regarded within the system, yet they proved immensely practical and effective in enhancing one's strength, representing a high cost-performance ratio. For instance, The Thousand Birds technique, which Ning Can initially acquired, included subsequent spells that greatly assisted him in the early stages. Ning Can swiftly placed orders on his tablet. Elemental forbidden incantations, detailed explanations of light-based spells, dark necromancy summoning techniques, whispers of Cthulhu, and summaries of various pseudo-chaotic entities. Due to Ning Can's rapid advancement and the missing inheritance from the 9 provinces, his fishing proved too unpredictable, resulting in his talents and skills lacking cohesion. While formidable, he could not effectively harness his own strength. In contrast, Su Yen, though not exceptionally gifted, dominated his peers in combat because he could fully utilize every ounce of his power. As for Ning Can, possessing 2 supreme talents, battling at the 9th realm against the 9th realm was not necessarily overwhelming. The strongest physical supreme talent allowed him to control all elements. Yet Ning Can did not utilize this capability adeptly. After acquiring this knowledge, Ning Can designated a series of items for fishing, and with a total expenditure of 270,000 fishing points, he spent over 100,000. Observing Ning Can's spending, the young girl, Xiao Gu, smiled with her eyes sparkling, clearly elated. Each time Ning Can clicked to pay, she would cast her fishing rod into the rivers formed across myriad realms, reeling in the items Ning Can required. Is this what you meant by difficulty? This is clearly a precise catch, Ning Can remarked with a sidelong glance. Xiao Gu rubbed her hands together, smiling gleefully. Ning Can did not dwell on it, opening the medicinal section to purchase some urgently needed potions. He bought a variety of health-restoring and mana-regenerating items. These were not expensive and incurred minimal costs. Suddenly, Ning Can paused, his gaze fixating on a particular elixir. Blood-boiling pill. Activates bodily potential, forcibly elevating one's strength. Using it results in a depletion of vital energy. A premium item for times of crisis. Without hesitation, he placed the order. After acquiring various items, Ning Can found himself with less than 1 million fishing points remaining. Observing the dwindling points, he decided to embark on a series of 9 consecutive kingly-level fishing attempts. From 9 attempts, he managed to procure 2 3-colored kingly treasure chests, a rather touching yield. Ning Can couldn't help but reflect on how he had previously drawn the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan with such ease. Acquired Starfall Divine, or a primary mineral for forging artifacts in a certain world. The boulder sized or lay before Ning Can, eliciting barely a flicker of interest in his eyes, as he promptly stored it in the system space. Acquired Buddha's Wrath Cycle, an extraordinary ring formed by the fusion of various yoke, capable of decomposing any object that enters it. Upon colliding with an enemy after extreme compression, it will inflict secondary burning damage. Ning Can's gaze remained unperturbed, even bordering on amusement. The skill obtained from a kingly treasure chest was undoubtedly formidable, yet it held no utility for Ning Can. He lacked the conditions to utilize the Buddha's Wrath Cycle, not to mention the Yi Owl required. He couldn't even find a substitute flame. This skill necessitated at least Emperor-level flames, and anything higher would likely be Supreme level. Even the lower-tier version of this technique, the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, required at least King-level flames for fusion. However, the flames formed through the pseudo-chaotic body fusion were merely between Lord and King level, utterly failing to meet the usage conditions. The drawbacks of fishing manifested once more, similar to that or, while he had caught something, Ning Can could not put it to use. He had grown accustomed to it. No matter, in the future, there would be opportunities to exchange for concentrated yawa, which could be enjoyable to experiment with. If not, it could simply gather dust in the warehouse. With less than 100,000 fishing points remaining, Ning Can opted against further diamond-level fishing, instead throwing himself wholeheartedly into random fishing. Random fishing, with a minimum of 10,000 points and no upper limit, offered a higher probability of obtaining valuable items the more points one invested. While awaiting the results of the random fishing, Ning Can casually inquired, if we fish for items from across the myriad realms, what becomes of the original world's items? Xiao Gu scratched her head, replying, I'm not sure. I'm only responsible for fishing. Ning Can mused, nearly forgetting that Xiao Gu was merely the manifestation of hired fishing, essentially working for the system. It was understandable that she wouldn't know such matters. Soon, a box radiating with multicolored brilliance was reeled in before Ning Can. He paused for a moment. Kingly level chests were 3-colored. Thus, could this box be divine level? Ning Can felt a surge of excitement. The random fishing had indeed proven fruitful, regardless of what lay within this box. Being able to acquire a divine item for less than 100,000 fishing points felt like a tremendous gain. As he opened the treasure chest, Ning Can's breath caught in his throat. Acquired divine item, the Emperor's Flame. The Emperor's Flame, formed by devouring 23 owl from heaven and earth, after consumption. It allows simultaneous mastery over all 23 owl, representing the ultimate flame of a certain world. The 5-colored flames lay quietly on the ground, perhaps due to the peculiar spatial conditions of the area, as the Emperor's Flame emitted no high temperature whatsoever. However, Ning Can would not genuinely believe that this flame lacked intensity. As a divine entity, a moment's carelessness could easily reduce Ning Can to mere ashes. Even his pseudo-chaotic physique would prove futile against its searing heat.